I woke up to find billions of people forcibly scattered across isolated islands, thrown into a survival challenge. We start with a broken boat, and resources can only be obtained from neighboring islands. No one knows what the next island holds, whether it's supplies or monsters. My name is Moo Moo, and I have survival prompts. This era, I'm the one in charge. Head west. There's a resource-rich island ahead. To the south, strong sea winds will cost you at least half your supplies. On the southeastern island lives a tribe of cannibals. You're no match for them. While others struggle in confusion on their islands, Moo Moo has already become the king of the seas. Chapter 1. Global Teleportation, Island Survival. Friend, you don't look so good. You'd better eat something before nightfall. Survivor. Moo Moo item. Beginner survival tool kit resources. None. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, the air thick with the smell of the sea. In his ears was the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. Moo Moo slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a tiny island, less than 5 square meters in size, surrounded entirely by water. Ugh, where is this? He rubbed his throbbing temple, and his vision gradually cleared. Several lines of small, blue text floated before him. Welcome, everyone, to the island survival game. As you can see, you are now stranded on a solitary island. This island is small and lacks resources. You must do everything you can to survive, and please pay attention to the following points. 1. The small island you are on is just your starting point. You can use the raft beside you to travel to the next island. You have 5 sailing opportunities each day. 2. Once you sail to the next island and return, the route back will be blocked. Do not even think about returning to the previous island. Therefore, every choice is critical. It will determine your safety. 3. Please properly keep and maintain your room base and your raft. They will be your best guarantee for survival on the endless ocean. 4. The world you are in consists of countless large and small islands. There is no route leading to a continent. Once you choose a sailing route and set off, you cannot stop midway, and you cannot turn back. 5. Neighboring islands may have the supplies you need to survive. You may also encounter dangerous marine or land creatures. Defeating them will yield rewards. 6. The rune base and your personal raft are bound to you. You can open and store them using your wristband. Others cannot take them while you live, but they will drop upon death. 7. Collect as many resources as possible. Try not to let go of any resource you can carry. 8. If you encounter other survivors on island, you can choose to ally with them, trade, or team up for adventures. You can also snatch the resources others have painstakingly collected. 9. Friendly reminder. Your supplies can be stored in your ship's hold. 10. For now, don't worry about your own or others' physical conditions. Initially, everyone is healthy, with nearly identical strength and attribute values, and full of energy. Enjoy the game. Beneath his feet was solid ground, composed of a few rocks and a small amount of sand. Beyond the land, apart from the seawater, there was thick white fog. The fog surrounded the island, completely obscuring the world outside. Is this an island survival game with a fog of war? Moo Moo remembered sitting on the bus today when suddenly a strong flash of white light appeared. People in front of him vanished one by one, until finally it was his turn, and then his consciousness faded. Waking up, he found himself in such a strange place, surrounded entirely by water. Moreover, this isolated island was way too small. Calling it lying down was an understatement, because half of his calves were still soaking in the seawater. Moo Moo stood up from the ground, frowning. Within his sight was a thatched hut, a raft, and a hoe lying on the ground at his feet. Turning his head, blue text appeared before his eyes. Ordinary hoe, a reliable tool, can be used for digging or reclaiming land on the island. Simple raft, helps you reach other islands. Try to repair or improve it to ensure your journey's safety. Survival base, damage. This is your resting place, the only haven in this maritime world. You can upgrade or expand it. Moo Moo picked up the hoe, weighing it in his hand. It felt quite handy. A digging tool, essential for wilderness survival. In many game ads, a single hoe could build an empire. This hut seemed connected to his wristband. With a gentle twist, he could store it. Moo Moo went inside the thatched hut for a look and found it was indeed indescribably gentle. It was truly just a grass hut, barely providing shelter, without even a bed inside, let alone a stove. Empty, completely empty. Moo Moo clicked his tongue and walked out. The raft was like the ordinary one seen in movies or videos, just big enough for 2 people, with oars for paddling, no motor. This set of equipment is way too shabby. Moo Moo couldn't help but complain. The starting conditions were too poor. He walked towards the sea, trying to glimpse the outside world. After just a few steps, the seawater rose above his chest. He couldn't see distant scenes at all, and without the raft, there was no way to leave the island. Starting on hard mode, Moo frowned. Can't worry about that now. First, figure out the functions of this game panel. Focusing his attention, he opened the game panel. Translucent blue lines spread out before him, forming a mechanical scroll suspended in the air. The buttons on the right were very rich: auction, forge, trade, dig. In the bottom right corner, there was also a ship icon showing the number 5, representing 5 remaining exploration opportunities for the day. The blank area on the left showed the chat channel, currently empty. I can chat. Does that mean other players were brought in too? Moo tried clicking on the chat channel, and a list on the left immediately popped up a new dialog box. There were 2 buttons at the top: World Channel and Regional Channel. The default dialog state was the World Channel. A flood of chat messages instantly refreshed. Anyone there? I'm trapped on a desert island, help. I trained for 2.5 years as a trainee, and after waking up, where am I? Is this still our country? I can't swim, what do I do? You're alone too? Why is it only me here? This morning, I suddenly saw a flash of light, and then I ended up here. People taken by the light? Haha, humanity's doomsday is coming. System free top-tier sailing survival equipment. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Interested parties, please allow me. Messages scrolled past his eyes. Someone giving away equipment? Moo snorted. Probably some scammer trying to trick people, right? There's no shortage of such people, but every year, fools still fall for it. Sure enough, right after he thought that, someone said, "Everyone, don't believe the person above. Damn, just got here, and he already scammed me out of a bread and 2 bottles of water. Hope I never meet him." Moo shook his head. These days, there were too many scammers and not enough fools to go around. At the bottom of the World Chat channel, there was also a small speaker icon showing the number 3. Small speaker. You can use it to send 1 message on the World channel. In the early game, each person only has 3 small speakers per day. For unlimited chat, you can enter the regional channel. Only 3 chances to speak per day. It would be such a waste to use them just to send code-juice signals on the channel. Moo believed that most people's situation now should be the same as his, barely able to survive on their own. Gotta rely on Joe. Yelling your throat out on the public channel won't bring anyone to save you. Unless it's used for information related to exploration or needs, it's probably just a waste of time. Moo shifted his gaze and entered the regional channel. The regional channel was somewhat similar to a chat group. It showed the group size as 1,000 people. Everyone's avatar was a real photo, and their nickname was a combination of name, height, and weight. Can anyone hear me? I've been shouting at the sea for ages. If you hear me, please reply received. All I hear around me is the sound of the sea. This place is terrifying. There's not even anything to eat or drink. I don't know how to row. Which handsome guy can help me? Hee woo. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna be sick. I not only get seasick, I get seasick. Ugh. Oh, great sea, all filled with water. After observing quietly for a while, Moo disappointedly exited the chat channel. Sure enough, everyone was the same. They had all been forcibly taken to a solitary island to survive alone, without any companions. Everyone was completely at a loss, and there were no new discoveries for now. Moo had wanted to see if any master players had already set sail to exchange experiences, because the game introduction mentioned that the next island might hold certain dangers. It was a bit like opening a blind box. You had no idea what you would face. But it seemed the masters didn't want to talk. Moo then started checking other functions. Trading platform, a place for bartering. Players can freely trade or gift items through the platform in exchange for resources they urgently need. Current stage. Each person can post up to 5 listings per day. Auction platform. The auction cycle and starting price are determined by the listing's creator, with a maximum cycle of 3 days. Listings can be stopped midway. If no one bids after the auction ends, it's considered a failed listing and returned to the seller. After 3 failures, the same item cannot be listed again. Current stage. Each person can post up to 1 listing per day. The platforms do not charge a fee. Not bad. No middlemen taking a cut. Moo's gaze moved down. There's also a crafting function on the function page. Let's open the forging page and see. The forging page opened. A full page of item cutting methods was displayed. Ordinary short spear. Wood 0/2, stone 0 to 1. Ordinary short knife. Iron ore 0/2, wood 0/1. Simple leather clothes. Animal hide 0/3, straw rope 0/1. Ordinary straw sandals. Dried grass 0/2, cloth 0/1. Low-grade charcoal. Wood 0/2, fire source. Small bucket. Wood 0/2, iron ore 0/1. Every item and piece of equipment required different materials to synthesize, and currently, he had none. Clearly, collecting resources was extremely important in this world. After studying the system pages, Moo Moo's gaze fell upon the sandy beach beneath his feet. A place this small for me to collect resources? There's nothing at all. Two paths lay before him now. 1. Sit on this island and wait for rescue. 2. Board the ship, leave the island, and choose the next destination. The first option was temporarily safe, but with the uncertainty of encountering other players or rescuers, he'd probably starve to death in a few days. The second option, his survival depended entirely on luck, but if he managed to survive, he could obtain many resources. Moo Moo preferred to take his fate into his own hands. So, he decided to pick a direction and try his luck. He picked up the hoe, and a line of blue text appeared before his eyes. The land beneath your feet can be dug. Digging can yield a small amount of resources. Current status, sufficient stamina, can dig. Dig. Moo Moo swung the hoe and dug down. Digging was much easier than expected. It felt like scooping cake with a spoon. The ground beneath his feet continuously decreased. Simultaneously, 2 rows of prompts appeared above his head. The red prompts were personal status updates. Stamina-1. 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 The blue prompts were resource gains. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, sand 1. System prompt, stone 1. System prompt, stone 1. After digging less than 10 times, the ground beneath his feet completely disappeared. Chapter 2. Prompt appears, finding a treasure chest. The raft was still floating on the sea. The thatched hut was now soaked in water, and the items that had been dug up had vanished from the ground, neatly appearing as units on the raft. A wooden box floated up from the seawater beneath his feet. Simple wooden box. Contains initial game resources. Annotation from the game interface. Moo Moo fished the wooden box out of the water and carefully opened it. System prompt, 330 milliliters mineral water 2, crispy ham sausage 1, 500 g meat floss bread 2. System prompt, wooden box 1. Although the items weren't many, they could sustain his daily needs for a day. System prompt, wooden box can be decomposed into 1 wood. Decompose? Moo Moo thought about it. Currently, the wooden box seemed useless and wood was more suitable. So he mentally named decompose the wooden box. System prompt, wood 1. With that, the digging was over. There were no more prompts for diggable land. Moo Moo found himself in the middle of a vast expanse of ocean. Game text appeared again. Due to excessive digging and destruction, the island will completely disappear in 5 minutes. Please prepare to evacuate. Moo Moo quickly turned his wristband to store the rune base. A faint yellow flash of light passed, casting a trapezoidal shadow over the hut. The rune base vanished. Moo Moo jumped onto the raft. Numerous dotted lines appeared before his eyes, extending into the distance. With his location as the center, they radiated out in 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest. At the same time, a line of golden text jumped before Moo Moo's eyes. The barren island on the eastern route has nothing. You'll be wasting your effort. Is this a prompt? Moo Moo frowned slightly and quickly turned to look behind him. Sailing west, there is a resource-rich island, but the route is long. You don't have enough stamina or food to get there. If you don't want to starve halfway, give up this choice. The golden prompt gave different results as Moo Moo turned in different directions. Danger. Strong sea winds in the south will cause you to lose at least half of your supplies. Only a fool would choose the north. It's full of terrifying carnivorous plants that can kill you in 1 bite. On the southeastern island lives a group of cannibals. They have a lot of treasure and food, but you don't have the ability to defeat them. The northeast direction is a good choice. The island there is very close to you, and there's no danger. You can find some daily necessities. If you search carefully, you might even get an unexpected surprise. The golden font danced before his eyes, giving different results as Moo Moo turned, completely different from the system prompts. What's going on? Is it a game setting? Moo Moo wasn't sure if this was part of the game's mechanics. If the results shown by the golden prompts were correct, then heading northeast was undoubtedly the best choice. Why do I have prompts? Should I communicate with other players first? Moo Moo pondered for a moment, then entered the chat interface. He found that no one in the public chat mentioned this, and in fact, many players were already sending Chiju signals because they had mistakenly entered dangerous islands. It seemed that not everyone could see the prompts. He didn't know if it was a system bug or some other reason, but if these prompts were correct, they would undoubtedly bring him a huge advantage. Whatever, I'll take a gamble. Moo Moo paddled the oars and headed northeast. Paddling didn't require much effort, nor did he need to control the direction. After mentally selecting the route, he just needed to paddle hard in one direction. After leaving the island, his surroundings were immediately enveloped in white fog, with visibility no more than 1 meter. The journey was calm. After about 10 minutes, a patch of land suddenly appeared before him. Mumu had arrived at the second island. Mumu jumped off the raft. Like the previous island, this one was also surrounded by fog of war. The situation on the island only became clear upon disembarking. So, the game's design mechanic is like this. Visibility at sea isn't hutong for now. It really is like opening a blind box. You only know the situation after you land. This island was much larger than the previous one, estimated to be around 40 square meters, with a small amount of vegetation. To be safe, Mumu first turned his wristband to store the raft before walking towards the center of the island. In the center of the island lay a square-topped round wooden box, very similar to the treasure chest seen in computer games or pirate movies. Mumu quickly approached and looked at the chest. The blue system annotation appeared before his eyes. Wooden treasure chest, the lowest level chest on the islands. Generally, opening it brings surprises, but might also hide some danger. Immediately after, a golden prompt appeared. There is no danger in this chest. It only contains milk and food. Mumu opened the chest. Inside, as the prompt indicated, there were no surprises. He found some food. System prompt, pure milk 2. System prompt, fresh beef 1. System prompt, canned herring 4. System prompt, wooden treasure chest 1. Wow, quite a lot of supplies. Milk and beef were more nutritious than bread and ham, but the beef seemed raw. All resources automatically entered the ship's hold. System prompt, canned herring can be decomposed into 540g herring meat for aluminum cans. Decompose. System prompt, wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 3 wood. Decompose. Mumu thought to himself for a moment. This canned herring is that famously stinky stuff, right? If I decompose it and take it out, won't it stink half to death? Mumu mentally. Do not decompose the canned herring. Decompose the wooden treasure chest. System prompt, wood 3. After taking the chest, Mumu walked around the island. According to the special prompt, there should be other things. The dark green seaweed growing on the reef caught Mumu's attention. Scorpion tail grass, bitter taste, inedible. A common plant in the ocean, growing attached to rocks with a slow growth cycle. It can reproduce on its own, usually food for small shellfish. Its nutritional value for humans is 0. It is non-toxic and harmless scorpion tail grass, but very difficult to eat. It contains a large amount of salt. Consuming it will cause severe stomach discomfort and vomiting. A blue reminder from the game system. Can't eat it. Seems useless. But the system had already given a prompt that it could be picked up. Adhering to the principle of leaving nothing behind like a locust swarm, Mumu still plucked them all. Survival at sea is fraught with dangers. You never know what dangers exist in the next place, nor what items might come in handy. So, as long as space permitted, all resources that could be taken were taken. System prompt, Scorpion tail, grass 10. Chapter 3. Mining iron, ore, and crafting weapons. The fundamental resources on the island have been thoroughly exhausted by Mumu, who intended to depart by boat. At that moment, a golden prompt appeared before him. It seems that many valuable items are hidden beneath the stones of the island. Are you certain you wish to leave? An oversight? Mumu turned to gaze at the stone mortar. The stone was exceedingly hard, requiring tools to be opened. It dawned on Mumu that he had not retrieved his hoe, hence the absence of a digging option. Retrieve the hoe. Mumu silently chanted, and a hoe instantly materialized in his hand. The island had transformed into a diggable state, and Mumu seized the hoe and began to swing it. System prompt, sand 1, system prompt, sand 1, system prompt, stone 1. The most abundant resource on the island remained sand, followed by a scant number of stones. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the hoe seemed to strike something solid. Mumu hastily halted and looked down at the ground. Congratulations, you have discovered a small amount of iron ore. Would you like to mine it? Iron ore. Mumu's brow lifted in delight. This was a rare resource in the early stages of the game. Just moments ago, while reviewing the crafting page, he noted that many weapon combinations required iron. Without hesitation, he chose to mine it. Stamina -2, stamina -2, stamina -2. Collecting iron ore consumed a bit more stamina, but the value was undoubtedly worth the effort. System prompt. Iron block 3, the excavation concluded. This island was somewhat larger than the first, containing numerous non-diggable areas, thus preventing the complete excavation of the land beneath his feet. Unlike the initial island, which vanished once stripped bare, this island remained intact. Once the resources were fully harvested, the landscape became stark and devoid of further collection prompts. The Blue Game interface automatically organized the collected resources. This expedition yielded the following resources: sand 10, stone 4, iron block 3, pure milk 2, fresh beef 1. Herring canned fish 4, wood 3, scorpion tail grass 10, not bad. Moo pondered, now possessing such an abundance of materials, along with iron. He should be able to craft some rudimentary tools. First, let us review the current inventory of resources. Moo mentally commanded, open resource list. The status bar in the lower right expanded. The player currently possesses the following resources: sand 17, stone 5, iron block 3, wood 4, mineral water 2, crispy ham sausage 1, meat floss bread 2, pure milk 2, fresh beef 1, herring canned fish 4, scorpion tail grass 10. Among these, the use of scorpion tail grass remained a mystery, while the stored food likely sufficed for a day's sustenance. However, Moo had an aversion to raw meat and needed to devise a method to process the beef, with no apparent solutions at hand. He chose to disregard the herring canned fish, as he feared he might not be able to tolerate its flavor and intended to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Let us explore what can be synthesized. Open the forging function. With a swift motion, the forging page revealed itself, presenting a whole array of crafting options before his eyes, most of which appeared in gray, unavailable for crafting, while only a few were highlighted in green. Moo activated the filtering function directly, selecting the weapons category and excluding all non-craftable items. Only two viable options remained: the short spear and the short knife, both close combat weapons of modest potency, suited only for dispatching small, rudimentary creatures. Though raw materials were abundant, duplicating functionally identical tools seemed unnecessary. Moo decided to forge a short knife first, not only as a means of self-defense, but also for practical tasks such as slicing vegetables or splitting fruit. Common short knife, 2 iron ingots, 1 wood materials were fully available. He selected forge weapon common short knife. Confirmed crafting. System notification, 2 iron ingots, 1 wood consumed. System notification, common short knife successfully forged. A blade appeared in Moo's hands, approximately 1.2 meters in length. Its grip, carved from plain timber, felt sturdy yet unrefined. The blade itself, forged from iron, bore a weight both balanced and intuitive. Common short knife, a serviceable, easily portable armament, sufficient for subduing feeble terrestrial creatures. Not bad at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moo brandished the knife with spirited, if unpracticed, flourishes. In an era where edged weapons were subject to increasingly stringent regulation, Moo possessed scant familiarity with blade arms, neither their mechanics nor their application. He would need time to study, to train, to internalize their use. Only then could he hope to endure the perils of this treacherous marine realm. After all, this was no mere ornament, nor a passive stat booster. It was a lifeline, forged in iron and necessity. After a few minutes of tentative swinging, thirst and hunger tugged at him. He withdrew provisions: a single loaf of bread, a bottle of mineral water, a pack of cured ham, and a bottle of milk, consuming them all in quick succession. His stamina surged, his limbs reinvigorated. He opened his survival base. A thatched hut materialized before him. As the old adage goes, sharpening the blade does not delay the felling of wood. Moo resolved to rest a while before venturing forth, and, in the interim, to survey the progress of other players. He opened the chat channel. By default, the world channel appeared. System bonus: 100 bottles of mineral water, 100 loaves of bread, 100 bottles of milk, and 10 island survival kits, free for the first 10 players. Add me as a friend for instant resource delivery. Congratulations! You've earned VIP status in Island Survival. Claim your complimentary resource bundle: 1000 stone, 1000 wood, 1000 iron ingots, 1000 copper ingots, and 10,000 units of sand. Click my avatar to claim now. Anyone else find anything strange? I've landed on a new island, and it's utterly barren. System alert. Dear player, congratulations on becoming the Island Survival 1-week anniversary lucky player. You have been awarded a survival grand pack. Enter voucher code 666888 to claim. I've sent you a friend request. Why hasn't anyone replied? The world channel remained overwhelmingly saturated with scams, relentless, brazen, and undeterred. Genuine messages flickered briefly before vanishing beneath the deluge of fraudulent spam. It was hardly surprising. Island survival had only just launched. Many players, still bewildered and resource-starved, teetered on the edge of desperation. In such vulnerability, they clung to illusions, dreaming of windfalls of effortless salvation, thus surrendering themselves, unwittingly, to deception. Worse still, some who had already fallen prey, stung by betrayal and bitter with resentment, adopted the very tactics of their deceivers, flooding the public channel with identical scams, hoping to recoup their losses through the gullibility of others. In a forthcoming period, one will observe an increasing number of deceivers. This is an era devoid of order, where individuals resort to unscrupulous means for survival. Even the act of pilfering resources is considered a minor infraction. Moo believes that it is quite possible to encounter incidents of murder and plunder in the future, thus underscoring the importance of personal fortitude. One must strive to be formidable. However, such phenomena will not sustain for long, at most 3 days. Once individuals acclimate to the mechanisms of this world, the deceivers will inevitably find themselves without a viable existence. Furthermore, those players lacking survival capabilities and resources will undoubtedly be among the first to be eliminated. Chapter 4. The Abandoned Water Collector Entering the Regional Channel. The chat environment of the Regional Channel is considerably cleaner than that of the World Channel. Firstly, the Regional Channel permits unlimited discourse, alleviating concerns about wasting small speakers. Should a deceiver emerge, they will swiftly be drowned in a torrent of words. Secondly, everyone harbors a concern. Players within the same region may be in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of encounters. With names and avatars being authentic, one might wonder if a confrontation could lead to their demise. Have you set sail? I have observed a curious phenomenon. The raft possesses an automatic navigation feature, requiring no directional control. One merely needs to paddle vigorously in a chosen direction. Both the raft and the dwelling are capable of storage. Excavated items can be placed within for immediate access, akin to a spatial ring. Is there a capacity limit? Will it not reach fullness? I just dug up a considerable amount of sand. The functionality page provides guidance. You may wish to consult it. Thank you, esteemed one. I have just arrived at the next island, where a dense white fog obscures visibility. The terrain will only reveal itself upon disembarkation. Have you discovered anything of value? So far, nothing. The entire island is a wasteland. I shall proceed further. Is waste also a resource? There should be no dangers in the sea, right? What if we encounter a shark? I am uncertain. I suppose if you refrain from jumping ship, you should be safe. I am so famished. Who will come to my rescue? Mother, I wish for something to eat. The regional channel is predominantly a forum for exchanging survival experiences, with a smattering of distress signals. Moo observed for a considerable time without interjecting. From the discussions of others, he gleaned several pieces of valuable information. Firstly, everyone shares the same predicament. None can ascertain the status of the next island. Secondly, thus far, no encounters have occurred. Thirdly, the wooden vessel has a capacity limit, a detail he had previously overlooked. Moo accessed the system panel and discovered a circular transparent sphere on the right side, indicating the available storage space. It resembles the acceleration sphere found on mobile or computer interfaces. When ample space remains, it appears green. When below 50, it turns yellow, and when under 10, it displays red. Currently, Moo's sphere is green, indicating sufficient space. Thus, he need not discard any resources. Having organized his information and resources, Moo secured the ruined base, launched the raft, and prepared to set forth to the next island. On the eastern island, a few ferocious sea dogs reside. Should you wish to become their meal, feel free to proceed boldly. Consider exploring elsewhere. The southeastern island holds nothing of value, and you would squander a sailing opportunity. Setting out towards the south, one might discover a packet of cookies teetering on the brink of expiration. If fortune smiles, there may even be a few bags of spicy strips nearby, similarly nearing their sell-by date. These morsels could suffice to satiate one's hunger. Fear not, for they pose no mortal danger, merely the potential for a brief bout of discomfort. A copper chest lies buried on the northern isle. Rest assured, there is no peril there, though retrieving it will demand a modicum of effort. The island to the northwest is overrun with thorns, without durable armor or leather attire. It is advisable to steer clear, lest the thorns mar your skin. Evidently, the north presents the most promising opportunity, boasting the allure of a copper chest. A wooden chest typically yields provisions. Surely, A copper chest would surpass it in value? Unable to contain his exhilaration, Moo steered his vessel northward. This journey proved to be somewhat longer, consuming 30 minutes of his time. The island's expanse measured approximately 100 square meters, devoid of anything save for a series of small sand mounds. It resembled a barren beach, concealing an array of treasures beneath its surface. The copper chest must be nestled beneath one of these mounds. Moo brandished his shovel and commenced digging. System notification. Sand 1. System notification. Sand 1. The first mound yielded nothing, nor did the second, and the third proved equally fruitless. At last, Moo grasped the reason behind the system's warning of required exertion. The beach was dotted with countless sand piles, all bearing an identical appearance. Each mound required individual excavation, a painstaking quest for discovery. This endeavor resembled a treasure hunt, entirely devoid of any discernible pattern. Nevertheless, in comparison to the dangers and futility of other islands, Moo felt exceedingly fortunate. At long last, upon excavating the 70th sand mound, a sharp sound rang out beneath his feet as the shovel struck a solid object. With renewed vigor, Moo dug deeper, and a copper chest emerged into view. The familiar blue and gold notification materialized. Copper chest, a tier above wooden chests, typically yielding equipment or supplies, though it may conceal hidden dangers. This copper chest contains a damaged tool. Repairing it may require a certain amount of resources and time. Open it with confidence, as no danger awaits. A damaged tool? Was this truly all? Moo felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it not offer something whole and valuable? He proceeded to open the copper chest. System notification. Abandoned water collector 1. System notification. Copper chest 1. System notification. The copper chest can be dismantled for 5 copper pieces. Would you like to proceed with the disassembly? Moo lifted the water collector for inspection. Measuring approximately 70 centimeters in width and length, its volume was less than 1 cubic meter, weighing akin to a wooden table. The surface of the collector was adorned with intricate patterns, its texture coarse, and it bore evident cracks and damage. Dust and yellow sand coated it, as if it had just been unearthed from the depths of the earth like an ancient relic. Its intended purpose remained a mystery. The blue system text read, "Abandoned water collector. Function unknown. Can be utilized upon repair. Materials required for repair: 3 copper pieces, 1 iron piece, 1 wood, 1 stone, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem. A golden hint, an ancient water purification device that could be utilized to collect water sources." It turns out to be a water supply apparatus. Although it is not yet operational, it is indeed a valuable item. The gravest challenge in surviving on a deserted island or during a maritime journey is the scarcity of water resources. While the ocean is abundant with water, those with common sense understand that it is undrinkable and will only exacerbate thirst, potentially leading to accelerated dehydration. Now, it is imperative to devise a means to repair it swiftly. Moo examined the repair materials: iron blocks, timber, and stones, all of which were available. Although copper blocks were lacking, after dismantling the copper treasure chest, there was sufficient copper. The only missing items were the fire emblem and the water emblem. How to procure these 2 items? It seems rather challenging. First, let us dismantle the copper treasure chest. System prompt: Copper treasure chest has been dismantled, yielding 5 copper blocks. Moo stored the water collector. After completing these tasks, he was drenched in sweat. Moo finished the last bottle of water, preparing to set sail to the next island. With no water left, the significance of water became starkly apparent. He dared not choose a long route. For while one can survive without food, one cannot endure without water. Fortunately, a hint indicated that there was a water source on the island to the east, and it was not too far away. Moo paddled his raft towards the eastern island. Chapter 5. Collecting coconuts. Taking a chance, the eastern island spans merely 80 square meters and exudes a tropical ambience. A warm breeze wafts across the island, where the beach is flat and 3 towering coconut trees stand, laden with coconuts. Counting carefully, each tree bears 10 to 15 fruits. Beneath the coconut trees lies a pool of clear water. Island coconut trees, tall, evergreen palms with robust, upright trunks bearing coconuts. The flesh can be consumed as a tropical fruit. Coconut water serves as a refreshing beverage. Mature coconut flesh can be pressed for oil and processed into various candies and pastries. The shells can be crafted into various utensils and handicrafts. and can also be made into activated charcoal. Ground spring water. Fresh water seeping from underground, containing various minerals essential for the human body, cool and palatable. Suitable for direct consumption. Discovered edible non-toxic fruits. Oh, safe and pollution-free spring water, perfect for drinking. What a stroke of luck to find such treasures. Coconut juice is not only delicious, but also rich in nutrients. Coconut flesh can stave off hunger. With so many fruits at hand, this is a bountiful harvest. Moo felt as though he had abruptly ascended to the status of a minor magnate, and he brandished his hoe to commence harvesting. System prompt. 1 wood, system prompt. 1 wood, system prompt. 1 wood, the 3 coconut trees crashed to the ground and then vanished. System prompt, 36 coconuts collected. Next, he turned to gather spring water. Moo knelt down and tasted it. Indeed, it was sweet and refreshing. However, collecting this spring water proved to be rather troublesome. The spring was diminutive, with a puddle only the size of a palm, primarily due to the slow accumulation of water. Moo took out a mineral water bottle and managed to fill it only halfway before it ran out, after waiting a long while. Only a third of the bottle filled up from the bottom. With patience, Moo waited and collected an entire bottle, which took nearly 2 hours. It was exceedingly time-consuming and not worth the effort, Moo quickly concluded. In an environment of dire water scarcity, the discovery of a water source is undoubtedly exhilarating. Most individuals would fill every vessel they possess with water before embarking on their journey. However, the insipid predicament of this water source lay in its painfully slow flow rate. It would take several hours to fill a single bottle, rendering a day spent waiting barely sufficient for the day's water requirements. Food, however, emerged as the gravest concern. After a few days of this, one could quench their thirst, yet succumb to hunger. Nevertheless, Moo did not dwell excessively on this. Compared to the 30 or so coconuts, this bottle of water felt like a mere bonus. He resolved not to squander any more time here and would promptly set sail for the next island. Moo surveyed his surroundings. All routes presented certain risks, necessitating cautious deliberation. The southern islands were overgrown with weeds, harboring murky water sources teeming with blood-sucking mosquitoes. Their bites provoked an unbearable itch, while not fatal, could cause considerable swelling for days. Continuing eastward would lead him into the territory of the formidable giant sea lions, creatures not to be trifled with. Possessing a strong territorial instinct, though cumbersome on land, their numbers made extermination a daunting task. The island to the southeast was enveloped in toxic gas. Entering it would render one unconscious for days. The timing of awakening or the possibility thereof remained uncertain. To the north loomed an active volcano, a certain death trap for any who dared approach. The southwestern island harbored a perilous amphibious creature. These beasts posed a significant threat during the day. Yet at night, their vision faltered and their movements slowed. With proficient weaponry, one might stand a chance against them. To the northwest lay a slumbering lion. One could attempt to rouse it, only to be devoured. The northeastern direction concealed a marine whirlpool. It would not spell doom, but would transport one to an unknown realm, potentially losing half of their supplies. Alas, the choices were far from favorable. To survive, the only viable path seemed to be northeast. Yet Moo was reluctant to part with the hard-earned provisions he had gathered. The southwestern island appeared to be a gamble worth taking. After exploring 4 islands and expending considerable time, dusk was now approaching, and nightfall was imminent. Perhaps under the veil of darkness, he could vanquish the creatures of the southwestern isle. Glancing at the sky, he estimated he had about 30 minutes until night descended. His immediate task was clear: to wait. However, idleness was not an option. Moo was uncertain of the creatures on the island, and thus resolved to utilize this time to enhance his skills and familiarize himself with his weaponry. Drawing forth his short knife, Moo began to practice. He relentlessly thrust and slashed at a designated spot, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. He envisioned a creature before him, relentlessly targeting its vital points, aiming for its head. System notifications chimed in. Short knife proficiency level 1. Short knife proficiency level 1. Short knife proficiency level 1. Moo continued to hone his skills, blue notifications continually appearing above him. He felt that the knife was becoming increasingly comfortable in his hand. Although his movements lacked any semblance of technique, his proficiency was steadily improving. After an hour of practice, darkness enveloped the landscape. Moo Moo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, knowing that once his strength was restored, he could embark on the next leg of his journey. He retrieved his last piece of bread and milk, consuming them before opening the chat channel to check on the progress of others' adventures. Since entering the maritime world, more than half a day had passed. Some players remained stationary, observing the situation and listening to the feedback from others, too apprehensive to venture out to sea. Conversely, a small faction, including Moo Moo, was unwilling to remain idle and had begun to explore. Many did not grasp that survival games are fundamentally about resource acquisition. Departing early is actually advantageous. Those who lingered in place had already fallen significantly behind in their survival progress. Currently, from the conversations in the chat, it was evident that most players were concentrated on the second island, with a few having reached the third. Meanwhile, he had already entered the fourth island, thus securing resources ahead of others. Not to mention that some players had reached deserted islands devoid of any resources. Within these few hours, some had found food, others had unearthed resources, some had sustained injuries, and a few had even vanished, potentially meeting their demise. Initially, there were 1,000 players in the regional channel, but now the count stood at 935, indicating that some had encountered peril. This instilled a profound sense of pressure among the survivors, compelling them to take this world seriously. Otherwise, their lives could be at stake. The reduction in numbers made many timid players hesitant to advance. He glanced at the World Channel again. The number of scammers posing as benefactors delivering supplies under the guise of the system had diminished significantly. Clearly, this ruse could not endure, having been unveiled by the vast majority. Strengthening oneself and pioneering the islands was the true path to success. Given the current situation, Moo Moo mused that a considerable number of players remained. Perhaps at the game's onset, resources were scarce and the danger minimal, but as the game progressed, difficulty and peril would inevitably escalate. Chapter 6. Slaying Salamanders to Acquire Souls. Exiting the chat channel, Moo Moo turned his gaze to the horizon. The golden prompt had changed. On the southwestern island, there are two enormous spotted salamanders. They are quite dangerous during the day. Now is the optimal time to slay them. These creatures are cunning, so proceed with caution. Moo Moo immediately distilled 3 key pieces of information. First, the amphibians were salamanders, and they were quite large. Second, an opportunity now existed to kill them. Third, there was no longer a prompt regarding weapon proficiency. Perhaps his current skill level met the requirements for engaging them in combat. At night, the sea shimmered under the moonlight, with faint starlight overhead, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere. Most players prefer to adventure during the day and rest at night. However, Moo Moo was different. He intended to seize this exceptional opportunity to slay the 2 dangerous spotted salamanders. He boarded the ship, departed from the island, and set sail towards the southwest. Upon reaching Zinan Island, one is greeted by a profound humidity enveloping the air, shrouded in a mist that evokes the feeling of entering a realm of enchantment. The island appears to have expanded significantly compared to previous visits, adorned with an abundance of vegetation, albeit consisting primarily of lowly grass thickets. Moo Moo cautiously advances, only to encounter 2 colossal creatures before him. The Hoban Yanjian, possessing merely 2 legs and measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length, boasts a flattened, elongated tail extending about 1 meter. Its form bears a resemblance to that of a crocodile, though its snout is not as elongated, featuring fins along its body and a ring of flared skin around its head, reminiscent of an umbrella. These 2 Yanjian lie still beside the rocks in the grass, motionless. A golden prompt appears, indicating that the Hoban Yanjian is resting, assuring Moo Moo that their vision is currently impaired, rendering them oblivious to his presence. However, he must remain vigilant to avoid startling them. With a short knife in hand, Moo Moo remains acutely aware of his surroundings as he stealthily approaches. Were it not for his predicament on this island, Moo Moo would undoubtedly believe himself to have stepped into Jurassic Park. A warning appears, cautioning him to steer clear of their tails, which serve as formidable weapons, yet also represent their Achilles heel. Though their skin is tough, the juncture where the tail connects to the body is their most vulnerable point. A rhythmic croaking sound emanates from ahead, suggesting that they have succumbed to slumber. Moo Moo quietly maneuvers behind one of the Hoban Yanjian, noticing a ring of silvery skin at the base of its tail, distinct in color from the rest of its body. This may indeed be its weak spot. With determination, Moo Moo raises his knife and strikes decisively at its tail. The enormous Huoban Yanjian is cleaved in two, emitting a cry of anguish as it springs upright, then falls back to the ground, writhing in pain. Given that the Yanjian possesses only 2 legs, its tail serves as a third point of support, making it exceedingly difficult for the creature to rise without it. A prompt appears, indicating that the Yanjian has sustained grave injuries, with its abdomen and neck being particularly tender. Now is the opportune moment for a fatal strike. The Huoban Yanjian's abdomen reveals a grayish-white hue as Moo Moo raises his knife once more, aiming for the creature's neck. With a swift motion, he delivers a fatal blow, and green ichor bursts forth, sealing the Yanjian's fate. Its companion, startled from slumber, awakens in a disoriented state, unable to discern its surroundings due to poor vision, flailing about like a headless fly, relentlessly thrashing its tail against the earth. In no time, a deep pit is excavated beneath its frantic movements. A warning appears, advising against proximity, as its powerful tail could easily cause grievous harm. The Huoban Yanjian thrashes wildly, severing large swaths of earth and sending debris flying. Seeking refuge, Moo Moo contemplates a strategy, noting the Yanjian's diminished night vision and its failure to detect him. He surmises that it relies on auditory cues. He gathers a handful of sand and tosses it to the right. The Yanjian immediately begins to thrash its tail in that direction. A subsequent handful hurled to the left elicits the same response. Gradually, Momodisternzert a Petern. While luring the Yanjian's attention away, he stealthily approaches, seizing the moment to sever its tail with a swift stroke. The Yanjian, gasping and croaking, struggles to crawl towards the beach. A dire warning surfaces, urging him to act quickly to prevent its escape. It will attract more formidable marine creatures. Fleeing is not an option. After vanquishing the wild beasts, rewards are inevitable, and it is inconceivable for them to escape easily. A salamander bereft of its tail loses its balance, staggering as it moves, and crawling solely on its 2 legs is a sluggish endeavor. Just before it could burrow into the sea, Moo Moo hastened forward, flipping the salamander and swiftly ending its life with 2 decisive strikes. The salamander struggled on the beach for a brief moment before growing still. 2 corpses of the spotted salamander lay on the ground. The system prompted, Soul 2. The system inquired, the spotted salamander can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed? I choose to disassemble the spotted salamander. The system announced, spotted salamander meat, 8. Spotted salamander skin, 6. Spotted salamander bones, 2. Spotted salamander blood, 900 milliliters. The spoils were indeed plentiful, and provisions were suddenly abundant. Soul, what purpose does it serve? Is it possible to summon the spirits of the departed? Moo Moo began to ponder. Extracting a soul, a greenish hue floated in the palm of his hand, reminiscent of ghostly flames. Soul, acquired by slaying island creatures, possessing various uses, an essential material for activating rune instruments. As of now, there are no rune instruments, rendering it temporarily useless. Moo Moo stored the soul and turned his attention to the other spoils. Spotted salamander meat, rich in nutrients, tender when cooked, easy to chew, with a sweet yet gamey flavor. Hunger satisfaction rating, 3 stars, overall score, 58. Not bad at all, significantly better than bread. However, I wonder if I can tolerate the taste. This substance gives a sensation akin to bullfrog. Moo Moo recalled his first experience with bullfrog, which left him feeling indifferent until he returned home and vomited. Spotted salamander blood contains various trace elements and viral antibodies. Short shelf life, 12 days. Consumption may enhance physical condition and increase disease resistance. Spotted salamander skin, a tough beast hide. Spotted salamander bones, fragile beast bones. The latter 2 items seem rather useless. Yet the salamander blood can actually fortify one's constitution. Moo Moo took out the salamander blood, a pungent odor wafting forth. It was somewhat nauseating. The dark green liquid appeared to bubble, and an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Drink it, consume it. Moo Moo fought against the urge to vomit, pinching his nose, and gulped down the salamander blood in its entirety. Now is not the time for delicacy. Given the current circumstances, many days of consuming raw flesh and blood lie ahead. How can one describe the taste? It is akin to undercooked blood sausage soaked in the skin of roadside roasted duck, with a dash of goat's milk poured in, unpasteurized. Of course, only those who have tasted it would know. Burp. Moo Moo covered his mouth, forcefully suppressing the liquid threatening to resurface. A warm current coursed through his body. Moo felt his vitality rejuvenating, his strength significantly amplified. Perhaps there are other treasures on this island. Moo retrieved his hoe and began to dig. In the salamander's resting area, he discovered 2 large stones and pried them open with great effort. The system prompted, "Stone 1." The system prompted, "Stone 1." Upon opening the stone, to his astonishment, there was a copper treasure chest beneath. This is a bronze chest containing various resources, devoid of any risk. Upon opening the bronze chest, the system prompts, "Iron block X3, water emblem X2, flint X1, bronze chest X1. Disassembling the bronze chest yields bronze block X5. The water emblem brings great joy to Moo, for it is a valuable item. The emblem resembles a metallic plate. The material is indiscernible, etched with peculiar runes. Its outline forming a pentagram with 3 S's at its center, reminiscent of the symbol for water. It feels icy to the touch. The water emblem is an essential material for crafting runic instruments. The flint is a small, elongated cylinder, roughly the thickness of a thumb. The low-tier flint is a tool that generates fire, usable 3 times. Excitedly, Moo realizes he can now start a fire, although it is limited to 3 uses. It is sufficient for several barbecues. The island is also home to some peculiar grasses, marked for harvesting. Moo promptly collects them all. The system prompts, Haiti pasture X10. Haiti pasture seeds X harum. The Haiti pasture serves as the primary food source for terrestrial herbivores on the island, though is inedible by humans. This round of foraging has yielded an abundant harvest. The total resources Moo has gathered thus far are as follows. Resource type: wood X9, sand X30, stone X5. Iron block X4, bronze block X10. Food type: mineral water X1, fresh beef X1, herring canned X4, coconut X36, spotted salamander meat X8. Rune type: soul X2, water emblem X2. Unknown uses or others: scorpion tail grass X10, spotted salamander skin X6, spotted salamander bone X2, flint X1, Haiti pasture X10, Haiti pasture seeds X3. Thus, the materials for repairing the water collector are nearly complete. Moo examines the crafting panel. The water collector requires bronze block X10, iron block X4, wood X9, stone X5. Fire emblem X1, water emblem X2. Only a fire emblem is missing. Moo decides to explore the trading platform, hoping to unearth some treasures. Upon opening the trading panel, he is astonished to find many players have activated the trading function. A cursory glance reveals the overwhelming demand for food and water. How could so many people be lacking sustenance? It seems that in the early stages of the game, resources are scarce, making survival essentials critically important and in short supply. Not everyone enjoys Moo's good fortune. He alone is free from concerns about food and drink. No one is offering a fire emblem for trade. Observing the trading dynamics. Water appears to be the most scarce resource. With over 30 coconuts in his possession, Moo feels he can afford to sell a bottle of water in hopes of acquiring what he needs. In the trading channel, he posts, Seller, Moo 18076. Item for trade, 330 milliliters mineral water, stock. 1. Demand, fire emblem X1. Chapter 7. Trading for the fire emblem. As soon as Moo lists his trading item, the chat channel erupts. Look, someone is actually trading water. Incredible. Is this a display of such extravagance? I searched the trading market today and found no one selling water. Only requests for it. Tonight, someone has put water up for auction. Water is indeed a scarce resource. I have already excavated 2 islands without success. It seems fortune favors the bold today. Who dares to utter nonsense here, unaware of the potential for price inflation? What is the fire emblem? Is it truly more valuable than water? Does anyone possess the fire emblem? I would gladly trade for it. The world channel is abuzz with conversation, and over here, someone has already initiated a private chat with Moo. A dialogue box has spontaneously appeared behind the world and regional channels, facilitating private discussions. Good sir, would you consider exchanging 200 units of sand for your water? My handsome young man, you are quite striking. I am parched. Would you be so kind as to spare me a bottle of water? If we ever meet again, I shall grant you any request you desire. Greetings. I am Wang Si Tsong, the wealthiest individual in Huaxia. I am currently participating in a game called Desert Island Survival, and I find myself stranded on a solitary island. If you agree to provide me with a bottle of water upon my rescue, I shall reward you with assistance in achieving 100 small goals in return for my billions in assets. Good brother, do you require stones? I could trade them for your water. If that is insufficient, I can also offer an additional 10 units of iron. Esteemed gentlemen, I am the renowned actress Yongmu. Are you one of my fans? I am in urgent need of a bottle of water, and should you be able to provide it, I would gift you an autograph photo along with a complete set of clothing and socks I have worn. Dear player, greetings. Due to your elevated level, congratulations on receiving a reward from the Desert Island Survival Game. 100 fire emblems, 10,000 stones, 10,000 iron, 50,000 wood. Simply send a bottle of water to this account to claim your complimentary reward. Many voices call out, yet none possess the fire emblem. Among them are even celebrities, tycoons, and leaders attempting to entice Moo Moo with charm, wealth, and other means, some even resorting to threats. However, Moo Moo remains utterly indifferent. What a commotion! Who here knows whom? Without resources, one cannot hope to obtain water. Who knows if they will even survive to leave this place? There are also some fraudsters, whom Moo Moo cannot be bothered with. After half an hour without a single trade, Moo Moo disappointingly exited the chat channel. The scarcity of water is dire. Yet thus far, no one has acquired the fire emblem. It appears this item is not easily obtained. There is an overwhelming amount of information to process. The private chat channel has a keyword setting feature. Moo Moo promptly designated the fire emblem as a keyword, allowing only relevant messages to trigger conversation. There is still one opportunity for sailing today, but Moo Moo does not intend to venture out to sea. A considerable amount of stamina has already been expended, and the game panel indicates a deficit. One must balance work with rest. Moo Moo entered the rune base to take a rest. This dwelling is quite rudimentary. How wonderful it would be if it could be upgraded. Let us see if there are any related options within the system. Moo Moo opened the function panel and located the rune base. Rune base, a place for players to rest or seek refuge. It can be upgraded. Perhaps you require a suitable tool. Upgrading the base necessitates tools. Moo Moo opened the forging page, setting his sights on a large hammer. Ordinary construction hammer. 2 wood. 1 iron, 2 stones. The materials are sufficient. Thus, a construction hammer is crafted. The system prompts, wood 2, iron block 1, stone 2. The system indicates that the ordinary construction hammer is complete. Before Moo Moo lies a sizable hammer, its handle crafted from solid wood, slightly thicker than a mop handle, while the hammerhead is hewn from a large stone, adorned with a small quantity of iron blocks. The construction hammer allows one to repair and upgrade their raft or survival base. Upon reopening the rune base interface, 2 options appear: upgrade and expand. The expand button is grayed out, indicating that the requirements have not been met. Upgrading is necessary first, and the upgrade function is available. Moo Moo selects the upgrade function. Upgrade progress, 08. Upgrade materials, sand 30, wood 8, stone 15, iron block 5, earth emblem 2, fire emblem 1, water emblem 1, soul 1. Only sand is available. After studying the materials for a while, Moo Moo deduces that they can be added individually and thus opts to begin with the sand. He raises the hammer and strikes the thatched cottage. The system prompts, sand 30. After a few symbolic strikes, the appearance of the rune base transforms. The thatched cottage morphs into an earthen house. The living conditions remain quite poor, yet it appears sturdier, no longer as flimsy as before. Other materials are lacking, but that could be addressed later. At this moment, the system chat interface pops up. Zwa, Meiting 17255. Hello, I have a fire emblem. Are you looking for this? If you give me 5 bottles of water, I am willing to trade. From her avatar, Tang Meiting possesses fair skin, a V-shaped face, large eyes, and an elegant demeanor, presenting herself as a beauty. Finally, a serious buyer has approached Moo Moo, bringing a smile to his face. However, the price seems rather steep, requesting 5 bottles of water right off the bat, a quantity he does not possess. Moo Moo 18076. Miss, you are aware of the scarcity of water resources. Asking for 5 bottles is rather excessive. Such a trade is simply unfeasible for me. Zwa Meiting 17255. Would 3 bottles suffice? I have not found any water all day, and I am extremely thirsty. Moo Moo 18076. That is impossible. I have only 1 bottle remaining. If you do not accept, it may soon be claimed by another or consumed by me. However, considering your apparent sincerity, I can offer you a coconut, which contains a substantial amount of coconut water. Akin to water. Should you have any further extravagant demands, they are out of the question. Zwameiting 17255. How about an additional coconut? Mumu 18076. You are being overly ambitious. If you hesitate any longer, this coconut may vanish as well. Zwameiting 17255. All right, let me think. In business, haggling is essential, but does not warrant excessive demands. Initially, Mumu intended to sell only one bottle of water, but considering the current circumstances, one bottle might not suffice for this lady's needs. So he decided to include a coconut, of which he possesses over 30. This is already his limit, as he is uncertain what challenges lie ahead, and he must stockpile resources. 5 minutes pass. Mumu opened the transaction record and discovered that Tang Mei Ting had exchanged the water for the fire emblem. The coconut and mineral water had vanished, and, simultaneously, a metallic plate appeared in the palm of Mumu's hand. The material of the plate remained indiscernible, emanating a red glow akin to that of a heated branding iron. Chapter 8. Successful Restoration, Water Generated. The center of the fire emblem bore an intricate flame symbol, radiating warmth without being hot, reminiscent of a hand warmer. The fire emblem, one of the magical runes existing in the world of islands, possessed mysterious powers that could be utilized for the synthesis of equipment or artifacts. With the fire emblem in hand, Mumu had gathered all the necessary materials to repair the water collector, ensuring that water would no longer pose a problem. He retrieved the water collector, opened the manufacturing panel, selected the repair tool, and designated the water collector for restoration. The system prompted, abandoned purifier, reparable, repair difficulty, easy. Repair success rate, 95. Special note, if the rune artifact fails to repair, it will be permanently damaged. A golden prompt appeared, asking, would you like to repair? This artifact is only slightly damaged, making the repair simple and unlikely to fail, Mumu affirmed. Repair the water collector. The system indicated, copper block X3, iron block X1. Wood X1, stone X1, fire emblem X1, water emblem X1. The system then announced, the simple water collector has been successfully repaired. The surface of the repaired water collector became smooth and textured, radiating a brilliant light. Cracks and dust had completely vanished, and the patterns on the collector shimmered with blue light, as if numerous liquids or air currents were swirling inside. Simple water collector, a device used by the ancestors of the islands to gather water sources. It is a daily use emblem device that operates upon the addition of fuel, but cannot be used when stored in a wristband. The system continued. The simple water collector can be upgraded. Require materials for upgrade. Blue crystal X20, fire emblem X3, water emblem X3, earth emblem X1, soul X1. The simple purifier can be upgraded a maximum of 2 times. Never mind the upgrade for now. There are too many materials lacking. And what exactly is this new resource, blue crystal? Mumu gazed at the water collector, admiring its exquisite design, resembling a cauldron. It featured a lid, and upon opening it, he found a blue metallic sphere inside, surrounded by a ring of grooves that resembled a sink. The entire bottom of the water collector felt warm, while the upper part was cool. The system further instructed, daily use tools must be placed in a rune base to operate. The system indicated, water gathering function. Adding 3 wood allows operation for 1 hour, yielding 500 milliliters of water per hour. The system added, purification function. Adding 1 soul allows operation for 6 hours, converting seawater and other sources into potable water. Mumu paused in astonishment. A soul can also serve as fuel. This water collector boasts a comprehensive range of functions, divided into water gathering and purification. Water gathering involves collecting moisture from the air and transforming it into water resources, while purification eliminates impurities from seawater, rendering it drinkable with high conversion efficiency. Albeit requiring a soul, Mumu has no intention of utilizing the soul, as this entity necessitates the extermination of marine island creatures for acquisition, rendering it relatively more challenging to procure. Furthermore, its applications are notably broader, warranting its preservation for future endeavors. In contrast, timber is readily available. He decided to test its efficacy. Mumu glanced at the water collector and intoned, insert rune base. The water collector materialized in a corner of the room. He added 3 pieces of timber and activated the collector. System prompt, Timber 3. The water collector emitted a faint sound. Leaning closer, Moo Moo peered inside, observing the central blue metallic sphere beginning to rotate, surrounded by a delicate layer of mist. The furnace at the base ignited, casting a warm reddish-yellow glow. When Moo Moo touched it, he found the temperature to be fairly moderate, approximately between 50 and 60 degrees. After a brief moment, a small amount of water had accumulated in the basin surrounding the metallic sphere. Henceforth, water resources would no longer pose a dilemma. An hour later, the water collector completed its operation. A portion of water had been gathered at the bottom of the cauldron. System prompt. Water, 500 milliliters. Trading 3 pieces of timber for 500 milliliters of water is indeed a lucrative bargain. Moo Moo recalled the scene earlier in the trading channel where everyone was pleading for water. If 3 pieces of timber could be exchanged for 4 or 500 milliliters of water, a frenzy would undoubtedly ensue. Even a single sip would likely be coveted. Moo Moo contemplated this and opened his resource list. At present, his timber supply was limited. Should he not find more during the forthcoming voyage, he would need to resort to using souls to produce water. Thus, Moo Moo resolved to sell some items to procure the resources he required. He opened the trading channel. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 30 milliliters drinking water. Demand, 1 timber. Stock, 16. Trading rules. Each person is limited to 1 purchase. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, fresh beef 1. Demand, 1 fire emblem. Alternative, 1 soul. Stock. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, coconut. In demand, 1 earth emblem. Quantity for sale, 2. Seller's note. Private messages for other emblems are welcome for trade. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, for herring canned goods. Demand, 20 blue crystals. Stock. Trading rules. Private messages for other special items are welcome for trade. All 4 items were successfully sold. 30 milliliters of water, to a normal person, is merely a sip, and Moo Moo's exchange of 30 milliliters of water for 1 timber could be deemed an unscrupulous merchant's act. However, in a state of extreme water scarcity, that single sip could indeed be a lifesaver. Thus, he felt no discomfort, but rather a sense of righteousness. Moo Moo was confident that someone would be willing to buy. For them, it is a time of dire water shortages, making the exchange of 1 timber for a chance at survival unquestionably worthwhile. Furthermore, he must impose trading limits. If purchases were unrestrained, those with abundant timber could easily monopolize the water supply, disrupting the market. Should someone acquire all the water in one fell swoop and then sell it at an exorbitant price, others would be left with no means to progress. This situation inevitably places oneself in a passive position, hindering the acquisition of desired resources. Moo Moo decided to sell the beef, as he harbored a distaste for raw food. More importantly, there exists the option of the more nutritionally rich spotted salamander meat, prompting him to consider parting with the beef in exchange for potentially valuable resources. Ordinary beef lacks significant benefits, while the flesh of island creatures is likely to be highly nourishing. Moo Moo believes that hunting creatures for their meat will become the paramount strategy in the future. The reason for selling herring canned fish is that Moo Moo himself dares not to try it, fearing he might find the taste intolerable and waste it upon opening. It is more prudent to sell it packaged, as foreigners would likely appreciate it. However, obtaining blue crystals seems to be a challenge that may take time. So Moo Moo holds little hope, opting to list it for sale nonetheless. This item serves merely as a means to entice others, to see if anyone has already acquired scarce resources. If the opposing party offers a reasonable price, he might consider a trade. It appears that just moments ago, Tang Mighting exchanged a fire emblem for a coconut, which he deemed quite a bargain. Chapter 9. Forging, obtaining manufacturing blueprints. As soon as Moo Moo listed the trading items, the chat channel erupted once more. Come quickly and see. Boss Moo has started selling water again. Those in need of water should rush to the trading market. What is all the commotion about? Can't you buy quietly? Exactly. You up there, are you looking for more competitors? Each person can only buy once. Perhaps he has already secured his share and is unconcerned. It's no longer worth contemplating. Water is the most scarce resource, and countless people are watching the trading market. Within mere seconds of being listed, it was all snatched up. At this hour, do you still wish to purchase water? You're dreaming. It's no longer a novelty. Boss Moo is even selling coconuts and beef. Quick, everyone, there is still a coconut. I crave coconut water, but alas, my wood supply is insufficient. Woe is me. I see it too. They're herring can fish. Isn't that the notoriously pungent one? Surely no one truly eats such a thing. If you're unwilling to eat it, give it to me. Who has crystals? I'll trade with you. A throng of individuals engaged in this discourse, and Moo Moo had become the center of attention. In the trading channel, most were exchanging resources for food, while Moo Moo contrarily traded food for resources. Souls, crystals, emblems. He had no shortage of desirable goods, which sounded impressively sophisticated. Many others remained unaware of the true utility of these items. Moo Moo opened the trading channel. The demand for water was overwhelming. Within seconds, it was entirely sold out, yielding him 16 units of wood, while other resources remained untraded for the time being. After all, wood is relatively easier to obtain compared to other items. Moo Moo remained unperturbed, deciding to take a nap, hoping for fruitful outcomes by morning. To prevent disturbances in the wee hours, he activated the Do Not Disturb mode for chat messages, added more wood to the water collector, and then drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Moo Moo felt rejuvenated. His stamina had fully restored, and his sailing attempts reset to 5. He checked the water collector and discovered it was nearly full, having accumulated almost 4 liters. A container to hold the water is now required. Upon activating the forging function, I selected to craft a water bucket. The system prompted, wood required. 4. Subsequently, the system notified, standard water bucket, medium, crafted successfully. The standard water bucket, medium, possesses a capacity of 15 liters, suitable for storing various provisions or sources of water. Gathering water resources, Moo Moo poured the water from the water collector into the bucket and set off for the next island. The 6th island was entirely resource-rich, devoid of any peril. On the southern isle, there were 2 boxes of expired instant noodles. Heading north, one could discover a bottle of water. On the eastern deserted island, a vast expanse of banyan grass thrived, barely edible yet lamentably unpalatable. To the southeast, there lay a wooden treasure chest, albeit at a considerable distance, estimated to require 4 hours to reach. The northwestern island was abundant in sandy soil. On the western isle, numerous resources were plentiful, accompanied by a remarkable marine plant whose fruits were consumable. Beneath the sandy shore lay a copper treasure chest. Undoubtedly, embarking westward was the most prudent choice, as it promised both resources and treasure. With the water collector in hand, Moo Moo was no longer in want of water, but rather in need of supplies. He rowed his boat to the western island. The journey took approximately 1 hour, and upon landing, he was greeted by a landscape strewn with stones, iron blocks, copper treasure chests, and a forest at the heart of the island. So many treasure chests? Could it be that fortune smiled upon me today, as if I had stumbled upon a vault? Moo Moo felt a surge of excitement. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these copper treasure chests had been abandoned, their lids all ajar, evoking the impression of long neglect or having been washed ashore by the waves. Within, there was nothing to be found. Although somewhat disheartened, he reasoned that even abandoned treasure chests could be deemed a resource, and finding such an abundance was commendable. What more could one desire? Moo Moo promptly seized his hoe and began to excavate. The system notified, stone, 1 wood, 1 iron block, 1 sand, 1 and abandoned copper treasure chests, 9. The system further indicated, 1 abandoned copper treasure chest can be decomposed into 3 copper. Would you like to decompose? Resolutely, Moo Moo decided to decompose all the copper chests, reasoning that they served no purpose in their current state and would be better transformed into copper ingots. The system confirmed, 9 abandoned copper treasure chests decomposed, yielding 27 copper. After excavating the sand from the beach, Moo Moo discovered an intact copper treasure chest beneath the sandy surface. This copper treasure chest, a tier above the wooden variant, typically contains small surprises, albeit potentially harboring certain dangers. Inside this copper chest lay a mysterious crafting blueprint, devoid of peril. 2 distinct annotations accompanied it. Moo Moo felt a sense of relief as he opened the copper chest, revealing a yellowed blueprint. The system notified, copper treasure chest, 1. And copper treasure chest can be decomposed into 5 copper. Would you like to decompose? The system further prompted, exquisite trapping mechanism blueprint, 1. And exquisite trapping mechanism blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? Moo Moo picked up the crafting blueprint to examine it closely. The surface was adorned with an array of intricate shapes and lines, accompanied by a multitude of annotations and text. Aside from English and Greek, numerous unfamiliar scripts were interspersed throughout. The patterns were interwoven with various advanced mathematical formulas. At the end of the design, a simple sketch depicted a creature reminiscent of a mouse, ensnared within a trap, meeting its demise at the hands of a mechanism. Most people would find it utterly incomprehensible. Yet even Moo Moo, a graduate of a prestigious university's archaeology department, was baffled. What on earth is this? It is clearly not meant for human comprehension. Opening the system's forging page revealed no such item, indicating that special items must be learned through crafting diagrams. He decided to dismantle the copper treasure chest to acquire the crafting diagram. Regardless, he would learn first. Excellent trapping mechanism, crafting diagram. A production tool from early human life. Used for hunting and capturing animals. This diagram comprises two parts, traps and trapping devices. Traps can be used for camouflage, to conceal trapping devices, or for live captures. Trapping devices serve to kill animals. The crafting diagram transformed into a radiant light, penetrating Moo Moo's forehead. System notification. Successfully learned the excellent trapping mechanism crafting diagram. Open the forging page. Moo Moo silently commanded. A list of synthesis options appeared, and, as he scrolled to the end, he found the trapping mechanism. Excellent trapping mechanism. For iron blocks, for copper blocks, 6 timber, 2 stones, 1 soil emblem, 2 ropes. Currently, he lacked sufficient materials, specifically the soil emblem and ropes. Given that there were no animals to hunt on the island, Moo Moo was not in a rush to create the trapping device and proceeded towards the center of the island. Chapter 10. Filtering Conversations. Upgrading the base on the island grew a peculiar fruit. This plant lacked straight branches, with yellow vines sprawling across the ground, bearing clusters of fruit. The fruit, similar in size to oranges, displayed a deep purple-black hue. Moo Moo harvested them all, totaling over 20. Sand fruit. Upon peeling, one can taste the white flesh, which is sweet and sour. The sweetness accounts for 70, while acidity is 30. Rich in vitamins, it boasts high nutritional value. Current hunger satiation index, 2 stars. Overall rating, 35. Feeling somewhat parched, Moo Moo picked one up in his hand. The exterior of the sand fruit was hard, its purple-black skin exuding an air of mystery, appearing quite exquisite. The rough skin required a firm grip to break open, revealing the translucent pulp within. The flesh was divided into 4 segments. Upon placing one in his mouth and biting down, a burst of fresh juice gushed forth. The flavor was reminiscent of lemon water sweetened with sugar, a delightful interplay of sour and sweet sensations invigorating his palate, prompting an immediate salivation. It was utterly delightful, delicious. Moo Moo couldn't help but exclaim. He had never tasted such a fruit before. After finishing the sand fruit, he also collected the vines that bore it. System notification, sand fruit X1, system notification, sand fruit X1, system notification, sand fruit vine X1, system notification, sand fruit vine X1. After half an hour of harvesting, the entire small island was nearly stripped bare, and Moo Moo had profited immensely. With the previously gathered supplies, the current resources are as follows: 30 units of wood, 50 units of sand, 30 units of stone, 27 units of iron, and 39 units of copper, 20 milliliters of water, 1 unit of fresh beef, for cans of herring, 34 coconuts, 8 units of spotted salamander meat, and 23 sand fruit, 2 souls, and 1 water emblem, 10 units of scorpion tail grass, 6 units of spotted salamander skin, 2 units of spotted salamander bones, 1 flint, 10 units of Haitian grass, 3 Haitian grass seeds, and 4 sand fruit vines. The emblem remains insufficient. Moo Moo pondered that to upgrade the rune base, he still needed some resources which some individuals might already possess. He decided to check for any updates in the trading information. Upon opening the trading channel and chat, the world and regional channels refreshed several pages of messages, leaving Moo Moo no time to read through them. He directly entered private chat, where a flood of messages appeared. Hey there, could you spare me a few coconuts? Moo Moo, do you still remember me? I'm your elementary school teacher. I'm nearly starving. Can't you spare me some food? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Let us see if you could be a good person. Big shot. I have Haitian grass and would like to trade for 2 coconuts. Is that possible? How about trading scorpion tail grass for beef? I have 8 units. Do you need ordinary workbook crafting diagrams? What about red emotional lingerie? Do you want a small whip? Candles or high heels? The items available for trade were incredibly diverse. Reviewing each one would waste a considerable amount of time, as some were pleas for charity or attempts to morally manipulate Moo Moo. Fortunately, the private chat system had a filtering function to eliminate some of the irrelevant messages. Moo Moo focused primarily on crafting diagrams, souls, emblems, and crystals. Souls and crystals were not mentioned by anyone, but there were quite a few crafting diagrams and emblems available. After half an hour of sifting through, Moo Moo finally found some useful information and chose to respond. Belgrills 18281. Hello, esteemed sir, I currently possess a soil emblem, a fire emblem, a high-quality hunting bow crafting diagram, and a regular crystal lamp crafting diagram. If you're interested in a trade, what would you require? The individual named Bell appeared to have short hair and a high-nose bridge, with 3 faint wrinkles on his forehead, giving him a spirited appearance. From the profile picture, he seemed to be British, though it was unclear why his messages were in Chinese. Perhaps the chat system had an inbuilt translation function. Moo Moo 18076. I would like them all. I can offer you a piece of fresh beef for cans of herring and 10 sand fruits. Since no one currently had crystals, it seemed prudent to offer the herring to this foreigner, as it had originally come from abroad, and they might be accustomed to its flavor. Belgrills 18281. It would be my honor. Thank you so much, dear Mr. Moo. I'm famished. Moo Moo 18076. Please hold on. I needed to list the items before re-editing. After a brief exchange between the two, the transaction was completed shortly thereafter. System notification. 1 fresh beef, 10 sand fruits, and 4 cans of herring have been successfully traded. Moo Moo found himself in possession of 2 manufacturing blueprints, still as obscure and difficult to comprehend as ever. The system prompted him, indicating that the exquisite hunting bow blueprint could be learned. He was similarly offered the ordinary crystal lamp blueprint for learning. Without hesitation, he chose to learn both. The blueprints transformed into 2 beams of light, penetrating Moo Moo's mind. The exquisite hunting bow blueprint described a formidable armament-type rune combat device, capable of effortlessly piercing through iron plates, with arrows that flew as swiftly as the wind. The ordinary crystal lamp blueprint outlined a daily-use illumination device, effective within a range of 5 to 20 meters. Moo Moo accessed the manufacturing page to examine the synthesis methods. The exquisite hunting bow required 302 units of wood, 273 units of iron, 393 units of copper, and 1 wind rune. The ordinary crystal lamp demanded 302 units of wood, 40 units of glass, 271 units of iron, 1 light rune, 5 colorless crystals, and 5 fluorescent herbs. Alas, he found himself unable to synthesize these items due to a lack of runes, glass, crystals, and fluorescent herbs. However, he felt no urgency, for with so many players around, there would inevitably be those who discovered valuable items for trade. Moo Moo perused the trading list and exchanged coconuts for 2 earth runes, finally gathering the materials required to upgrade the rune base. He opened the upgrade page for the rune base, which displayed an upgrade progress of 18. The required materials included 308 units of wood, 3015 units of stone, 275 units of iron, 32 earth runes, 11 fire runes, 1 water rune, and 21 souls. With all upgrade materials added, the system confirmed the consumption of 8 units of wood, 15 units of stone, 5 units of iron, 2 earth runes, 1 fire rune, 1 water rune, and 1 soul. Moo Moo then grasped the construction hammer and began to strike the rune base. The system announced the successful completion of the upgrade for the ordinary rune base. A flash of light emanated from beneath the base, illuminating the surroundings, and the entire rune base appeared completely revitalized. Chapter 11. Acquisition of the Beast Egg. The interior environment of the rune base transformed into a clean and tidy haven, its area doubling in size. The space was no longer cramped. It had evolved into a square, compact dwelling. The air within was fresh and pleasant, with a moderate temperature, suggesting excellent ventilation and lighting, likely due to the influence of the runes. Outside the room, sturdy walls now stood in place, dispelling the previous impression of fragility, which had once seemed vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind or downpour. Additionally, numerous construction interfaces had emerged within the rune base. Solid wood floor, 225, glass window, glass 06, wood 226, heater, sand 10015, stone 155, iron block 2210, clay 010. Water 4,020 milliliters 2,000 milliliters, underfloor heating, installable after adding heater, iron block 2225, copper block 3415, sand 10020, stone 153, water 4020 milliliters 10,000 milliliters, stove, clay 05, sand 10010, stone 153. Iron block 222, water 4020 milliliters 1000 milliliters. Wooden door upgrade to copper wood door. Wood 224, copper block 343. Some items can be upgraded, while others can be rebuilt or added. Mumu took a glance and noticed that most items still lacked sufficient materials. However, the wooden door could be upgraded. Driven by a slight sense of compulsion, Mumu decided to upgrade the door first. After all, enhancing the door would increase the room's security and improve its insulation, as the previous wooden door was rather unimpressive. Upgrading the wooden door. System notification. Wood 4, copper block 3. System notification. The wooden door has been upgraded to a copper wood door. Copper wood door. Durability 100. Soundproofing 50. Insulation 100. Windproof 100. Security 50. Due to the substantial haul of resources, the system's ship cargo notification had turned red. It seemed necessary to clear some sand or upgrade the raft. Otherwise, there would not be enough space to carry future treasures. Mumu murmured, "Open the ship interface." The ship interface consists of 3 functions: repair, upgrade, improve. Currently, both the upgrade and improvement functions were entirely unusable, displayed as gray buttons, with only the repair button lit. Clearly, to enhance the ship's performance, the dilapidated raft needed repairs first. Mumu clicked on the repair function. Repair progress 0, 1. Repair materials. Soul 11, wood 185. Iron block 222, wood emblem 01, water emblem 01, wind emblem 01. Repairing the ship is different from constructing a rune base. Materials must be gathered all at once, and individual additions are not permitted. Presently, 3 types of emblems were lacking. These items are exceedingly rare, so trading might be the best option. Opening the trading channel. Mumu listed 2,000 milliliters of water. Seller, Mumu 18076. Trade item, 500 milliliters water. Requirement, 1 wind emblem. Alternatives, 1 water emblem. 1 wood emblem. Stock. With a generous reward, brave souls will surely emerge. After listing the water, Mumu proceeded to the next island. Sailing south, you may discover a set of precious photographs taken by teacher Guangzai and a piece of soft, clean silicone, which can help alleviate the solitude of your journey. Setting sail eastward, you may find a small amount of food, though it may not satisfy your appetite. On the island to the southeast, a timid marine creature basks in the sun. It poses no threat, but is extremely sensitive to sound and sight, fleeing at the slightest scare. The northern island is infested with numerous pests that will quickly burrow into your clothing and feast upon your skin. This will not be fatal, but it may cause your skin to itch. On a small island in the west, there exists a grove. In the northwestern direction lies an island with but a single egg, harboring mysterious powers. 3 directions offer resources, 2 are inhabited by creatures, and another direction holds an egg. Mumu smacked his lips. What kind of egg is it? One that can be consumed? Will it turn me into a superhuman upon ingestion? However, the hint did not indicate any risks and suggested that it contained enigmatic powers. Mumu resolved to investigate. For the other directions did not present any enticing resources worth pursuing. As Mumu embarked on his wooden raft, he noticed a significant increase in its weight, causing it to sit deeper in the water and making it more laborious to paddle than before. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the northwestern island. Upon landing, his vision cleared, reminiscent of his initial arrival on the island. This island, too, measured less than 5 square meters, its beach stark and barren, save for a solitary white egg half buried in the sand, with a portion of its shell exposed. The egg was larger than a basketball, resembling an ostrich egg in shape. Mumu approached and brushed aside the loose sand, revealing golden letters that danced before him. A wondrous beast egg, devoid of any danger. This egg is a precious item, nurturing a delightful little life within, capable of alleviating your loneliness. Treat it well, and it shall add much joy to your journey. A pet egg? Does it hatch into a treasure? Mumu scratched his head, pondering if it might produce a beautiful maiden. Could it be a mermaid's egg? He mused on a vital question that had puzzled him since school. What is the correct way to interact with a mermaid? This conundrum had lingered in his mind for years, a riddle yet unsolved. Otherwise, he might end up like the fisherman in that riddle, capturing a mermaid only to return her to the sea, for he would have no idea how to utilize her, leaving him with an extra mouth to feed. Moo carefully excavated the egg from the beach, examining it closely. The surface bore intricate patterns, reminiscent of those on design blueprints, akin to engravings on a coat of arms. The system prompted him. Emblem Egg 1. The emblem egg. It seals within it an immature island creature. Embrace the egg against your chest to hatch it, and upon hatching, it will bind with you, granting you a loyal companion. Alternatively, you may cook the emblem egg and consume it, as it possesses high nutritional value. Not yet starving, Moo dismissed the idea of eating the egg. He decided to take a chance and see what it might hatch into. He was uncertain about the size or special abilities of the creature that might emerge. If it turned out to be particularly voracious, it would occupy a precious share of his provisions. A gamble it would be. Moo removed his shirt and cradled the egg in his arms. Should it hatch into something useless, he could always fatten it up and then dispose of it. Chapter 12. Adoption. Opening the pet interface. The moment he embraced the emblem egg, a chilling sensation coursed through his chest, soon transforming into a warm connection between them. The warm, gentle heat permeated through the eggshell, enveloping Moo's entire being, akin to the sensation of lying atop an electric blanket or a warm pack. The intricate patterns etched upon the eggshell began to glow softly, subsequently commencing a delicate tremor. Moo could distinctly perceive a creature within the shell writhing and struggling as if yearning to break free. As the runes inscribed upon the shell grew, increasingly luminous, the quaking intensified. Moments later, a crisp crack resonated, and the eggshell shattered into fragments, for which emerged a fluffy creature, illuminated by a silvery radiance. Remarkably, the entire hatching process took less than a minute, showcasing its swiftness. Upon its arrival, the creature burrowed into Moo's embrace, vigorously nuzzling against his skin with its head, occasionally licking Moo's chin with its soft, moist tongue. This sensation seemed to convey that it regarded Moo as its parental figure. Ticklish, oh so ticklish, Moo instinctively squirmed. Yet the feeling was undeniably pleasant. Moo meticulously observed this adorable little life nestled in his arms. Its skin primarily bore an orange-red hue, adorned with bold black stripes reminiscent of a tiger, yet brighter in tone and with more pronounced markings. A tuft of pale yellow hair crowned its head, resembling a comb, while the coloration of its body transitioned from just below its nose to its chest, mirroring the light yellow atop its head. Its tail also showcased the same fluffy light yellow fur. The creature's expression was endearingly foolish, rendering it utterly charming. Is it a cat? A dog? A tiger? Moo had never encountered such an unusual creature and found himself deep in contemplation, ultimately concluding that it resembled none of these. It was a creature of its own unique kind. The little one emitted a soft, plaintive whimper, akin to a plea for affection. Instinctively, Moo cradled it, experiencing a wondrous resonance and warmth within himself. Its body was incredibly soft, reminiscent of a Pomeranian in texture. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched a pet. The Katy Dog. Katy Dog. Friendly and honest, it will bare its teeth and bark fiercely to chase away foes when faced with danger. Fearless in the presence of larger and stronger opponents, it embodies bravery and reliability. With a keen sense of smell, it will never forget a scent once encountered. Capable of discerning the emotions of others through olfaction. System notification. The pet page has been activated. You may view the pet's abilities and status through this page. The pet functionality within the system panel illuminated brightly. A pet sprite? It felt akin to unboxing a mystery gift, and it appeared quite promising. Although uncertain of the Katy Dog's capabilities and combat prowess, its undeniable cuteness made it a splendid companion to alleviate the solitude of travel and dispel Moo's worries. The thought of unearthing a grotesque creature that could haunt him for days was unsettling. Yet, one could only wonder about this creature's appetite, given the currently limited food supply. Ideally, it would not be overly voracious. The Katy Dog was simply exquisite, with its pair of glistening, expressive eyes, reminiscent of both lions and tigers, albeit in a juvenile form. Its entire body was delightfully soft and pleasantly plump. Moo placed it upon the sandy shore, as the catagoo, with its short yet sturdy legs, marched around him with an air of confidence and swagger, occasionally nudging its head affectionately against his leg. The catagoo stood at a height of 70 centimeters and weighed approximately 20 kilograms, its robust physique suggesting a male. Moo resolved to first ascertain its fundamental information. He navigated to the pet page. Catagoo, name, unnamed, attribute, fire, egg group, land, initial affection, 7 status, healthy evolution condition, firestone skills intimidate, ignite, upon reviewing the skills. Intimidate emits a deafening roar accompanied by powerful sound waves that can deter foes or induce confusion, lasting 5 seconds, usable 3 times. With a cooldown of 1 hour. Ignite alters the direction of a fire source, creating a safe zone within the flames, or adds a certain amount of fire-type damage to the enemy's basic attacks. Note, Catagoo does not possess the ability to ignite spontaneously. Indeed, in perilous situations, this creature could be a lifesaver or serve as an excellent guardian. After all, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. Moo crouched down to stroke the little one's head, pondering what name to bestow upon it. Woof woof. The catagoo barked excitedly. Woof woof. Moo mused, nodding thoughtfully. That name suits you well, from now on. You shall be called Wong Wong, or Cuddy. As someone lacking creativity in naming, this was the best Moo could muster, as evident from his own name. The beach offered no resources to gather, prompting Moo to survey the surrounding routes. To the west, the island is remarkably flat, with soft, fine sands, basking in pleasant sunlight and a delightful climate, ideal for lounging and soaking up the rays. To the east, there are a few enticing magazines and a handful of snacks, which could alleviate the solitude of your journey. To the northeast, a small island abundant with fruits to stave off hunger awaits. To the south, an island rich in nutritious wild vegetables can be found. To the southeast, the island is entirely barren. To the north, resources abound, guarded by a colossal unicorn walrus, a formidable beast known for its immense size and ferocity. While they possess great attacking power, they are notably intimidated by the barks of canine creatures. Your catagoo is their natural adversary. Though it may not be capable of vanquishing the unicorn walrus, it can certainly frighten them away. Creatures that flee will return along the same path after 10 minutes. Wild vegetables and fruits appear promising, treasures that might be coveted by other survivors. Yet Moo yearned for resources. With Wong by his side, he felt no fear of the unicorn walrus. However, having adopted a pet had led to an overloading of his raft due to space constraints. Before him lay 2 choices: to discard some temporarily unnecessary resources or to utilize them. Yet both options pose a dilemma. Discarding resources felt wasteful, while utilizing them would necessitate consumption. Overeating would lead to waste as well. Perhaps the trading market would yield some news. Moo activated the trading and chat channels, and a plethora of private messages immediately flooded in. Water had been completely purchased, and he obtained 2 Feng Ji Wins Hang, 1 Mu Ji Wins Hang, and 1 Shui Ji Wins Hang. The raft could now be repaired. Chapter 13. Crafting traps. Moo opened the ship interface. Repair the raft. System notification. Soul 1, Wood 5, Iron Block 2. Mu Ji Wins Hang 1, Shui Ji Wins Hang 1. Feng Ji Wins Hang 1. Moo picked up the hammer and began to strike the raft. System notification. Ordinary raft repair successful. Raft repaired into a wooden ship. The repaired raft retained its size, yet its surface appeared notably more robust and smooth, no longer exuding a dilapidated aura. It glided faster in the water, could carry more supplies, and had now transformed into a more ship-like form. Following the repair, the upgrade button illuminated, indicating that the vessel was eligible for enhancement. Moo accessed the upgrade feature for inspection. Ordinary wooden ship upgrade to small fishing boat. Wood 20, Iron Block 10. Copper Block 2, Shui Ji Wins Hang 2. Feng Ji Wins Hang 1, Rope 10, Soul 1. Lamentably, he lacked sufficient materials for the upgrade and thus opted not to pursue it. The enhancement feature remained unavailable, suggesting that upgrading the wooden ship to a fishing boat was necessary for further modifications. Moo boarded the wooden ship, cradling Ka-Di in his arms as they arrived at the 8th island. Upon disembarking, Moo grasped his dagger firmly, prepared for any eventuality. However, he did not encounter any sea elephants, but rather a dense thicket of plants, resembling the height of Ka-Di. The leaves were long, hard, and sharp, akin to blades, adorned with minute thorns, and the entire plant bore resemblance to a hedgehog. Longjinglanjima, leaf fiber crop with long, tough fibers of excellent quality, suitable for rope making. Surveying the area, he spotted approximately 40 to 50 of these plants, some adorned with clusters of white flowers. Their purpose? Rope production? They were ripe for harvesting. Moo took out his hoe and began to dig. Thus far, he had not encountered any dangerous creatures. Yet the system warned of a unicorn sea elephant on the island, prompting Moo to exercise utmost caution, with Ka-D closely following behind. System notification. Longjinglingima 1. System notification. Longjinglingima 1. System notification. Longjinglingima 1. After fully harvesting, he had collected a total of 52 plants and obtained 10 seeds of Longjinglingima. Just then, a massive creature suddenly lunged out from behind a rock. Its skin was jet black, adorned with a sturdy horn atop its head, and as it opened its mouth, 2 sharp tusks were revealed. The beast glared at Moo with fierce eyes, brimming with aggression. A golden notification appeared. This is a unicorn sea elephant, possessing a strong territorial instinct and formidable aggression. Exceptionally fierce, you're no match for it. However, your companion Ka-D is its natural nemesis. Leverage Ka-D's abilities to vanquish it. A low growl emanated from the unicorn sea elephant's throat as it slowly approached Moo. The creature's head bobbed up and down, seemingly conveying to Moo, "You have trespassed into my territory." Woof woof, woof woof. Ka-D sensed the ominous presence of danger and, refusing to back down, allowed a fierce roar at the Yinjia Haixiong. The Yinjia Haixiong momentarily paused, taken aback by the unexpected challenge. Moo stepped back, gently patting Ka-D's head, urging Ka-D, "Go. I rely on you." With a confident bark, Ka-D raised its proud head and suddenly accelerated, lunging towards the Yinjia Haixiong. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Despite the colossal size difference, the Yinjia Haixiong being approximately 3 times larger than Ka-D, the latter moved with remarkable speed, darting and leaping, managing to leave several scratches on the Yinjia Haixiong's tough hide. Unfortunately, the creature's skin was exceedingly thick, rendering Ka-D's efforts ineffective and only serving to provoke its ire. The Yinjia Haixiong swiftly increased its speed, angrily swinging its sharp tusks towards Ka-D. In that moment, neither party gained an advantage. This stalemate could not continue. Moo shouted urgently, "Ka-D, unleash your powerful sound to frighten it." Upon hearing this, Ka-D quickly darted away for over 10 meters, establishing a safe distance from the Yinjia Haixiong, then executed a sharp turn and halted. Seeing Ka-D's retreat, the Yinjia Haixiong charged after it. As it approached, it suddenly noticed Ka-D's eyes gleaming with intensity, its fur bristling like a hedgehog's spines. In an instant, Ka-D opened its mouth and emitted a deafening sound. Wail! The sound resembled a ghostly wail, akin to the howling of wolves in a summer night's ravine, and echoed like a ferocious tiger's roar. The Yinjia Haixiong trembled violently, swiftly turned its massive head, and bolted towards the shoreline, plunging into the sea. Ka-D's sonic waves were directional, and Moo remained unfazed. The Yinjia Haixiong has retreated. It will return to the beach in 10 minutes. If you choose not to leave the island, please prepare for a second battle. Excellent. Come here, Ka-D. Moo called Ka-D over, affectionately stroking its head. You performed splendidly. Ka-D, filled with excitement, leapt up and playfully licked Moo in response to the praise. Though the Yinjia Haixiong had fled, it would return soon. Now Moo faced 2 choices: either gather some resources and depart the island, or wait for its return to engage in another fierce battle. However, the island was vast, and 10 minutes may not suffice to gather all the resources. If the Yinjia Haixiong returned for another confrontation, Moo would be at a disadvantage. What to do? The rope. Moo immediately thought of the recently harvested Longjinglingima, a plant that could be fashioned into rope. Thus, with a few additional materials, he could attempt to construct a trapping mechanism. Moo promptly checked the crafting method for the trapping device. Exquisite trapping mechanism. Iron block 204, copper block 364, wood 136, stone 152, earth emblem 11, rope 2. The materials were nearly sufficient, lacking only 2 ropes. He then opened a recipe for rope crafting. Common hemp rope. Any hemp-like plant, Longjinglingima is applicable. 5 Longjinglingima would yield only 1 rope. I need to craft 2 ropes, Moo silently reminded himself. System notification. Longjinglingima 10. System notification. Rope 2. Synthesize a fine trapping device. System notification. Iron block 4, copper block 4, wood 6, stone 2, earth emblem 1. Rope 2. System notification. The fine trapping device has been successfully crafted. Fine trapping device. Capable of capturing medium to small reptiles. Ineffective against large reptiles or avian creatures. Although the unicorn walrus possesses a considerable size, it is classified as a medium-sized creature within the realm of marine life. Thus, it can be ensnared. Chapter 14. Capturing the unicorn walrus within the survival base. An enormous metallic apparatus has emerged, accompanied by an array of supplementary tools, stones, and wooden spikes. Moo opted to retrieve the trapping device, prompting a system notification. Please select a location to place the trapping device. Numerous options for placement appeared upon the ground. Given that this device is intended to ensnare the unicorn walrus, it should be positioned in a location frequented by the walrus to enhance the likelihood of capture. The notification indicated that the unicorn walrus would return along the same route in 10 minutes. Thus, it may be prudent to place it along its path of return. Recalling his earlier impressions, Moo identified a suitable location. Following the system prompt, he selected the spot and clicked Commence Digging. The hoe swung vigorously, and soon a 2-meter deep pit was excavated. Estimating the depth, Moo deemed it sufficient for capturing the unicorn walrus. He placed the trapping device within the pit, buried spikes beneath, covered it with soil, and positioned a boulder nearby, rendering it nearly invisible from above. As Moo gazed at his creation, he mused upon the formidable nature of this trapping device. The steel-like mechanism possessed immense elasticity. Upon activation, it could instantaneously sever the bones of the unicorn walrus. The sharply pointed spikes were exceedingly lethal, capable of penetrating the flesh of any beast. Once ensnared, the creature would trigger the nearby, falling rocks, ensuring that any unicorn walrus that fell into the trap would meet its demise without fail. System notification. Would you like to add bait? Adding bait will increase the probability of successful capture by 90. Must bait be added? Moo opened the toolbar to examine the trapping device's instructions. Without bait, the creature's descent into the trap would rely solely on chance, with the timing of capture remaining uncertain until the beast inadvertently stumbled upon the trap. However, by adding bait, he could attract the creature closer, allowing for swift and precise capture. Add bait. Moo made his choice. He had no time to waste with the walrus. System notification. Please select the type of bait to add. To capture herbivorous animals, 2 pasture grass is required. To capture carnivorous animals, 1 piece of any meat is required. Logically, the unicorn walrus should be classified as a carnivore, yet Moo was uncertain. Who could ascertain the discrepancies between this bizarre island world and reality? To be safe, he added 1 piece of spotted salamander meat and 2 pasture grass. System notification. Bait added successfully. Pasture grass 2, spotted salamander meat 1. With all preparations complete, the 10 minutes were nearly up. Moo and Go concealed themselves behind a rock, observing from a distance. Before long, the rhythmic sound of water echoed from the beach. Suddenly, with a splash, the unicorn walrus emerged from the surface of the sea. Upon observing, Moo noticed that Katie Dog was becoming somewhat agitated, displaying signs of wanting to engage in battle. Quickly, he gestured for silence, saying, "Katie, remain still. Let us observe for a while and conserve our strength." Katie Dog responded softly, burrowing into Moo's embrace. The unicorn walrus slowly crawled onto the sand, glancing around before making its way towards its territory. Unexpectedly, it came to a halt, drawn by a piece of meat not far away. The succulent flesh tantalized its taste buds, prompting the walrus to hasten towards it, its rotund body moving with surprising speed, reaching the meat in an instant. With a thud, the unicorn walrus fell into a trap. Before it could emit a cry, the ground spikes pierced its skin and falling stones from the opening struck it, delivering a final blow. System notification. You have successfully hunted 1 unicorn walrus, 2 souls. Moo was slightly taken aback. He had previously believed that slaying an animal would yield only 1 soul. System notification. Unicorn walrus meat, 15. System notification. Unicorn walrus skin, 5. System notification. Unicorn walrus blood, 1,500 milliliters. System notification. Unicorn walrus bones, 3. System notification. Beast horn, 1. It appeared that the unicorn walrus yielded a substantial amount of meat, though he was uncertain of its edibility or flavor. Mumu opened his system backpack to examine the items. Unicorn walrus meat. Tender and juicy, rich in nutrients, excellent taste. Current satiation index, 3 stars. Overall rating, 72. This unicorn walrus meat was far superior to that of the spotted salamander. At least it was not unpalatable. Unicorn walrus blood. Ordinary marine creature's blood. Consumed warm, it removes the fishy taste and enhances skin toughness, increasing resistance to impact. Unicorn walrus bones. Common beast bones. Seemingly of little use. Beast horn. A mysterious bait, properties unknown. The beast horn could be retained for now, as Mumu was unaware of its purpose. The unicorn walrus blood seemed valuable, yet he did not intend to consume it immediately. Having gathered some basic materials, Mumu planned to start a fire at noon to prepare a meal, intending to heat the unicorn walrus blood to eliminate its fishy flavor. Mumu stored the trapping mechanism and began to excavate other resources on the island. System notification, wood, 1. System notification, sand, system notification, stone, 1 in total. Mumu collected 20 units of wood, 12 iron blocks, 8 stones, and 50 units of sand. Due to the cumbersome nature of the sand and its abundance, he discarded 20 units. The area of the island was significantly larger than before, roughly 200 to 300 square meters, with a small mound of earth in the center. As Mumu circled around the mound to the opposite side of the island, he noticed that something appeared to be buried beneath the sand, with half of it exposed. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a ship. System notification, an abandoned ship has been discovered. The entire vessel is constructed of wood, half of it buried in the earth, while the other half tilts skyward, evoking a sense of having endured a tempest or some other calamity. The ship appears to have suffered a malfunction, ultimately finding its way to this island. Through the passage of time, the hull has become weathered and worn. The traces of human activity? Mumu pondered, surmising that this ship is most likely abandoned. The system's blue prompt conveyed, "This is a derelict vessel, devoid of any peril. Its internal components have rusted and deteriorated. You may attempt to dismantle and repair them, as they might prove useful. The cabin may harbor valuable items that could assist you in your maritime adventures." A golden reminder followed. With no danger apparent, Mumu circled the ship, finding no remnants of human bones. Chapter 15. Discovery of the abandoned vessel. It was evident that this ship had been forsaken for many years. Its owner had either perished at sea or succumbed to a sea beast on this very island. Yet, such matters did not occupy Mumu's thoughts at present. He needed to dismantle the vessel. System prompt. The abandoned ship can be disassembled. Do you wish to proceed? Disassemble, Mumu exclaimed, brandishing a hoe to commence his task. With mere symbolic strikes against the decaying ship, it diminished at a visibly rapid pace. The hull was deeply embedded in the damp sand, and, as he excavated the bottom, he unexpectedly unearthed numerous mollusks and several crabs that scuttled away. A plethora of resource collection prompts appeared before him. System prompt. Shipwood 20, dilapidated helm 1. Discarded ship engine 1, waterlogged rusted generator 1, glass 8, copper pieces 5, iron pieces 5, waterlogged radio 1, survival supply pack 1, water emblem 1, wood emblem 1. Wild oysters 30, clams 20, scallops 15, wild sea snails 50, crabs 6. So much? Mumu rejoiced, his fortune seemingly turned. Not only were there abundant supplies and equipment, but also delectable seafood. Yet, he was uncertain of its edibility and opened the panel to investigate. Sea snail, belonging to the class of gastropod mollusks. Characterized by a slightly diamond-shaped shell edge, thick and robust shell, approximately 10 centimeters in height, with 6 whorls. Its coloration a flesh hue with a surface texture reminiscent of brown cloth. The aperture is notably large, and the interior is apricot-colored with a pearl scent luster. Edible and delicious. Clam, a member of bivalve mollusks, featuring 2 hard, thick shells that are somewhat quadrilateral, with symmetrical halves and pronounced growth lines forming uneven concentric rings. The inner surface is grayish-white. They inhabit shallow, sandy shores. Edible and delicious. Wild shao. It belongs to the class of bivalve mollusks. Characterized by 2 dissimilar shells that exhibit a rough surface and a dark gray hue. The upper shell is prominently arched in the center, while the lower shell, larger and exceedingly flat, adheres to other objects and has a comparatively smooth edge. The inner surfaces of both shells are white and smooth. Edible and delicious. They are a delightful culinary treat. An array of seafood options emerged, all devoid of toxicity, rich in nutrients, and exquisite in flavor. Unexpectedly, a seafood feast was unearthed, causing Moo to salivate. Lunch was indeed promising. However, the equipment aboard the vessel seemed non-functional, leaving uncertainty about the possibility of repairs, and he felt rather like a scavenger. System prompt. 20 ship could be exchanged for 20 timber. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? System prompt. The survival supply pack can be disassembled. Would you like to do so? After some contemplation, Moo concluded that the timber was sufficient for now, and the ship might have other uses for future vessel enhancements. Conversely, the survival supply pack warranted inspection. He resolved to retain the ship wood and disassemble the survival pack, silently affirming his decisions. System prompt. 20 canned goods with a 200-year shelf life. System prompt. 3 distress signal flares. System prompt. 1 handy toolbox. System prompt. 20 spare wires. There was an abundance of items, yet the distress signal flares appeared ineffective. In this survival game on a deserted island, even if launched, no one would witness them. And even if by chance they were seen, no one would come to rescue him. At most, they could serve to scare off timid beasts. Moo shifted his gaze downward, contemplating the canned goods with a shelf life of 200 years, which he was reluctant to consume. Who could ascertain how many preservatives and nitrites were included? One bite could be perilous. A toolbox? Moo opened the functional panel. Handy toolbox contains various sizes of wrenches, screwdrivers, hammers, measuring tapes, Swiss Army knives, and more, along with a set of nail clippers and numerous screws. It was a comfort to Moo that the survival supply pack boasted excellent waterproof and abrasion-resistant qualities, ensuring the contents were well preserved. The nail clippers were particularly useful for grooming, though a razor and hair clippers would have been welcome additions. With such a plethora of items, Moo decided to postpone further investigation until he had more leisure time to discern what could be repaired. He turned his gaze towards the sea, seeking a suitable navigational direction. Proceeding east will yield nothing, and the surrounding islands are equally desolate. On the western route, a colossal ocean storm awaits. Traversing the storm could reward you with 2 copper treasure chests, but your vessel is currently ill-equipped to withstand such turbulence, resulting in the loss of half your supplies. To the southeast, an island harbors a treasure chest, yet it is inhabited by 2 fire-tailed giant hawks. These formidable creatures are large and aggressive, preying on small terrestrial animals, posing a dire threat to your canine companion, Catago. Exercise caution, for your beloved pet may well become their meal. While terrestrial weapons pose little threat to them, their considerable size makes them susceptible to ranged attacks. In the southwestern region lies a small expanse of tropical rainforest, inhabited by numerous one-eyed giant pythons. These creatures are exceedingly perilous, exhibiting remarkable speed and immense strength, capable of devouring an elephant whole. Entering this domain would undoubtedly lead to one's demise. To the north, there exists an island that is an active volcano, and the moment one sets foot on it, they will be engulfed by molten lava. Such a choice is indeed arduous. Moo has no desire to venture to the resourceless island, as he does not intend to squander an opportunity for exploration. Among the remaining islands, only the one to the southeast presents a somewhat lesser degree of danger, although the island to the west offers 2 copper treasure chests. The potential loss of half his supplies renders it unworthy of consideration. Yet, he remains unable to resolve a critical issue: the formidable fire-tailed giant hawk. A dangerously fierce bird of prey cannot be accommodated within the runic base, and Moo is reluctant to part with this delightful companion. This predicament has left Moo in a state of considerable quandary. The beasts of the sky cannot be ensnared by traps, and the short knife in his possession will manifest little efficacy against such a fierce raptor. Would it be prudent to escape to another island at the first sign of danger? This notion briefly flickered in Moo's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as too perilous. Should he fail to escape, he would find himself in an exceedingly vulnerable position. Perhaps possessing a bow and arrows would enhance his chances of survival. Moo tirelessly perused the system panel, hoping to uncover some useful tools. A finely crafted hunting bow. He recalled that he possessed a blueprint for its creation. However, he lacked the necessary materials, specifically the wind emblem. Chapter 16. Crafting a barbecue rack, synthesizing a hunting bow. He also needed to visit the trading market, where he might find valuable items for sale. At present, Moo Moo had gathered a considerable amount of food. If he could exchange some for high-quality resources, he would not hesitate to share. He accessed the trading channel. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Item for sale, 500 milliliters of water. Requirement, 1 wind emblem. Alternative, 1 light emblem. Seller's note. If you possess blueprints, souls, or other valuable items, feel free to message me. Please refrain from offering resources such as sand, iron blocks, or wood. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Item for sale, 1 coconut. Requirement, 1 soul. Quantity available, 5. Seller's note. If you have emblems, blueprints, or other valuable items, please message me. Please refrain from offering resources such as sand, iron blocks, or wood. Moo Moo deliberately added these notes to avoid being inundated by unsuitable inquiries. As soon as the trading information was posted, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, Muda Lao is selling water again. What's the deal? How does he have so much water? Such is the life of a big shot. We cannot comprehend their world. Can we even compare ourselves to such a titan? I haven't had a sip of water since yesterday. He even noted numerous resources. It seems he has amassed more than he can use. Sigh. The disparity among people is infuriating. I would settle for just a few iron blocks to craft an axe. This fellow is seeking emblems again? What on earth is their purpose? Moo Moo remained silent, indifferent to the chatter flooding the public chat. Most of it idle banter from bored individuals. At that moment, a private message appeared. Tang Mighting 17255. Brother Moo, I notice you're acquiring Hun. Could you tell me what it is, and how one obtains it? Moo Moo, scanning his messages, happened upon this one. All successful trading partners were automatically pinned and prioritized in his inbox. She is inquiring about Han. Should I say something? In truth, Tang Mighting wasn't he alone. While browsing the chat channels, Moo Moo had observed widespread curiosity, not only about Han, but also about how many islands he'd reached. The resources he sought were unfamiliar to most, sparking speculation and intrigue. After careful deliberation, he decided to share the information openly. By now, a full day had passed since humanity's arrival in this world. Surely others had already encountered island creatures. Among billions, countless seasoned survivalists undoubtedly existed. Many must have already slain such beings. Concealing this knowledge would serve no purpose. Indeed, it might even cast him as petty or ungenerous. Moreover, disclosing the method of acquiring Han would facilitate smoother trade, accelerating his own resource accumulation. As a regional sovereign, a figure of influence, he ought to embody magnanimity and vision. True authority is earned not through hoarding secrets, but through measured generosity and quiet confidence. After all, someday, these strangers might stand face to face. Moo Moo typed directly into the public channel. Slay creatures native to the islands. Hun is obtained thereby. Tang Mighting 17255. Master, you're absolutely legendary. The chat erupted anew. Has Master Moo slain oceanic beasts? How formidable are island fauna? Are they perilous? Might Master Moo enlighten us on Hun's purpose? What tools are employed? Would a single swing of my hoe suffice? I'm starving, and Master Moo is already hunting monsters for gear? Why have I never encountered island creatures? Grant me one, just once, so I may harvest Hun. Count yourself fortunate, you Haven T. Are you truly confident you'd match Master Moo's prowess? What if the island's denizens turn the tables? Could I simply leap from my vessel and flee? Delusions. Impossible. I've tested it myself. An island must be explored beyond 30% before departure. Otherwise, the ship remains immobile. That last reply clarified something for Moo Moo. Until now, he relied solely on system prompts for survival, never considering escape. Evidently, exploiting glitches aboard ship was futile. Numerous private messages flooded in, seeking clarification on Hun's function. He ignored them all. First, his own understanding remained incomplete. Hun was evidently a rare resource, yet its scarcity remained unquantified. Second, revealing its utility would inevitably inflate its perceived value, driving up trade thresholds. 2 days had elapsed since the onset of the island survival trial. By now, others must have secured remarkable treasures. Moo Moo continued sifting through the deluge of offers. Jack Winsney, 17876. I have a wind sigil and a schematic for a barbecue grill. Available as a bundle. Does Master Moo require either? The barbecue grill, an essential upgrade for daily comfort. The wind sigil, a vital asset in the current crucible. Moo Moo 18076. I desire everything. What do you need? Jack Wisney 17876. Boss, I am in need of water and food. Moo Moo 18076. I can provide you with 500 milliliters of water and some canned goods. Jack Wisney 17876. That's wonderful. How many do you have? Moo Moo 18076. How many would you like? Jack Wisney 17876. Could I have 5 cans? Moo Moo 18076. No problem. I will edit the transaction details right away. Shortly thereafter, Moo Moo shared the transaction channel with Jack Wisney. Such a prompt agreement? Upon witnessing Moo Moo's response, Jack Wisney briefly doubted whether his offer was too generous. Yet he dared not retract, for thus far no one possessed surplus water and food to exchange with him. If he did not provide for Moo Moo, he would face starvation. He even worried that Moo Moo might change his mind midway. System notification. Transaction of 500 milliliters water for 5 canned goods with a shelf life of 200 years successful. System notification. Wind Emblem 1. System notification. Recipe for ordinary barbecue grill 1. System notification. Recipe for ordinary barbecue grill can be learned. Would you like to learn it? Moo Moo, learn. A beam of light penetrated his forehead. Ordinary barbecue grill. An essential tool for enhancing meals, simple and practical to operate. Manufacturing requirements. 5 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks. 1 stone, 2 wood. At last, he had gathered the materials for crafting a hunting bow, and with the barbecue grill, he would no longer have to consume raw meat. Manufacture the ordinary barbecue grill and synthesize the exquisite hunting bow. System notification. 2 wood, 3 iron blocks, 3 copper blocks. Wind Emblem 1. System notification. 5 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 1 stone, 2 wood. System notification. Ordinary barbecue grill, successfully manufactured. Exquisite hunting bow, synthesized successfully. An exquisite bow materialized in Moo Moo's hands. Its large form was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an impressive aura. Exquisite hunting bow, upgradable, a powerful long-range shooting tool. To be used with arrows. Adding souls can reduce the difficulty of operation and enhance shooting accuracy. 1 soul enables 100 shots. Arrows 102.55 iron blocks, 2310 wood. Chapter 17. Delicious Barbecue. Encountering players. Does crafting arrows require additional materials? Moo Moo felt a tinge of displeasure, yet these resources were abundantly available to him. He promptly synthesized 100 arrows and took out the exquisite hunting bow to give it a pull. Wow, this item indeed possesses substantial strength. Moo Moo felt a tremendous tension on the string. For a novice marksman like him, not only aiming but even pulling back was quite a challenge. It seems adding souls is imperative. He added 1 soul. Upon trying again, the feel of the bow and arrow had significantly improved. He knocked an arrow, and with a swift motion, it flew forth, seemingly accompanied by a chilling breeze, immediately soaring in the direction he envisioned, reminiscent of playing a shooting game. Now feeling much more fluid. Although the accuracy was slightly off from the intended target, the difference was minimal, and it appeared that with further practice, he could rectify it. Moo Moo knocked 3 more arrows and loosed them. 3 arrows were released simultaneously, flying a shorter distance than before. The exquisite hunting bow possesses 2 shooting modes, single shot and triple shot. The single shot boasts greater range and accuracy, while the triple shot offers a wider spread, akin to the scatter shot in shooting games. Each mode presents its own advantages and disadvantages. Moo Moo turned his gaze towards the southeastern island, where a hint indicated a change had occurred. On the southeast island, there lies a treasure chest guarded by 2 fire-tailed giant hawks. The hunting bow in your possession poses a significant threat to them, yet your aim appears insufficient. Indeed, practice was imperative. For the sake of safety, Moo Moo refrained from rushing forth and resolved to recuperate on the island. He opened the survival base, added wood to activate the water collector, and crafted some water. Thereafter wielding his hunting bow to shoot at distant targets. The arrows flew swiftly toward the horizon with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Katie leaped joyfully around Moo Moo, barking excitedly. Suddenly, Moo Moo discovered an excellent method for exercising his dog. A swift arrow landed upon the beach. Katie, go fetch it. Woof woof. Katie the dog excitedly dashed towards the arrow and retrieved it. Excellent. It saved him the trouble of collecting his arrows himself. Moo Moo focused intently on his practice. With the addition of the soul, the task became remarkably simple, resembling a shooting game where he quickly discerned the patterns. His accuracy improved rapidly, and after nearly an hour, he reached the point where he could hit precisely where he aimed. At this juncture, the 100 arrows he had crafted were reduced to just over 30, excluding those lost in the sea or rendered unusable upon striking the ground. Moo managed to recover over 20 arrows from the beach, totaling 56. One must understand the importance of resource recycling. Every little bit saved in the early stages of exploration counts. After a prolonged practice session, Moo felt both hungry and thirsty. He took some water from the collector and then set up a barbecue grill with some wood to cook. The grill was soon adorned with an array of delicacies: spotted salamander meat, narwhal meat, wild oysters, clams, and various seafood and meats sizzling away. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the grill. However, Moo lamented the lack of seasoning. Enjoying barbecue without beer and spices felt like a soul devoid of essence. A sprinkle of cumin and chili powder would suffice. Moo sliced off a piece of the grilled narwhal meat and savored it. Indeed, the flavor was exquisite. This marine creature's flesh possessed a natural saltiness, eliminating the need for additional salt, yet it was missing the spice. He then cut another slice of spotted salamander meat, which surprisingly tasted just like bullfrog. The texture resembled that of a slightly gamey chicken leg, somewhat sour, which did not appeal to Moo, provoking a strong urge to vomit. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to be picky in a world where having something to eat was already a blessing. After a few bites, he gradually acclimated to the peculiar flavor. Woof woof, huff huff, woof woof, Katie barked beside Moo, tongue lolling and drool pooling on the ground. Its antics made Moo chuckle. He patted its head and asked, "Are you hungry too?" Woof woof. Katie, understanding Moo's words, responded excitedly. "All right, here SAPs for you." Moo tossed a piece of spotted salamander meat to Ka-Ti-Go, who immediately began to devour it with great enthusiasm. After a short while, Ka-Ti-Go raised its head, revealing a pair of pleading eyes. While Moo and Ka-Ti-Go were relishing their meal, the sound of water suddenly emerged from the nearby beach, followed by the arrival of two weathered boats, from which two figures leaped ashore. "Uncle Lou, it seems there is some commotion over there. Let's investigate." At that moment, Moo was humming a cheerful tune, feeding his canine companion, when he suddenly recalled that he had some beast bones in his pack. Unsure whether Ka-Ti-Go would enjoy them, he retrieved a salamander bone and tossed it to the dog, which was indeed delighted by the treat. After walking a few paces, the two figures came into Moo's line of sight. One was an older man, perhaps in his 50s, while the younger one appeared to be around 20. They were clad in coarse garments, one wielding a short spear and the other a dagger. Upon seeing Moo, they were momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that this locale had already been claimed and its resources depleted. After a brief pause, the younger man exclaimed, "You are Moo." "Indeed." Moo nodded in acknowledgement. The chat interface displayed avatars, and given Moo's recent notoriety as a prominent player, it was hardly surprising that he was recognized. He did not react excessively to the presence of fellow players. He had long anticipated such encounters, as there had been warnings before the game commenced. And with so many players, a meeting was inevitable. Who would have thought we would encounter such a distinguished figure from our server so soon? It is truly an honor. The middle-aged man's gaze darted around with cunning as he offered a compliment, then scrutinized Moo's surroundings. When they caught sight of the array of provisions around Moo, their eyes widened in astonishment. What is he doing? Barbecuing? They could already smell the enticing aroma of the meat. And what is this spread of seafood? While they were still grappling with the demands of survival, Moo had clearly begun to elevate his standard of living. Both men involuntarily salivated, much like Ka-Ti-Go, though the dog remained alert, casting wary glances at the newcomers, seemingly unfriendly. What kind of creature is that? A dog? A juvenile tiger? Is it Moo's sustenance or a pet? They swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the stark contrast in their circumstances. Observing the greedy expressions on their faces, Moo remarked, "The resources on this island have been thoroughly exhausted by me. You may wish to explore other areas. Feel free to choose whichever route you prefer." Moo was speaking the truth. Even if they searched, they would find little of value, rendering their efforts futile. It would be wiser to conserve their energy for the islands ahead, which, according to the hints provided, will be bountiful enough for their needs. Chapter 18, What If I Refuse? The two figures stood motionless, showing no intention of departing. Were they coveting his food? Moo pondered. It was unlikely they expected to be fed for free, as food was currently scarce, and even a small amount could be exchanged for considerable resources. If they chose to leave, he would not hinder them. Given their shabby appearance, it was clear they possessed little in the way of valuable supplies, making it unworthy of his effort to rob them. The middle-aged man chuckled softly and introduced himself, Brother Mu. It is indeed fate that the three of us have crossed paths in this world. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and I am older than both of you, so you may call me Lu Shu. This is Xiao Zhang. Mu nodded slightly, continuing to indulge in the roasted meat. Oblivious to their intentions, the man who called himself Lu Shu continued, I wonder if Brother Mu has any interest in joining us and traveling together? You mean to suggest that I team up with you? Mu raised his head to look at the two of them. Precisely, Lu Shu replied patiently. This world is fraught with danger. Having an additional companion strengthens our collective power. Together, we can explore, look out for one another, and share the resources we uncover. To be honest, Xiao Zhang and I met only last night, and through our collaboration, we have already discovered considerable resources and even slain 2 creatures from the island. Clearly, this latter statement was intended to entice Mu into their fold, showcasing their strength and the advantages of shared resources. Lu Shu subtly exchanged glances with Xiao Zhang. Indeed, Lu Shu speaks truthfully. Xiao Zhang eagerly chimed in. Brother Mu, weren't you seeking souls on the trading channel? In the future, all souls will belong to you, while the other resources will be ours. Mu remained silent. Lu Shu chuckled amiably. Brother Mu, there's no rush. Take your time to ponder. I am confident that together, the three of us can carve out a dominion. With my age and life experience, I can guide you through this bizarre and ever-changing environment, which is essential for survival in this world. I feel a strong connection with you, Brother Mu, and I propose that we become sworn brothers. You possess resources. Xiao Zhang has strength, and I have intellect. Under my leadership, we can undoubtedly become the rulers of this region. Both Lu Shu and Xiao Zhang were not foolish. Within just 2 days, Mu had displayed a remarkable abundance of water and food, as if his supplies were inexhaustible. Clearly, aligning with Mu would alleviate any immediate concerns about sustenance. If they could also recruit Mu as a subordinate, they might quickly rise to his level or even surpass him. Unfortunately, these two greatly overestimated their own worth. Mu observed them, internally scoffing at their naivete. Intellect is a valuable asset, yet it seemed Lu Shu lacked it. Forming a team was not out of the question, but it required genuine sincerity and a demonstration of mutual benefit or utility. However, judging by the current circumstances, these two offered little of value in return. They appeared gaunt and haggard, armed only with short knives and pistols, and their clothes were filthy and tattered, indicating a life of hardship. The disparity between them was vast, and their words lacked sufficient sincerity. To approach him with such presumptuousness, declaring himself Lu Shu and expecting to lead him in conquest, was quite irksome to Mu. He had no need for Lu Shu's guidance. Without further consideration, Mu shook his head decisively. With the hints he possessed, there was no necessity to team up with these two to mitigate risks or seek out additional resources. Moreover, the prospect of sharing resources, which were initially available solely to oneself, with these two encumbrances, is evidently unwise. In the early stages of a game where resources are exceedingly scarce, each morsel of material holds profound significance. While forming teams ostensibly enhances survival rates, it concurrently diminishes resource acquisition and decelerates gameplay progression, thereby hindering the enhancement of one's own prowess. In simpler terms, the current opportunity for nautical exploration, available 5 times daily, effectively translates to merely 25 opportunities per person when 2 individuals team up, and even less than 2 islands worth of resources when divided among 3. This arrangement is decidedly impractical. Given the resource scarcity and the relatively straightforward challenges of island exploration at this stage, independent action proves to be the most advantageous. Consequently, the individuals who ultimately endure are likely to be those who thrive in solitude. As of now, Mu harbors no intentions of forming alliances. Whether he will do so in the future remains to be seen. I suggest that Brother Mu consider his position carefully. Upon witnessing the rejection, Lu Shu's tone grew notably frosty. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. If Brother Mu comprehends the nuances of the situation, he ought to join us and appreciate the merits of collaboration. This latter statement bore an unmistakable hint of menace. The reference to strength in numbers implied their numerical advantage, while the notion of two fists unable to contend with four hands suggested that Moo Moo's solitary capabilities paled in comparison to their combined strength. Moo Moo grasped Lu Shu's insinuation but felt no fear of their intimidation. In his eyes, these two were nothing more than frail shadows of their former selves. "I advise you not to squander your time," Moo Moo stated, shaking his head. "For those who diverge in their paths cannot forge alliances. Why persist in such obstinacy?" "Young brother?" Observing the complete chill in Moo Moo's demeanor, Lu Shu's face hardened, a flicker of menace crossing it. "Do you know what my previous occupation was?" "It matters not to me," Moo Moo replied dismissively. Lu Shu sneered. "I was the head of the Huaxia branch of the largest enterprise in the United States, Wama, and no one dared to utter a word of dissent in my presence." At that moment, Moo Moo found Lu Shu to be quite laughable, even pitiable. Despite the circumstances, he remained ensnared in past illusions, brandishing former titles as if they held weight. In this world, only the strong are revered. Who cares whether you were once a president or a corporate executive? No wonder he harbored an innate sense of superiority, expecting others to address him as Lu Shu, when merely being called Lu Zong would have sufficed. Moo Moo lifted his gaze, casting a knowing glance at Lu Shu, and replied coolly, "What if I say no? Then do not blame us for being impolite." Lu Shu turned away, exchanging glances with Xiao Zhang, who nodded in understanding, his own eyes gleaming with menace. Evidently, the two had already conspired on a strategy for dealing with other survivors. Those they could entice, they would, and those they could not, they would confront openly. It was common knowledge that Moo Moo was a prized catch, a succulent morsel not to be discarded lightly. Regrettably, they overestimated their own strength. Upon encountering the duo, Moo Moo sensed an ominous intent, thus maintaining a prudent distance. Given their equipment, launching a surprise attack against him would not be easily accomplished. They might mistakenly believe that their numerical superiority afforded them an advantage, yet the formidable Katy dog by Moo Moo's side was no force to be trifled with. Xiao Zhang approached Moo Moo step by step, threateningly declaring, "Moo, surrender the supplies on your person, and we may spare your life." In Chapter 19, Forging and Recycling, Moo Moo shook his head in resignation, saying, "I believe you two have misjudged the situation. The fact that I thrive while you both struggle is a testament to my superiority. Is living not preferable? Why seek your own demise?" Even when death loomed, he remained defiant. Uncle Lu's expression suddenly turned menacing. "Xiao Zhang, let's not waste time with him. Let's attack together, kill him, and seize his resources." Xiao Zhang echoed, "You're forcing our hand. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to eliminate you." With that, the two lunged forward, baring their teeth. Seeking death, Moo Moo roared, directing his command at the Katy dog beside him. "Katy, go deal with Xiao Zhang." With a fierce bark, Katy leapt into action, charging at Xiao Zhang. "Oh my God!" Xiao Zhang was instantly terrified. Previously, he thought Katy was adorable, but now its fierce demeanor was terrifying. Fearful of dogs, he lost all fighting spirit and fled in panic. As for Uncle Lu, he was not faring any better. Mid-charge, he noticed Moo Moo had suddenly produced a bow and arrow aimed directly at his chest. "Young brother, what are you doing?" Uncle Lu froze, his face a mask of shock, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, he had not anticipated Moo Moo possessing a ranged weapon. "What am I doing?" Moo Moo laughed at his foolish question. "I am here to take your life. I advised you to leave, yet you chose to pursue your demise. Since you desire death, I shall oblige. I have a neighboring island to hunt on shortly, so let me practice on you." "Please no," Uncle Lu pleaded, drenched in sweat. "We were merely joking. We wanted to witness your true prowess. Now that we have, we want to trouble you again. May I leave now?" "Too late." Moo Moo released the arrow, which whizzed past Uncle Lu's ear and plunged into the ocean. Cold sweat poured down Uncle Lu's forehead. Had Moo Moo's aim been slightly off, it would have struck his head. He distinctly heard the rush of wind as it flew by. "Ah, my apologies, I missed," Moo Moo said nonchalantly. "But no worries, I have plenty of arrows left. We can take our time." He knocked another arrow. "Great one, I was truly wrong." Uncle Lu's legs buckled, and he knelt in submission. "We should not have provoked you. I beg for your mercy." "How dull. Is that all it takes for you to surrender?" Moo Moo's face revealed disappointment. "In that case, let me expedite your journey." With a swift motion, an arrow flew forth, striking Uncle Lu in the chest, and he met his end. "Sigh, why resort to such actions?" Moo Moo shook his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, pursued by Katie, could only be described as utterly panic-stricken, feeling the warmth of fear overwhelming him. However, the Katagoo excels in speed, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player who has been starved for days. Before he could take more than a few steps, the Katagoo lunged ahead of him. Faced with a seemingly insurmountable predicament and in a state of panic, the young man, Xiao Zhang, immediately crouched down, recalling a saying, "Dogs fear humans who crouch." It is said that when one suddenly squats, dogs assume one is about to pick up a stone to throw at them, prompting them to flee. Although he was uncertain of the creature pursuing him, its growls unmistakably indicated it was a dog. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. In the natural world, crouching signifies an impending attack. Quadrupeds bend their forelimbs and arch their hind limbs when launching an assault, while bipedal birds lower their necks before leaping to strike. Thus, in the animal kingdom, bowing has evolved into a signal of readiness to attack. Consequently, when a dog sees a human crouch, it interprets this as an aggressive move, causing ordinary domestic dogs to retreat or flee. However, the Katagoo was no ordinary canine. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhang crouch, it became emboldened, charging at him with even greater ferocity. "Goodness, are you insane?" Xiao Zhang exclaimed in horror as he saw the Katagoo accelerate. "You mad dog, don't come any closer, or I'll smash you," he warned, brandishing a handful of sand in a frenzy towards the Katagoo. Wong. The Katagoo leaped, pinning Xiao Zhang to the ground and savagely tearing at his skin. Oh my God, mother!" Xiao Zhang cried out, his body racked with excruciating pain as blood flowed freely. In that moment, he regretted provoking this formidable figure. If the authority of a leader could be so easily shaken, could they still be deemed a leader? Alas, he grasped this truth far too late. "Mu Dalao, I was wrong, spare me," Xiao Zhang wailed. "Kadi, stand aside," Mu commanded from behind. Obediently responding to Mu's order, the Katagoo stepped aside. "Is the leader going to spare me?" "Thank you, leader." Xiao Zhang knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Do not thank me. I merely wish for your swift release," Mu remarked, swiftly releasing another arrow that instantaneously ended Xiao Zhang's life. In less than 5 minutes, both men lay dead. Mercy towards foes often equates to cruelty towards oneself. Mu believed these two would-be thieves, intent on seizing his resources, were not virtuous beings. Thus, ridding the world of them contributed to the well-being of the region. Regrettably, after killing these two, he did not acquire any souls. It appeared that such resources could not be obtained through the capture of players. Their lifeless bodies bore the emblem of white gloves, indicating an option to loot. Mu approached and collected their wristbands and weapons from the ground. System prompt: Ordinary Spear X1. System prompt: Ordinary Dagger X1. System prompt: Drop Survival Wristband X2. System prompt: The Ordinary Spear and Ordinary Dagger can be recycled. Would you like to recycle them? These weapons held no value for him, and Mu decisively opted for recycling. System prompt: Ordinary Dagger and Ordinary Spear recycled successfully. The system notification indicated 2 pieces of wood, 2 iron blocks. Upon recycling, only half of the manufactured resources could be obtained. Mu cast his gaze towards the survival bracelet. The drop survival bracelet, a prize acquired after vanquishing a player, could either be worn or smelted. When adorned, it provided the resources contained within the bracelet, as well as benefits for the base and ship, yet the resources of the original bracelet were rendered unusable upon smelting. The resources of the bracelet could be amalgamated with those of the original. Note: only lower-tier bracelets could be smelted into higher-tier ones. The system then prompted: The drop survival bracelet is eligible for smelting. Would you like to proceed? To his surprise, smelting was not equivalent to recycling. Was he merely playing a counterfeit legend? It was evident that Mu's bracelet level and resources far surpassed those of these two inept individuals. Thus, Mu opted for smelting. Chapter 20. The treasure map and the dilapidated grinder the bracelet in his possession illuminated, revealing faint patterns upon its white surface, accompanied by a warm sensation that enveloped his wrist. The system announced: Smelting successful, current level 2. Subsequently, the system conveyed 10 pieces of wood, 5 stones, 3 iron blocks, 30 units of sand, 10 units of luminous grass, 10 units of high D Mu chow, 2 bottles of 250G chili powder, 1 bottle of 300G cumin powder, 1 partial treasure map, and 1 dilapidated grinder. Curse it, the discovery of chili powder and cumin came too late. These two had clearly seen him grilling, yet contributed nothing, all while proclaiming resource sharing. Moreover, their remains contained no souls or meat. It seemed they were merely deceiving themselves with tales of having slain island creatures. Fortunately, he had not allied with them. The meager spoils they possessed were truly pitiful. Mumu shifted his attention to the other items. Luminous grass, a mysterious plant that emits a peculiar glow at night. It is non-toxic and harmless, yet inedible. The dilapidated grinder, capable of milling grains such as wheat and soybeans into flour, requires repair before usage. Currently lacking grains, Mumu had no intention of repairing the grinder. What a treasure map! Mumu retrieved it. It was a parchment in a sheepskin hue, exuding a distinctly retro texture. Illustrations of aquatic regions and islands adorned its surface, accompanied by annotations. The Northern District A101 Waterway Treasure Map, a fragmented treasure map depicting the terrain and resource locations of the nearby waters. He realized that this area belonged to the Northern District's aquatic realm. The treasure map's scope was limited, encompassing merely dozens of nearby islands. It indicated his current location and detailed the resources and wild creatures residing on each island, with locations of treasure chests prominently marked. However, this map held little utility for Mumu, as he already possessed prompts. Its sole advantage was the broader visibility it provided. His prompts were confined to the surrounding islands, occasionally leading him to overlook superior resources. The map reveals numerous islands near each route, enabling one to meticulously devise the most optimal path, thereby averting dead ends that could lead to perilous situations devoid of resources. However, the map's scope is rather limited, as per the information provided. It will not be long before he departs from the A101 waters, rendering it obsolete in a matter of days. It is no wonder that should one discover the map of the entire region, others would be rendered incapable of playing. Thus, it appears that Lu Shu and Xiao Zhang initially intended to capture the unicorn walrus, only to be outpaced by their own hastiness. Yet, with their meager equipment, they were rather overestimating their capabilities. Mumu touched his wristband, and to his astonishment, 3 rune bases and 3 vessels materialized before him. The other 2 bases and ships were in a state of disrepair, evidently belonging to Xiao Zhang and Lu Shu, and were utterly incomparable to his luxurious abode. Main base. The initial base provided to players. When a level exceeds that of a sub-base, it can absorb the sub-base. Sub-base. Unclaimed rune bases dropped by other players, which can be absorbed by the main base. System notification. A sub-base has been detected for absorption. Would you like to absorb it? Mothership. The initial vessel provided to players. When a mothership's level exceeds that of a child ship, it can absorb the child ship. Child ship. Unclaimed vessels dropped by other players, which can be absorbed by the mothership. System notification. A child ship has been detected for absorption. Would you like to absorb it? Mumu entered and surveyed the surroundings. The sub-base was utterly barren, and the dilapidated ships and structures of these 2 would likely be of no use to him. Upgrading them would require a considerable amount of resources. Thus he deemed it wiser to absorb them. Mumu silently intoned, "Absorb all bases and ships." System notification. Sub-base absorption successful. System notification. Child ship absorption successful. Mumu observed as his rune base expanded instantaneously, revealing several compartments, including 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room, albeit devoid of any furnishings or amenities. Remarkably, it had transformed from a modest flat into a 2-bedroom suite. A 20-square-meter courtyard emerged in front of the survival base, surrounded by rudimentary wooden fencing. The vessel also underwent a transformation, significantly increasing in size and now featuring a resting cabin, providing shelter from the elements. System notification. Rune-based durability 200. System notification. Ship durability 200. Indeed, a small harvest had been achieved. These 2 were merely a source of easy gains. Mumu chuckled to himself. At that moment, an unusual scent wafted through the air. Mumu looked down at his dog, Kadigo, and inquired, "Woof, do you smell anything?" "Wong wong." Kadigo sprang up and dashed towards the barbecue grill. Mumu suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh no, my barbecue." He raced frantically toward the grill, only to find the meat charred beyond recognition. The sight of the burnt meat filled Mumu with regret. "Hey, do you want some?" He cut a piece and tossed it to Kadigo, who merely sniffed it delicately, shot Mumu a disdainful glance, and leisurely sauntered away. Even the dog was discerning. Observing the barbecue grill still in operation, Moo Moo resolved to prepare some unicorn walrus blood for consumption, yet this required a vessel. He accessed the forging interface and opted to create a stone bowl. System notification, Stone 2, system notification. Small stone bowl crafted successfully. Moo Moo poured the unicorn walrus blood into the stone bowl and placed it upon the grill to heat, gulping down 2 generous bowls in quick succession. Refreshing. Moo Moo exhaled deeply, feeling a powerful warmth coursing through his limbs, invigorating his spirit, and seemingly fortifying his physique with newfound strength. To the southeast lies an island harboring a treasure chest, guarded by 2 fire-tailed giant hawks. Caution is advised. The hunting bow in your possession is a formidable weapon against them. No longer was there any mention of accuracy. It was time to set forth. Moo Moo gathered his belongings and boarded the vessel, steering towards the southeastern island. The island was not distant, and Moo Moo reached his destination in a mere 10 minutes. Upon landing, he was greeted by the melodious calls of distant birds. Following the sound, he spotted 2 magnificent golden birds soaring through the sky. Their bodies glimmered with a radiant golden hue under the sunlight, while their tails flaunted a vivid crimson. Fire-tailed giant hawks. Chapter 21. Slaying the fire-tailed giant hawks. The fire-tailed giant hawks were gliding at low altitude, and upon spotting Moo Moo and his canine companion, Katie, their eyes gleamed with a fierce and excited glint. After circling momentarily, one of the hawks immediately dove towards the ground. Katie, be cautious. Moo Moo shielded Katie with his own body. Due to the hawk's incredible velocity, Moo Moo had no time to shoot and could only draw his dagger to defend. With a shriek, the fire-tailed giant hawk swooped down like a glider, its sharp claws aiming to seize Katie. Moo Moo swung his blade to intercept, blocking its path. The hawk's claws struck the back of a knife with a sharp clang, scattering feathers across the ground. Undeterred by its failed strike, the fire-tailed giant hawk altered its trajectory with a slight shift of its wings and ascended into the sky. The hawk circled leisurely above, observing the scene below. These 2 fire-tailed giant hawks were colossal, resembling eagles, their eyes sparkling with the essence of a natural predator. Moo Moo estimated that the wingspan of the fire-tailed giant hawks was at least 4 meters. They seemed fixated on Katie, as fire-tailed giant hawks favored hunting terrestrial mammals. To them, Katie represented a running target, a plump morsel. After a brief respite, they commenced a game of cat and mouse, launching successive attacks on Moo Moo. With a shriek, one fire-tailed giant hawk descended, attempting to ensnare Katie with its claws. Failing to capture its prey, it effortlessly soared back into the sky, while the other swiftly followed from behind. Moo Moo swung left and right, struggling to defend against their relentless onslaught. His dagger posed no substantial threat to the 2 formidable hawks. Meanwhile, Katie roared ferociously on the ground, eyes wide with fury, yet the 2 great birds displayed no fear. The attacks and skills of Katagu proved utterly ineffective against their adversaries. The Huaoyi Juquang soared arrogantly through the skies, effortlessly tracing a myriad of trajectories, now resembling ants, now AB. They appeared unfazed, engaging in a war of attrition, patiently awaiting the moment when Moo Moo's stamina would wane, at which point they would inevitably become their meal. The Huaoyi Juquang seemed to communicate strategies in the air, suddenly dispersing, one veering left and the other right, both diving simultaneously, leaving Moo Moo caught in a perilous predicament. Alarmed, Moo Moo thought quickly and commanded, "Cuddy, run, divert one of them, and leave the rest to me. Remember, retreat is the only option. Do not linger in battle." In a direct confrontation, Katagu was undoubtedly no match for the Huaoyi Juquan. Upon receiving the order, Katagu swiftly dashed in the opposite direction. Do not be so smug. Do you think I am an easy target? Do you believe that those who soar above are invincible? Moo Moo discarded his short dagger, revealing a finely crafted hunting bow in his grasp. The moment he drew forth the bow, the 2 Huaoyi Juquang visibly trembled, their previous nonchalance replaced by an acute tension. As they hastened their flight, with lethal intent, Moo Moo nocked an arrow, and just as one Huaoyi Juquang approached, he released it with a swift motion. The arrow flew with astonishing speed, piercing the creature's chest in an instant. The Huaoyi Juquang let out a mournful cry, its body swaying violently before plummeting like a severed kite. The remaining Huaoyi Juquang, witnessing the demise of its companion, was struck with terror. letting out a mournful wail as it doubled its speed, lunging fiercely at Katagu. The shadow of its outstretched wings enveloped Katagu, akin to a vast net descending from the heavens. Sensing imminent danger, Katagu could only flee for its life, daring not to glance back. For to do so would slow its pace, resulting in capture. Such is the advantage that aerial predators hold over terrestrial beings. Cuddy, turn right and run. Mumu observed the trajectory of the Huaoei Juquang veering left and swiftly instructed from behind. Katagu executed an abrupt halt and veered right, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the Huaoei Juquang. The creature quickly pivoted, its eyes ablaze with fury, and continued its relentless assault on Katagu. If you wish to dine on my companion, you are courting death. Taking advantage of the distance created between Katagu and the Huaoei Juquang, Mumu swiftly drew his bow again. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, but the Huaoei Juquang deftly evaded the attack with a slight shift. Its agility was markedly superior to that of the one that had just fallen. Although the shot missed, it altered the creature's trajectory, reducing its speed and creating further distance from Katagu. Mumu hastily knocked another arrow and shot again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows followed, yet all found their mark in vain, each nearly striking the Huaoei Juquang only to be narrowly avoided. On several occasions, Mumu felt certain he had hit, but the target remained elusive, slipping away by mere fractions. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Are you not adept at evasion? Let us see how you fare against my spread shots. This time, Mumu altered his shooting technique, directly loading 3 arrows as the fiery-tailed giant hawk approached. With a swift motion, the 3 arrows soared simultaneously. One struck true, embedding itself in the wing of the hawk, causing it to tumble to the ground. Despite its frantic flapping, the creature struggled to regain flight, hindered by its injured wing. Did it dare to threaten my pet? No. Mumu seized the dagger from the ground and approached, thrusting it into the neck of the fiery-tailed hawk. Both had perished. System notification. Soul 4. Each fiery-tailed hawk yields 2 souls. The body of the hawk lay fully extended, motionless on the ground. Indeed, such avian foes proved challenging, primarily due to the disparity in equipment and marksmanship. These 2 wild beasts were the most troublesome he had encountered thus far. Mumu dragged the 2 eagle-like birds together to dismantle their remains. System notification. Fiery-tailed hawk meat 6. System notification. Fiery-tailed hawk bones 4. System notification. Fiery-tailed hawk feathers 12. System notification. Fiery-tailed hawk blood 500 milliliters. System notification. Fiery-tailed hawk tail 2. Despite their considerable size, the amount of meat was disappointingly meager. It seemed such creatures yielded little after their feathers were plucked. The meat and blood of the unicorn walrus were highly nourishing. He wondered what benefits the fiery-tailed hawk might possess. Mumu promptly examined the blood and meat. Fiery-tailed hawk meat. The texture is coarse and tough, with a foul odor. Lacking in nutrition, but capable of staving off hunger. Current hunger satisfaction index, 2 stars. Overall rating, 10. To his dismay, the meat was unpalatable, prompting Mumu to stow it away. Perhaps it would fare better on the trading market. He wished to see what treasures he might acquire. Fiery-tailed hawk blood. Non-toxic avian blood, drinkable but devoid of nutrition or benefits. Even the blood was worthless. It became evident that there was not a single delectable part of the fiery-tailed hawk. Chapter 22. Choosing the optimal route, Mumu turned his attention to the other items. Discovering feathers and a tail. Fiery-tailed hawk feathers, excellent materials for warmth and decoration, suitable for crafting clothing or accessories. Fiery-tailed hawk tail, a large and mysterious feather. Function unknown. The feathers seemed somewhat useful, while the purpose of the tail remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Mumu collected everything, as his carrying capacity had doubled after assimilating 2 individuals' bracelets, leaving him ample storage space. He ventured deeper into the island. The island was modest in size, featuring a few barren trees and some piles of rubble. Without hesitation, Mumu produced his hoe, clearing away the trees and stones. System notification, wood 1, system notification, wood 1, system notification, stone 1, system notification, stone 1. Upon uncovering the backside of the stone, Mumu discovered a bird's nest nestled within the pile, containing several eggs. Each egg was similar in size to a goose egg, with a pale yellow shell and a remarkably smooth surface. Mumu carefully extracted the nest. System notification, Fiery-tailed hawks, nest 1, system notification. The fiery-tailed hawk's nest can be dismantled. Would you like to proceed with the disassembly? Dismantle the fiery-tailed hawk's nest. System notification. Bird's nest 1, system notification. Fire-tailed giant eagle's egg 5. What is the significance of the bird's nest and the egg? Moo Moo promptly examines the item information. Bird's nest, a habitat for avian creatures, an essential item for hatching and nurturing birds. Fire-tailed giant eagle's egg, edible, rich in protein, serves as a mysterious medicinal catalyst. No longer hatchable. It seems to possess some utility. The bird's nest can be retained for hatching other birds. While the fire-tailed giant eagle's egg might function as a medicinal ingredient, so I shall keep it for now. Moo Moo continues his excavation. System notification. Stone 1, system notification. Stone 1. When all the stones have been excavated, a silver treasure chest emerges. Silver treasure chest, a tier above the copper chest, usually contains delightful surprises, though it may also conceal certain dangers. This silver treasure chest contains numerous valuable items, devoid of peril. Moo Moo, adhering to the prompts, inspects the chest, confirming its safety before opening it. System notification. Silver treasure chest 1, system notification. The silver treasure chest can be decomposed into 3 silver. Would you like to proceed with decomposition? System notification. Perfect bronze sword crafting blueprint 1, system notification. Perfect bronze sword crafting blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? System notification. Superior anesthetic crafting blueprint 1, system notification. Superior anesthetic crafting blueprint can be learned. Would you like to learn it? System notification. Colorless crystal 10, system notification. Emblem of light 1. To my astonishment, I have uncovered a perfect crafting blueprint along with crystals, truly worthy of a silver treasure chest. The emblem of light is circular, its material unknown, with a texture reminiscent of stone, while the other side resembles metal, radiating a brilliant sheen. The patterns on its surface are only faintly discernible, and when touched, it reveals a subtle texture. The colorless crystals are diamond-shaped, resembling gems, and are entirely transparent. Moo Moo carefully stores the crystals and the emblem and opens the crafting blueprints. Perfect bronze sword crafting blueprint. Emblematic combat apparatus. The sword blade is hard and sharp, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, and can easily pierce the hides of animals. Superior anesthetic crafting blueprint, a daily use potion. Can be directly injected into an animal's bloodstream or administered via food. Just a small amount can incapacitate an elephant within 3 seconds. With these 2 items, my combat prowess shall be significantly enhanced. The anesthetic can be utilized in conjunction with a hunting bow or the bronze sword. Merely piercing the animal's blood will render it vulnerable. The bronze sword, being a perfect device, surely possesses far greater power than my dagger. Moo Moo feels a surge of excitement. Decompose the silver treasure chest and learn all the blueprints. System notification. Silver blocks 3. System notification. Perfect bronze sword crafting blueprint learned successfully. System notification. Superior anesthetic crafting blueprint learned successfully. Moo Moo immediately accesses the forging page to review the crafting methods. Perfect bronze sword. Copper blocks 3210. Iron blocks 252. Silver blocks 32. Blade emblem 01. Superior anesthetic. Alfalfa 02. Peppercorn 050. Purple vine 03. Cold breath flower 05. Fire source. The required materials for both items are insufficient. The bronze sword lacks the emblem, while the anesthetic is short on plants. The materials for the anesthetics should be relatively easy to procure, as the initial plants on the island hold little utility. Many individuals arriving at the small island excavate various plants, yet remain oblivious to their purposes. Consequently, the trading market is filled with an array of bizarre plants listed for sale. As for the emblem of the sharp blade, it appears that acquiring it will be a matter of chance. After thoroughly scouring the entire island, Moo Moo discovered a total of 2 crafting blueprints, 10 stones, 3 pieces of timber, 3 silver ingots, 10 colorless crystals, 1 emblem of light, 1 bird's nest, and 5 eggs of the fire-tailed giant eagle. While the trading market may yield valuable items, Moo Moo has no intention of immediately listing his resources for sale. Presently, he possesses a treasure map and must devise the most logical route, assessing his needs before engaging in trade. Moo Moo unfurled the treasure map for examination. The island to the east harbors a decent copper chest. However, upon arrival, The surrounding resources are rather scarce, making it difficult to find anything worthwhile. A lengthy voyage would be required to escape this resource-depleted area. The northern island is inhabited by a tribe of cannibals, which Moo is reluctant to provoke. For even with a perfectly crafted bronze sword, he doubts he could contend with them. The western island boasts an abundance of food and supplies. Yet the surrounding islands only offer one suitable route for future navigation, leading to another island teeming with ferocious beasts. It seems that the west is not a viable option either. In the southwest, 2 silver chests are indeed tempting. However, the other directions are beset by fierce winds and whirlpools. Based on prior indications, Moo has gained some understanding of the effects of these natural phenomena, realizing that any forthcoming journey, regardless of direction, would result in the loss of over half of his resources. While players like Lu Shu and Xiao Zhang might take the risk, it is evidently imprudent for him, given his current state of being well-equipped but lacking in provisions. To rapidly enhance his strength, he must identify the optimal route. After much contemplation, Moo ultimately resolved to embark southward. The southern island contains but a single box of instant noodles. However, to its east lie 2 copper chests. Furthermore, venturing northwest will allow encounters with more manageable low-tier island creatures, ultimately leading southward to a silver chest. After traversing several islands, he reached the edge of the treasure map, beyond which no further islands were visible. Chapter 23. The wastefulness of papermaking the southern island was quite close, and Moo arrived there in merely 5 minutes. The island's area is exceedingly small, barely spanning 10 square meters, where a dilapidated wooden chest lay abandoned. Moo split the chest open. Reviding neatly stacked dans ton noodle speeding fort. He collected them one by one. System notification. Kong Shuefu braised beef noodles 1. System notification. Chongi old jar pickled cabbage beef noodles 1. System notification. Tang Korean Japanese tonkotsu ramen 1. System notification. Ling My Lang scallion pork rib noodles 1. What a delightful variety. Upon counting, Moo found a total of 30 packets of instant noodles. Although lacking in nutritional value, they are undeniably delicious and satiating. How blissful it would be to have instant noodles while drifting upon the vast ocean. After Moo carefully stored away the instant noodles, he found that his sailing attempts had been exhausted, showing a count of 0. He had no choice but to rest in place, awaiting the new day to set sail. After a day of navigation, Moo was utterly fatigued, both weary and drowsy, with little appetite. He had only consumed 5 sand fruits and 2 coconuts before collapsing into a deep slumber in the survival base. At the break of dawn, Moo awoke, having slept soundly, albeit uncomfortably due to the hardness of the floor. After washing his face with water, he promptly set off and successfully arrived at the next island. On the eastern island, aside from 2 copper treasure chests, there were no other resources to be found. The system indicated that the copper treasure chests posed no danger. All the chests were opened. System notification. Copper treasure chest 2. System notification. Recipe for the magical cup 1. System notification. Recipe for the magical wand 1. System notification. Cotton 20. System notification. Recipe for rough toilet paper 1. System notification. The copper treasure chest can be decomposed into 10 copper. Do you wish to decompose? One chest contained 2 crafting recipes, while another contained cotton and the recipe for toilet paper. The recipe for toilet paper was comprehensible. But what were these magical cups and wands? Moo felt a spark of curiosity and immediately opened to examine them. The text and formula symbols were indecipherable, and the images were equally perplexing. What was this? He had no idea how to craft them. Recipe for the magical cup. Your loyal companion on your journey, assisting men in alleviating the solitude of island life and liberating their hands. System notification. Recipe for the magical cup can be learned. Do you wish to learn? Recipe for the magical wand. Your loyal companion on your journey, assisting women in alleviating the solitude of island life and liberating their hands. System notification. Recipe for the magical wand can be learned. Do you wish to learn? Moo thought, such artifacts exist? Is this still a serious survival game on an island? Was he really the sort of person who needed these items? He had no need for them at all. It would be better to sell the 2 crafting recipes. Perhaps he could fetch a good price. He decided to learn both recipes. 2 beams of light penetrated Moo's forehead. System notification. Recipe for the magical cup. Learned successfully. System notification. Recipe for the magical wand. Learned successfully. Learning the crafting recipes was purely out of curiosity. There were no other intentions behind it. Shaking his head, Moo opened the crafting page to find the methods. Magical Cup, Manual Silicone 05, High Elastic Sponge 02, Iron Block 251. Magical Wand, Manual Silicone 04, High Elastic Sponge 03, Wood 211. None of these could be crafted. However, Moo was not anxious, for these items were not necessities for survival. He directed his attention to the contents of the other treasure chest. Recipe for rough toilet paper, a household item that ensures health and hygiene on your journey. System notification, recipe for rough toilet paper can be learned. Do you wish to learn? He decided to learn the crafting recipe and decompose the copper treasure chest. System notification, 10 copper blocks. System notification, recipe for rough toilet paper learned successfully. Toilet paper is indeed quite indispensable. Recently, I have consumed an abundance of unsavory items, and Moo has long sought a resolution. Should he run out of paper, he would be compelled to resort to the map in his possession. He opened the crafting interface. Rough toilet paper, per roll wood 213, agave sisalina 421, cotton 201, water 2,020 milliliters 1,000 milliliters. Crafting toilet paper consumes such a significant amount of water. Moo suddenly felt a sense of regret. 1,000 milliliters of water could procure numerous valuable items, yet it was now squandered on paper production. However, necessity knows no bounds, and at this moment, he could afford no further deliberation. Considering the possibility of gathering water during the night, Moo resolved without hesitation to craft the rough toilet paper. System notification, wood 3, agave sisalina 1, cotton 1, water 1,000 milliliters. System notification, rough toilet paper crafted successfully. In Moo's hands appeared a large roll of earthy yellow toilet paper. He felt reluctant to use it. Conservation was paramount. As the runic base had yet to be equipped with a toilet, Moo had to find a secluded spot to relieve himself. After all, such a vast beach, shrouded in white mist, afforded him privacy. He squatted in a corner of the sandy shore. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him. Kartaisi, his canine companion, approached with an excited demeanor, circling around Moo, which rendered him quite embarrassed. Kartaisi, what are you doing? You can't eat this. Go over there and don't stare at me. After addressing his urgent need, Moo, exhibiting decorum, used a hoe to dig a pit and bury it, then resolved to sell some resources. This was not for crafting materials for a magic cup or wand, as there were a few shield-kissed ancient crocs on the island to the northwest. The hides of these creatures were remarkably tough, akin to armor, impervious to steel blades. Although a hunting bow could pierce their skin, it posed no lethal threat. Moo was left with two options: either administer a tranquilizer to incapacitate them or forge a perfect bronze sword. He opened the trading channel to list his goods. Seller, Moo 18076, trade item, 30 milliliters water, demand, 1 alfalfa, stock, seller, Moo 18076, trade item, 30 milliliters water, demand, 100 peppercorn, stock, 2, seller, Moo 18076, trade item, 30 milliliters water, demand, 1 purple hemvine, stock, 6, seller, Moo 18076, trade item, 30 milliliters water, demand, 1 cold breath flour, stock, seller, Moo 18076, trade item, 5 firetail giant hawk meat, demand, 1 blade emblem, stock, 1 seller's message, if you possess other emblems. Crafting blueprints can also be discussed privately. He listed 5 trade items in one breath, and the first 4 were instantly snatched up. Look, Moo the Great has released more water, exclaimed others. Darn it, I was too late. How could this happen? This is the result of years of being single. Blame your own lack of skill. There are girls who manage to buy water too. Are girls not capable of quick reflexes? The transaction was successful, and Moo found himself with an abundance of items in his backpack. He had not anticipated gathering the materials for crafting anesthetics so swiftly, allowing him to commence the creation of the anesthetic. Chapter 24, A Fine Sword. Moo retrieved the ingredients necessary for crafting 2 doses and placed them into a stone bowl, mashing them to extract the juice before igniting it with a flint. System notification. Alfalfa 4, peppercorn 100, perpel maten 6, len 11 chłodzące. A purplish-red flame ignited above the stone bowl, and after a brief moment, the flames subsided, transforming the contents into a puddle of muck. The air became permeated with a pungent herbal aroma, reminiscent of ignited rosin mixed with the scent of fish mint. Holding his nose, Moo stirred the amalgamation with a small wooden stick, ensuring the solid liquid mixture was thoroughly blended before hastily stepping aside. The odor was overwhelmingly acrid, filling his nostrils with a stinging sensation. After just a whiff, Moo felt dizzy and suffocated. It was wise to keep his distance from his concoction, lest he fall victim to its effects. System notification: exquisite anesthetic, 88, successfully crafted. The subsequent number indicated the number of uses available. Each anesthetic could be employed 4 times, and Moo had crafted 2 doses in total. With the anesthetic prepared, he turned his attention to any messages from the rune side and opened the private chat channel. Gidge, could you spare me a sip of water? I'm so thirsty. The avatar depicted a burly, unkempt man, leading Moo to question the man's intelligence. System notification: dear survival player, congratulations on receiving a prestigious emblem gift pack, including 1 light emblem, 1 fire emblem, 1 wind emblem, 1 water emblem, from the system. Simply send any food to this account to claim your reward. Please note that the system may experience delays. If you do not receive it, please try again multiple times. How audacious for a fraud to remain so active. Moo mentally noted the man's avatar. Should he encounter him, he would not let him off easily. Each to their own abilities, but deceiving others was simply excessive. Moodalao, I have alfalfa and peppercorns. May I exchange them for your firetail giant hawk meat? After perusing numerous messages, most of which were useless, Moo's private chat could be likened to an explosion of activity. Those who were dishonest or sent useless messages or spam advertisements were swiftly added to Moo's blacklist. At that moment, a private message caught Moo's attention. Beargeless18281. Hi, dear Mr. Moo, long time no see. Do you remember me? We're old friends. I have a blade emblem and 2 souls here. Do you need them? Indeed, someone had acquired souls, and this individual named Beargeless was able to produce 2 at once, indicating considerable strength. Moo, who is always open to good fortune, replied. Moo18076. I'll take them all. Beargeless18281. Great. However, could we alter the terms of the trade? I just killed a creature and have filled my belly for the moment, but I'm uncertain if there will be food tonight. Right now, I am in need of water. Moo18076. I have no extra water, only beast blood and coconuts. If you require them, I can exchange those with you. Belgrills18281. Hold on, I need a moment to consider. After a brief pause, Belgrill sent another message. Very well, since we're old friends, let us conduct this exchange with a fellow connoisseur. Consider it an overture of camaraderie. Clearly, Belgrills had scoured the trading market, but found no suitable resources. He was desperate for water, and aside from Moo, few others possessed surplus supplies. Those who did either demanded exorbitant prices or refused to accept the blade sigil as tender, leaving Belgrills without compatible trade assets. Meanwhile, numerous players were hoarding water, anticipating its future value as a scarce commodity. Moo, however, pursued the opposite strategy. He understood that sooner or later, others would discover natural springs or acquire water-collecting devices, thereby flooding the market and driving prices down. The current water economy was little more than a speculative bubble, ephemeral, inflated, and destined to collapse. When that day arrived, water would become abundant and inexpensive. Thus, the shrewder the exchange now, the greater the profit later. Moo replied, I propose 500 milliliters of Huaoei Juquang blood and 10 units of Huaoei Juquang meat in exchange for your soul fragments and the blade sigil. How does that strike you? In truth, this was a rather unscrupulous proposition. Neither the blood nor the meat held exceptional value, though whether Belgrills would recognize their mediocrity remained uncertain. As expected, Belgrills responded promptly. Mr. Moo, surely this offer is rather meager. Is this truly how you treat loyal patrons? Please show a touch more sincerity. Bear in mind, the blade sigil is exceedingly rare. Were it not for my present thirst and temporary lack of use, I would never part with it so readily. Evidently, Belgrills was no easy mark. Yet Moo was resolute. The blade sigil was indispensable, and he would secure it at all reasonable cost. Steeling himself, he added 2 coconuts to the bargain. Moo18076. Very well, since you're a valued patron. I shall extend my most favorable terms. 500 milliliters of Huaoei Juquang blood, 10 units of Huaoei Juquang meat, 100 milliliters of Dujiao Haixiang blood, and 2 coconuts. What say you? Moreover, should you ever acquire exceptional blueprints, sigils, or soul fragments in the future, feel free to reach out directly. I welcome such exchanges. This gesture was not merely transactional. It was an investment in goodwill, an invitation to cultivate a lasting alliance. Bear Grylls, after all, was evidently a seasoned survivalist. Should he uncover rare or valuable items later, Moo Moo stood to gain immensely. And as for the Huao-Ei Juquang, its flesh was unpalatable, its blood scarcely coveted. Better, then, to bestow it as a courtesy, especially upon someone whose palate, it seemed, knew no prejudice. Bear Grylls 18281. Marvelous. My dear Mr. Moo, you are truly a magnanimous and benevolent soul. System notification, transaction completed. 500 milliliters Huao-Ei Juquang blood, 10 units Huao-Ei Juquang meat, 100 milliliters Dujiao Haixiang blood, and 2 coconuts exchanged successfully. System notification, acquired 1 blade sigil. 2 soul fragments. The blade sigil was forged from an unknown alloy, thin, silvery, and lethally sharp along its edges, with a stylized arrowhead motif at its center. With the sigil secured, Moo Moo could now forge the perfect bronze sword. Without hesitation, he opened the forging interface, located the schematic, and selected craft. System notification, required 10 copper ingots, 2 iron ingots, 2 silver ingots, 1 blade sigil. System notification, perfect bronze sword successfully forged. Perfect bronze sword, capable of embedding sigils, inflicts attribute-based damage upon striking. A lustrous, burnished bronze blade materialized in Moo Moo's hands, timeless in hue, elegant in form, humming with latent potential. The sword is profound, yet its blade is remarkably sharp, adorned with a long, link-like pattern along its body. When wielded gently, it seems to whisper of the wind. Moo Moo casually retrieves an iron block from the space and tosses it onto the ground, striking it forcefully with the bronze sword. A resounding clang echoes, and astonishingly, the iron block is effortlessly cleaved in two. A magnificent sword indeed. Chapter 25. Encountering the shield-kissed ancient crocodile, a pincer attack. The blade slices through iron as if it were mere clay, effortlessly dividing the iron block, which attests to the formidable power of a perfect weapon. Should it be employed to sever the armored hide of the shield-kissed ancient crocodile, it would undoubtedly do so with ease. Moo Moo glances at the back of the bronze sword. Can it be embedded with enhancements? Perfection leads to refinement. A flawless weapon can be adorned with attribute emblems that inflict elemental damage upon striking. System notification, weapon panel activated. Moo Moo opens the weapon panel, which displays his current arsenal in descending order of grade and attribute. At the top lies the perfect bronze sword, followed by the exquisite hunting bow, a dagger, and a hoe, with the least formidable weapons at the bottom, allowing for convenient access. Selecting the perfect bronze sword, a striking azure model materializes before him, accompanied by an embedding prompt. Consuming one attribute essence allows for the embedding of an attribute emblem. Once embedded, it can be removed, though this will also require the consumption of an attribute essence. Moo Moo briefly surveys the embedding functions. The fire emblem can add burning damage upon attack. The water emblem can introduce freezing damage. The wind emblem can enhance attack speed. The varieties of emblems are diverse. For the time being, Moo Moo decides against embedding, as he currently lacks attribute essences, and the necessity to expend them for future removals makes them a rare resource, to be used judiciously. There are 5 shield-kissed ancient crocodiles on the island to the northwest. This creature possesses thick armor, strong explosive power, and is exceptionally ferocious, adept at camouflage, requiring careful approach. Although Moo Moo has never laid eyes upon a shield-kissed ancient crocodile, he has witnessed the prowess of crocodiles in films and television. These creatures may appear languid, basking on the beach, yet they can suddenly strike, seizing prey and dragging it into the water, where they reign supreme. Even lions and tigers cannot contend with them. Despite wielding a bronze sword, Moo Moo knows he must remain vigilant. To prepare for any eventuality, Moo Moo crafts 100 arrows and loads 1 soul into his exquisite hunting bow, knowing that the hunting bow cannot inflict fatal damage on the shield-kissed ancient crocodiles. He retrieves a dose of tranquilizer, applying it to a dozen arrows. Even if he cannot slay these crocodiles, they will certainly be subdued for several days. With all preparations complete, Moo Moo steers his boat toward the northwest. After approximately an hour, he arrives at the small island. Thick fog envelopes the area, obscuring his view of the surroundings, revealing only a half-square meter of beach at the bow of his vessel. With a racing heart, Moo leaps from the boat, confronting the 5 shield-kissed ancient crocodiles. The horizon suddenly expanded, revealing an island that resembled a small hill, predominantly composed of jagged rocks. Scattered across the distant beach were several boulders. Yet at that moment, Moo felt an unsettling anxiety creeping over him, sensing that the atmosphere was decidedly off. Instinctively, Moo glanced down at his feet and around him. When he noticed the stone beneath him shifting, what appeared to be a tranquil rock suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment, 2 other stones nearby also snapped their eyes open. A chiltsur said don Mumu's spine. A wave of cold surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head as he cautiously retreated, fearful of disturbing these formidable beasts beside him. Just then, one of the stones trembled slightly, and a foreboding thought invaded his mind. Warning! The shield-crested ancient crocodile is preparing to launch an attack. A golden alert appeared. Moo leaped back onto the boat, and, at the very spot he had just vacated, 3 fearsome jaws lunged forward with ferocity, followed by the violent sound of their jaws snapping together, causing Moo to break out in a cold sweat. Goodness, how ferocious! If it weren't for the warning, I would have become a meal for those crocodiles. The island remained unexplored, and the vessel could not sail for now, but Moo could momentarily seek refuge on it. However, before he could catch his breath, a loud splash echoed as the shield-crested ancient crocodile plunged into the water. At that moment, Moo certainly did not believe that these crocodiles were retreating. He cautiously retreated into the cabin to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. His bronze sword was already drawn. Thud, thud. 2 crocodiles had already climbed aboard from the bow, yet they hesitated to attack, instead watching Moo intently, poised to strike. Woof, woof. Kadi sensed the danger and barked incessantly. Kadi, step back, be careful. Moo tightened his grip on the bronze sword, glaring fiercely at the 2 crocodiles before him. A muffled sound emerged from one of the shield-crested ancient crocodile's mouths as it suddenly accelerated, darting towards Moo like a cannonball. Woof! Kadi, eager to protect its master, immediately lunged forward, colliding with the shield-crested ancient crocodile. Bang! Clearly, the crocodile had not anticipated that the small creature beside Moo could move with such speed, and it was promptly knocked aside, disoriented. Moo dared not be reckless. Seeing the crocodile struggling to rise, he gripped his bronze sword tightly and thrust it towards the crocodile's mouth. With a squelch, the blade pierced its forehead, and one shield-crested ancient crocodile lay dead. System notification. Sol 1. System notification. The shield-crested ancient crocodile can be disassembled. Would you like to proceed? At this moment, Moo had no inclination to consider the aftermath of disassembling the crocodile. His attention remained fixated on the other crocodile before him. Just then, a noise emanated from the stern, as another shield-crested ancient crocodile emerged. Moo's expression tightened with anxiety. After all, he had never undergone wilderness survival training, nor was he a special forces soldier or fitness enthusiast. Faced with such ferocious beasts, he felt utterly unprepared, and the current situation was one of being trapped between 2 formidable foes. Kadi, can you handle the shielded crocodile behind? A soft reply came from Kadi Go. Very well, when they approach, we shall strike together. The 2 crocodiles slowly advanced, drawing nearer to Moo. A wave of pressure surged forth, causing Moo to hesitate, placing his hopes on Kadi Go, for facing 2 shielded crocodiles simultaneously would spell certain doom. At that moment, the distance between the shielded crocodiles and Moo, along with Kadi Go, was less than 2 meters. Should they close in further, Moo would have no time to react when the crocodiles launched their assault. Kadi now. Moo shouted, chatting fought along Sitkazigu. The 2 shielded crocodiles also moved, ferociously lunging forward. Chapter 26. Kadi is injured. The tranquilizer takes effect. Bang! Kadi Go collided fiercely with the shielded crocodile, knocking it aside. However, the crocodile's armor proved too thick to sustain any damage. Kadi Go sank its teeth into the crocodile's hide, but found it impervious. The shielded crocodile retaliated, sweeping its massive, powerful tail like a whip towards Kadi Go, who nimbly evaded the deadly strike and managed to take down the crocodile in the process. The shielded crocodile turned to bite, but Kadi Go deftly sidestepped once more. In an instant, Kadi Go was engaged in a fierce struggle with the shielded crocodile. Though the crocodile's thick hide was formidable, Cadigo's speed was unmatched, consistently avoiding its attacks. While unable to pierce the giant crocodile's skin, Cadigo effectively restrained it, resulting in a stalemate. Moo Moo raised his bronze sword, aiming a fierce strike at the head of the other shielded crocodile, which skillfully rolled aside, evading Moo Moo's assault. Clearly, the recent demise of its companion had instilled a sense of caution in it, compelling it to regard Moo Moo's weapon with newfound respect. The shielded crocodile let out a furious roar before suddenly lunging towards Moo Moo with incredible speed, sending chills down his spine. Moo Moo quickly raised his bronze sword to defend himself. Clang. The crocodile leapt aside with agility, crashing against the side of the boat. This strike seemed more like a test of Moo Moo's strength. The collision caused the wooden vessel to sway slightly, and Moo Moo lost his footing, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, the shielded crocodile pivoted, targeting the back of Moo Moo with a fierce bite. "This is bad," Moo Moo gasped in alarm, regretting his earlier decision. The cramped confines of the cabin were awkward for him, and being on the water provided the crocodile with a significant advantage. At that moment, Moo Moo's center of gravity was unstable, leaving him no time to retract his foot as he saw the shielded crocodile poised to bite down on his ankle. Just then, in a moment of desperation, Cadigo cried out, turning to charge at the shielded crocodile and crashing into it, knocking it down. Moo Moo wasted no time. With a swift motion, he cleaved the crocodile in two. Witnessing its companion's demise, the remaining shielded crocodile emitted a terrified sound from its throat and turned to flee. Attempting to escape? It is too late. At this moment, it was too late for Moo Moo to rush over and slay the shield-kissed ancient crocodile with his speed. Instead, he drew his hunting bow and aimed an arrow directly at the creature's tough armor. The arrow pierced its skin with a soft thud, causing the shield-kissed ancient crocodile to thrash in agony, though its movement soon diminished. Before him appeared a line of golden text. The anesthetic has taken effect. It is about to fall into a state of unconsciousness. 3 seconds later, the crocodile, which had been clinging to the edge of the boat, plopped into the water. It was merely unconscious. Upon awakening, it would still pose a threat. Moo Moo exerted considerable effort to drag the crocodile from the water and swiftly dispatched it with a single strike. The immediate crisis was averted. The Katy dog, Huang Huang, let out a feeble whimper and collapsed onto the ground. "Katy!" Moo Moo rushed over and tenderly cradled the Katy dog in his arms. After enduring several battles, Moo Moo had developed a profound bond with the Katy dog, treating it as his closest companion. A slick, sticky sensation transferred to his palm as he examined its thigh, discovering a pool of blood. "You are injured." Seeing his little companion hurt filled Moo Moo with sorrow. He could only take out some tissue to clean the wound and then, with a grave expression, set it aside gently. Having just endured an incredibly perilous episode, he realized that without the Katy dog, he might have faced dire consequences. However, with the Katy dog now injured and lacking assistance, he knew he could not act recklessly against the remaining shield-kissed ancient crocodiles. Standing on the beach, Moo Moo gazed into the distance, where another golden prompt appeared before him. The immobile black object in the 3 o'clock direction is a ferocious shield-kissed ancient crocodile, poised to strike. You must be cautious of its ambush. To your left, there are 3 stones. If you believe they are merely stones, you are gravely mistaken. The one in the middle is a camouflaged shield-kissed ancient crocodile, which has buried its body and tail beneath the sand, preparing to launch a surprise attack on any creature that passes by. Goodness, the camouflage is quite convincing. Following the prompt, Moo Moo looked closely and indeed found that the 2 black forms were distinctly different from their surroundings. The crocodile's dark skin blended seamlessly with the environment, misleading one to think they were just scattered stones on the beach. Little did they know they were cunning predators. However, their current motionless state was somewhat amusing, practically offering themselves as prey. Moo Moo had no intention of confronting them directly. Instead, he drew his hunting bow and aimed at the crocodile's body. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew, and the shield-kissed ancient crocodiles were fully anesthetized. Advancing with his sword, he opened their chests and declared, "Crocodile, dead." The crisis was resolved. Soul 5. Deconstruct the shield-kissed ancient crocodile. System notification. Shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat 30. System notification. Shield-kissed ancient crocodile skin 25. System notification. Shield-kissed ancient crocodile blood 5,000 milliliters. System notification. Shield-kissed ancient crocodile bones 20. System notification. Shield-kissed ancient crocodile claws 20, a modest bounty. Although fraught with danger, the acquisition of such a substantial amount of blood and meat would suffice for several days of sustenance for both himself and the Katy dog. With any surplus available for trade, Moo promptly opened the item panel for inspection. Although he had never previously encountered the flesh of an alligator, he had observed from television and news reports that the people of Asangwa frequently captured alligators to roast and consume them, suggesting that it must possess a delightful flavor. Done when ancient alligator meat, a low-fat, low-cholesterol delicacy that is not only exquisite in taste, but also beneficial for nourishing the heart and lungs, replenishing blood, strengthening bones, fortifying the kidneys, and expelling evil and dampness. Regular consumption can enhance vitality and nourish the blood, alleviating wheezing and coughing. Current satiety index, 3 stars. Overall rating, 68. Indeed, it is no wonder that the people of Asangwa favor it. It is, after all, a miraculous elixir. Done when ancient alligator blood possesses anti-inflammatory, heat-clearing, detoxifying, and tumor-reducing properties, capable of eradicating viruses and bacteria within the body or alleviating symptoms of poisoning. Moo was astonished by the significant benefits of alligator blood. He refrained from consuming it immediately, deciding it could serve as an antidote in case of future poisoning. Done when ancient alligator claw encapsulates various essences rich in animal collagen, with effects of invigorating yang, strengthening the kidneys, and enhancing skin health. It can significantly improve skin elasticity, eliminate wrinkles, and enhance one's appearance and masculine charm. After consumption, it greatly increases attractiveness and prolongs efficacy. Without hesitation, Moo extracted 2 done when ancient alligator claws and placed them into his mouth. Which man could resist such a temptation? Chapter 27. Acquiring the Pictorial Guide. Swallowing the alligator claws did not cause Moo any discomfort. Their texture was reminiscent of spicy chicken feet, with a satisfying chewiness. After ingestion, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. His skin, which had darkened after days of exposure to wind and sun, surprisingly lightened and became as smooth and elastic as that of a newborn. Truly, it was a remarkable find. Moo shifted his gaze to the bones and skin. Done when ancient alligator skin facilitates the flow of meridians, alleviates inflammation and pain, and invigorates the mind. After consumption, it can significantly enhance the skin's resilience against impact and withstand simple mechanical assaults. Moreover, it can be crafted into leather goods, garments, and decorative items. Done when ancient alligator bones strengthen tendons and bones, nourish marrow, and promote blood circulation, effective against rheumatic pain. The bone powder contains abundant active calcium and phosphorus, which can be utilized to prevent and treat osteoporosis. After consumption, it greatly improves the hardness of bones, enabling them to withstand basic blunt force. Recommended preparation. Select a high-quality bone and stew it with a small amount of ginger, carrots, and ribs for a sweet and fragrant flavor. The fact that even the bones and skin are edible reveals that the done when ancient alligator is indeed a treasure from head to tail. This was an extraordinary windfall. Moo was particularly interested in the benefits of the bones and skin and resolved to brew a pot of alligator soup once he had the time. He placed Ka-Di beside a rock and instructed, Ka-Di, rest here and do not wander off. I will gather some resources. Moo retrieved his hoe. System notification. Stone 1. System notification. Stone 1. The island was abundant with high-quality stones, and within a short while he had collected 30 units of stone. Atop the mountain lies a small grove, where tall trees flourish, bearing numerous orange-hued fruits that resemble diminutive sugar oranges. Moo plucked one of these fruits. The fruit of the ma qianzi is extremely toxic, primarily containing various alkaloids such as strychnine and brucine. After preparation, it can be utilized in medicine, exhibiting cold properties and a bitter taste, effective in promoting circulation, dissipating nodules, and alleviating swelling and pain. This fruit, laden with high toxicity, can immediately disrupt the human nervous system and induce symptoms such as rapid heartbeat upon accidental ingestion. In severe cases, it may lead to sudden death. A blue prompt and a golden prompt still linger. The ma qianzi fruit is inedible, prompting Moo to fell all these trees. The wood, with its robust texture, can serve as materials for construction or agricultural tools. System notifications appeared. Ma qianzi fruit 300 wood 20, and a query regarding the decomposition of the ma qianzi fruit into seeds. The seeds held little value to Moo Moo, who opted against decomposition. Behind a rock, Moo Moo unearthed a silver treasure chest, with a notification indicating no danger. Upon opening the silver chest, the system displayed Island Biological Compendium 1, Crafting Blueprint for Superior Healing Ointment 1, and a query about decomposing the silver chest for 3 silver. Additionally, a prompt inquired whether to learn the crafting blueprint for the superior healing ointment. Moo Moo furrowed his brow slightly, finding only a compendium and a crafting blueprint within the silver chest. This healing ointment is intended for treating bruises or wounds, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in survival on the island, given the abundance of wild creatures that could inflict injuries. Currently, his canine companion, Katigo, was already injured. Thus, the healing ointment was of utmost necessity. Moo Moo contemplated the potential profit from crafting and selling the healing ointment in the trading market. The crafting blueprint for the superior healing ointment is a remedy for wounds, composed of traditional herbal ingredients. It is an external product that, when applied to wounds, can facilitate rapid healing. Moo Moo decided to decompose the silver chest and learn the crafting blueprint. The system prompted 3 silver ingots acquired, and the learning of the crafting blueprint for the superior healing ointment was successful. In urgent need of the healing ointment to treat Katigo's injuries, Moo Moo promptly accessed the crafting page. The ingredients listed included healing ointment, Dang Goei 05, Qi Lin Ju Chao 08, Ma Qianzi Fruit 30015, Stop Bleeding Grass 030. Water 50 milliliters. With Ma Qianzi fruit now in abundance, he realized he was short on the other 3 materials. Moo Moo resolved to search the trading market shortly. But first, he intended to examine the purpose of the Island Biological Compendium. Upon opening the compendium, he discovered the text was exceedingly unclear, with jagged edges, resembling torn scraps of paper. The damaged Island Biological Compendium, a fragment from an ancient tome, recording information about certain island creatures. This compendium was broken and required restoration before it could be utilized. The system then prompted, repairing the damaged Island Biological Compendium will cost 1 soul. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Moo Moo hesitated for a moment before stating, repair the compendium. A meticulously crafted illustration cannot solely uphold a silver treasure chest. However, this compendium may prove invaluable, potentially containing significant intelligence regarding the creatures of the islands. This venture has yielded 5 souls, and the expenditure of 1 soul for its restoration is not a loss. System notification. Soul 1. System notification. Restoration of the incomplete island creature compendium successful. System notification. The incomplete island creature compendium can be learned. Would you like to proceed with the learning? 3 consecutive notifications appeared before him. What transformations might ensue from studying the compendium? Could it possibly unlock another attribute panel? Moo Moo silently opted to learn. The compendium transformed into a beam of light and fused into his being. Moo Moo opened the system panel, and indeed, beside the functional buttons on the right, an additional circular button appeared, inscribed with the 2 characters for compendium. Upon clicking the compendium, a grid-like list materialized. The entries included Dunwin Gugu, Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile, Huawei Ai Hoang, Firetail Giant Hawk, Huaban Rongian, Flower-Spotted Salamander, Fushi Quan, Corrupted Corpse Hound, Yansui Yukong Duck-Billed Ant Bug, Sanyan Dazang, Three-Eyed Venomous Octopus, Yamuz Hizu Maternal Spider. Each creature featured a miniature image, and further details were accessible upon opening. Some were familiar to Moo Moo, while numerous others remained unencountered. He casually selected the Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile to view its details. Shield Kiss Ancient Crocodile, a carnivorous, oviparous vertebrate reptile, adept at camouflage, frequently lurking on beaches, burying itself in sand to resemble a rock, or blending seamlessly with stones to ambush unsuspecting prey. This creature typically does not appear alone. Ability, camouflage, vulnerability, cannot attack continuously, prone to slumber while sunbathing, often remaining motionless on the ground. Danger level, 28. Moo Moo then accessed the description of the unicorn walrus. Unicorn walrus, a colossal, power-oriented mammal. Its prominent horn serves as an effective weapon against adversaries. The creature's flesh is robust and dense, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective for inflicting mortal wounds. Possessing a strong territorial instinct, this animal tends to dominate its domain, with typically no other kin inhabiting the same island. Ability, Horn Strike, Vulnerability, afraid of barking dogs. Danger level, 31, Chapter 28. The first auction, the intelligence within the compendium aligns closely with what Moo had already discerned. Each creature, when selected, reveals an enlarged 3D image, which can be rotated and examined from every angle and detail. This artifact is akin to a treasure map. While it may be dismissed as trivial, its utility is indeed considerable. Other players would undoubtedly treasure it upon acquisition. For Moo, however, its value is somewhat diminished. With the insights provided, he can mitigate risks to some extent, discerning whether he should engage with these creatures. Yet, possessing this compendium allows for a comprehensive understanding of each creature's danger level and vulnerabilities, enabling him to devise clever strategies for their defeat using either intellect or alternative methods. Moo continued to examine the statuses of other creatures he had encountered. The danger level of the flower-spotted salamander was 15, while that of the fire-tailed giant hawk was 30. All creatures he had faced on the islands were documented within. Based on the challenges he had encountered thus far and his assessment of the difficulty in vanquishing them, this compendium proved to be quite accurate. However, one cannot indiscriminately rely on the danger levels presented in the compendium to make sweeping judgments about the capabilities of various creatures or to categorize their combat prowess. For instance, while the danger rating of the Dujiao Haixiang surpasses that of the Dunwen Gu Yi, its attack power is indeed greater. Yet, with the assistance of the Go, its natural enemy, and having set traps, capturing the Dujiao Haixiang becomes a relatively simple task. Conversely, when confronted with the Dunwen Gu Yi, I found myself utterly unable to prepare any traps, and with 3 of them launching simultaneous assaults, I was left in a perilous situation that nearly led to my demise. Moreover, although the danger rating of the Huoweiju Huan is relatively high, it shows a preference for medium-sized animals, thereby prioritizing the attack on the Go. Armed with a hunting bow, I felt relatively secure as they posed little threat to me. It is well known that animals possess weaknesses or counterbalancing traits, thus necessitating a cautious and discerning approach. As I continued to explore the compendium for other unfamiliar creatures, I noted that the majority of their danger ratings remained below 70. I surmised that this must pertain to the data on low-tier initial creatures, given its incomplete nature. After all, the ocean cannot solely be populated by these lesser beings, and I currently lack access to a more advanced compendium. Nevertheless, this information suffices for my immediate needs. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Would there be any information on pets? Considering that the Go belongs to the island's fauna, I opened the compendium and searched for Go, only to find a sidebar that popped up on the right, with the button grayed out, displaying Spirit Compendium. The message read, Spirit Compendium page. Requires ownership of 2 or more pets and a Spirit Compendium to unlock. The conditions were insufficient for me to proceed. Having exhausted the resources of the island, I approached the Go, which lay weakly on the ground. Its head drooping in the sand, ears hanging low. Its expression was one of utter lethargy, and it seemed too unwell to even gnaw on the bone I tossed, merely pushing it aside with its paw. Upon inspecting its injured leg, I discovered signs of festering wounds that urgently needed treatment. I resolved to rest for a while, waiting for the Go's injuries to heal before embarking on my maritime journey, for losing this reliable companion would be a grave miscalculation. With my water supply nearly depleted, I first took out the water collector to combine it with wood to produce some water, then sought ways to procure medicinal herbs for the Go's recovery. I opened the trading channel and selected the plant category. To my surprise, I found a considerable number of individuals selling herbal medicines. There were several pages, though the prices were exorbitantly high. Many likely had no idea how to utilize these items, opting instead to sell them at inflated rates. For instance, some demanded a meat piece or 300 milliliters of water for a single dangue. Why not just resort to outright robbery? I mused. In reality, medicinal herbs are indeed expensive. Yet this is the island world, where water is currently the most valuable commodity. After perusing the listings without finding suitable pricing, I decided to hold an auction, allowing the highest bidder to win. Auction items can be posted once daily, and I checked the materials required to concoct a hemostatic ointment. 5 dangue, 8 chi lin jieqiao, 15 ma qianzigua, and 30 ji shueqiao. Based on my experience and intuition, I felt that resources needed in lesser quantities were likely the rarer ones. Dangui is arguably the most challenging, while ji shueqiao, judging by its name, might be more familiar to many. After all, The name of this plant frequently graces the realm of gaming. Given that this is an auction, it undoubtedly involves rare resources. Mumu decided to purchase Dangui first. He opted for the auction feature and perused his inventory, subsequently assembling a collection of items. Seller, Mumu 18076, auction items. 30 milliliters water, 1 coconut, 100 milliliters unicorn walrus blood, 1 spotted salamander meat, 1 unicorn walrus meat. 2 canned goods, demand. 30 G Shui Chow, Dangui bidding, auction rules, starting price 30 G Shui Chow. Each bid increases by 1 Dangui. Buy it now, flash sale 50 G Shui Chow, 20 Dangui, available for immediate purchase. Important note, Dangui bids cannot be instantaneously purchased if they exceed 20. Auction duration, 30 minutes. The distinction between auctions and transactions lies not only in the bidding conditions, but also in the ability to set a buy it now price. When faced with excessive competition or uncertainty in securing desired items, one can opt for the buy it now option to swiftly acquire urgently needed goods. However, this option often demands a substantial cost, consuming more resources. Yet for certain premium resources, the buy it now price may prove more economical than bidding, as the latter could entail even higher bids. Mumu felt quite confident about this auction, as his offer was exceedingly generous, sufficient to provide sustenance for an adult male for 12 days. The reason behind such a magnanimous offer stemmed from Mumu's urgent desire to rescue his dog. Having shared life and death experiences, a profound bond had developed between them. Katie Go was not merely Mumu's companion in battle. He had become his emotional anchor, alleviating the loneliness of the vast ocean. Although the maximum duration for an auction is 3 days, Mumu allocated only half an hour, for he had no time to spare. Should he wait 3 days, not only would Katie Go endure immense suffering, but he himself would also miss out on 3 days of exploration opportunities, which was certainly unfeasible. Besides the auction demands, he still required Kailan Jiechow. Thus, Mumu engaged in a transaction channel for another item. He refrained from bundling Kailan Jiechow with the auction items, fearing that no one possessed Ji Shui Chow, Dangui, and Kailan Jiechow simultaneously. Bundling multiple items for auction carries significant risk, increasing the likelihood of unsold items. Seller, Mumu 18076. Transaction item, 1 shield kissing ancient crocodile meat stock. 2. Demand, 10 Kailan Jiechow. Seller's message, only seeking Kailan Jiechow. No foolishness, please. After completing the transaction, Mumu languidly reclined on the beach, cradling Katie Go in his arms, basking in the sun. Chapter 29. Crafting Healing Ointment. Evading mousetraps. Meanwhile, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Come quick, Muda Lao has commenced the auction. Those with resources should rush to seize it. Could you kindly silence yourself up there? You're always the loudest, and if you're not buying, what is your fuss about? I'm hoping to snag a good deal here. Exactly. This guy is truly obnoxious, idling away while incessantly shouting on the trading platform. I genuinely wish to encounter him and give him a piece of my mind. Goodness, how many creatures has this expert slain? Their blood, flesh, and water. Has the esteemed one already accumulated such a bounty of provisions? I only possess 6 Yuko, and if anyone has Dangui, do not hesitate to message me for a trade. What exactly is Kailan Juiko, and is it edible? Mumu briefly surveyed the situation and indeed found Dangui to be a relatively scarce resource, while 6 Yuko was abundantly available. What if no one possesses both 6 Yuko and Dangui simultaneously? Upon perusing the auction channel, Mumu realized his worries were unfounded, as bids were already being placed. Buyer, Zhongwei 17070, bid, 36 Yuko, 1 Dangui. Buyer, Zhengxian 17372, bid, 36 Yuko, 2 Dangui. Buyer, Hufei 16955, bid, 36 Yuko, 3 Dangui. Buyer, Zhanbo 17776, bid, 36 Yuko, 4 Dangui. Buyer, Luqiao 18380, bid, 36 Yuko, 5 Dangui. Before long, the auction price exceeded his expectations and continued to rise. Mumu felt a sense of relief. Securing 5 Dangui was a baseline, and once the auction concluded, he could concoct the golden wound ointment. Not long after, the number of Dangui increased to 10. How dare someone outbid me? Who dares to challenge my auction? Someone noticed their bid had been retracted and shouted in dissatisfaction. Have you lost your mind? My bid was also outbid, The count of dangui has now reached 13, and you still wish to purchase. It's merely a few pieces of meat. Have you not eaten? What is the big deal? Wealthy patrons, could you kindly refrain from outbidding me? 15 dangui is my limit, and my little brother hasn't eaten for a day. Please let this one slide. What is 15? My 17 dangui were outbid. Enough of the clamor. It's gone. Just as I was about to raise my bid, it was snatched away by a magnate. Amidst the discussions and shock, someone had swiftly purchased this batch of food for 56 yuko and 20 dangui. The originally set 30-minute trading period concluded in under 10 minutes. How vexing. Who was it that snatched it away? I was just about to act, and in my hesitation, the items vanished. You can't blame others. It's simply a matter of acting too slowly. Is it truly possible for someone to possess that much 6 yuko and dangui? With such abundant resources, they still compete with us. It's utterly extravagant. Silence, please. Mudealao is selling other meats as well. Those with goods should take a look quickly. Such is life. While you ponder, others have already acted, and by the time you come to your senses, the desired items are gone. Mumu did not anticipate that his auction resources would be snatched up so swiftly. Evidently, his pricing was too low. After all, it was his first auction, devoid of experience. Next time, he should raise his prices or offer fewer items. Mumu opened the trading channel. System notification: 30 milliliters water, 1 coconut, 100 milliliters narwhal blood, 1 spotted salamander meat, 1 narwhal meat, 2 canned goods auctioned successfully. Buyer: Bear Grylls. System notification: 6 yuko 50, dangui 20. System notification: shield-kissing ancient crocodile, meat traded successfully. System notification: Kylan Jiiko 20. Once again, this individual known as Bear Grylls has acquired my items. Mumu pondered. This player is no ordinary person. The materials required for crafting the healing ointment have been completely gathered, with ample surplus available. It is now time to create the ointment. Opening the crafting interface, he selects the healing ointment. The system prompts: Dangue 5, Chi Lin Jiechao 8, Ma Qian Zigua 15, Ji Shui Chao 30, water 50 milliliters. Mumu retrieves a stone bowl, placing all the ingredients within it, mashing them together before adding water and mixing thoroughly. He then kneads the mixture into 5 equal clay balls, successfully creating the healing ointment. The system announces: acquired exquisite healing ointment 55. The exquisite healing ointment is an essential remedy for daily explorations and life, capable of promoting rapid wound recovery and replenishing vitality when applied to injuries. Each ointment can be utilized 5 times. Without hesitation, Mumu takes 1 clay ball and applies it to the injured leg of Ka Ti Go. As the ointment touches the wound, Ka Ti Go lets out a mournful cry, its frail body quivering momentarily, retracting its leg. The pain evidently arises from the ointment as antibacterial properties acting on the wound. Be good, Ka Ti. It will be all right soon. Mumu coaxes the creature as one would comfort child. Ka Ti Go rolls its eyes but extends its leg once more. Approximately 3 minutes later, Mumu has evenly applied the clay ball across Ka Ti Go's wound. The creature ceases its struggles, experiencing a cool sensation in its leg, which surprisingly brings about a comforting hum. After half an hour, Ka Ti Go's condition visibly improves. Extitidli gnavink on aspotit salamander bein toset bi Mumu. It seems all is well, and Mumu's anxious heart is finally at ease. At this moment, the water collector has accumulated a considerable amount of water. Mumu drinks deeply several times, replenishing his strength as he prepares to head towards the southern island. This route has been chosen for its abundance of resources. The southern island also harbors a silver treasure chest. On the southern island, a silver treasure chest lies buried. Yet the beach conceals numerous perilous traps. If you can evade these traps, the treasure chest can be easily obtained. Traps? This detail was not marked on the map. It appears the island harbors many hidden dangers. However, Mumu remains unperturbed. While traps may be lethal to others, they present no threat to him. Moreover, this island requires no combat, allowing him to shield Ka Ti Go from further injury. Without further ado, Mumu arrives at the southern island. The area encompasses approximately 100 square meters of sandy beach. At the center lies a silver treasure chest. The beach is flat, revealing no signs of abnormality. Most individuals would be oblivious to the concealed threats. First, to locate the traps. Mumu gazes across the beach, golden prompts materializing before his eyes. Beneath this section of the beach lies a sharp mousetrap, which will instantly injure your ankle. Beneath this section of the beach lies a sharp mousetrap, which will instantly injure your ankle. The traps are plentiful. Moo Moo envisions a scenario, without the prompts. Walking through this area would undoubtedly leave a trail of traps behind him, due to the close proximity of these devices. Triggering the first one would result in immediate pain and a fall, subsequently activating the second and third. If one could still roll around on the beach afterward, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 30. The Rocket Backpack Flight Device. Moo Moo cast his gaze across the other side of the beach. Beneath this spot lies a concealed sand pit, and a moment's carelessness would result in being swiftly engulfed by quicksand, disappearing into the beach. There are numerous locations of such pits, and unless fortune favors you exceptionally, evading all these traps is an arduous task. Fearing that Go might trigger the mechanisms, Moo Moo cradled it in his arms, carefully maneuvering past the traps until he arrived before the treasure chest, yet he refrained from opening it. This silver chest was coated in a potent toxin that would cause one's palm to rot and induce a day-long fainting spell upon contact. A golden prompt appeared, indicating the chest's poisonous nature. Moo Moo retrieved a spotted salamander skin to wrap around his hand before daring to open the chest. System prompt, Silver Treasure Chest 1. System prompt, Perfect Rocket Backpack Flight Device Blueprint 1. System prompt, Wind Emblem 2. The chest contained only a single blueprint and 2 emblems. A rocket backpack flight device? It must be a valuable item, capable of carrying a person aloft, perhaps. Moo Moo believed this item would prove immensely useful and promptly opened the blueprint for the rocket backpack flight device. The description read, Rocket Backpack Flight Device, a combat flight emblem mechanism for daily use, worn like a backpack. When activated, it ejects powerful gas downwards, allowing the user to hover freely in the air. This is the legendary Rocket Soldier. Moo Moo immediately thought of the Red Alert game he had played. This device has its advantages and disadvantages, primarily depending on the speed of flight and the types of creatures encountered. Should he encounter a crocodile, he could simply ascend to the sky and evade danger, easily dispatching ground creatures with a hunting bow. However, encountering a fire-tailed giant hawk or a creature capable of ranged attacks would pose significant challenges. If the flight speed is too slow, one would merely become a target. Such was the case in the Red Alert game, where ground-based anti-aircraft weapons could swiftly bring down flying soldiers. Learning the blueprint, he decided to synthesize one to observe its effects. The blueprint instantly transformed into a beam of light, penetrating Moo Moo's mind. Rocket Backpack Flight Device. Copper Block 3215. Iron Block 1815. Silver Block 45. Wind Emblem 32. Fire Emblem 01. He had just found 2 wind emblems, which were sufficient, but he still required 1 fire emblem and 1 silver. He would soon dismantle the silver treasure chest. Acquiring silver would not be a problem, but he needed to collect another fire emblem. Dismantling the silver treasure chest, Moo Moo proceeded to dismantle the chest. After dismantling, it automatically transformed into a non-toxic, harmless state. System prompt, Silver Block 3. He opened the chat channel. Up to this point today, Moo Moo had yet to post a message, and his number of small horns stood at 3. One may leave messages in the World channel by selecting the small horn icon. Moo Moo 18076. A single emblem of ceasefire is available. Interested parties may message privately. After sending the message, Moo Moo placed the catagoo on the ground and promptly retrieved the hoe. It appeared that the beach had no resources aside from the sand. However, Moo Moo was unwilling to occupy excessive space with sand. I refuse to believe that I cannot unearth a mousetrap. Moo Moo remained mindful of the game's core philosophy, which is to not overlook any available resource. There is no shame in being as relentless as a locust. Cuddy, do not move recklessly. With determination, Moo Moo aimed precisely at the location of the mousetrap and struck down forcefully. Crack! The sound of an item breaking echoed across the beach. Simultaneously, the indication of the mousetrap at that location vanished. Is it safe? Moo Moo stepped onto the spot and used the hoe to scrape away the sand, revealing a broken mousetrap severed in 2. Ordinary mousetrap, damaged, a small trapping device used to capture mice, also effective against other small creatures or humans. This mousetrap is damaged and cannot be repaired. Unable to be mended, it was rendered useless. Could it be that my strength is too great? Moo Moo then pinpointed the next location of a mousetrap and gently prodded it with the hoe, but there was no reaction from the beach. With a bit more force, crack! The golden indication disappeared, and as Moo Moo dug up the soil, he discovered that the mouse trap had again been damaged. What is happening? After several attempts, Moo Moo realized that no matter how cautious he was, the traps would invariably sustain damage. It appears that the game mechanics are set in such a way that one cannot retrieve the pre-existing devices on the island. Moo Moo lifted the hoe and jabbed at a concealed sand pit. A powerful suction emanated from the wooden handle of the hoe, forming a whirlpool in the sand. Hastily, Moo Moo withdrew the hoe. The surrounding sand swiftly spiraled into the vortex, and after a few moments, the beach returned to tranquility, emitting a wisp of black smoke. The golden indication of the sand pit vanished. It seems that this trap yielded nothing of value either. The damaged traps posed no danger, feeling as safe as solid ground. Moo Moo tried several more, and the outcome remained consistent. He then decisively destroyed the remaining sand pit traps with a hoe, hoping to minimize potential dangers for any future players who might venture here. Bang, bang, bang. Black smoke erupted continuously from the beach, and all golden indications faded away. Moo Moo wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had accomplished a remarkably noble deed. In truth, his motivation was not so altruistic, he was merely bored. This sensation resembled playing a whack-a-mole game, particularly for those afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, as it was imperative to witness the disappearance of all golden sand pit indications. By this point, he had completed 3 voyages today, and the struggle with the crocodile had drained a significant amount of energy. Moo Moo's stomach had begun to growl, leaving him feeling utterly weakened. Time for lunch. I shall eat my fill before setting out again. Moo Moo took out the barbecue grill, added 1 piece of wood, and set it into motion. He placed several slices of shun, wengu, a lizard skin, and shun, wengu, a meat onto the grill, and they began to sizzle. The flesh and hide of the shield-kissed ancient crocodile can enhance one's physical constitution, particularly the skin, which holds great significance for Moo Moo. He set aside a piece exclusively for Ka-Ti, while the remainder was generously seasoned with cumin and chili, both hard-won spoils from Lao Lu, finally proving their worth. Moo Moo smacked his lips, feeling that something was amiss. A touch of salt or other spices would have been delightful. Upon accessing the trading channel, he discovered a surprising number of individuals offering condiments. Salt, cumin, chili, and monosodium glutamate were all available. Though the selection was rather monotonous, and the prices left much to be desired. Should he trade? He possessed canned goods and meat that could be sold. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to broadcast a message. A loud call should attract many willing to engage and trade with him. The value of food far surpasses that of seasonings, especially since the majority of people were still grappling with their basic sustenance needs. Spices were of little utility. The trading channel was inundated with listings for various seasonings, yet few showed interest. Some had fallen to desperate hunger and resorted to consuming spices. Yet that brought forth an even graver issue, the necessity for water. Chapter 31. Exchanging seasonings to create fragrant roasted meat. Moo Moo opened the chat channel and selected a broadcasting option. Moo Moo 18076. World, if you have seasonings, send me a private message. 1 can of food in exchange, no chili powder or cumin. All else is negotiable. Variety and price will be considered preferentially. Despite being shelf-stable for 200 years, these items were still preferable to mere seasonings. In such dire circumstances, one cannot afford to be choosy. Merely having something to eat is a blessing. The World Channel was bustling with activity, and Moo Moo's message swiftly made its rounds, catching the attention of numerous players. Wow! Muda 2, how has a demand? Quick, comrades, act fast. Moo Moo had gained considerable notoriety within the World Channel, not only for frequently offering various food items and water resources, but also for his penchant for acquiring peculiar items. The community was left wondering about the purpose behind Moo Moo's eclectic requests, adding an air of mystery around him. Moments after his message was sent, Moo Moo was inundated with thousands of private messages. Indeed, several individuals were interested in trading seasonings, along with a variety of other proposals. Moo Keizu, how about some pepper? I'll trade for a can. I have a bag of fine salt. Can I exchange it for a can? Does the esteemed one enjoy mustard? I have 2 tubes. Freshly opened Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. I took a taste. You won't mind, will you? Moo Gu, I crave meat. Could you spare a piece? I can keep you company or play. Such peculiar requests? Moo Moo was not in the mood for idle chatter. His focus remained firmly on the trading prospects. He sifted through the offers, responding to those that piqued his interest. Of course, should anyone propose a deal involving emblems, crafting blueprints, or other unique items, Moo would not object, for he found himself abundant in resources, with ample provisions and troops. Moo's endeavor to trade seasonings immediately sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers in the chat channel. What is happening? People actually want seasonings. There are so many listings in the trading channel, yet none attracted attention. The need for seasonings. Does this mean Moo has begun to cook? In the realm of the illustrious, you remain oblivious. While we struggle to secure our next meal, they have already embarked on the journey of enhancing their quality of life. How lamentable. Perhaps we are overthinking. After all, condiments are utilized for the synthesis of certain unique items. Yet, I remain unconvinced. Even if they are for synthesis, it pertains to food. Do you believe that Mu Xiong is lacking in sustenance? I am uncertain, but I lean towards the notion that the esteemed Mu has commenced culinary endeavors. According to reliable sources, he recently traded for a barbecue grill. Does anyone have surplus food? I would greatly appreciate a morsel, regardless of quality, as I have not eaten in quite some time. The envy resonated in the voices of the crowd. While they were preoccupied with their own hunger, Moo had already begun to exchange seemingly useless items. The disparity in human circumstances is astoundingly vast. Moo diligently scrolled through information and finally stumbled upon a trade that piqued his interest. Guanggu 18581. Greetings, Moo. I possess a bag of Himalayan pink salt, a bottle of black pepper, a bottle of premium soy sauce, and a pound of white cane sugar. May I exchange them for your king goods? Moo was taken aback. Most individuals possessed only one type of seasoning, a few had two, and a rare few had three. Yet this individual had an astonishing four. Moo promptly replied, certainly. May I inquire how you acquired such an abundance of condiments? Simply curious, ahem. Guanggu sighed heavily before responding. I visited 5 islands and opened 4 treasure chests. 3 of them contained seasonings, while the remaining 1 held cooking tools. Moo was rendered speechless. What extraordinary luck. Perhaps he was a chef in his previous life. Alas, a skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Despite possessing an array of condiments, this fellow likely had no food to eat. Should he successfully trade for these 4 seasonings, it would sufficiently meet Moo's basic cooking requirements. Guanggu 18581 Moo. I also have 2 brushes. If you require them, I can include them in the package. However, 1 can is insufficient. I haven't eaten all day. Moo 18076. That works. I can provide you with an additional can, along with a pack of instant noodles. Guanggu 18581. Thank you. Moo. You are truly a kind-hearted person, an exceptionally good person. Moo 18076. No need for thanks. Should you come across any special condiments in the future, please message me privately. Moo did not attempt to negotiate aggressively. Himalayan pink salt is a premium item, capable of purchasing several cans in a supermarket. Even in this island world, it is essential to establish a relatively fair and honest value system, while fulfilling one's own needs. It is equally important to consider the interests of others, for such consideration fosters enduring development. Moo promptly sent a link to Guanggu. Auction items can be shared privately through the messaging channel. Moments later, Moo successfully acquired Himalayan pink salt, black pepper, premium soy sauce, and white cane sugar. As the white sugar and Himalayan pink salt were unwrapped, Moo crafted 3 stone bowls, 2 for the seasonings and the remaining 1 for sauce preparation. The sauce itself was quite simple, consisting of half a bowl of soy sauce, an appropriate amount of sugar, and a pinch of salt. This was Moo's secret recipe, which had proven successful time and again. After blending the ingredients thoroughly, Moo brushed the mixture onto the alligator meat, and the moment the meat hit the grill, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Moo was already salivating. Although it was a rather rudimentary homemade barbecue sauce, it possessed a unique flavor amidst the island setting. He flipped the meat over, brushed on another layer of sauce, and finally sprinkled some cumin and pepper, deeming the meat ready for consumption. Katy dog, unable to contain its excitement, barked eagerly, its tongue lolling out. Moo cut off a piece of meat and tossed it to the eager pup, exclaiming, "You truly are a little glutton." The remaining pieces of the shield-cropped ancient alligator meat were cut into small chunks and savored, proving to be incredibly delicious, far surpassing his expectations. Being both amphibians, Moo had initially thought the taste of the shield-cropped ancient alligator meat would be reminiscent of the gamey flavor of bullfrogs, yet was entirely different. The meat was tender and juicy, akin to a delightful blend of fish and premium beef. Moo Moo vowed that this was the most delectable barbecue he had ever tasted. Despite the simplicity of the seasoning, the flavor was remarkably authentic. He then took a piece of the shield-cropped ancient alligator skin, allowing it to cool before indulging. It was exquisitely crispy and succulent, a true delight. Surprisingly, the skin was even more delectable than the meat. When combined, the skin and meat created an entirely new culinary experience. Life was undoubtedly better than it had been. It was a feast of mountain treasures and ocean delicacies. The only thing missing was wine. Moo Moo found a coconut in the system panel and decomposed it directly. The coconut yielded coconut water, coconut flesh, and coconut shells. He used the shell to hold the coconut water as a refreshing beverage and enjoyed some crisp coconut meat as a delightful snack, relishing the moment. After an hour, both Moo Moo and Katy Dog had feasted heartily. Following their meal, Moo Moo reclined comfortably on the sandy beach, basking in the sun, letting out a contented belch, while Katy Dog appeared much more spirited than before. Moo Moo cradled Katy Dog in his arms, gently stroking its soft fur to cheer it up, and examined its injured area, noting that the wound had healed significantly. Chapter 32. Opening treasure chests for rare resources. The medicinal effects were quite rapid. Moo Moo tenderly massaged Katy Dog's leg, estimating that it would be fully recovered by the next day. Katy Dog's vitality had not yet completely returned, so they needed to select less risky routes for the remaining 2 journeys of the day. The islands ahead posed minimal danger, continuing southward as per Moo Moo's plan. This was the last safe island with resources visible in the northern region, A101 of the treasure map. The areas beyond remained unknown, rendering the treasure map less valuable. The warm sunlight enveloped Moo Moo, inducing a sense of bliss that led him to drift off to sleep, and when he awakened, it was nearly evening. Sensing a furry presence nestled nearby, a tickling sensation brushed against his nose, prompting him to open his eyes to find Katy Dog faithfully lying in his embrace. Gazing at him, stifling a yawn, Moo Moo stretched and scratched his nose lazily, asking, "Katy, have you rested well?" "Woof." Katy Dog nodded. "Very well then, let us set off." Moo Moo stood and dusted off his clothes. On the southern island, there were some thorny thickets. By circumventing them, one would discover 2 treasure chests unseen before, with unknown attributes and contents. What does unknown attribute mean? Half an hour later, Moo Moo arrived at a small island in the south. Upon disembarking, he was immediately encircled by dense, low shrubs. Numerous thorny vines and thistles extended towards him, almost brushing against his face. As far as the eye could see, the area was overgrown with brambles, leaving little room to tread. A prompt appeared before him. Warning: be cautious. Avoid having your skin scraped by these vines. Their sharp tips carry toxins that may cause allergic reactions or even poisoning. These plants do not initiate attacks, but possess a high defensive capability. Recklessly entering this thicket would undoubtedly result in severe lacerations from the sharp thorns. Moo Moo took out a hoe and began to hack at the sturdy vines, only to find it rather ineffective. Each swing consumed a considerable amount of stamina to fell a single vine. A change of tools was necessary. Contemplating, Moo Moo retrieved his bronze sword. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, and the vine fell with ease, as if chopping through vegetables. This was much more satisfying. Moo Moo immediately began to clear the area with the bronze sword. In a short while, he had carved out a small space. After removing some obstacles, he switched back to the hoe to clear the remaining easily manageable sections. The system prompted: Thorny Vine 1, Thorny Vine 1, Thorny Vine 1. The hoe is a general-purpose gathering tool, while the bronze sword serves as a weapon. Thus, to collect resources, one must utilize the hoe. The severed thorny vines vanished one by one. Due to some already being damaged by the bronze sword, the quantity collected was halved. The entire thicket of thorns spanned approximately 200 square meters. Moo Moo toiled for an hour, gathering a total of 50 thorny vines. Thorny vine, a common root plant on the island, which can be used to enhance building defenses. A plant with a hard texture. As long as you heed its poisonous thorns, it will not harm you. 2 prompts appeared. With half of this plant remaining, Moo Moo was drenched in sweat. Realizing the physical demand of the task, he raised his tool and brought the hoe down forcefully once more. After roughly another half hour of labor, Moo Moo finally cleared the thicket, amassing a total of 110 thorny vines and discovering two iron treasure chests within the woods. Moo Moo turned his attention to one of them. Iron chest, a chest of unknown level, containing items of uncertain rank. With good fortune, you may uncover rare resources. Or it may be entirely empty. This chest contains some unknown items. There is a high probability of obtaining useful goods, and it poses no danger. Two prompts appeared, one blue and one gold. After reading them, Moo Moo generally understood the purpose of the iron chest. It was akin to a luck box. One could potentially find something valuable, or perhaps merely junk, with the outcome entirely reliant on fortune. However, this time, the prompt did not reveal specific information about the contents of the chest, only indicating the absence of danger. What does it matter, as long as it poses no threat? Moo Moo opened one of the iron chests. System notification. Iron chest X1 system notification. Quality sleeping bag X1 system notification. Ordinary toothbrush X2 system notification. Ordinary toothpaste X1 system notification. Soap X3 system notification. Ordinary towel X1 system notification. The iron chest can be decomposed into 5 iron. Would you like to decompose it? A plethora of everyday necessities, though the lack of resources stirs a slight discomfort within my heart. The sleeping bag and soap prove to be quite practical. From this evening onward, I shall bid farewell to the unforgiving floor. Moo Moo refrained from hastily decomposing the chest, instead turning his gaze toward the next iron chest. This chest contains some unknown resources, with a small probability of yielding rare materials or special items, devoid of danger. No danger. Let us open the iron chest. System notification. Iron chest X1 system notification. Blue crystal X5 system notification. Attribute gemstone X1 system notification. Advancement stone X1 system notification. The iron chest can be decomposed into 5 iron. Would you like to decompose it? Rare materials. Moo Moo was secretly astonished. Although the resources obtained were limited, they were exceedingly precious. Blue crystals are not easily acquired, and thus far have not appeared in the trading market, underscoring the scarcity of this resource. The attribute gemstone is utilized for weapon embedding, while the purpose of the advancement stone remains unknown. Moo Moo promptly accessed the system panel for further information. Advancement stone, a tool used for upgrading emblems. Upon advancement, the effects of the emblem will significantly enhance, requiring the use of an identification hammer. Indeed, it is a valuable item. However, as Moo Moo currently lacks an identification hammer and has no immediate need for advanced emblems, he decided to keep it in reserve. Overall, these 2 chests proved satisfactory. Although they were akin to blind boxes, the items procured fell well within Moo Moo's acceptance. After reviewing the materials, he chose to decompose the iron chest. System notification. Iron blocks X10. After 2 hours of laborious work, Moo Moo felt parched. He took out 200 milliliters of unicorn walrus blood and gulped it down in one go, sitting on the ground while catching his breath. Night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the land. The tide ebbed and flowed on the beach, the sound of waves resonating endlessly. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of melancholy surged within Moo Moo. We emerged from the sea, and now we must return to it. Just like the tumultuous waters, this peculiar survival challenge remains uncertain in its conclusion. While billions of forcibly taken souls ponder their fate, Moo Moo patted the head of Kadigo. Woof, woof. It is time for us to set forth. Chapter 33. Choosing between Bay Tian and Moo Box to the west, there are 3 silver chests, but you will encounter a swarm of cat-headed wasps. Massive in size and formidable in attack, a single sting could prove fatal. To the northwest, an island is suffused with fresh air. A single breath invigorates the spirit. Heading east, you will witness a splendid sunrise from a wooden boat, and upon landing tomorrow, discover numerous edible wild vegetables. To the northeast, the island boasts stunning scenery, featuring many natural wonders you have yet to behold. To the south, there lies a wooden chest on an island, devoid of danger. 3 Yinji and Chai Lang roam upon a small island in the southeast, vigilantly guarding a mystical shell field. These creatures are extremely averse to light, remaining dormant during the day and emerging under the cover of night, when their vision is remarkably acute and their aggression formidable. In contrast, the southwestern island is barren save for its sandy shores, likely having been visited by others who have depleted its resources. Encountering deserted islands is not uncommon. After all, Moo Moo has also encountered players. He senses that having departed from the starting island, As the game progresses, all players will inevitably converge, increasing the likelihood of encounters. Many prime islands have likely been claimed by others already. The resources to the west are undoubtedly the most desirable, boasting 3 silver treasure chests. Yet acquiring them is no simple feat. As for the Mauda wasp, if one is cautious enough to avoid being stung, perhaps it would pose no danger. Upon consulting the island's biological compendium, Moo discovered the Mauda wasp and shivered at the revelation. Contrary to his initial perception, these creatures do not possess heads resembling those of cats. Rather, their heads are roughly the same size as a cat's, with bodies even larger. Such formidable wasps travel in swarms. With a danger rating of 68, they are not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, while birds perish for food. Consequently, Moo promptly abandoned the notion of exploring this island. His remaining options were to venture southward or southeast. It was nighttime, the period during which the 3 Yinji and Chai Lang would be buffed, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them and potentially endangering his life. The southern path offered merely a wooden treasure chest, which held little allure for Moo at this moment. Should he wait until tomorrow to explore? The shell field appeared to be a valuable find, yet that would squander a precious opportunity for maritime exploration. Moo found himself in a quandary. He resolved to first examine the attributes of the Yinji and Chai Lang. Consulting the compendium, he turned to the entry on Yinji and Chai Lang. Yinji and Chai Lang, a ferocious terrestrial beast, averse to light and active during the night. Their eyes possess a focusing capability, affording them exceptional night vision, allowing them to discern their surroundings several kilometers away. Their visual acuity and offensive abilities are enhanced in low-light conditions. During the day, these creatures are lethargic, often unable to open their eyes, and lose a significant portion of their offensive capabilities. Typically, they seek refuge in damp caves during daylight hours. Abilities: night vision. Enhanced attack, dependent on light conditions. Weakness: fear of intense light, danger rating 533, day and night. Being creatures that fear light. Is that why one can often hear their howls at night? Daylight appears to be the optimal time to slay them. Is there an alternative? If one were to shine a light at night, could that work? A thought suddenly struck Moo. What if he were to start a fire on the island? However, he quickly dismissed this idea, uncertain of the island's conditions. If it were devoid of vegetation, barren and desolate, although his flint could still be used, the absence of sufficient combustible materials would render the endeavor futile and perilous. In such a case, escaping would be impossible, for exploration beyond the island was prohibited. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether the shell field was fire-resistant. Should it be damaged by flames, his efforts would have been in vain. If there are other sources of light. By the way, I still possess a manufacturing blueprint for a crystal lamp. I wonder if it might prove useful. Moo hastily navigated to the manufacturing page. Crystal lamp, ordinary wood 222, glass 84, iron block 281, light emblem 11, colorless crystal 105, fluorescent grass 105. The conditions are met. Manufacturing is possible. Selecting to create the crystal lamp. System notification, wood 2, glass 4, iron block 1, light emblem 1, colorless crystal 10. Fluorescent grass 5. System notification, ordinary crystal lamp created successfully. An item resembling a wooden lantern manifested in Moo's hands. Its height exceeded 30 centimeters, with a width approximately 1/3 of that. The entire crystal lamp was trapezoidal, featuring 4 transparent sides, with a base that also allowed light to pass through. Inside the glass, a yellowish-white crystalline substance was visible, though its form remained indistinct. Atop it was a wooden handle, enabling the lamp to be lifted like a lantern or inserted into a small aperture at the top, allowing it to be wielded like a hammer. It appeared rather sophisticated, yet Moo was uncertain of its use. He sought out the instructions for the crystal lamp. Ordinary crystal lamp emits a bright glow at night. Adding 1 light energy orb allows it to operate for 1 hour. Adding 1 soul permits operation for 5 hours. There are 2 illumination modes available. Lacking a light energy orb, he could only utilize a soul. Adeng Yiden Sol, Moo mused. The top of the crystal lamp featured a rotating switch. With a gentle turn, the lamp immediately radiated a bright light, reminiscent of a household incandescent bulb, and with substantial wattage. Within a 5-meter radius of Moo, the ground illuminated as if it were daytime. The effect was quite impressive. He decided to try switching modes. Inserting a stick into the small aperture above the crystal lamp, the illumination mode instantly transitioned. The surrounding light dimmed, revealing a circular halo at his feet. Holding the stick aloft, Moo Moo directed a beam of light into the distance, clearly illuminating the scene 20 meters away. He began to understand. The first illumination mode resembled a bulb, with a broad range but limited distance. The second mode functioned like a flashlight, with an extended range but a narrower focus, revealing only what lay within the light beam. Additionally, there was a standby mode. When switched to standby, the surface of the crystal lamp emitted a faint yellow-green glow, akin to that of luminescent objects, unsuitable for illumination, and nearly consuming no energy. The standby mode facilitated the swift location of the lamp in dark environments. Quite remarkable, this should serve to intimidate the Yinji and Chai Lang. Moo Moo then gazed towards the southeast, where the prompt had changed. 3 Yinji and Chai Lang are wandering on a small island in the southeast, guarding a mystical shell field. These creatures are particularly averse to light, being nocturnal. Your crystal lamp can serve as an effective deterrent against them. If you respond cleverly, perhaps victory is within reach. Indeed, a faint smell graced Momoe's lips. Yinji and Chai Lang, here I come. Off to the southeast. Chapter 34, A Battle of Wits. Slaying the jackals upon reaching the southeastern island, Moo Moo disembarked with the lights on. This precaution was taken to prevent a recurrence of the previous crocodile incident. Should the 3 eagle-eyed jackals be lurking on the beach, he would be vulnerable to an immediate attack upon disembarkation, placing him in a precarious predicament. With Ka Di still not fully recovered, Moo Moo was reluctant to involve in the fray. He retrieved the crystal lamp in advance for his protection. Holding the crystal lamp in his left hand and a bronze sword in his right, Moo Moo leaped down. The white light illuminated his surroundings, revealing no traces of the eagle-eyed jackals. Ka Di, stay close to me. The island was expansive, roughly the size of a football field, featuring a patch of woods and a small hill. While referred to as a small hill, it resembled a towering mound of earth, comparable in size to a decorative rock formation in a park, with a height not exceeding 5 meters. Moo Moo advanced with the crystal lamp, with Ka Di trailing closely behind, gradually reaching the foot of the hill. In the distance, 6 gem-like eyes glimmered, sparkling in the darkness. Eagle-eyed jackals. Steadying his emotions, Moo Moo tightened his grip on the bronze sword. The eagle-eyed jackals had noticed him as well, shaking their bodies and slowly approaching, halting 10 meters away from Moo Moo. Their mouths emitted furious howls, clearly agitated by the presence of the crystal lamp in Moo Moo's hand. The 3 eagle-eyed jackals circled around him, alternating their runs while howling, seemingly expressing a vehement protest. Moo Moo felt he could almost hear their thoughts. Please remove that wretched object from your hand. It disturbs our rest. At that moment, Moo Moo dared not stray from the illuminated radius of the crystal lamp, fully aware that without its protective light, the 3 eagle-eyed jackals would rend him to pieces. The howling of the eagle-eyed jackals grew increasingly piercing and frantic, their agitation escalating. Instinctively, Moo Moo brandished the bronze sword. He could clearly sense that the 3 jackals were preparing to launch an attack. Indeed, with a chilling wail, one of the eagle-eyed jackals recoiled a few steps before lunging forward. In that instant, as it leapt into the circle of light, a painful cry escaped its throat, and it shut its eyes. The intense brightness pierced its vision, leaving the jackal agitated, its head swaying side to side, now disoriented and slowing down. Moo Moo deftly sidestepped its assault. The eagle-eyed jackal landed, escaping the radius of the light. It seemed that these creatures were indeed averse to light. Once within the protective sphere of the crystal lamp, their power diminished significantly, rendering them somewhat ineffectual. A sense of confidence began to swell within Moo Moo. With a swift motion, one eagle-eyed jackal landed, followed closely by the other 2, all of which he easily evaded. Not a challenge at all. Suddenly accelerating, Moo Moo charged towards the eagle-eyed jackals with the crystal lamp held high. The 3 jackals howled in dismay, promptly scattering to the sides. The anguished howls of the Yinji and Chai Lang echoed through the air as they launched a second offensive against Moo Moo, yet he effortlessly evaded their advances. After several exchanges, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. Moo Moo advanced while the Yinji and Chai Lang scattered. When the Yinji and Chai Lang attacked, Moo Moo swiftly dodged. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. Moo Moo's anxiety began to mount, for this scenario was precisely what he feared. Although it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, Moo Moo could not afford to be worn down. His speed could not rival that of the Yinji and Chai Lang. and he was unable to inflict damage upon them during their assaults. If this continued, his stamina would inevitably be depleted. He needed a strategy. Mu recalled that the Yinji and Chai-Lang's attack power diminished in brighter light. If he could concentrate the light from the crystal lamp, he might be able to dispatch these beasts with ease. He could employ a second mode of illumination. However, this approach bore its own risks. Switching the crystal lamp to a beam mode would leave him vulnerable to attacks from behind. He had to rely on cunning. With the crystal lamp in hand, Mu cautiously maneuvered, retreating to the base of the mountain where he could corral the three Yinji and Chai-Lang into a single direction, creating distance between them. At that moment, Mu inserted a wooden stick into the crystal lamp, instantly transforming it into a flashlight and extinguishing the light source. The island was plunged into darkness, save for the luminous green eyes of the Yinji and Chai-Lang, glimmering like gemstones. Suddenly, two of these glowing beasts lunged towards him with a speed several times greater than before. Indeed, the Yinji and Chai-Lang were even more ferocious in the dark. Unperturbed, Mu waited until they leaped through the air before illuminating the crystal lamp and directing its beam at the airborne wolves. A blinding beam of light struck the Yinji and Chai-Lang, causing it to momentarily falter, trembling as it emitted a pained wail, overwhelmed by the intense stimulus. By the time it reached him, the Yinji and Chai-Lang had exhausted its strength, becoming a shadow of its former self in utter disarray. At that precise moment, Mu shouted, "D!" and with a swift stroke of his bronze sword, one Yinji and Chai-Lang fell lifelessly to the ground. System notification. Soul 1. The remaining two Yinji and Chai-Lang, witnessing the demise of their companion, were instantly consumed by rage and charged recklessly. One leaped towards him, and Mu deftly dodged, but before he could strike, the second one pounced. Seeking its own demise, a powerful beam shot forth, and the Yinji and Chai-Lang, unable to focus on its attack, instinctively covered its eyes with its claws, howling in distress. As it approached, Mu swiftly beheaded it with his sword. With danger still looming behind him, Mu wasted no time and quickly turned to shine the light upon the last Yinji and Chai-Lang. Instantly, it froze in place, like a deflated balloon, and Mu advanced to deliver a decisive blow. In total, he harvested 3 souls. System notification. The Yinji and Chai-Lang can be disassembled. Do you wish to proceed with disassembly? Disassemble the Yinji and Chai-Lang. 3 eagle-eyed wolves were completely disassembled, yielding a considerable amount of sustenance. The meat was undoubtedly for consumption, though the purpose of the eyes remained uncertain. Mu promptly examined them. Eagle-eyed wolf eyes. Consuming these significantly enhances night vision, allowing one to perceive their surroundings even in darkness. The more one consumes, the greater the effect. This was a remarkable item, and, feeling hungry, Mu decisively swallowed all 6 eagle-eyed wolf eyes. A warm sensation enveloped his eyes, causing a few tears to trickle down the corners. He sensed the heat radiating from his eyes, which turned crimson. Closing his eyes, he gently rubbed them, and after approximately 5 minutes, the burning sensation gradually subsided. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished by the clarity of the distant scenery. Chapter 35. Enhancing Night Abilities. Obtaining Bei Tian, Mu felt an unprecedented improvement in his vision. He turned off the crystal lamp and could still distinctly discern the fine grains of sand and stones on the ground, as well as the branches far away. When he switched the crystal lamp back on, the illumination actually obscured his vision. It was indeed a valuable item, albeit effective solely in darkness. Mu then examined the other items. Eagle-eyed wolf skin, with fur suitable for crafting warm clothing or materials. Eagle-eyed wolf bones, common beast bones, lacking any significant utility. Eagle-eyed wolf meat, salty in taste, mildly warming, non-toxic, and edible. Consuming it replenishes the 5 internal organs, dispels coldness, and eliminates internal dampness. Current Hunger Satisfaction Index, 58. Overall rating, 2 stars. Eagle-eyed wolf blood, contains amino acids and glucose, capable of restoring stamina. Consuming it enhances agility, movement speed, and jumping ability at night. Another item that provided nocturnal attribute boost. Mu filled a stone bowl with eagle-eyed wolf blood and drank half of it. With a deep sigh, Mu felt invigorated. He leapt gently, soaring 2 meters into the air, double his previous capability. As Mu sprinted across the island, he discovered substantial enhancements to his movement speed, reflexes, and jumping ability. It seemed that for any troublesome creatures, nighttime hunting would now be a viable option. The eagle-eyed wolfskin also proved to be quite useful. Given the current temperate climate, he wondered whether this island world would experience a winter season. He decided to keep it for the colder days ahead, as it could be fashioned into warm clothing. Moo Moo climbed a small hill and took out his hoe to fell some trees, ultimately harvesting 50 pieces of wood, a considerable amount. However, he had yet to find the Bation as indicated. Upon reaching the other side of the hill, he discovered a low-lying cave, from which a foul odor emanated. This might be the den where the eagle-eyed wolves rested during the day. He pondered whether there might be something valuable within. With the eagle-eyed wolves vanquished, Moo Moo had little to fear and stooped to enter the cave. The cave was not deep, extending no more than 6 meters. When Moo Moo reached its innermost part, he discovered a stone pillar suspended from the ceiling. The pillar was uniform in shape, approximately 1 meter in height and wider than a palm. Its surface was pockmarked and rough, resembling the rugged stone surface found in a karst cave. What could this be? Approaching the pillar, Moo Moo touched it and found its surface damp and slick. This was the ordinary Bation. With a slight exertion, he extracted the Bation. The system prompted, ordinary Bation acquired. Although this object appeared to be made of stone, it was not. Its material remained unknown, and it was not particularly heavy in his grasp. Finding nothing else of value in the vicinity, Moo Moo hoisted the Bation and exited the wolf's den. Upon reaching the beach, he sat down to examine the instructions for using the Bation. The cultivation instructions indicated that the growth cycle typically spanned 10 to 12 hours, and it was crucial not to interrupt the cultivation before the mollusks reached maturity, as this would result in failure. During artificial cultivation, it was necessary to replace the added seawater. The Bation must be cultivated in a sand pit or flowing seawater. Artificial cultivation yielded a larger quantity of fixed species, while natural cultivation produced a smaller number of random species. The primary Bation could only cultivate one type of mollusk. Having reviewed the instructions, Moo Moo understood the process. This meant that merely filling a tank with seawater and tossing in the Bation would not suffice. He had to either place it directly in the ocean or dig a pit on the beach, pour in seawater, and then insert the Bation. The Bation required a natural environment for growth and could not be removed until successful cultivation was achieved. Given his current situation, he could only cultivate the Bation after exploring 5 islands each day, with the intention of harvesting the next morning. As he had exhausted his sailing attempts for the day, it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the Bation. Moo Moo set up a runic base near the seaside and then dug a deep pit in his courtyard to insert the Bation upright. He filled the pit with seawater using a wooden bucket. He planned to utilize artificial cultivation since he had a variety of shellfish, 4 types, to be precise. Although natural cultivation might yield new species, the quantity was limited. In a time of food scarcity, having enough to eat was paramount. Thus, opting for quantity was the wisest choice. After tossing in 2 wild oysters into the water pit, Moo Moo returned to the base. Perhaps it was time to enhance his quality of life. Observing the empty room, he realized there were many upgrades to be made. Moo Moo accessed the runic base options and selected to add flooring. The system prompted 10 units of wood. Immediately, planks of solid wood flooring appeared within the room. After symbolically laying down a few pieces, the entire space was adorned with rich mahogany flooring. The installation was remarkably simple, akin to assembling building blocks. This felt much more pleasing to the eye. Due to the necessity of nurturing the shells, Bation must remain immobile for a duration of 12 hours. This time cannot be squandered. Moo Moo took out the water collector and added 36 pieces of wood to produce water, ensuring a substantial harvest by the following morning. At this moment, the supply of wood was dwindling. He contemplated exchanging for additional resources and opened the trading channel. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 30 milliliters drinking water. Demand, 1 wood. Stock, 20. Trading rules. Each person is limited to 1 purchase. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, wild oysters 10. Scallops 10. Wild sea snails 40. Demand, 1. Any emblem. Stock, 1. Seller's message. If you have good manufacturing blueprints, feel free to message me for trade. Moo Moo planned to clear out the seafood. With Bation's presence, he only needed to keep a few samples of each for breeding, while selling the remainder. However, the seafood was somewhat lacking in substance. The shells were large, but the meat was meager, hardly enough to constitute a full dinner for an adult. Nevertheless, Moo Moo was confident that others would be willing to trade with him. Nearby, the Wong Wong Ka-Ti dog barked a few times, nudging Moo Moo's thigh with its head. Observing the creature's playful demeanor, Moo Moo realized it was likely hungry. Do you wish for food? Are you famished? The dog responded with an excited bark and a joyful leap. It was indeed mealtime, and the dog had performed admirably, prompting Moo Moo to decide on a reward. He tossed a piece of beast bone for the dog to gnaw on, along with some meat from a unicorn walrus and a shielded crocodile. Moo Moo sliced the meat into small pieces, indulging in some as sashimi dipped in soy sauce, while the remainder was given to the dog. At that moment, he recognized how delightful it would be to have some horseradish or mustard to accompany the meal. Yet Moo Moo was not in a rush. In time, his resources would multiply, and he would be able to trade for finer goods. Chapter 36. This creature is a canine proxy. As night fell, visibility diminished, and the inherent fear of darkness among humans led to fewer adventurers venturing out to sea. Most opted to establish camp where they were. Many bored individuals would wander through the trading market at this hour, hoping to unearth some treasures. Moo Moo's water was instantly met with a rush of eager buyers. Comrades, the water you desired has arrived. Muda Lao has a plentiful supply. Hurry and seize it, charge. Damn it, it's this fellow again. Every time Muda Lao sells water, he appears to shout. Can someone tell me his location? I would like to deal with him. It was suspected that he was a canine proxy. Every time he shouts, I cannot manage to grab any. I can see what he looks like, right? Whoever spots him, please take care of the situation for the benefit of all. Selling water had ceased to be a novelty. The luminary had already begun to sell seafood. The water was swiftly snatched up, leaving those who failed to acquire any feeling profoundly disappointed, their voices tinged with envy and resentment. Although many had never seen Moo Moo, his elevated standard of living evoked immense admiration among numerous players. At that moment, a private chat dialog box popped up before him. Liu Mei Ting 172 55 Mudage. I possess a fire emblem and wish to exchange it for water. Is that possible? Moo Moo had solicited the fire emblem through a public announcement today and set up chat keywords, which is why the message appeared so promptly. To Moo Moo's astonishment, this woman had managed to acquire another fire emblem, demonstrating remarkable fortune. He glanced at the water collector, which had conveniently produced 500 milliliters. Moo Moo 18076. That's acceptable. 500 milliliters of water for one fire emblem. Tang Mei Ting 17255. Brother, why have you raised the price? Could you give me 1,000 milliliters of water? I have been unable to find water, and after finally stumbling upon a fire emblem, I would not part with it unless I were on the verge of dehydration. Moo Moo 18076. Absolutely not. Do not even entertain the thought. Do you believe my home is a water supply company? Aside from a small amount I have reserved for myself, this is all I possess. What Moo Moo stated was the truth. After exchanging for wood, he was left with merely 200 milliliters, which he intended to consume shortly. There was truly no excess, and even if there were, he could not afford to grant the ravenous Tang Mei Ting such a substantial amount. Tang Mei Ting 17255. What about other alternatives? Anything that could substitute for water would suffice. I Haven Tea found water in 3 days. If this continues, I will become dehydrated. Mumu pondered, indeed. 500 milliliters of water for a single emblem was somewhat exorbitant. However, with the populace facing a water scarcity, the market dictated such terms, leaving him no recourse. Seizing the opportunity to earn a little more was advantageous. Moo Moo 18076. Considering your status as a loyal customer, I can offer you 500 milliliters of water along with 100 milliliters of uniquely Hornsea elephant blood. This blood can enhance your constitution, so you wouldn't be at a loss. If you are unwilling, there is nothing more I can do. Tang Mei Ting 17255. I agree. Thank you, Brother Moo. Moo Moo 18076. All right, I will prepare it now. Shortly thereafter, Moo Moo sent Tang Mei Ting a transaction link, and the system notified her that the fire emblem was in her possession. With this fire emblem, she could synthesize a rocket backpack for flight. Tang Mei Ting sent another message. Brother Moo, could you tell me how you have so much water? Inquiring about water? Should he reveal the truth? Moo Moo hesitated, then received another message from Tang Mei Ting. There are rumors that you possess water production equipment. Or perhaps you have discovered a resource-rich island with hidden rivers, enabling you to stockpile a significant water supply. The outside world sought to gather information. Moo Moo refrained from responding, exiting the chat. It was prudent to maintain silence, for certain intelligence must remain undisclosed. Tang Mei Ting did not pursue further inquiries. She surmised from Moo Moo's demeanor that he was reluctant to share. Since others chose not to divulge, there was no need to press further and risk offending him. After a while, Moo Moo's seafood feast was also claimed by someone, and he surprisingly received a power emblem. Within his palm appeared a pentagonal medal, sturdy in texture, adorned in the center with a rudimentary engraving of a fist. This was the first time Moo Moo had encountered such an emblem, transcending the elemental categories. Though he was uncertain of its purpose, this transaction was undoubtedly profitable, and Moo Moo felt an inkling that he had made a significant gain. Stowing away the emblem, Moo Moo commenced doing push-ups within his dwelling. Although he now regarded himself as a resource tycoon, he recognized that there were many formidable individuals in this world. There are always those stronger than oneself, and the sky holds greater heights. One must never allow temporary achievements to obscure one's true self. In the future, not only will he confront perilous island creatures, but he may also encounter a diverse array of players. Failing to enhance one's strength could easily result in being swiftly defeated by the formidable. Therefore, he must relentlessly train. Moo Moo tirelessly performed push-ups to build his muscles. And after numerous sets, he was drenched in sweat. When fatigue set in, he took a moment to play with Kadi Go before resuming his exercises. Upon completing his push-ups, Moo Moo retrieved his bronze sword, swinging, stabbing, and slashing it. Although his movements lacked technique and finesse, they nonetheless served to improve his arm agility and swordplay sensation. Through constant practice, he aimed to master the skills required for wielding the bronze sword. It was not until deep into the night that Moo Moo finally paused. He unfolded his sleeping bag on the floor and comfortably nestled inside. How delightful! Moo Moo stretched languorously, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The sky-blue sleeping bag, filled with high elastic cotton and feathers, enveloped him in warmth and comfort, allowing Moo Moo to finally bid farewell to his previous life of sleeping on the floor. Observing Moo Moo's blissful expression, Kadigo instinctively nudged its head into Moo Moo's sleeping space, burrowing in with a few gentle pushes, before miraculously turning around in the confined space of the sleeping bag, leaving its head and front paws exposed. Hey, Kadi, this is my personal sleeping space. We cannot share it. Besides, you seem to be male. Sighing, Moo Moo, unable to disturb Kadigo's content demeanor, embraced the little creature and drifted off to sleep. Little one, tonight you shall sleep in my arms. Surprisingly, it was rather comforting. Kadigo was incredibly soft, making Moo Moo feel as though he was cradling a plush pillow. He pondered whether Kadigo was male or female, lamenting the lack of information on the pet interface. In the morning, Moo Moo awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. After several days of roughing it outdoors, the sudden comfort of a sleeping bag and the warmth of a dog made his slumber exceptionally sweet. Upon rising, Moo Moo checked the water collector, discovering it was full. He extracted 500 milliliters of water, a substantial yield. He then gathered his toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel, using 500 milliliters of water to wash his face and brush his teeth, instantly refreshing his breath and uplifting his spirits. Moo Moo opted not to use soap, as it wasted too much water he needed to conserve under the current conditions. After drying his face with the towel, he stepped into the yard and gazed toward the Bation. Lo and behold, over a dozen wild oysters of varying sizes had sprouted on the sturdy pillar. Chapter 37. Exquisite Oysters, in Search of Venomous Snakes. Moo Moo retrieved the Bation and pried all the oysters free. System notification: Exquisite Wild Oysters. 11. Exquisite wild oysters, a higher grade than regular wild oysters, rich in nutrients and beneficial for fat reduction and muscle gain with long-term consumption. The oysters cultivated by Bation had indeed improved in quality. Moo Moo casually pried one open and consumed it raw. The meat was tender and plump, with the size of the oyster meat being twice that of an ordinary oyster, and the flavor was even more delectable. However, the quantity is somewhat lacking, which deviates from Moo Moo's psychological expectations. Only 11 have grown in one night, and this is under artificial cultivation. If natural cultivation were employed, perhaps only 2 or 3 would emerge. After all, this is merely a primary Bation. Should the quality of the Bation be enhanced, the yield would significantly increase. Having skipped breakfast, Moo promptly disassembled all the remaining exquisite oysters and indulged in a hearty meal dipped in soy sauce. Delightful. Moo exhaled contentedly, wishing for a touch of wasabi to render this breakfast impeccable. The trading market surely has exchanges available. There is no need to retain the remaining shellfish. Moo resolved to keep one of each type for breeding and exchange the rest. With such high-quality food available, who would desire the ordinary wild catch? Seller. Moo 18076. Trade items. 8 wild oysters for scallops, 9 wild sea snails. Demand. 3 tubes of wasabi stock. Seller S note. Limited quantity, first come, first served. This set of trade items possesses a rather low cost-performance ratio. However, Moo harbored no concerns regarding their exchange. Wasabi is not a necessity. Given the current circumstances, having anything to eat is quite fortunate. The prospect of exchanging wasabi for food is a coveted opportunity for many. Indeed, within less than a minute of posting the trade, the system notified Moo of the successful transaction, and 3 tubes of wasabi were acquired. Moo set the ship in motion. Heading east, there are 2 silver treasure chests. Yet today, route is beset by fierce winds, which would result in a loss of half your supplies. If you wish to arrive safely, you may consider departing tomorrow. The small island to the south is abundant with supplies, yet it is shrouded in toxic gas. Without protective gear, one would succumb to immediate unconsciousness. Reaching the western island will surely invoke regret, for it is vast and requires half a day to explore, and there is nothing of value on the island. The northern island is home to a red-bellied green snake and a giant rodent, both of which have been locked in a stalemate for some time. Just recently, the red-bellied green snake successfully ambushed and devoured the giant rodent, rendering itself immobile from overindulgence. To the southwest, there are 4 wooden treasure chests, but it will take 15 hours to reach them. The northeastern island is rich in silicone and sponge, which can be utilized to craft peculiar items. The eastern route was immediately ruled out. The loss of supplies and the suggestion to depart tomorrow are both unsuitable. The southwestern direction is too distant. Perhaps heading north is an option, as the red-bellied green snake should possess diminished combat capabilities at present. Moo pondered this and decided to consult the biological encyclopedia for further insights. Directly filtering the criteria, Moo located the entry for the red-bellied green snake. Red-bellied green snake. Entirely emerald green with a reddish-brown underbelly, this perilous reptile is highly venomous. It is the nemesis of the giant rodent, and where there is a red-bellied green snake, the shadow of the rodent often follows. The red-bellied green snake is swift in movement and aggressive in nature, adept at concealing itself within the jungle. Due to its non-massive constrictor nature, its digestive capacity is limited. After a meal, it requires 35 hours to digest before it can move again. Ability, Venom Spurt Weakness, 7 inches Danger Level. 26 The Chifa King Yi, she had just finished its meal of a giant rat. Now was the opportune moment to strike. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about the rat being fully digested by the Chifa King Yi by the time he arrived. If reaching the next island would take a considerable amount of time, the system would certainly provide notification. The absence of such a warning indicated that the duration would not be overly long, and he could afford to rush in without delay. What exactly was this Venom Spurt? Moo opened the skill description of the Chifu King Yi. Venom Spurt executes a liquid spray attack on the target. The liquid contains a high concentration of toxins that can induce convulsions, unconsciousness, or even death in the target. If it enters the eyes, it may lead to blindness. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. There was certainly a degree of danger, as he needed to avoid being splashed by its venom. However, this risk did not deter Moo's resolve to slay the Chifu King Yi. After approximately 20 minutes, Moo arrived at the small island in the north. Upon landing, he was immediately greeted by the humid climate of a tropical rainforest. The air on the island was oppressively warm and thick, and the vegetation was lush. Not long after stepping on the ground, he found himself surrounded by dense underbrush, and he could not spot the Chifu King Yi, pushing aside the foliage. Moo ventured deeper into the tropical rainforest. As he approached the center of the island, a warning appeared. Caution! A well-fed Chifa King Yi is 5 meters ahead. It is currently unable to move, but beware of the venom it may spray from its mouth. 5 meters away, Moo furrowed his brow, straining his eyes for an extended period, yet failing to discern the location of the snake. Moving closer, he blinked carefully and finally identified a green serpent sprawled on the ground, measuring about 5 meters in length. The snake's vibrant green hue closely matched the surrounding vegetation, making it exceedingly difficult to spot. Its underbelly seamlessly blended with the earth. Were it not for its swollen abdomen resembling a prominent bulge, it would have been nearly impossible to locate. Generally, the more vivid the coloration of a snake, the greater its toxicity. Moo Moo maintained a safe distance from the Chifu King Yishi, gently wielding his bronze sword, while the serpent fixed its gaze upon him with alertness. Yet, there was an unmistakable air of resignation in its eyes. It appeared that the enormous rat it had consumed had significantly distended its belly, rendering it helplessly sprawled on the ground in a pitiable state. The snake flicked its tongue, seemingly warning Moo Moo to keep his distance, suggesting that he wait until it had digested the wretched rat before engaging in battle. Unfortunately for the serpent, Moo Moo was not inclined to comply. He circled around it, seeking the most advantageous angle for an attack. The serpent's tongue continued to flicker, entering and exiting its mouth, issuing warnings to Moo Moo. Moo Moo hestita. If he charged in now, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to slay the Chifu King Yishi. However, if it lashed out in desperation and sprayed venom at him, he could find himself in grave danger. He needed to devise a strategy to bait out its skill before making his move. Chapter 38. Exquisite Durian. Joyful fatty water, only fast animals can evade skills. Moo Moo glanced at his companion, Kati, and inquired, Kati, have your wounds healed? Is movement still an issue? Woof woof. Kati, brimming with confidence, raised his head high and gazed ahead with a majestic presence. It seemed that everything was in order. Moo Moo commended, Kati. This venomous serpent can spray toxic liquid, making it exceedingly perilous. I will maneuver to its side while you launch an assault from the front. Then, unleash your ultimate skill to intimidate it. When it sprays, you must retreat, and I will seize the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Woof. Kati nodded, indicating his understanding. Moo Moo and Kati separated, positioning themselves to the left and right. The Chifu King Yishi began to panic, its head and tail in a flurry. Woof woof woof. Kati roared, successfully drawing the serpent's attention. Now, Moo Moo commanded, having found his mark. A powerful sound wave erupted from Kati's throat as he unleashed his skill to intimidate. The Chifu King Yishi quivered violently, and moments later, its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it opened its gaping maw, spraying a stream of greenish liquid. Kati, having anticipated this, swiftly turned and dashed aside, skillfully evading the serpent's attack. At that instant, Moo Moo rushed in from behind, aiming his sword at the serpent's vulnerable spot, delivering a decisive strike that cleaved it in two. System notification. Soul 2. To his astonishment, he had acquired 2 souls. Could it be that the giant rat in its stomach counted towards his total? He proceeded to dismember the corpse. System notification. Chifu King Yishi meat 3. System notification. Chifu King Yishi blood 500 milliliters. System notification. Chifu King Yishi gallbladder 1. System notification. Chifu King Yishi bone 1. System notification. Stomach acid damage giant rat 1. Moo Moo briefly inspected their potential uses. The serpent's meat was tough and sour, edible yet lacking in nutritional value, with a hunger satisfaction rating of merely 2 stars and an overall score of only 21. The serpent's blood was toxic, drinkable in small quantities, but could induce neurological disturbances in larger amounts. The gallbladder was also toxic and bitter, unsuitable for direct consumption, but could serve as a medicinal ingredient. The bones held little utility, while the skin could be fashioned into bags or garments. As for the stomach acid-damaged giant rat, it was indeed edible, but far too repulsive. Even uncorrupted rat meat was something Moo Moo would never consider consuming. While Kati showed no disdain, Moo Moo was unwilling to feed his pet such unpalatable fare. Initially, he intended to discard the rat's corpse, but later contemplated its potential as bait for trapping other animals, deciding instead to keep it. The tropical rainforest climate, though limited in area, was abundant in vegetation. As Moo Moo traversed the terrain in search of valuable resources, he pushed aside several branches and was delighted to discover a large tree adorned with an abundance of durians. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, a luxury fruit that he could seldom afford. Moo Moo approached and collected 12 of these exquisite durians. The Maoshan Wang durian, renowned as the king of all durians, is celebrated for its exquisite flavor that leaves a sweet, lingering taste rich in the essence of durian with creamy undertones. Its flesh, a vibrant ginger yellow, boasts a buttery texture that is both layered and velvety, with an appearance and quality that is nearly flawless. While the pure sweetness of Mao Shan Wang is delightful, it is the bittersweet notes that elevate its status. This variety is incredibly rare, making it a treasure among fruits, with its taste and texture far surpassing that of the golden pillow durian. Delighted to have secured a top-tier Mao Shan Wang durian, Moo felt fortunate indeed. Aware that this delicacy hails from Malaysia and is subject to export restrictions, he knew it to be among the finest durians globally. Finding 12 of them was sheer luck. Eagerly, Moo halved one and savored the flesh, opting not to decompose it through the system, as he wished to relish the joy of indulging in the durian. The fragrant sweetness enveloped his palate, the flesh being juicy and dense. To outsiders, it might seem odorous, but to Moo, it was irresistibly sweet. The more he indulged, the more he craved, and after finishing half, he immediately clutched the other half and continued to feast. Katie Go observed silently from the side, and noticing his gaze, Moo offered him a piece of the fruit. Here you go. Katie Go cautiously sniffed it, immediately emitting a retching sound. Disgusted, he looked at Moo with incredulity, as if questioning why his master would indulge in such a repugnant delicacy. With a roll of his eyes, filled with disdain, he turned away. Hey, it's delicious. I assure you. Don't give me that look. Just try it. Moo insisted, extending another piece toward Katie, but the dog hurriedly scampered away. Sigh, how can one not appreciate such a delight? After finishing the durian, Moo licked his fingers clean and retrieved a hoe to chop down the tree, clearing a nearby sapling as well. System notification. Would 2. System notification. Mao Shan Wang Durian Seedling 1. Mao Shan Wang Durian Seedling. Cannot be planted directly. Requires specific conditions for cultivation. Once matured, it can yield delectable durians. In the grassy area, he noticed a type of yellow flower, elongated and slender, some even twisting as they grew, resembling something unusual at first glance. A prompt indicated they could be harvested, and as Moo approached, 2 descriptions appeared. Huang Shi Hua, a toxic plant, often indicating the presence of snakes nearby. Exercise caution. The flowers of this plant contain numerous toxins and are basic materials for crafting poisons. Toxic little flowers. Do not be deceived by their beautiful appearance. Consuming them carelessly will lead to regret. Having already dealt with the snakes, Moo felt no concern as he crouched down to uproot all of them, totaling 20 blossoms. Continuing onward, he stumbled upon a small pineapple patch, yielding 8 pineapples. The island was not vast, and Moo resolved to clear all the trees, taking everything he could carry. In the end, he discovered a wooden treasure chest hidden among the grass. The prompt indicated no danger, and he proceeded to open the chest. System prompt, Mayanbeo 2, Huotui Chong, Euro Wei, 5, Kale 5, Nyanoi 5, Shichipian 10. A considerable array of sustenance was discovered, notably the presence of kale and shuchipian. Delightful indulgences for alleviating solitude. Moo examined the kale, finding it in a standard, textured plastic bottle, devoid of any brand markings. Much like the shuchipian, whose origin remained unknown. The milk was in a 300 milliliters carton, exuding an ordinary essence, neither Tailun, Su, nor Jindian, and devoid of added calcium. Chapter 39. Natural SBA. Bathwater in high demand. Although no crafting diagrams or emblems were uncovered, the abundance of food on this small island was not without merit. Moo gathered 30 pieces of lumber and 15 stones before departing the isle. To the west lies an island with a hot spring, the water temperature at a soothing 43 degrees. Here, one can luxuriate in a bath, embracing the embrace of nature. Indeed, Moo was heading towards the Western Isle, intent on indulging in a restorative hot spring. A natural SBA was in order to alleviate the fatigue born of island life. After several days without bathing, Moo felt as though he was enveloped in a foul stench, his garments in a state of utter disarray, making the discovery of a bathing location an opportunity not to be missed. As a dashing young man of a new era, how could he neglect his appearance? Upon arriving at the island, Moo was astonished. True to the prompt, there was but one hot spring on the island. However, there also stood a large, over half-meter tall boulder beside the spring, inscribed with 2 prominent red characters, Winkwin. Beneath these bold letters was a line of smaller text, akin to a footnote, stating, This is a hot spring. What was that arrow signifying? Moo speculated that Winkwin might refer to a geographical name. Perhaps the island itself was called Winkwin. The entire island spanned approximately 15 square meters, with the central hot spring occupying the vast majority of the space, at least 10 square meters, leaving only the large boulder and a delicate sandy beach. Beyond that, there was naught else. The hot spring exuded sizzling steam, crystal clear to the bottom. And as Moo leaned closer, his reflection emerged. Health Spa Hot Spring, a place for bathing and relieving physical and mental fatigue, with varying benefits depending on the type of hot spring. Soaking in the spring may enhance your constitution, but also poses risks of bacterial infection or danger. This hot spring water contains trace elements essential for the human body, aiding in detoxification, strengthening the physique, and refining the skin, enhancing one's strength and muscles. No dangers are present. The hot spring water is classified as acidic sulfur water, containing metallic elements unsuitable for consumption. Excessive drinking may disrupt the body's acid-base balance, leading to symptoms such as neurological disturbances, dizziness, and cerebral hypoxia. 2 golden prompts were provided this time. The hot spring water is intended solely for bathing, not for drinking. That said, a small sip should pose no issue. For someone like Moo, who is not in need of water, the idea of consuming hot spring water was far from consideration, though others might not share his reservations. Could there truly be dangers within the hot spring? Moo pondered this, but after some reflection, he found solace in the thought. The island world diverged from reality, and one could never be certain of what lurked beneath the surface. Encountering crocodiles, turtles, and even a peculiar fish known as Moo that specializes in nipping at little appendages is hardly surprising. Moo discarded his clothing onto the sandy shore and leaped into the water. The moment he entered, he felt enveloped by a miraculous force, with countless warm currents seeping into his pores, nourishing both body and spirit, bringing an indescribable sensation of comfort. How delightful! Moo waved to his canine companion, Cuddy, urging, "Come join me." Woof! Cuddy hesitated briefly before springing into the water. Upon entering, Cuddy struggled momentarily, but soon began to paddle naturally with all 4 legs, swimming effortlessly. Indeed, the dog paddled with great finesse. Dogs are truly born swimmers. The hot spring was not deep. At its deepest, the water reached only to Moo's chest. He settled himself at the edge of the spring, with only his head above water, experiencing an unprecedented level of relaxation, gradually succumbing to sleep. After about an hour, Moo awoke, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Refreshing. He felt his skin soften from the soaking and began to scrub away the grime, layer by layer, causing the water to become increasingly murky. Once he had cleansed himself of the dust, Moo made his way to the shore, retrieving soap to wash his body. After lathering himself thoroughly, he plunged back into the water to rinse off, observing Cuddy leisurely enjoying the water. Moo playfully pulled him over and gave him a thorough soaping as well. After their baths, Moo placed his clothing in the water to wash and hung them on a large stone. It was now midday, and the stone was scorching under the sun, with the air temperature soaring. After about half an hour, the clothes were completely dry. Moo donned his attire, feeling invigorated rather than weakened from the soak. His limbs felt strong, his belly noticeably reduced, and his muscles had firmed up. Quite remarkable. Could this be the legendary revitalization? This bath was worth it. A smile crept onto Moo's lips. Just as he was preparing to depart, he discovered that the hot spring water could also be collected, so he gathered it all. He even dug up a nearby large stone. System prompt: polluted hot spring water, 5 cubic meters. System prompt: quality large stone 1. The volume of water in the spring was far greater than what he collected, yet he ended up with only 5 cubic meters, indicating that the actual yield did not equate completely to the collection amount. Moo opened the system panel to inspect the hot spring water. Polluted hot spring water. Secondhand hot spring water, already contaminated, with a mild level of pollution. It is ineffective and undrinkable. Any consequences from consumption are at your own risk. It seems that the invigorating effects of the hot spring water were lost upon collection. Or perhaps it was contaminated by himself. Since it was of no use, he might as well sell it. Although it was secondhand bathing water, given the current scarcity in the water market, it should still be in demand, right? Moo decided to decompose the hot spring water and listed it on the trading channel. Seller: Moo 18076. Transaction: 5 cubic meters, 500L, of used bathing water. Demand, 30 wood. Alternative, 15 iron blocks. Stock, seller's message. Recently used secondhand hot spring water. Still at 43 degrees Celsius. Not suitable for drinking, but perfect for bathing or laundry. Those interested should seize the opportunity. As soon as the bathing water was listed, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement. Goodness, has a prominent figure found a hot spring? How extravagant! Using hot spring water for bathing is indeed a luxury. It seems that the water is generally not recommended for consumption. I believe it could be drinkable. Let us take a chance. After all, it's 500L, quite cost-effective, and unlikely to cause harm. The thought intrigued me. Despite being second-hand bathing water from a notable player, the quantity is substantial, and a sip should pose no issue, right? Are you all seriously debating whether to drink bathing water now? It's remarkably cheap, only requiring 30 wood. What good is that? When I attempted to bid, it was already gone. Moo never anticipated that their bathing water would attract such popularity, while a crowd was still deliberating over purchases. It was snatched away in an instant. Whether they chose to drink it, bathe, or do laundry was no concern of Moo. The current marketplace is desperately short of quality resources. All connections are significant. Can I receive a 5-star review? I hope that friends who enjoy this book can leave a 5-star rating in the review section. Moo appreciates everyone. Chapter 40. The Carnivorous Flower Demon. Is it a heroic rescue? Though of poor quality, the abundance of the bathing water drew some to trade, while others exchanged stones without hesitation. Some who secured the bathing water have already started drinking it, boasting in the public chat about their newfound supply and its pleasant taste. Other players seem to conjure the phrase, "The Great One's bathing water is truly delightful." The majority scoffed at such behavior, while a few envious ones later inquired about purchasing third-hand bathing water from those who had tasted it, but received no responses. Curious indeed. Moo was focused on exploring the island, unconcerned with the opinions of others regarding their bathing water. It was clearly marked as unsuitable for drinking, and what others did with it was of no consequence to Moo. On the 18th island, Moo was excavating fragrant rice saplings, discovering 3 in total. Fragrant rice sapling cannot be directly planted, requires specific conditions for cultivation. Once mature, it can yield delicious fragrant rice. Food is essential for life. Relying solely on hunting for meat leads to nutritional imbalance, making the cultivation of grains urgent. Moo believed that if these saplings grew, they could fetch a good price. Although they cannot be planted immediately, it is wise to keep them for future use. Aside from the saplings, there was also a copper treasure chest on the island. Upon opening it, 2 items were obtained. An activated strength bracelet, armor left behind by ancient hunters. Wearing it increases strength, but due to its age, it has become ineffective and requires activation for use. Activation requirements: Power Emblem 1, Soul 1, Damaged Agility Bracers, Ancient Hunter's Protective Gear, now worn and frayed due to the passage of time. Once repaired, they can be worn to enhance your speed. Repair requirements: Speed Emblem 1, Soul 1, Silver 1, Green Crystal 2. The materials for repairing the agility bracers are insufficient, yet the power bracers can be activated. Considering the perils of survival on a deserted island, Moo promptly opts to activate the power bracers to augment his strength. System notification: Power Emblem 1, Soul. System notification: Ordinary power bracers upgradable have been activated. The ordinary power bracers can be upgraded twice, with the first upgrade requiring 1 soul, 1 power emblem, and 1 red crystal. Lacking the necessary conditions for upgrading, Moo retrieves the activated power bracers. Power bracers, protective gear left by ancient hunters, providing a strength boost of 50 when worn. The bracers are wide and highly elastic, adorned with interwoven stripes of red, yellow, and black, exuding a vintage dark aesthetic that evokes a profound sense of mystery. Moo dons the bracers upon his left arm, and enigmatic power courses through his entire being. Upon wearing the bracers, he feels no sensation on his wrist, nor the oppressive warmth typically associated with ordinary bracers. It is as if the bracer has melded with his wrist, becoming one with Moo. Indeed, the absence of a wearing sensation offers a remarkable comfort. Initially, Moo was concerned that wearing an item might increase his physical burden and hinder his movements, but it seems such worries were unfounded. On the previous island, Moo encountered some trouble. Another player has already landed on the small island to the southwest. However, they were captured by the island's vines-eating flower demon before they could explore. The demon is not hungry at the moment and plans to enjoy its meal later. If you proceed with caution, you might rescue the trapped individual and slay the demon, thus performing a heroic act that could very well win you the affections of the fair maiden. Other players, should he intervene to save her? Mumu pondered, noting that the individual appeared to be female. The decision to rescue someone hinges upon whether they are indeed worthy of his effort. If it leads to forming friendships and expanding his network, it could prove advantageous. Conversely, if the individual harbors ulterior motives, it may lead to emotional waste. The tale of the farmer and the snake is not uncommon in the world of islands. Some players have even met their demise due to misplaced trust in others, leaving behind unwilling farewells in the channels before their untimely end. While some express outrage or sympathy, the majority feel powerless, and over time, such occurrences have become tragically commonplace. However, the island to the southwest holds resources and remains the only worthwhile destination. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the vines-eating flower demon has dealt with the player before proceeding? Mumu mused. This strategy would ensure his safety and spare him the infamy of inaction, allowing him to loot afterward. After much contemplation, Mumu ultimately abandoned this plan. He realized that without knowledge of when the demon would next feed, lingering about could prove to be a waste of time. Should any unforeseen events arise during his wait, it might ultimately work to his detriment. It would be prudent to first survey the situation and then decide whether to intervene, thus allowing for greater control over the circumstances. Let us see if there are any strategies available. Open the compendium. Biological information reveals the presence of the Qingtung Shirenhua MO. Indeed, it exists. So I shall proceed to click on it. Qingtung Shirenhua MO, a terrestrial root-based organism. It resembles a flower, yet it is an exceptionally intelligent creature. Its root-like structures grow within the soil, absorbing nutrients and moisture, and it also possesses the ability to move and traverse slowly through the earth. Its head is a formidable carnivorous flower, which, when camouflaged, appears to be a harmless and vibrantly colored blossom, only revealing its vicious fangs when it is feeding. Its nerves can attach themselves to the vines of the jungle, growing alongside them, thereby transforming these vines into an integral part of its body and exerting control over them. This creature has a proclivity for gathering food, utilizing the vines it controls to ensnare various prey, and it digests these provisions only when its roots can no longer absorb sufficient nutrients. Ability: Vine Control. Weakness: Fear of Fire. Danger Level: 38. It appears that the Qingtung Shirenhua MO has been well fed lately, which explains why it has not hastily consumed that beautiful woman, allowing her to survive for the time being. A stroke of fortune indeed. However, the appearance of this creature is quite repugnant and grotesque. It bears a resemblance to the carnivorous plants from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Yet this creature is a dark green hue, with skin tinged in a deep crimson, and saliva dripping from its maw evokes a sense of unease. A creature resembling a plant is indeed peculiar. Let us examine its abilities. Vine Control transforms vines into its own appendages, manipulating them to move, attack, or bind targets. Control range is 5 meters. Each instance of control lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes. Caution is essential, Mumu thought to himself. The ability of the Qingtung Shirenhua MO may seem commonplace, yet it harbors tremendous danger, should there be an abundance of vines or forests on the island. The Qingtung Shirenhua MO could easily launch a surprise attack from the cover of its natural surroundings. This creature fears fire? If there are many trees on the island, it may be wise to set it ablaze. Having devised a strategy, Mumu promptly steered his boat toward the small island in the southwest. The terrain of the island was as he had anticipated. The first sight to greet him was the towering trees, reaching at least 20 meters into the sky. The island was overrun with weeds and various flying insects. Countless unknown vines crawled upon the trees and the grass, and one could easily stumble upon them. Indeed, it posed a formidable challenge, serving as a natural hideout. Without guidance, it would be nearly impossible to navigate. Should the Qingtung Shirenhua MO suddenly appear at this moment, ensnaring his feet or hands with its vines, he would find himself in a perilously precarious position. Preparation is key, Mumu pondered. It is wise to be cautious and prepared. He retrieved 2 pieces of wood, fashioned them into torches, ignited them with flint, and then ventured deeper into the jungle. Katie, stay close to me and remain vigilant of our surroundings. If you detect any danger or moving branches, Please alert me promptly. Woof. Katie, with its superior hearing, smell, and sight, was far more attuned to danger than he, thus providing an essential advantage in their quest. Moo Moo gently waved the torch in her hand, meticulously observing her surroundings. After circumventing several robust trees, 3 enormous humanoid rice dumplings emerged before her. They were fellow survivors. Remarkably, there were 3 of them. A wave of anxiety washed over Moo Moo, for this indicated that the malevolent Qing Tongshi Renhua was lurking nearby. Chapter 41. The Art of Subtlety, Sever Me. The 3 individuals were ensnared tightly by the vines, suspended from the branches. Their mouths were gagged, leaving only their eyes and noses exposed in a meager space. Struggling to draw breath, Zhang Qingqing dangled upside down from a tree, her boyfriend Yin Wei beside her, while on the other side hung her rival, Wu Paipei. The mere thought of this woman ignited her jealousy and fury. To be precise, Yin Wei had only become her boyfriend the day prior. They had met on an island and immediately engaged in a whirlwind of indescribable events, swiftly cementing their romantic bond. In this terrifying world, she felt compelled to rely on a man's strength for survival. Previously, her boyfriend had been Lu Jun, a small and frail young man. The two had serendipitously encountered each other the next day. To secure Lu Jun's food and water, Zhang Qingqing did not hesitate to employ her charms, accompanying him on his journey. Although he had little to offer, having someone to care for her and share resources made her existence considerably more bearable. After exploring a few small islands, they came across Yin Wei. Yin Wei was an athlete. Though his appearance was less than appealing, he was tall and strong, easily overpowering Lu Jun and seizing his supplies. In that moment, Zhang Qingqing felt she had found a reliable refuge, willingly embracing Yin Wei and naturally becoming his woman. Their passion ignited rapidly, and they shared countless exhilarating moments together. Zhang Qingqing believed she had finally found a dependable anchor in this chaotic world. Yet, all of this was shattered by another woman. That morning, they unexpectedly encountered another female player, Wu Paipei. This woman was 100 times more beautiful, making Zhang Qingqing feel like a mere bumpkin in her presence. With her captivating eyes, Wu Paipei ensnared Yin Wei, who became so enchanted that he insisted on sharing his food with her, threatening Zhang Qingqing with violence if she refused. Left with no choice, Zhang Qingqing complied, silently cursing. That woman, cursed be she. Just moments ago, when she suggested heading east, Wu Paipei, seemingly looking for trouble, insisted on going west, and Yin Wei obediently followed her lead. Thus, they found themselves on this terrifying island. Upon entering the jungle, they discovered numerous mushrooms and a treasure chest, undoubtedly filled with valuable items. Zhang Qingqing joyfully rushed over, yet before she could gather any, she felt a tightening grip around her legs as something ensnared her, lifting her into the air. In her startled cries, Yin Wei and Wu Paipei were similarly ensnared by an inexplicable force. Yin Wei immediately retaliated, swinging his weapon with all his might. He had intended to remain calm in this moment of peril and vanquish the monster, but after several attempts, he discovered that he could not sever the sturdy vines. Struggling for less than half a minute, his weapon was ensnared by another vine, falling from his grasp. The 3 of them were abruptly yanked upwards, heads down, and dragged to the tree. Then, they beheld a gaping maw emerging from the underbrush, advancing towards them. Not only Zhang Qingqing, but even Yin Wei was rendered paralyzed with fear in that instant. 3 streams of foul, putrid liquid dripped down upon their heads. The creature approached, drooling as it inhaled their scent, only to spit in disgust and prostrate itself on the ground. It chose not to consume them, perhaps intending to savor the moment for later. It seemed certain that they would meet their demise that day. If it were not for that little sprite, Wu Paipei, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. All misfortunes could be traced back to that ill-fated woman. The trio was unable to speak, their voices silenced, and could only seek help through the chat channels within the world and regional scope. Regrettably, no one heeded their pleas, as such cries for assistance were exceedingly common. Who could say where they were on which island? Even if someone knew, it was uncertain whether they would not become cannon fodder themselves. Most merely expressed sympathy, while others, posing as benevolent inquirers, asked trivial questions. After their inquiries, they would declare their impotence and wish them good luck. Despair enveloped the 3. Just then, a familiar figure came into view, striding confidently towards them. It was Moo Moo. The trio had all seen Moo Moo's avatar as a prominent figure in their division. Moo Moo's name was now renowned worldwide. Zhang Qingqing had even attempted to privately message Moo Moo, though she received no response. Had it been anyone else, they would have assumed that person was courting death. However, Moo Moo's arrival rekindled their hopes for survival. If even Moo Moo could not rescue them, then their lives were surely forfeit that day. Yet, it appeared Moo Moo was oblivious to the monstrous danger lurking nearby. Their mouths were tightly bound by powerful vines. Especially Zhang Qingqing, who, having screamed upon capture, had an object forced in her mouth, leaving her with a thick vine lodged inside. Unable to articulate words, Zhang Qingqing could only emit muffled sounds, while Yin Wei and Wu Peipei struggled to twist their bodies, attempting to capture Moo Moo's attention. Their eyes darted towards the creature's concealed position. Zhang Qingqing, tears streaming down her face, desperately shook her head back and forth, signaling to Moo Moo with her gaze. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Moo Moo surveyed the pitiable sight of the three, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement at their plight. Three individuals unable to contend with a single vine-wielding carnivorous plant. A trio of ineptities. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing was nearly frantic with anxiety. She feared that Moo Moo might inadvertently become ensnared as well. Silence. Moo Moo admonished impatiently. If you wish to live, be quiet. I will lower you shortly. Upon hearing Moo Moo's words, the three individuals immediately fell silent, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at the nearby vines. Beware, Great One. Do not fall victim like us. This was the unvoiced sentiment shared among them, their hearts laden with profound sorrow. Woof! Katigo softly called out, and, at that moment, Moo Moo also detected the faint rustling sounds nearby. They have arrived. Moo Moo abruptly lifted his right foot, and a vine swiftly coiled around him with a sharp crack. The green tendril tugged fiercely, yet it failed to drag Moo Moo away. Sever it, with a decisive swing of his bronze sword. He sliced off a portion of the green vine. Indeed, his strength had significantly increased, instilling him with a measure of confidence. Having failed to catch him off guard, the man-eating flower demon abandoned stealth for a direct assault, as 4 or 5, even thicker vines ensnared him simultaneously. Merli a triviale technique, Momo declared, wielding his sword to sever all the green tendrils. A pained wail emerged from the ground, as a patch of green, flat moss that had been lying there suddenly inflated like a balloon, transforming into a massive, blood-filled maw towering over him. Chapter 42. Set fire and leave no trace behind. Have you finally reached your limit? Moo Moo gazed unflinchingly at the grotesque creature beside him. The man-eating flower demon opened its mouth and lunged toward Moo Moo. With a swift thrust, Moo Moo pierced its mouth with his sword. A thick, murky green pus oozed from the wound, a sight most repulsive. The demon shook its head slightly, seemingly unaffected, and continued its assault. Retreat. Ordinary attacks are futile against it. This creature cannot be pierced to death. Moo Moo was inwardly astonished. It became evident that this man-eating flower demon differed from other animals. Its sympathetic nervous system was vast, with each tendril controllable independently, akin to a plant. Even if several branches were severed, it could still survive. Although Moo Moo's sword had pierced its mouth, it was akin to merely scraping the bark of a tree. The central nervous cells resided in the roots, relaying commands, and as long as the roots remained intact, the man-eating flower demon would endure. Moo Moo furrowed his brow. This island harbored numerous trees and perhaps even harvestable food or medicinal herbs. Initially, he intended to conserve resources, but it appeared that would no longer be feasible. We must eradicate the roots. Stepping back, Moo Moo ignited the surrounding weeds with his torch, prompting the man-eating flower demon to become frenzied, its enormous head lunging toward him. Perish! At the moment it opened its mouth, Moo Moo hurled the torch inside. The demon clamped its jaws, momentarily bewildered, and soon after, its head thrashed in agony, billowing thick smoke from its mouth. As it opened its mouth again, it became engulfed in flames. The fire rapidly spread, consuming its head and advancing towards the surrounding tendrils. The man-eating flower demon writhed in excruciating torment, flailing its vines like fiery whips in all directions, igniting nearby vegetation as the inferno intensified. Observing the ferocious forest fire, Zhang Qingqing and the others struggled desperately in the trees, yet Moo Moo paid them no mind. It is over. The three despaired, feeling utterly hopeless. The monstrous creature was consumed by flames, yet they found themselves unable to escape. In their current predicament, it seemed inevitable that they would perish in the inferno. Kadi, avoid the fire. Mumu calmly led Kadi go closer to the trio. With a mournful howl, Kadigo unleashed its skill, igniting the flames. In an instant, the raging fire around Mumu receded, revealing a vast, safe distance. The entire space transformed into a sanctuary, untouched by the encroaching flames. The three individuals stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events, convinced that this must be a sign of divine favor. After a while, the small island lay charred, save for the ground beneath Mumu's feet, and the once fearsome Qing Tangshi Renhua show had been reduced to ashes. What a calamity! Mumu sighed, gazing at the charred forest nearby. The Qing Tangshi Renhua left nothing behind. No flesh, bones, or fur remained. Observing the three still suspended from the tree, Mumu refrained from hastily lowering them and instead began to search the island with a hoe. I refuse to believe that not a single resource remains. Surely, there must be something on this patch of ground beneath me. Orchid grass mushroom, an edible fungus rich in nutritional value. Perfect for soups and delicious in flavor, it enhances immunity against viruses when consumed. Oh, a harmless, non-toxic mushroom that can be eaten without fear of poisoning. Mumu collected the mushrooms, totaling 20. A little further ahead, he discovered a silver treasure chest, devoid of danger. Upon opening it, he retrieved a fine iron pot, a set of ordinary cooking utensils, and a cookbook. The iron pot appeared no different from a household item, and Mumu eagerly opened the cookbook. The pages were filled with myriad images and texts, accompanied by some intricate symbols. The content of the cookbook was rather cryptic, leaving Mumu perplexed. Basic Cookbook, a comprehensive guide to nutritional pairing, your indispensable companion at home. This book contains cooking methods for over 100 cuisines and hundreds of dishes from the ocean, with precise ingredient proportions to create delectable meals, offering unexpected benefits while indulging in culinary delights. Owning this cookbook will effortlessly elevate you to the status of a master chef. System notification. The basic cookbook can be studied. Would you like to learn? The cookbook was indeed a valuable asset. After all, one cannot live without sustenance. Mumu opted to learn. He had discovered a fair amount of food. Yet the provisions on this island differed greatly from those of his previous life in the real world, leaving him uncertain about how to cook. He could only resort to the simplest methods of roasting, boiling, or consuming raw, although premium ingredients often lend themselves to the most basic cooking techniques. Mumu was unsure if his methods would yield the desired results. A beam of light enveloped him, and the cookbook vanished from his grasp. A new button appeared on the system panel. Cooking. He opened the cooking interface, and a plethora of pages unfolded before him. The panel displayed numerous grids, showcasing recipes for over 100 different dishes, each accompanied by main image, name, and brief description. The main image serves as a visual representation of the finished dish, with a name displayed beneath it and a brief introduction adjacent to it. This introduction consists of merely a few words, while the remainder of the content is substituted. To view the detailed information, one need only select the main image, which leads to a dedicated page containing the comprehensive recipe, ingredients, and nourishing properties. Numerous dishes cannot be created due to insufficient materials. The dishes are categorized into two states, illuminated and grayed out. Culinary delights that can be crafted are highlighted, while those that cannot are rendered in gray. Currently, the options available for crafting with insufficient materials are rather limited. One may also make selections based on ingredients in reverse. The mere presence of a piece of meat or other ingredients in Mumu's possession triggers an automatic recall of the dishes that can be prepared. Indeed, it is a remarkable tool. Mumu's interest extends beyond the delectable dishes that can be created. It also encompasses the effects of these culinary concoctions. The fusion of various ingredients can yield astonishing results upon cooking. After mastering the recipes, Mumu resumed the search for resources elsewhere on the island. The trees on the island were charred black, indicating they could be harvested. Mumu dug them all up, surprisingly yielding a total of 80 groups of charcoal. Other areas contained a meager amount of resources, which Mumu diligently collected until nothing remained. 3 individuals hung from a tree, feeling dizzy, while Zhang Qingqing emitted peculiar sounds to capture Mumu's attention. However, Moo Moo paid them no mind and continued with the excavation. No one could impede the pursuit of resources. Only after thoroughly confirming that the island was devoid of resources did Moo Moo approach the trio. Chapter 43. I simply admire the great ones. Stop calling out. You are not in danger for the time being. I am contemplating whether to rescue you. Moo Moo stated calmly before the three. Having just fought the man-eating flower monster, Moo Moo felt parched and retrieved a bottle of cola, sipping it noisily. The three looked on with envy. The great one possessed cola. How extravagant! After finishing the cola and letting out a satisfied burp, Moo Moo coldly regarded the three, weighing the options of either eliminating them for their treasures or offering assistance. While killing for loot was undoubtedly straightforward, the fact that there were three of them posed a risk. If they recognized him and broadcasted to the regional channel that he was a robber, it would tarnish his reputation. Although his current power was formidable, becoming a target would not bode well. Moo Moo was uncertain whether this game world would necessitate forming teams or alliances in the later stages. Being besieged by a united front could lead to complications. At this juncture, Moo Moo preferred to cultivate friendships. A damaged reputation would be detrimental. If these three held any value, assisting them could prove beneficial. Furthermore, they had not wronged him, and he was not lacking in provisions, making their execution unnecessary. He decided to gauge their sentiments. If they did not recognize him, all will be well. After some contemplation, Moo Moo retrieved a Swiss Army knife from the toolbox found on the derelict ship and carefully cut the vines binding the mouths of the three, extracting the substance from Zhang Qingqing's mouth, which was drenched in saliva. As they regained their composure, the three individuals gasped for breath, subsequently beseeching and expressing their gratitude towards Moo Moo. Thank you, Great One, for saving our lives. Please allow us to descend. Moo Gu was akin to our rebirth parents. Our kin. Indeed, his current attributes were conspicuously evident, and it was apparent that among those capable of rescuing them, Moo Moo stood unrivaled in strength. Weighing their options, it was indisputable that their savior was Moo Moo. The three immediately began to flatter him. Silence. Moo Moo impatiently interrupted their insincere flattery. Their words were overly excessive. He had little tolerance for sycophants. Since he had been recognized, lending a helping hand was acceptable, but it could not be without terms. Moo Moo produced a loaf of bread, tore off its packaging, and took a bite while stating, "If you wish for me to release you, I have conditions." The mention of conditions left Yin Wei momentarily flabbergasted. What conditions? Surely, the Great One did not desire these two women. He had only recently acquired them. And before he could even ascend to emperor status, his harem threatened to dissipate, which was utterly disheartening. Ignoring the trio's expressions, Moo Moo continued. Do any of you possess manufacturing diagrams, crystals, souls, or emblems of value? I will be willing to trade. Realizing it was merely a matter of acquiring items, Yin Wei exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't tea women, he could acquiesce. However, his expression turned awkward. Great One. What use do we small fries have for emblems? We can hardly afford to eat. None? Moo Moo regarded him with skepticism. Days had passed without them discovering a single emblem. He found it hard to believe. Indeed, we have none, Zhang Qingqing said, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Moo Moo. But I possess other treasures. Will the Great One be interested? Other treasures? Moo Moo's interest was piqued. If Zhang Qingqing had stumbled upon something extraordinary, he might consider a trade. What treasures do you have? Moo Moo inquired, stepping closer. Me? Zhang Qingqing gazed at Moo Moo with longing, licking her lips and gently biting them. I am the treasure. Do you fancy me, Great One? Are you jesting? Moo Moo's gaze turned icy, the bronze sword pressed against her chest. Are you out of your mind? Speak quickly if you wish to meet your end. Such a wretched creature would not even merit a glance from Moo Moo, short, dark, and stout, and yet she dared to flaunt herself before him. I was wrong, Moo Gu. Spare me. Zhang Qingqing cried. I merely admire you. Please accept me. I am worth far more than you think. I can be of great service, if you understand. Zhang Qingqing was not foolish. Compared to Yin Wei, Moo Moo was a celestial being. Not only was Moo Moo handsome, but he was also powerful and possessed ample resources. Life alongside him would be devoid of worry. Before Moo Moo could respond, a discordant voice interrupted from the side. Ha, shameless. You have a boyfriend, yet you still seduce the Great One. Wu Paipei exclaimed loudly. Moo Moo had intended to follow her lead when Wu Paipei continued. What treasure are you? I am Mu Ge's true treasure. You vile creature. Always stealing others' boyfriends. How dare you speak to me? Zhang Qingqing retorted. Did you not profess your affection for Yan Wei this morning? Didn't you say he was your man? Well, now he belongs to you. I have severed ties with him. I am now single, so why should I not pursue? I am the woman of Mu Dalao. Just look at yourself. A mere walking gas canister. Do you truly believe he would take notice of you? Mugu, look at me. I am a treasure from head to toe. If you let me down, I will show you properly. Indeed, Wu Paipei's appearance surpasses that of Zhang Qingqing significantly. Her figure is more appealing, and her features are delicate, placing her among the upper echelon of survivors. Zhang Qingqing, feeling the sting of the insult, was thoroughly enraged and retorted, "Pa, shameless. What do you have to be proud of? You are as thin as a monkey devoid of substance, and even without clothes, no one would look at you. You are the shameless one. Mugu is mine. You already have a boyfriend, yet still try to entice him." The two women exchanged barbs, causing Yan Wei's expression to darken considerably. Just this morning, these two had been compliant and obedient, even competing for his attention. Yet now they had swiftly defected to Mu Mu's side, leaving him feeling like discarded refuse. Mu Mu furrowed his brow in irritation. These two women were truly peculiar. Only a fool would bring them along on an expedition. Had he known the trio was of such caliber, he would have preferred to remain hidden and eliminate them for a profit. However, given the situation had reached this point, he refrained from displaying any overt displeasure. "If I hear either of you arguing again, you shall remain up there," Mu Mu stated coldly. This warning proved effective, as both Zhang Qingqing and Wu Paipei immediately fell silent, and the world around them regained its tranquility. Mu Mu continued. "You have 3 minutes to present one emblem or soul or any crafting materials. Otherwise, you will hang there like ornaments on a tree. Pray that before you starve, you might encounter another survivor." He cautioned against further needless chatter, lest he lose his temper. Neither of the three possessed an emblem. It was absurd. Mu Mu remained skeptical. As anticipated, his words held power, for Wu Paipei hastily exclaimed, No, I have one. Mugu, I possess an emblem and a soul. May I be released?" Mu Mu approached without hesitation, severing the vines and allowing her descent. He was pressed for time and had no desire for idle conversation. Wu Paipei gingerly produced a metallic plate and a soul, presenting them to Mu Mu. "Mugu, will this suffice?" As she spoke, she leaned forward, tugging at her collar. Yet Mu Mu did not spare her a glance. This seemingly delicate girl possessed a soul, which slightly elevated Mu Mu's regard for her. He accepted the items for inspection, one soul and one emblem of speed. The emblem bore a symbol resembling a lightning bolt. "Not bad," Mu Mu remarked, placing the items into his backpack. "I mentioned that I would trade with you, and I certainly cannot take from you without offering something in return. Based on current market value, one emblem can be exchanged for roughly 500 milliliters of water or 2 pieces of meat. You may choose between meat or water." What? Wu Paipei thought she must have misheard. Mugu could actually provide her with food? "Indeed, I am a person of integrity. Since I have committed to trading with you, I shall adhere to the principles of fairness." In truth, the market is experiencing a slight recovery. Compared to the initial phase, the scarcity of water resources has diminished further. Currently, a single emblem can be exchanged for approximately 700 milliliters of water, while the emblem of speed, being rarer, can yield even more. However, Mu Mu has saved their lives, and a minor loss for the other party is inconsequential. Mu Mu feels it is only natural, regarding the remainder as a form of compensation. Chapter 44. The knife slipped from my grasp, do you believe it? Upon hearing Mu Mu's words, Wu Paipei's face lit up with joy as she cautiously inquired, "May I receive water and food?" "Certainly. For the emblem of speed, I will give you 200 milliliters of water and 1 piece of meat. You also possess a soul, so I shall add a loaf of bread." Mu Mu promptly sent Wu Paipei a package through the system's chat interface, which contained 200 milliliters of water, 1 piece of spotted salamander meat, and 1 loaf of bread. "Thank you, Brother Mu." Wu Paipei's eyes brimmed with gratitude. She had anticipated being extorted, yet Mu Mu not only rescued her, but also provided her with sustenance. Reflecting on it, this transaction had not only spared her, but had also resulted in a small gain. Wu Paipei is fondness for Mu Mu surget, and she incessantly sent messages of gratitude in the regional channel. We were just trapped, and it was Brother Mu who saved us while exchanging resources for water and food. "Thank you, Brother Mu. Wow, the big boss is impressive. Mu Dalao is formidable. Your presence is indeed a boon for our region. How fortunate we are to encounter such greatness. What do you look like? Is it similar to your profile picture? We would love to meet Brother Mu. In an instant, the group was filled with compliments. Mu noticed this and sighed inwardly, lamenting the burden of his unwarranted reputation. From a certain perspective, Wu Paipei was quite adept at handling matters. Not only did she ask pleasant questions, but she also helped enhance his reputation within the channel, which held great significance. It was important for others to recognize that he had achieved his stature through strength, rather than through nefarious means. Can the esteemed one let us down now? Yanwei inquired cautiously. You have not engaged in trade with me, Mu replied, shaking his head and gesturing toward Wu Paipei. Only if she consents to release you can that happen. Paipei, you know I love you, Yanwei pleaded. Wu Paipei understood that further entanglement with Mu would yield no results, so she nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Mu wielded his bronze sword, severing the vines, and Yanwei fell from the tree. At this moment, only Zhang Qingqing remained. A look of sheer terror crossed her face. She knew that this woman would never let her down. Indeed, Wu Paipei approached and coldly scolded, You wretched woman, stay suspended in the tree. Following this, she delivered several slaps, leaving red marks on Zhang Qingqing's face. Help! Great One, save me! Zhang Qingqing shrieked in distress, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Noticing Mu's lack of response, she quickly added, Great One, I possess valuable items. I wish to trade with you. Please, Brother Mu, let me down. I implore you. You have something of value? Mu furrowed his brow slightly. I hope what you say this time is true. Should you dare deceive me again, you know the consequences. He drew his sword and gave it a sharp, deliberate flourish. I truly have it. I truly do. Zhang Qingqing hurriedly exclaimed. I possess a crafting schematic. Let us trade for my brother. Is that acceptable? What kind of schematic? Mu was intrigued by crafting schematics, but only those of genuine utility and refinement. Should it prove haphazard or trivial, he would dismiss it without hesitation. The 5 years of JKO, 3 years of simulation schematic. Zhang Qingqing stole a glance at Mu and, noticing his gaze growing steadily colder, hastily backtracked. Oh no. I meant the flawless gas mask schematic. I haven't even studied it yet. So, she did possess something valuable after all. Truth, it seemed, only surfaced under pressure. With a single decisive slash, Mu severed the vines binding her, releasing Zhang Qingqing from the tree. Naturally, this liberation came as part of the exchange. He was thoroughly satisfied with the schematic. It would grant him safe passage through islands shrouded in toxic miasma. Upon receiving it, he handed her 200 milliliters of fresh water and a portion of spotted salamander meat. The transaction was concluded. Then, Dalao Yanwei stepped forward. His face wreathed in an exaggerated, obsequious smile. Mu had no inclination for idle chatter. Enough, he said flatly. I've just rescued all of you. In return, I have one demand. Please, Dalao, speak freely. Yanwei bowed deferentially. Mu's voice was calm, unyielding. Where you go is none of my concern, but I depart first, and the 3 of you shall not follow me. You are forbidden from choosing the same maritime route. Should you violate this, I will end you. Absolutely. We would never dare disturb Dalao. Yanwei hastened to agree. Yet at that very moment, an inexplicable notion flickered through Yanwei's mind. This Mu is shorter than I am. His musculature lacks my sheer mass. Could I overpower him? Rob him? If successful, the spoils would be immense. A sly, calculating glint flared in his eyes and vanished just as swiftly. He quickly suppressed the thought. After all, Mu had single-handedly slain an entire carnivorous flower demon. His strength was undeniable. A reckless assault would likely seal his own doom. If he were to act, it would have to be undercover, stealth, not confrontation. Instantly, his expression softened once more into that ingratiating, servile smile. Mu watched, repulsed. The smile was grotesquely artificial, making his skin crawl. Worse still, he had caught that fleeting, uncanny shift in Yanwei's expression. The ghost of something sinister, barely perceptible, yet unmistakable. This man is no paragon of virtue. Tolerating 2 eccentric women in his entourage is one thing, but his underhanded scheming? Quite another. Could he be contemplating an ambush? Mu studied Yanwei in silence, his mind turning. Yet he felt no fear. Yanwei wielded only a rudimentary short blade, while Mu himself had already achieved immunity to ordinary attacks. Should the man strike, The justification for eliminating him would be perfect, and the spoils considerable. Of course, if Yen Wei harbored no ill intent, then Mu Mu was merely overcautious or misjudging character. Either way, no words were needed. Turning his back on the trio, Mu Mu surveyed the surrounding sea, searching for a promising course, a route both safe and rich in opportunity. Dalao Mu, may I accompany you alone? Zhang Qingqing approached, her attire in disarray, revealing her physical advantages far more than Wu Paipei. It must be quite lonely for a prominent figure to explore the vast ocean alone. I can alleviate your solitude. No need, Mu Mu declined outright. I have a fondness for small animals and already possess a dog. I could be your dog too. With that, Zhang Qingqing unexpectedly knelt and began barking. Woof woof. Do I resemble a dog? Esteemed one? Please take me in. I shall do whatever you command. Bite whomever you wish. Woof woof. I command you to leave and vanish from my sight forever. Mu Mu struggled to suppress the urge to kick her. Associating with such individuals is nothing but a waste of time. Head southeast, and you will find tools used by renowned actresses from island nations. On the northwest route, there are small tornadoes. You will lose a third of your supplies and reach a tropical island abundant with fruits. On the small island to the west, there are some popular music records, but alas, you lack the means to play them. The northern island has a murky freshwater pond. The river water is drinkable, but beware of diarrhea, as it harbors numerous bacteria. On the eastern island, there is an iron treasure chest and a foolish bull terrier, which enjoys gnawing on trees and grass. Just moments ago, this foolish bull terrier overindulged and met its demise. Overindulged? Mu Mu chuckled. What a fortunate turn of events. A gift of sorts. This certainly saved him considerable effort. Mu Mu intended to journey to the eastern island, while also perusing the bull terrier's profile. A bull terrier, a carnivorous mammal. It delights in gnawing on bones or rigid objects like tree trunks. Its tongue is remarkably agile, and its sharp teeth can easily tear apart resilient items. It possesses great speed and offensive power. It harbors significant hostility towards humans and has horns reminiscent of a bull, capable of launching other creatures into the air. Its massive size allows it to attack with its head, and it has an aversion to the color red, which can trigger a berserk state. It has a robust vitality. Even after sustaining multiple assaults or punctures, it does not perish. Ability, indomitable. Weakness, low intelligence. Danger level, 40. This bull terrier appears to be an aggressive tank, prone to reckless charges, though its lack of intelligence is regrettable. The ability piqued Mu Mu's curiosity, prompting him to delve deeper. Indomitable. When struck by weapons such as knives or clubs of vital points, it will not die immediately, and damage coefficients will stack. The higher the damage coefficient, the stronger the bull terrier's attack. Once the damage coefficient reaches 10 stacks, a random death condition is triggered. Random death occurs between 10 to 20 damage coefficients. Remarkable. A warrior who grows fiercer with each battle. If fortune favors him, it might take 20 critical hits to bring it down, leading to terrifyingly augmented attack power. What a pity to have perished from overindulgence. Otherwise, it would have posed quite the challenge. Mumunirdi laughed aloud. It was time to set forth. Mu Mu glanced back at the three players standing still and thought, it would be best not to entertain any ill intentions. Otherwise, your fate could be quite dire. Releasing the vessel, Mu Mu concentrated all his strength behind him, just as he was about to step onto the wooden boat. A sudden clang echoed from his back, as if something had struck his spine. Ah, so you couldn't resist making a move after all? Mu Mu turned around, coldly regarding Yen Wei, who wielded a machete, and inquired, what do you think you are doing? And nothing, Yen Wei stammered, his voice trembling. Boss, would you believe me if I said I accidentally dropped my knife just now? Do you think I would believe that? Mu Mu's face bore a harmless smile as he calmly approached Yen Wei. If I am not mistaken, that object just now ricocheted off me, did it not? Boss, it wasn't me. Yen Wei's eyes were filled with panic. How did he manage to hold onto the knife? I meant no offense. Please don't be angry. Angry? The murderous intent in Mu Mu's gaze intensified. He had gone out of his way to save the three of them. And here was Yen Wei, launching a sneak attack from behind. Logically, Yen Wei should be hanging from a tree right now, for Zhang Qingqing and Wu Paipei had exchanged supplies with him, while Yen Wei had not. He was just a leech, and yet he remained unsatisfied. You deserve to die. Mu Mu drew out his bronze sword. Boss, please spare me. Upon seeing the gleaming weapon in Mu Mu's hand, Yanwei was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling all over. Please believe me. I truly mean no harm. Why should I believe you? Mumu sneered. Because I am truly an honest citizen. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity appeared in Yanwei's eyes as he raised the short knife again, aiming it at Mumu's body for another strike. I will kill you, Yanwei shouted. I'm an athlete. Why should I fear a weakling like you? Thud! The blade struck Mumu's thigh. Though the sneak attack succeeded, Mumu remained unscathed. How could this be? Yanwei was dumbfounded. His initial sneak attack had failed, and he had thought it was due to a miscalculation in either angle or force. Now he had put all his strength into this strike, determined to succeed. He felt he was faster than Mumu, and secretly began to rejoice, imagining the delight of a successful ambush. Yet the reality was that Mumu appeared completely unharmed. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Yanwei as he finally comprehended the terror of the figure before him. Overestimating his own abilities, armed with nothing but a broken knife. I told you, this thing is useless against me. Mumu did not evade. Rather, he simply could not be bothered to avoid it, kicking Yanwei away with a single motion. Mumu was not afraid of Yanwei's sneak attack. Previously, he had sensed that Yanwei, with his shifty eyes, was not a good person. However, as long as Yanwei did not act against him or reveal any malice, Mumu had no intention of harming him. But once he made a move, the situation would change, and there would be no good ending for him. When slaying the man-eating flower demon, Mumu had already taken note of the knife Yanwei had dropped. It was merely the most rudimentary short knife available in the system. Mumu had consumed the skin of the shield-kiss ancient crocodile and drunk the blood of the unicorn walrus, and after soaking in hot springs, he adorned his arms with strength-enhancing bracers. His attributes had been augmented to a degree unattainable for ordinary players, rendering him immune to the attacks of common weaponry. A broken blade that could not even sever a vine was hardly capable of inflicting harm upon him. It seemed the opponent was lost in a dream. To challenge Mumu now, one would at least need a weapon of superior quality. Betraying kindness. I had already spared you. This is your own undoing. Mumu's resonant voice echoed from above, striking terror into Yanwei's heart. Great one, spare my life. I shall never dare to provoke you again. I implore you to let me go. Yanwei, aware of the impending doom, knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head before Mumu. Save your deceitful words for the king of hell. Meet your demise. With a swift stroke, Mumu pierced Yanwei's chest with his sword. Blood gushed forth from his mouth and wound, and in an instant, Yanwei's life was extinguished. Zhang Qingqing and Wu Paipei stood in shock, having seldom witnessed such violence, their bodies trembling in fear. They had thought they had narrowly escaped the jaws of the man-eating flower, only to find that Yanwei's reckless defiance had led to this calamity, leaving them without the ally they had labored to find. Mumu retrieved the bracelet from Yanwei's hand and, observing the two women standing dumbfounded, commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and leave." "Yes, yes. We will go," they hastily replied. Zhang Qingqing and Wu Paipei were particularly frightened that Mumu might, in a fit of rage, turn his wrath upon them as well. For the innocent often suffer alongside the guilty. However, Mumu ultimately refrained from striking him down. They stood by the sea, uncertain of which direction to take. Feeling utterly lost, Mumu secured his belongings and turned to the two, stating, "I shall head east. You may choose any other direction. If you truly do not know where to go, I suggest you explore the island to the southeast. There may be treasures there that you will find delightful." "Yes, yes. Thank you, great one." The southeastern island was rumored to possess tools used by film stars from the island nation, which the two women would undoubtedly find useful, especially Zhang Qingqing, who had a penchant for such things. Mumu did not hasten to absorb Yanwei's bracelet. He intended first to rid himself of these two burdens before proceeding to the next island. Once aboard the ship, Mumu reiterated, "Furthermore, do not entertain the thought of following me. If I encounter you on the eastern island, you shall surely perish." With that, Mumu paid no heed to their expressions and set sail eastward. The eastern island was the last one available for exploration that day. It was a lush expanse of grass interspersed with scattered trees. Many of the trees had lost their bark at the base, appearing significantly smaller at the bottom, top-heavy and unsteady. As Mumu approached, he discerned numerous pockmarked bite marks upon the trunks, resembling the gnawing of dogs. What utter destruction! Not only had the grass been ravaged, but many trees lay toppled upon the ground, utterly decrepit. Behind a large tree, Moo Moo discovered the lifeless body of a minotaur hound, having succumbed to overexertion. Its belly was swollen, resembling that of a pregnant woman. The entire body cloaked in ebony skin, larger than a dog, yet smaller than a cow. 2 horns adorned its head. Its visage a curious blend of canine and bovine features. Observing its limbs, one noted the absence of hooves, replaced instead by dog-like paws. When it opened its mouth, 2 rows of sharp fangs were revealed, suggesting it belonged to the canine family. It was foolish enough to gorge itself to the point of death. A line of information materialized before Moo Moo. The bloated bull-headed dog. This creature has perished, having succumbed to its own gluttony from excessive consumption of plant fibers an hour ago. No danger from the deceased creature. Its flesh is remarkably fresh and consumable. Moo Moo unsheathed his sword and sliced open the bull-headed dog's belly, an avalanche of wooden debris spilling forth. System notification. Bloated bull-headed dog 1. System notification. The bloated bull-headed dog can be decomposed. Would you like to proceed? Decompose. System notification. Bull-headed dog blood 1,000 milliliters. System notification. Bull-headed dog horns 2. System notification. Bull-headed dog meat 5. System notification. Bull-headed dog bones 4. System notification. Bull-headed dog skin 4. To his surprise, there was no soul. Moo Moo felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that creatures not slain by oneself did not yield a soul. He decided to examine the blood and meat for their potential uses, as he was particularly interested in sustenance. Chapter 46. The wooden ship transforms into a fishing vessel. Enhancing new functions. He accessed the system panel. Bull-headed dog blood, a miraculous fluid that, when consumed, can awaken latent potential within the body, enhancing combat prowess during states of rage or injury. The enhancement effect correlates with the quantity ingested. Bull-headed dog meat, a delectable source of nourishment that, when consumed, can bolster endurance and alleviate pain from injuries. Current satiation index, 3 stars, overall rating, 72. Both blood and meat were valuable, and Moo Moo had no intention of selling them. Next, he examined the bones and skin. The bones held no significant purpose, while the skin could be fashioned into leather goods. The bull-headed dog's horns also served as a medicinal catalyst, though their specific use remained unknown for the time being. Moo Moo retrieved the bull-headed dog blood, pinched his nose, and drank it all at once. He was somewhat parched anyway, and decided to enhance his attributes with the blood. He had ample water at hand and felt no need to conserve. Upon entry, he experienced a fiery sensation, akin to swallowing chili oil, which ignited a fierce burning in his stomach, causing his muscles to contract. Moments later, the heat dissipated, replaced by a vigorous vitality coursing through his brain. An overwhelming urge surged within Moo Moo. Had a rival stood before him, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a fierce beating without hesitation. The island still held an abundance of timber and stone, yet the runic base and vessels could no longer accommodate them, their capacity now glowing a deep red, signaling insufficient space. It appeared that another upgrade of the runic base was necessary. Moo Moo produced Yin Wei's survival bracelet and selected the option to melt it down. The bracelet emitted a faint sound and tremor, as an additional pattern adorned its surface. System notification. The bracelet has successfully refined current level 2. System notification. Wood 30. System notification. Stone 20. System notification. Iron block 10. System notification. Copper block 10. System notification. Sand 50. System notification. Bread 2. System notification. Milk 2. System notification. 300 milliliters mineral water 1. System notification. Fresh lamb 2. System notification. Passion fruit 3. System notification. Water emblem 1. System notification. Light emblem 1. System notification. Earth emblem 2. System notification. Soul 1. System notification. Passion fruit seed 5. System notification. Glowing grass seed 3. Curse it. This fellow actually possesses 4 emblems, yet still feigns poverty. He deserves to be punished. Moo Moo cursed vehemently, realizing that Yin Wei was far too cunning. While the 2 women foolishly believed they had latched onto a wealthy patron, they would soon discover that Yin Wei merely viewed them as playthings and instruments for his own gain. Moo Moo touched the bracelet, revealing 2 runic bases and 2 vessels. Yin Wei's base was a stone house, and his vessels were somewhat larger, clearly upgraded. There was indeed a fair amount of valuable items. Absorb it all. Mumu silently chanted. System notification. Runic base absorption failed. Current absorption limit has been reached. System notification. Runic vessel absorption failed. Current absorption limit has been reached. Unable to absorb? Mumu furrowed his brow slightly and opened the system instructions for clarification. The absorption limit for ordinary runic bases and vessels is 2. To absorb further, please upgrade the base and vessels first. Understanding dawned upon Mumu. He had previously absorbed Uncle Lu's and Xiao Zhang's bases, hence his inability to absorb more at present. He needed to upgrade the base first, which would then allow him to absorb 5 additional ones. Mumu retrieved the construction hammer and examined the upgrade requirements. Runic base expansion materials: sand 80, wood 60, stone 30, iron block 15, 1 earth emblem, 1 light emblem, 1 water emblem, 3 souls. Runic vessel upgrade materials: 10 ship wood, 5 wood, 1 water emblem, 1 wind emblem, 10 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 2 souls. Conditions met. Upgrades and expansions are possible. All expansion materials have been added. System notification: sand 80, wood 60, stone 30, iron block 15, earth emblem 1, light emblem 1, water emblem 1, soul 3. Mumu lifted the construction hammer and began to strike the runic base. Surrounding the base, numerous wooden frames and dust materialized. And after a while, the frames and dust vanished, transforming the runic base into a 2-story cottage. System notification: excellent runic base upgrade completed. Not bad. It has become a villa. Mumu gazed at the expanded base with excitement. Yet he refrained from rushing inside to inspect it and instead opted to continue upgrading the vessel. System notification: ship wood 10, wood 5, water emblem 1, wind emblem 1, iron block 10, copper block 5, soul. Mumu again wielded the construction hammer upon the vessel. System notification: vessel upgraded to a small fishing boat. A fishing boat? Does it possess any new features? Mumu activated the rune panel of the system and discovered a plethora of new enhancement options. Hand crank paddle enhanced electric propeller. Sea ship engine 1, rudder 1, iron 4, copper 1, assisted sail, timber 5, canvas 3, small fishing net, nylon rope 10, hemp rope 10, vessel stabilizer, iron block 5, copper block 5. Uncertain of the enhancement's effects, Mumu clicked on the function to explore further. Electric propeller transforms the vessel's navigation to electric mode, increasing speed and reducing effort with the capability of autopilot. Small fishing net allows for random fishing in the surrounding waters during navigation. The small fishing net can only randomly capture small fish, with a maximum catch limit of 30. Assisted sail: in favorable wind conditions, it can increase sailing speed. Caution is advised during hurricanes, as dangers may arise. Vessel stabilizer enables the vessel to evade minor storms. The addition of fishing capabilities was quite advantageous, allowing for salvage during voyages without wasting time. However, Mumu currently lacked nylon rope. The ability to avoid minor storms was also exceedingly practical, mitigating the troubles caused by potential losses of supplies due to storms. Mumu first opted to add the vessel stabilizer, but his gaze ultimately settled on the electric propeller. It required a sea ship engine and a rudder. He recalled having found one on that dilapidated ship, though the engine seemed to be inoperative and the rudder was damaged. With some repairs, it might still be usable. Mumu accessed the system space and retrieved the engine. Scrap sea ship engine can be used after repair. Repair materials: iron block 10, copper block 10, silver block 2, wire 10, soul 1. A toolbox is required for engine repairs. Fortunately, no rare materials were needed, and he had also discovered a toolbox aboard that wrecked ship, making repairs feasible. Chapter 47. Synthesizing fertilizer. Cultivating the farm. Mumu extracted the toolbox, selected the materials, and commenced the engine repairs. System prompt: iron block 10, copper block 10, silver block 2, wire 10, soul 1. The repair process was remarkably straightforward, with illuminated prompts indicating which screws to disassemble, guiding Mumu through the entire procedure with ease. Once the screws were removed, the repair materials were automatically added. After a few symbolic adjustments, the engine was restored in less than 10 minutes. Mumu then took out the worn rudder. Although the rudder could still be employed, it posed a certain risk. Unexpected incidents could occur during navigation, while a repair would ensure safety throughout the journey. The repair required 5 timber, 2 iron, and 2 copper. With ample resources at hand, Mumu was certainly willing to spare these repair materials and opted for the restoration. The repair process was akin to that of the engine, taking less than 3 minutes in total. Once completed, Moo Moo chose to equip the fishing vessel with the electric propeller. A golden light illuminated the fishing boat, causing the small vessel to sway slightly as an additional rudder appeared in the cockpit, while the original paddles vanished. Unable to set sail today for a trial run, Moo Moo took a leisurely stroll around the fishing boat. The cockpit is remarkably spacious, evidently a significant upgrade from the previous decrepit wooden vessel. The area at the back is ample enough to accommodate a full-sized bed, allowing for restful repose during long voyages. The hold is also quite expansive, providing ample storage for numerous items. It would be prudent to gather nylon rope promptly, as it would enable fishing during future maritime excursions. Moo Moo descended from the ship and chose to assimilate the rune base and the smaller vessel. The rune base and the petite fishing boat expanded in size swiftly, forming an additional layer. Approaching the rune base, Moo Moo noted that an attic had emerged atop the structure, exuding a touch of European architectural elegance. From this elevated vantage point, one could survey the surroundings further afield, serving as a quaint lookout. The courtyard before the villa has doubled in size from the original 20 square meters to 40, now encircling the rune base on 3 sides. Upon entering the courtyard, options for land development appeared. The available land could be cultivated, transforming into an island farm where seeds, saplings, and vegetables could be sown, yielding essential resources. With the appropriate addition of fertilizer, the maturation of plants could be expedited. Without hesitation, Moo Moo seized a hoe and began to till the earth. After a brief endeavor, the sandy beach was transformed into fertile soil, revealing 6 neatly arranged plots of vegetable land before him. At this stage, he could cultivate 6 plots free of charge, while unlocking the next plot would require 1 earth emblem and 1 unit of sand. The 6 plots, akin to uniform tofu blocks, were identical in size and color, each approximately 80 centimeters wide. Above the plots, a flickering seed symbol indicated the possibility of sowing. For the time being, the 6 plots sufficed, and lacking the earth emblem, Moo Moo chose not to rush into unlocking further land. Instead, he continued to explore the island for additional resources, as gathering materials prior to planting was a wise strategy. The island as hardwood had largely been ravaged by the Cerberus-like creatures, leaving scant usable timber, with only 5 units remaining alongside a few stones, copper pieces, and sand. After collecting the resources, Moo Moo approached an iron chest, curious about its potential contents. The prompt indicated no danger, allowing him to open the iron chest. System notification. Iron chest 1 system notification. Recipe for quality fertilizer 1 system notification. Blue crystal 7 system notification. Light emblem 1 system notification. Recipe for perfect chainmail 1 system notification. Quality animal feed seeds 5 fortune smiled upon him. He had acquired 2 crafting recipes, crystals, an emblem, and seeds. Moo Moo felt extraordinarily fortunate, having unearthed rare resources. With a few more blue crystals, he could upgrade the water collector, alleviating any concerns regarding his water supply. As for the quality animal feed seeds, Moo Moo pondered their purpose. Upon inspection, he discovered quality animal feed seeds, universal food seeds for animals in the island world. Once planted, they yield animal feed consumable by pets or wildlife. Nutritionally balanced, they promote healthy growth in animals. This product was intended for dogs, yet Moo Moo believed his beloved canine would prefer gnawing on bones. Thus, he decided to delay planting and instead focus on learning the crafting recipes and dismantling the iron chest. The perfect chain armor manufacturing blueprint, crafted from interlocking chains. This formidable armor enhances defensive capabilities, allowing resistance against 1 strike each turn. The superior fertilizer manufacturing blueprint, created using blood, flesh, and grass. This fertilizer, when applied, significantly reduces plant maturation time, effectively doubling growth speed. For the time being, there is no pressing need to create the chain armor. Moo Moo turns his attention to the fertilizer's manufacturing method, as he possesses several plots of land where the fertilizer can be utilized. He opens the synthesis formula for the superior fertilizer. The ingredients required are any meat X1, any blood 100 milliliters, high D grass X1, and scorpion tail grass X1. With all components at hand, he can proceed to manufacture the fertilizer. The snake meat and blood, being unpalatable, are intended for fertilizer production, while the other blood possesses unique properties, making it too valuable for such use. After selecting the appropriate materials, he clicks to synthesize. The system prompts 3 pieces of Chi Fu Qing Yi snake meat, 2 pieces of Hua Ban Yao Yen meat, 500 milliliters of Chi Fu Qing Yi snake blood, 5 pieces of Hai Di grass, and 5 pieces of scorpion tail grass. The system then announces 5 superior fertilizers successfully manufactured. Moo Moo constructs a wooden barrel to contain the fertilizer. The appearance of the fertilizer is somewhat repulsive, resembling vomit, accompanied by a noxious odor. Fortunately, this stench is not overpowering, being nearly undetectable beyond a 2-meter radius. Nonetheless, Moo Moo has no intention of storing this substance indoors, opting instead to discard it in a corner of the yard. Each batch of fertilizer can only be applied to a single plot of land, with a validity period of 7 days. Moo Moo synthesizes a small iron shovel and seeks 2 plots of land to apply the fertilizer, allowing the others to grow naturally for the time being. After fertilization, he begins planting, starting with 2 seedlings of fragrant rice, utilizing the fertilized land. Rice is an essential staple in daily life. Once planted, a new function option, Island Farm, appears on the system panel. Upon selecting Island Farm, a page displays the planted crops, their estimated maturation times, and projected yields. The estimates may vary, with actual yields taking precedence. The fragrant rice trees are projected to mature in 72 hours, a result of the fertilizer application. Without it, maturation time would double. Having successfully planted the fragrant rice trees, Moo Moo proceeds to plant 1 durian seedling, 1 Hai Di grass seed, 1 dragon fruit fiber seed, and 1 passion fruit seed, filling all 6 plots. Chapter 48. A fine toilet. An exquisite experience upon completing his farming tasks. Moo Moo lets out a long sigh of relief. The planting process is not particularly troublesome. Seedlings are simply inserted into the soil, while seeds are scattered directly onto the land. The Island Farm function page also displays the health status of each crop and whether they require watering. Moo Moo retrieves the water collector, adds wood to continue water production, and digs a hole in the yard to place the shellfish farm. Daily resource collection is indispensable. This time, Moo Moo intends to cultivate a batch of scallops. The oysters raised yesterday were exceptionally delicious, and he wonders what results the scallops will yield. He tosses a reserved scallop into the shellfish farm. Having exhausted today's sailing opportunities, it is now time for a meal. What shall he eat? The aroma of the bull-headed dog seemed rather enticing. Moo Moo called over the Kati dog, Kati, how about we indulge in some dog meat tonight? Woof woof. The Kati dog barked fiercely a few times, then cast a disdainful glance at Moo Moo, as if regarding him as a fool, issuing a warning. If you dare to eat me, I shall bite you. Sensing the Kati dog's malicious gaze, Moo Moo cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I did not mean it that way. I meant dog meat, not your flesh. Well, perhaps I shall opt for crocodile instead. Moo Moo set up a barbecue grill and began to roast crocodile meat and skin. A little indulgence is beneficial, with plenty of bones remaining. Moo Moo tossed a couple to Kati, who gnawed on them with great enthusiasm. He then took out a stone bowl, filled it with water, and offered it to Kati before opening the trading channel. He needed to exchange some items. Currently, Moo Moo had an abundance of stone and wood resources, so he focused on crafting blueprints or crystals, as well as emblems. He sought rare resources or items that could be synthesized into something valuable. Upon opening the trading platform, he discovered someone had listed a perfect blueprint for a smart toilet. Seller, Nan Bao Gang 17273. Item for trade. Perfect smart toilet blueprint. Requirements: 500 milliliters water, 3 any meat, 1 bread. Stock. 1. Seller's message: I have no use for this item. Is there a generous soul willing to take it for their convenience? Nan Bao Gang certainly had the audacity to price it so high. A single blueprint demanded 500 milliliters of water and such a quantity of meat. The price was indeed steep. Was he not blatantly seeking a fool? After some contemplation, Moo Moo decided that although the price was a bit excessive, it fell within his acceptable range, for it was a perfect blueprint and could be traded. He resolved to play the fool just this once. Moo Moo opened the system panel and selected some food items to toss over. System notification: spotted salamander meat 2, eagle-eyed wolf meat 1, water 500 milliliters. Bread 1. System notification: perfect smart toilet blueprint, trade successful. Seller's message: thank you, esteemed one. I am in awe of your generosity. You are truly my benefactor. The seller's message was automatically sent, allowing them to convey a preset note upon successful transaction. As a distinguished figure possessing absolute resources, Moo Moo felt no need for gratitude, nor to beseech others to purchase his wares, hence he did not set a message. A blueprint materialized in Moo Moo's hands. Upon opening it, he found an illustration of a toilet adorned with numerous functional symbols. This item appeared to be quite practical. Previously, when Moo Moo needed to relieve himself, he could only seek a secluded spot on the beach, enduring the scrutiny of the Kati dog. With the elements bearing down upon him, comfort was scarcely afforded. Moreover, encountering players like Xiao Xiazi during such vulnerable moments could lead to perilous situations. It was said that the renowned assassin, Xia Qi, once met his demise while attending to nature's call, ambushed by Xiao Xiazi. Now, with the smart toilet, all these troubles would be perfectly resolved. It was an intelligent toilet, and Moo Moo was curious about its unique features. At this moment, Moo Moo was experiencing a slight abdominal discomfort, prompting him to hastily choose to study, eagerly wishing to experience the efficacy of this toilet. Perfect smart toilet. Wood 2, stone 5, bluestone 1, iron block 3. Copper block 2, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, soul 1. Damn it. Do we really need an emblem just to craft a toilet? Moo Moo couldn't help but curse, having already removed his trousers, lamenting the absence of a water emblem. He quickly rushed to the trading market to seek one. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 Cat Mountain King Durian, 1 coconut, 200 milliliters water. Requirement, 1 water emblem. Stock, 3. Seller's message, urgently needed. Generous trade items. Those interested should act swiftly, or will be gone in 30 minutes. Initially, Moo Moo had no intention of parting with the durian, but fearing he might not acquire a water emblem in time, he significantly raised the selling price. His urgency regarding the restroom situation could not be overstated. He also decided to procure 2 additional water emblems for future needs. Within less than 5 minutes of posting, the trade items were snatched up. Look, the big shot still has durians. Cat Mountain King Durian, which is a top-tier variety. I'm dying for a taste. Who got it? Can you sell the durian to me? Those who adored durians were practically in tears on the deserted island. I cannot fathom the lifestyle of such a big shot. Durian smells so foul. What is so good about it? That is just sour grapes talking. The chat channel buzzed with discussions, but Moo Moo paid no mind. Hastily synthesizing the smart toilet, he had the bluestone, having discovered a large piece on Hot Spring Island, though it was too substantial for toilet crafting. Moo Moo promptly had the bluestone, using 1 portion for the toilet, which was just right. System notification, wood 2, stone 5, bluestone 1, iron block 3, copper block 2, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, soul 1. System notification, perfect smart toilet manufacturing successful. He rushed straight to the restroom, seeking a comfortable spot for placement. A golden glow flickered, and a toilet materialized before him. Unlike the conventional ones, this toilet was a deep gray, exuding a sense of weightiness and rich history, yet also embodying modern, avant-garde design. The surface was crafted from high-quality marble, with an exquisite texture and a comfortable touch, resembling a work of art that fused ancient and contemporary elements, interspersed with high-tech features. Moo Moo could hardly contain his eagerness as he sat down. Delightful. The warmth of the smooth stone surface enveloped him, transmitting a gentle heat through to his thighs, as if he were seated on the floor of a hot spring or sauna. The stone's temperature was optimally adjusted by the system for the human body, with the option for manual regulation. Perched upon it, one did not merely relieve oneself, but rather indulged in a rear massage. The experience was soothing, possibly due to the influence of the fire emblem radiating warmth. Moreover, there was not a hint of odor within this toilet. The foul stench of waste was utterly absent. In that moment, Moo Moo found himself overcome with a desire to drift off into slumber. Chapter 49. Synthesizing the gas mask and practicing flight. Having resolved his personal matters, Moo Moo meticulously cleansed the special areas before opting for a flush. The waste was seamlessly washed away, utilizing seawater to conserve freshwater resources. The intelligent toilet boasted numerous functionalities. After reviewing the system, Moo Moo softly intoned, "Activate the cleansing feature." A gentle stream of warm water jetted forth, caressing his private areas in a most delightful manner. Moo Moo's expression was one of sheer bliss. It felt less like a cleansing and more akin to a massage. Subsequently, the toilet engaged its automatic drying mode, effectively drying him off. As Moo Moo stood, he realized he seemed to have developed a fondness for this activity. It was far beyond mere restroom use. Indeed, it was an experience beyond words. This toilet was worth every penny. Exiting the two-story building, Moo Moo observed Cat D go frolicking joyfully in the yard, entertaining itself. There was still a considerable amount of time until the next break. Moo Moo pondered. Perhaps he should synthesize a rocket backpack flight apparatus and a gas mask for unforeseen circumstances. After all, he often encountered toxic gas on small islands, which he previously dared not approach. Moreover, the flight apparatus would serve as an essential combat auxiliary tool. However, he had yet to learn the manufacturing blueprint for the gas mask. Moo Moo opted to study it. Perfect gas mask. Wood emblem 1, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, iron 2, copper 1, fresh grass 20, plastic 5, glass 1, soul 1. The materials required were quite substantial. The emblems alone demanded 3, in addition to the unfamiliar fresh grass and plastic. Moo Moo then opened the synthesis formula for the rocket backpack flight apparatus. Rocket backpack flight apparatus. Copper block 15. Iron block 15. Silver block 5. Wind emblem 2. Fire emblem 1. Upon comparison, Moo Moo noted that the primary deficiency lay in the emblems. To create these 2 items, he would need to gather 2 additional wind emblems and 2 fire emblems. He wondered if they could be procured from the trading market. Moo Moo selected several product offerings. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 coconut 400 milliliters water. Demand, 1 wind emblem. Stock, 2. Seller message. If you possess perfect level manufacturing blueprints, feel free to contact me for a trade. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 milk 500 milliliters water. Demand, 1 fire emblem. Stock, 2. Seller message. If you possess perfect level manufacturing blueprints, feel free to contact me for a trade. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 50 milliliters water. Demand, 1 fresh grass. Stock, 20. Trade rules. Limit of 5 purchases per person. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 1 pineapple. Demand, 1 plastic 1 glass. Stock, 5. Trade rules. Limit of 1 purchase per person. After posting the products, Moo Moo entered the chat page to check. The number of members in the regional channel had surged to 680. Clearly, many players had met their demise in recent days. One must approach the game with utmost seriousness, for the consequences of failure were dire. The dwindling number of members undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the surviving players. The items, including pineapples and water, were swiftly snatched away. It appears that many possess an ample supply of grass and plastic. The emblem trading has slowed down somewhat, as Moo Moo has opted against premium transactions this time, adhering instead to an equivalent exchange based on market conditions. The game has progressed for several days now, and an increasing number of players have unearthed crafting blueprints, recognizing the significance of emblems. Many have begun hoarding these emblems, causing their market value to rise. Unless one is in dire need of water or food, or encounters particularly favorable trading conditions, most individuals are reluctant to trade them away easily. After waiting for an hour, a set of emblem transactions was finally completed. However, Moo was not in a hurry. As the hour grew late, it was reasonable to believe that many players would soon exhaust their sailing attempts, at which point those lacking a water source would naturally seek exchanges. In the meantime, he could continue to train, whether physically or in the use of his equipment. Moo Moo retrieved 2 shield kisses from the ancient crocodile's claws and placed them in his mouth to replenish his vitality. He sliced a piece of unicorn walrus meat and drank its blood, immediately commencing his practice. Thanks to significant improvements in his physical condition, his training yielded results far greater than before. His chest muscles had become sharply defined, and his 8-pack abs were gradually revealing themselves. After an hour of training, Moo Moo sat down to rest and opened the trading channel, discovering that all items had been traded successfully. He could now craft a flying device and a gas mask. He navigated to the forging page and selected the synthesis option. System notification: 15 copper blocks, 15 iron blocks, 5 silver blocks, 2 wind emblems, 1 fire emblem. System notification: rocket backpack, flying device manufactured successfully. System notification: 1 wood emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 fire emblem, 2 iron, 1 copper, 20 fresh grass, 5 plastic, 1 glass, 1 soul. System notification: perfect gas mask manufactured successfully. Before Moo Moo appeared a blue flying device and a deep gray mask. The flying device resembled a backpack, Despite consuming a considerable amount of materials, it was not heavy. The gas mask bore a resemblance to those found in biochemical weaponry, equipped with filters for the nose and mouth, and 2 transparent glass windows for the eyes. Moo Moo reviewed the item descriptions. Rocket backpack flying device, worn on the back. It can be activated for flight, controlled by the user's intent, and can also be assisted by a joystick. Each charge of 1 soul allows for 30 minutes of flight. Perfect gas mask, capable of filtering out most toxic gases encountered on the islands, ensuring your breathing safety. The gas mask can self-degrade toxins without needing a recharge. Important note, the gas mask can be used continuously for a maximum of 15 minutes. After usage, please expose it to sunlight to decompose the toxins. It can be reused after 24 hours. The gas mask could only be used for 15 minutes. If faced with a heavily toxic island, he would be unable to enter safely, which could pose a lethal risk. Moo Moo intended to test the rocket backpack flying device first to familiarize himself with its operation, preventing himself from becoming an easy target in combat. He infused it with 1 soul. With the rocket backpack flying device secured on his shoulder, Moo Moo activated the switch and soared into the sky. Whoosh! He ascended into the heavens. What excited Moo Moo was the fact that the speed of this flying apparatus was quite remarkable. He felt it could rival that of the fiery tail hawk. Moreover, he could control the flight speed through sheer thought. If he found the pace lacking, he could activate the sprint mode, doubling the velocity. However, this mode could only last a maximum of 10 seconds, followed by a cooldown period of 1 minute. Engaging the sprint mode would also shorten the overall flying duration. Moo Moo joyfully soared above the island, gradually acclimating to the sensation. Chapter 50, Volcanic Adventure, the mysterious lava after extensive practice. Moo Moo had likely mastered the essentials of the flying device. Leaning forward would accelerate him, while exerting force backward would decelerate him, and standing upright would induce a rapid halt. A sudden thrust forward would activate the sprint mode. Of course, this was merely a general concept. It required synchronization with the brain, with the entire body's muscles working in concert to achieve a seamless man-machine unity. As Moo Moo circled the island, he reveled in his flight through the skies. Katie the dog chased below, running and jumping. Do you wish to fly as well? Moo Moo inquired, glancing down. Woof woof. Katie responded joyfully. Moo Moo descended to the ground, lifted Katie into his arms, and soared back into the sky. Come, experience the thrill of flight. Moo Moo alternated between accelerating and decelerating, occasionally testing the sprint mode. Both he and his canine companion indulging in delightful play. After a brief flight, Moo Moo ventured beyond the terrestrial confines of the island, entering the ocean. He hesitated to fly too far over the sea, as the white mist would soon envelop him, obscuring all vision. This made it exceedingly easy to become disoriented and lose one's way back. Should he become lost over the water, he would be in dire straits, unable to find the base. On several occasions, Moo Moo nearly lost his bearings, but fortunately, Katie's keen sense of smell guided him back safely. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Moo Moo gently descended before the rune base, setting Katie down. This device is quite impressive, Moo Moo mused. When paired with a hunting bow, it could yield excellent results. Should I encounter formidable beasts, I could simply ascend and deal with them from above. Having completed sufficient training and noticing the lateness of the hour, Moo Moo retrieved his sleeping bag and nestled inside the rune base with Katie to sleep. Ever since their last cozy encounter, Katie had developed a fondness for such closeness, which posed a considerable challenge for Moo Moo. The sleeping bag was too small, making it difficult for the two beings to turn comfortably. It was high time to construct a proper doghouse. He contemplated making one in the yard once he acquired the necessary crafting blueprint. As Moo Moo pondered, he drifted into slumber. Upon waking in the morning, his first task remained the collection of water and the inspection of the clam beds. Over 20 scallops had grown, surpassing the number of oysters. Moo Moo retrieved the scallops, acquiring fine-quality wild scallops, which could still enhance in quality. He reserved one for breeding, devouring the rest raw with horseradish, then drank 100 milliliters of the blood from the unicorn island. After consuming a piece of crocodile meat, he gave Katie a bone before washing his face, brushing his teeth, and preparing to set off. On the southern isle, an abundance of rodents dwells, creatures of minimal combat prowess, yet edible should one not be averse to such fare. Perhaps one might attempt to capture a few. The eastern isle suffers from a scarcity of supplies, possessing only a meager supply of fresh water. and is fraught with mechanical traps that demand utmost caution. The northern isle is dominated by an erupting volcano, where molten lava flows freely. However, 2 silver chests await upon the rocky ledges of the caldera. The southwestern isle has been thoroughly explored, recently vacated by the renowned star Yangmu. It holds little of value, save for a small quantity of unconsumed liquid and a torn stocking. In the northwest, a chorus of singing seagulls graces another isle. Aside from a northern isle, the dangers presented by these islands are minimal. However, Mumu harbors no desire for rodent flesh, and the other islands offer no resources of interest. The allure of the 2 silver chests on the northern isle stirs a yearning within Mumu to venture northward. Yet, the presence of lava signifies peril, with only destruction awaiting the unwary. Mumu pondered, equipped with an aircraft, perhaps a circumnavigation could yield the treasures. Even if the conditions proved unyielding, the exploration itself would suffice for departure from the island. It was indeed worth a try. However, with a Katy dog in tow, mobility might be hindered. Mumu fashioned a rope from the agave plant, secured the aircraft to his back, and bound the Katy dog within his embrace. After confirming that nothing would fall, he stowed the rune base and set forth towards the northern isle, determined to spare his beloved pet from becoming roasted dog meat. Upon arrival at the northern isle, Mumu infused the aircraft with a spirit and ascended directly into the air. Before him lay a sandy beach, while all else was engulfed in rolling red lava. A wave of heat surged through the atmosphere, its intensity within bearable limits. With caution, Mumu navigated forward, deftly avoiding potential surges of lava, striving to maintain altitude in the cooler, darker zones. After a span of several minutes, he reached the caldera. The diameter of the caldera was immense, ranging approximately from 50 to 100 meters. On one side, a breach allowed the searing lava to flow forth, while the opposite side rose higher, crowned with rocky formations. Billowing clouds of hot vapor ascended from the caldera, surveying the area from above. Mumu discerned a flat stone amidst the towering peaks, upon which glimmered 2 resplendent objects. Surely, those were the silver chests. With a determined thrust, Mumu descended towards the treasures. He landed upon the steps, immediately feeling the oppressive heat enveloping him, akin to a steam bath. Beads of sweat formed upon his brow, and the Katy dog panted in the warmth. Indeed, there lay 2 silver chests. Without pausing to unlock them, Mumu swiftly stowed both chests in his backpack, resolving to examine them more thoroughly once he had vacated this infernal place. System prompt: 2 unopened silver chests. After securing the chests, Mumu ascended once more. Was it possible that no other resources remained to be gathered in this locale? A sense of reluctance stirred within him. He retrieved his hoe, for the spot where he had landed indicated potential for excavation. Mumu raised his hoe and began to dig. The system prompted him with volcanic stone 1. Surrounding him were additional locations for collection, and he gathered a total of 30 pieces of volcanic stone. There were no further areas to excavate within the crater, prompting Mumu to hastily depart from this place of conflict, making his way towards his small fishing boat. Along the way, he discovered several spots where lava could also be collected. Without hesitation, Mumu swung his hoe. The system notified him, mysterious lava 1. In total, he gathered 12 pieces, uncertain of their utility, but he decided to extract them nonetheless. After completing his excavation, Mumu arrived at the fishing boat. This expedition took 50 minutes in total, during which he also recharged his flying device once. He set down Katy Go from his arms and steered the fishing boat southwest. As the prompt indicated, a harmless cow was present in that direction. Chapter 51. Capturing the cow and establishing a pasture, Mumu continually shook his garment, his chest soaked with sweat. The heat from the crater was unbearable, and holding on to such a creature only added to his discomfort. Katy Go's fur was also damp with sweat, beginning to mat. Mumu casually tossed the hemp rope onto the boat, took out some water to maintain his body's acid-base balance, and placed some in a bowl to offer to Katy Go. Clearly, Katy Go was quite thirsty, eagerly lapping at the bowl with remarkable agility. An audacious thought struck Mumu. If he were to shave Katy Go's fur, would it feel cooler? Would it be happier? This might also spare him the discomfort of shedding fur in bed. This matter could be discussed later. The island to the southwest was crescent-shaped, resembling an inverted ladle, covered in lush green grass. Remarkably, a stone tablet appeared at the shoreline, inscribed with the words Wang Jia Dao. A landmark? Moo approached the tablet, which bore a resemblance to the hot spring he encountered previously. He pried the tablet loose and tossed it into the boat as hold. In the distance, a leisurely cow grazed. Its large black spots dotted its white hide, appearing somewhat endearing. The cow resembled those he typically encountered, albeit larger in size. As Moo approached, the cow instinctively moved aside as if startled. Island cow, a harmless creature with a gentle temperament. It does not attack humans nor approaches them. If frightened, it will flee. This animal is capable of producing milk, which is highly nutritious. A gentle giant, you may slay it for its delectable meat, or tame it to obtain rich milk. However, be mindful that it must be captured alive before taming. Must it be alive? Indeed, for a deceased creature cannot produce milk. Before him lay two choices, slaughter for meat. Yet Moo was reluctant to pursue this option, as his current meat supply was ample, while milk was a rare treasure. It would be wiser to tame it. He retrieved the hemp rope. Moo grasped the rope and sprinted towards the cow. Unfortunately, he overestimated his abilities. He was no cowboy and could not lasso the cow at all. Moreover, the cow moved with remarkable speed, making it impossible for him to keep pace. There were moments when he seemed to be quite close to the cow, but with a nimble sidestep, it effortlessly evaded him. In desperation, Moo enlisted the help of Ka-Ti, but she faced similar challenges. Although Ka-Ti was swifter than the cow, her role was merely to drive it towards him without causing harm. Yet, whenever the cow approached Moo, it would skillfully evade capture once more. At this juncture, the cow appeared somewhat impatient. This approach was futile and must be abandoned immediately. Elevating the affinity would aid in taming the cow. Continuing down this path would only aggravate it, complicating the taming process. Suddenly, a thought struck Moo, setting a trap. The sophisticated trapping mechanism served two purposes, digging the pit and positioning the trap itself. The trap was designed to capture animals. If he simply dug the pit without employing the trap, he could easily ensnare the cow. With this idea in mind, Moo promptly began excavating the pit. Given the cow's substantial size, he decided on a 3-meter-long pit, 2 meters deep. He ensured it was not too high to avoid harming the cow. After covering it with soil and placing bait atop, he received a system notification. The trapping device was complete. Moo concealed himself at a distance and settled in with satisfaction. After 10 minutes, the cow had yet to fall for the bait. His expression darkened considerably as he realized a crucial issue. The area was abundant with grass, and the cow had no reason to approach the trap. It could graze anywhere, so why would it venture near the pit? He needed to clear the grass completely. Grasping a hoe, he began to dig. The notifications flooded in. Haiti grass 1. Hoiti grass egg. Hoiti grass egg. Hoiti grassud egg. Hoiti grasseed elshu. A significant amount of grass was excavated into Moo's hold. The digging was not strenuous, but the expansive area consumed considerable time. Eventually, he managed to clear the entire section of the island, leaving only the pit and a small amount of food. Hiding nearby, Moo observed as the cow ambled about, leisurely making its way towards the trap. With a splash, the system confirmed. Successfully captured one island-grade cow. Moo opened the crafting panel and located the cow tethering collar. Cow tethering collar, used to tame captured live animals, taming probability 50. He reviewed the synthesis requirements. Cow tethering collar. Hemp rope 1. Any animal hide, tough, 2. Copper 1. Iron 1. He had animal hides available and could utilize the narwhal tusk hide, which was sufficiently sturdy. The other materials were also at hand for synthesis. The system notified. Hemp rope 1. Narwhal hide 2. Copper 1. Iron 1. Cow tethering collar successfully crafted. With only a 50 probability of success, Moo pondered the potential consequences of failing to tame the cow. However, he reasoned that since the cow was not a dangerous creature, it should be relatively easy to tame. Moo retrieved the specialized tether for cattle, casting it towards the neck of the cow, which automatically ensnared her. System notification. Tamed cow 1. This must indicate a successful taming, right? As Moo gently tugged on the lead, the cow vanished from the pit, appearing beside him. He affectionately patted her head. She was gentle, obedient, and exuded a charming demeanor. Moo! The cow let out a resounding call. Tamed cow. Capable of producing a certain quantity of milk daily. If milking is not performed on the first day, the milk can accumulate until the second day, with a maximum accumulation of 5 days. The system interface opened, revealing an additional option on the right side function panel. Island pasture. Island pasture. Please select a planning location within the rune base. He opened the rune base. Upon touching the wristband, the rune base materialized. Moo Moo stepped into the courtyard, noticing numerous vacant areas illuminating, indicating potential pasture additions. After surveying the surroundings, he determined that the front yard was unsuitable, needing space reserved for agricultural development. Furthermore, upon entering the yard, he encountered a cluster of animals, which appeared quite untidy. The side area presented a favorable option, as the base could provide shade, offering the cow a cool refuge. Although the side space was limited, it was sufficient for a few cows. After making a decision, Moo Moo opted to add the pasture. The land became level. A water trough, a simple shelter, and a wooden post automatically appeared on the side. Concurrently, the system automatically deducted wood and stone. Chapitre 52, Learning Offensive Technique, Absorbing Scroll. Moo Moo led the cow into the mini-farm, securing the rope to a wooden post and adding some fodder to the trough. Changes appeared on the system panel. My pasture. Addition successful. Current livestock, tame cow, 1. Livestock status, healthy. Feed, sufficient. Expected to last for another 12 hours. Moo Moo chose to view the detailed information of the tame cow. Tame cow. Current milk production is 100 milliliters per day. Remaining milk, 0. Enhancing feed quality may assist in increasing milk production. Such a large cow, producing merely 100 milliliters of milk per day? This defies logic. Upon reflection, it is indeed challenging to rationalize this phenomenon scientifically. If this cow could yield 40 to 50 pounds of milk daily, he would undoubtedly become wealthy, leaving other players in a state of envy. What happens when the rune base is retracted? Moo Moo touched the wristband, and a golden light flashed as the cow and the base vanished simultaneously. Touching it again, they reappeared together. It is quite beneficial that the cow can be stored within the base, sparing him the need to wander about like Kadi. There remains a distinction between pets and livestock. Moo Moo chose to no longer dwell on the matter. Having settled the cow, he then retrieved the 2 silver chests discovered at the volcanic crater. Opening the 2 silver chests yielded a total of 6 silver. Upon examining the gathered items, Moo Moo was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of valuable resources. 3 crafting blueprints and 5 emblems. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the purpose of the pet ball. Was it meant for training dogs? He promptly chose to investigate. The pet ball was described as a means to house pets, allowing one to temporarily store their companions without the need for nourishment. A warm reminder cautioned against prolonged storage for the well-being of the pet. It seemed he had overthought the matter. This was not a toy for Katie, but rather a tool designed to serve as a portable dog bed. Moo Moo pondered whether Katie would appreciate this contraption, though the description suggested otherwise. Pets could not be housed within the rune base, yet this pet ball could. If he were to store Katie inside the pet ball and then place it within the rune base, would that not resolve the issue flawlessly? With this thought, Moo Moo focused his intention and summoned the pet ball. A palm-sized sphere appeared in his hand, divided into red and white halves, complete with a circular button in the center. Aiming the pet ball at Katie, he pressed the circular button. In an instant, a golden flash enveloped Katie, and she vanished. Pet ball capture. The pet ball disappeared from his grasp and entered the rune base seamlessly. This method proved to be remarkably convenient. In the event of another volcanic encounter, he would no longer need to carry Katie. He retrieved the pet ball once more, pressed the button, and released Katie. Woof! Katie barked, tilting her head in confusion, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Her mood appeared to sour, indicating that residing in the pet ball was not particularly comfortable for her. Moo Moo had no intention of allowing Katie to remain inside for long. His experiment was merely to test the functionality. He was concerned that Katie might feel confined, leading to unstable emotions. Moo Moo refrained from immediately studying the blueprints, as the 3 items seemed of little practical use at present. He lacked the means to cook rice, and no items required heating. As for the bathtub, it would necessitate a considerable amount of water, which was not feasible under current conditions. Instead, he turned his attention to the uses of the primary agility scroll and the primary offensive technique book. The primary agility scroll promised to absorb and manifest an agility rune within any living being, significantly enhancing their reaction speed and nimbleness. The primary offensive technique book contained fundamental combat knowledge, enabling the mastery of various implements and basic fighting skills. No additional materials were required for learning. If he were to acquire offensive techniques, he would no longer be considered a complete novice. Moo took out the primary offensive technique book, but found himself unable to comprehend its contents, which depicted numerous illustrations of men and women, a myriad of stances, pressure points, dimensions, and formulas. This contraption is not meant for mere observation. Moo directly selects to learn from the game interface. System prompt: basic offensive technique, learning successful. The book disintegrates into ashes, merging into Moo's chest, with a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. Suddenly, Moo feels as though he has acquired a new skill. He draws forth his bronze sword and begins to wield it, clearly finding it much more manageable than before. Moving with grace and ease. Before him materializes an imaginary adversary, and Moo thrusts at various points of its form, striking true to the vital areas. Excellent. Moo nods in satisfaction. If he were to acquire a more advanced tome of offensive techniques, he could ascend to the ranks of martial prowess. He opens the basic agility scroll. A series of peculiar symbols adorns its surface, reminiscent of the corpse-binding talismans seen in films. Moo contemplates and declares, "Absorb the basic agility scroll. Target: myself." The scroll swiftly ignites, transforming into ashes that adhere to Moo's form, then coalesce into a golden symbol that melds into his skin, vanishing from sight. He senses a newfound agility within his body. Turning to Kati, he exclaims, "Woof woof. Let us engage in a game of bullfight. If I were the matador, you would be the bull. Step back 10 meters and charge at me. Woof woof." Kati. The canine retreats a few steps and crouches in preparation. "Come on." Moo beckons. In an instant, Kati leaps forward with tremendous speed. Moo concentrates, his heart racing, and as Kati lunges towards him, he astonishingly perceives the dog's movements clearly, sidestepping with a slight shift of his body, evading the attack. Again, the second round commences, and Kati accelerates, leaping into action. Moo leans back, once more flawlessly evading the assault. "Kati, your speed seems a tad sluggish today." Moo chides, shaking his finger. A deep bark escapes Kati, as if to convey, "I have yet to unleash my full power." With a proud lift of his head, Kati prepares once more, gathering momentum. Suddenly, he charges forth, this time at double the previous speed. Bang! Just as Moo manages to evade halfway, he is tackled to the ground by Kati, rolling over in the process. Coughing, Moo rises, brushing off the dust, while Kati wags his tail in triumph. Well done. Although he failed to dodge the last attack, Moo is quite pleased. After all, a dog is far swifter than a human. Having merely absorbed a basic agility scroll, he can now rival Kati. If he were to absorb several more or discover a higher level scroll, he could effortlessly evade many of the wild creatures on the islands. Chapter 53. My blade is eagerly awaiting battle. Moo drinks 2 packs of milk to replenish his energy, then takes out bread and 2 slices of unicorn walrus meat to feast upon, also sharing a pack of milk with Kati. With a steady supply of milk now at hand, there is no need for frugality. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Moo prepares to head east. For there lies a small mine. While the other directions may be safe, they lack the resources he requires. Just as Moo is about to release his wooden boat, a figure emerges from the mist with a splash of water. She donned a simple grass skirt, complemented by a narrow green woven fabric that barely concealed her upper body, leaving her enticing curves almost fully exposed. Her bronze skin radiated a captivating allure, exuding a wild, primal beauty reminiscent of Africa. She was undeniably a woman of striking allure, an exotic beauty akin to an enhanced version of Jike Junyi. Her physique was remarkable, curvaceous with a slender waist and long legs, epitomizing perfection. Slung over her shoulder was a bow, with a quiver of arrows fastened at her waist. However, the bow appeared rather rudimentary and rough, clearly inferior to Moo's finely crafted hunting bow. With each step she took, her attire swayed, and the scant fabric seemed perilously close to slipping away. As she approached, the initial look of confusion on her face transformed into delight. "You? Moo, you recognize me?" Moo nodded. Who would know the big shot of the district? The woman leapt with excitement, exclaiming her surprise at encountering him in such a place, deeming it a fortuitous meeting. Oh, Moo shook his head. "I regret to inform you that meeting me may not be a fortunate event. You have arrived a step too late. I have exhausted the resources of this island. If you're not deterred, You may venture to the next island, and I can offer you guidance. No resources left. The beauty shrugged, seemingly unperturbed. What a stroke of bad luck. Yet encountering a big shot is indeed a delightful occurrence. What is a bit of resource compared to that? Big shot. Shall we converse? She approached, her body swaying, and Moo felt he had glimpsed more than he ought to. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Moo turned his head away. I cannot indulge in idle chatter. You may contact me through private messages, and I shall respond upon seeing it. There was little to discuss. Moo was eager to mine. Big shot, must you be so aloof? The beauty swayed enticingly. Here I am, a delicate woman, alone on this deserted island with you. And you're so eager to leave for resources. Is the allure of the wildflowers outside so captivating? Whether they are captivating or not, I cannot say, but there may be no opportunity left if delayed. Take your arrival, for instance. You are here empty-handed. Not entirely empty-handed, for I have encountered a big shot, haven't I? The beauty inquired. What do you suggest I do next? Moo surveyed the surroundings, pondering for a moment. Head south. There are some feminine hygiene products there. Although I have no use for them, they might be quite suitable for you. How do you know what lies to the south? She asked. I just happened to come from that direction, and I found a partial nautical map. Moo fabricated a tale. He could not divulge that he had received hints. Oh. The beauty ceased her inquiries, gazing at Moo with affectionate eyes. And what about you, big shot? Shouldn't you accompany me? I will head east, Moo replied promptly. We are not on the same trajectory. Disappointment crossed the woman's face as she implored. Big shot, shall we not embark on this adventure together? I am quite capable. Together? Moo frowned. But we are not yet acquainted. I do not even know your name. The beautiful woman, her joy evident, assumed that Moo would acquiesce to her request and hastily introduced herself. I am Hudaku. Hudaku. What a delightful name, Moo replied. Shaking his head, there is no need for that. No, there's truly no need, Hudaku stammered, taken aback. With a nod towards Moo, she firmly asserted, what I mean is, we certainly need not form a team. I assure you, I will not hinder your progress. I am truly formidable. Feel free to test my prowess. There is no need, Moo resolutely declined, stating, I shall walk my own path, and you yours. Let's part ways here. With that, he turned towards his fishing boat, wishing to cease further conversation with her. Boss, Hudaku, unwilling to concede, pursued him, insisting. Even if we are apart, we should do something before we separate. Do something? An excellent idea, Moo replied, turning back with a serious tone to Ku. Do you understand the concept of a bountiful harvest? A bountiful harvest? Hudaku's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, interpreting the implication. Moo smirked coldly. It means that if I were to eliminate you, I would reap a considerable reward. Boss, you cannot be serious. Hudaku froze, her expression turning ashen. Does my demeanor suggest jest? Moo's lips curled into a wicked smile. You have 3 seconds to gracefully exit my sight, or you shall bear the consequences. Should I discover you following me? He brandished the weapon in his hand. My blade is eager for action. With that, Moo turned and boarded his vessel. Hudaku collapsed in despair, lamenting the ruthlessness of the boss. Her beauty ploy had utterly failed. The 23rd island was shrouded in darkness. The island was not large, resembling a small mound of earth. With a single strike of his shovel, a metallic clang resonated. System notification, copper or X1. System notification, copper or X1. System notification, copper or X1. The island was abundant in copper. Moo collected a total of 50 units. A substantial gain. After exhausting the copper mine, the island transformed into a flat expanse. Moo lifted his gaze, searching for his next target. To the southwest, there are several academic papers titled, Will the Eastern Essence Truly Heat Up? Did Song Jing observe the market? And the Northern Sea layman remains unseen. To the northwest, 2 colossal golden monkeys were feasting on peaches. They were formidable adversaries due to their size and intelligence. To the southeast, there lay a beast egg, albeit in an area rife with toxic gas, necessitating protective measures during exploration. Heading northeast would be a futile endeavor. On the southern island, there were a few bottles of Yangliaking and AD calcium milk. On the northern island, there existed an inflatable, life-sized silicone doll. Indeed, aside from the hazards posed by the northwest island, the other directions seemed relatively safe. However, Moo was particularly drawn to the southeast, for it held the promise of another egg. Might it yield a new companion? After some contemplation, Moo Moo resolved to venture southeast. If he could acquire a splendid pet, it would ensure that Ka-Ti-Go would no longer be lonely. Chapter 54. Entering the marsh, another egg awaits the island to the southeast, once shrouded in white mist. Revealed a marshland. The surroundings were cloaked in a gray haze, with the air thick with damp, chill-laden gases, and the ground was overrun with tall weeds reaching a height of 1 meter. Moo Moo had long donned a gas mask and encapsulated the Katy dog within a pet ball, entering its confines. The gas mask was designed for both humans and beasts, which meant that if Moo Moo had ample resources, he could easily fashion another one for the Katy dog, allowing it to accompany him on his adventure. However, at this stage, such an endeavor was clearly unnecessary. There were no dangerous creatures on this island, and it would be a waste of resources. The island was relatively small and desolate, likely due to the presence of toxic gas, as not even insects dared to inhabit such a place. Ahead lay a muddy swamp, a mixture of water and mire. Rest assured, it posed no danger. The water was not particularly deep, and one could venture forth with confidence. The swamp was indeed muddy but shallow, with each step barely reaching the calves. The system provided no warnings of peril, allowing Moo Moo to proceed with ease. The terrain was uneven, alternating between water and mud, making traversal somewhat cumbersome. After some time, he finally arrived at the island's center, where the ground began to rise, the soil hardening to reveal a patch of land upon which rested a beast egg. The silvery shell of the egg shimmered with an enchanting luster, adorned with patterns that bore no distinction from the one he had previously hatched the Katy dog from. Moo Moo approached it. The system remarked that it was a wondrous beast egg, devoid of any danger. This egg was indeed a valuable find, harboring a delightful little life within, capable of alleviating one's solitude. Treating it well would undoubtedly add much joy to his journey. With the same description in mind, Moo Moo cradled the egg and tossed it into the ruined base, subsequently retrieving a hoe. There was no rush to hatch the egg. Who could tell whether the resulting pet would be resistant to toxins? If it succumbed to the noxious gas, his efforts would be in vain. The hoe was intended for weeding, as Moo Moo sensed that the weeds within could be harvested. After all, anything that could thrive in toxic gas must possess some resilience. Lifting the hoe, he aimed at the swampy ground and began to dig. The system promptly notified him of the discovery of toxic grass. Indeed, he unearthed dozens of toxic grass specimens. The description indicated that these plants contained lethal toxins and were inedible. Such weeds thrived in the toxic swamp, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, rendering them exceedingly poisonous. Consumption could lead to shock or death, making them excellent materials for potion making. Moo Moo was not foolish enough to contemplate consuming flora from a toxic island. He continued to excavate the swamp. The system then alerted him to the presence of toxic soil. This soil, while potentially valuable, had become contaminated, rendering it useless. Retaining it would only squander space, and attempting to use it for cultivation could result in the growth of poisonous plants. With no practical use, Moo Moo decided to discard half of this toxic soil, keeping only a small portion. The time remaining for his gas mask was dwindling, and he chose not to gather any more toxic grass as he made his way back to the fishing boat. There was one last opportunity for sailing today, and he needed to make his choices judiciously. On a southern island, there lie 2 treasure chests. The wooden chest rests atop a mountain, easily accessible. However, acquiring the silver chest necessitates caution, for it is concealed within a cave, guarded by a colossal mother spider. A mother spider? Is it formidable? Moo Moo steered the boat away from the island, activating autopilot, and proceeded to consult the compendium. He recalled having encountered such a creature before. Mother spider, a gigantic arthropod, measuring 2 meters in length, excluding legs, with an exceptionally swift movement speed that increases further within its web. An omnivorous creature. It preys upon any animal that captures its interest. Its mandibles possess venomous fangs that can paralyze nerves with a single bite. It can emit silk or deploy webs. The silk ensnares targets directly, while the web can capture a wide array of creatures, imbued with a unique adhesive that prevents any organism from escaping once ensnared. The mother spider can expel a green venom, which upon striking a target, can rapidly hatch into smaller spiders on the host surface. Abilities: web deployment. Hatching: vulnerability. Afraid of fire, spider webs are easily ignited. Characteristic: prefers dark, Humid environments. Danger level, 65. A 2-meter-long spider sent a shiver down Moo Moo's spine. Including its legs, it must be a monstrous entity, towering above him when it stands. How fast could it possibly run? With its web-based speed, even greater. Moo Moo quickly reviewed its abilities. Web deployment. Releases an enormous spider web to capture creatures or intercept fleeing animals. Any other animals that come into contact with the web are immobilized, while the spider's speed within the web is enhanced by 200. Note, the web is highly resilient, impervious to conventional weaponry. Hatching expels a corrosive liquid onto a target, leading to the hatching of 3 smaller spiders on its surface. These smaller spiders can further bite and continue the cycle of hatching endlessly. It is undeniable that the mother spider possesses formidable abilities. Yet Moo Moo was still inclined to take a chance. The allure of the silver chest was immense. The hints suggested that caution was imperative, indicating that the mother spider was not invincible. If it proved insurmountable, the system would surely advise retreat. Strategy was key, with a wooden chest atop the mountain. Even if he failed, he could secure the wooden chest and retreat safely, ensuring that he did not leave empty-handed. Upon reaching the 25th island, Moo Moo arrived in merely 5 minutes. Directly before the entrance was a small mountain, standing 20 meters tall, accompanied by a cave entrance large enough for a person. The island was quite modest, featuring merely a mountain and a cave. As Moo Moo disembarked, 3 wooden boats were moored nearby, and 3 young men descended from the vessels. The leader paused in surprise upon seeing Moo Moo, while one of his companions leaned in and exclaimed, "Big brother, there's someone." At that moment, Moo Moo still wore his gas mask, silently observing the trio without uttering a word. These 3 individuals were clad in flip-flops, ragged trousers, and garish floral shirts, exuding an air of disreputability. The one on the far left sported a bright yellow, explosive hairstyle reminiscent of a decade-old trend. In the midst of the gathering, the leader, sporting a flamboyant rooster comb hairstyle, exhibited a striking lack of hair on either side of his head, leaving only a narrow strip of glossy green hair standing upright at the center. Beside him, an individual with a vibrant red chicken coop hairstyle, evidently male, had 2 strands of crimson hair cascading down to his chest. Chapter 55. Those who wear masks are never ordinary, kid. Do you dare encroach upon our territory? 3 individuals staggered towards him. Moo Moo, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired, "Who are you?" "We don't know you either," the 3 young masters of the island declared the Roostercomb leader with an air of arrogance. What a ridiculous title, thought Moo Moo, had it not been for their gas masks. He would have spat on the ground in disdain. They were merely 3 nonconformists. The one with the yellow explosion hairstyle, shaking his leg with unrestrained swagger, retorted, "Kid, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Those who know their place should step aside." "Umph," Moo Moo scoffed coldly. He had indeed arrived first. Even if he had come later, he would still seize what he desired. Strength speaks volumes. Moo Moo had no intention of engaging with these 3. His goal was to reach the mountain peak to retrieve the treasure chest. If these individuals wished to enter the cave and meet their demise, he would not mind in the least. Wait a moment. The one with the chicken coop hairstyle, thinking Moo Moo intended to leave, blocked his path, insisting, "You can't just walk away so easily. You owe us some compensation for the emotional distress." "Compensation?" Moo Moo frowned. "What losses?" "You're in my way and frighten my brothers. Wearing a helmet doesn't make you formidable. Hand over your valuable possessions." The Roostercomb leader stepped closer, and the 3 encircled Moo Moo, adopting a pincer formation. The Roostercomb leader brandished a sword, pointing towards the cave entrance as he continued, "Moreover, you will venture into that cave and assess any potential dangers. Show us what you find. If there is anything of value, bring it out, and I may spare your life." The Roostercomb leader was cunning. He believed that with their combined strength, they could easily dispatch Moo Moo. Their hesitation to act stemmed from the fear of potential hazards lurking within the cave, prompting them to send Moo Moo as a scout to clear the path for them. Additionally, they aimed to strip Moo Moo of his resources beforehand. However, their calculations were somewhat premature. They underestimated the authority of the district's overlord. Moo Moo's tone turned icy as he advised, "This place is perilous. I suggest you explore the island to the west, where you might stand a chance at survival." The western island harbored a wooden treasure chest, representing the best route aside from the Northwest Passage. Moo Moo, possessing ample resources, had no desire to resort to violence. His warning was a gesture of goodwill. Uncertain of Moo Moo's intentions, the three paused momentarily. The one with the chicken coop hairstyle turned to his comrades and exclaimed, "Brother, I find this kid insufferable. What else with a mask, pretending to be some grand wolf? I genuinely want to slap it off his face. Kid, surrender your valuables, including that mask for my brother to toy with. Otherwise, I want to hold back." The Rooster Comb leader waved his sword, and the other two drew their weapons in unison. With persuasion proving futile, Moo Moo shook his head in resignation. "Are you sure you want me to remove it? Enough of this nonsense. Make it quick." The iron sword is already pointed at Moo Moo's nose. Moo Moo did not disclose that the last person who dared to speak to him in such a manner had met his demise. "Fine, I shall remove it." Moo Moo extended his hand, taking off the gas mask and casting it before the head of the chicken coop. "Do you recognize me? I present it to you now. Dare you accept it?" At the moment Moo Moo removed the mask, the three individuals were left utterly astonished. "Big boss." The expression of the head of the chicken coop shifted dramatically. He gazed at the mask lying on the ground, feeling immensely awkward, unsure whether to pick it up or leave it be. It was the green-haired rooster head who first regained his composure. Hastily tossing aside his sword and adopting a tone of utmost respect, "Boss, what a surprise to encounter you here. Ah, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, and a family member does not recognize another." The head of the chicken coop also snapped back to reality. Quickly retrieving the gas mask from the ground and respectfully presenting it to Moo Moo, "Boss, this must be your mask. How imposing you look while wearing it. Why would you take it off? I knew it. Anyone who can wear a mask must be extraordinary. This object suits you perfectly." Their demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Oh, is that so?" Moo Moo coldly snorted. "Do not attempt to get close. Who among us is family? Just moments ago, someone expressed disdain towards me and even wished to slap me. Who was it? Who said such a thing?" cried the head of the chicken coop, glancing around, initially seeking assistance from his companions, only to discover that the green-haired rooster head and the yellow-haired explosive head were silently observing him. "Hey, why are you looking at me? Did I say that? No, you must have misheard." The other two shook their heads vigorously, at this juncture forsaking any brotherly bond. As they perceived the profound rage emanating from Moo Moo's gaze, they could merely watch in silence, too intimidated to speak further. "You're playing with fire," Moo Moo thundered, his voice reverberating like rolling thunder, leaving the head of the chicken coop trembling in fear. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Moo Moo sent the head of the chicken coop flying. The other two stood frozen in shock. Perhaps this was the might of a true boss. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring, demanding the boss surrender his supplies. They were indeed courting death. Blood trickled from the corner of the head of the chicken coop's mouth, and a tooth had been knocked out. Moo Moo rubbed his palm. "Did I strike too hard?" He turned to the other two, who were quaking in their boots. "Who was the one who told me to get lost?" The green-haired rooster head silently pointed at the explosive head. "Brother, you've made the yellow-haired one cry. Squat down, hands on your head," Moo Moo commanded. The yellow-haired one obediently squatted down. Moo Moo launched a kick that sent the yellow-haired one flying, indeed rolling, right beside the head of the chicken coop. "Now it's your turn." Moo Moo unsheathed his bronze sword, pointing it at the green-haired one. "Big brother, spare me," the green-haired rooster head pleaded, tears welling in his eyes as he fell to his knees. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true elites. Though the three had previously conspired against him, they had merely underestimated his identity, believing him to be an easy target. Upon realizing his true standing, they exhibited utmost respect and compliance, leaving Moo Moo feeling somewhat bashful. Thus, the question arose, should he indeed resolve their fate? However, they must not be allowed to depart so easily. It is inconceivable to let them go unpunished. These three ruffians appear to have bullied others frequently. A swift execution would be a mere act of mercy towards them. Instead, it would be far more gratifying to torment them slowly, allowing them to experience the anguish of being bullied and humiliated. Moo Moo cast his gaze around the surrounding islands, a glint of mischief illuminating his eyes as a wicked idea took root in his mind. "You come over here," Moo Moo commanded the green-haired individual. "Yes, yes, I'm coming," the rooster-headed man replied, rolling on the ground as he hurried towards his two companions. Moo Moo approached the trio, his voice cold and unyielding. "You have two paths before you. First, surrender all your possessions, and I shall let you go. Second, I will kill all three of you." seizing your belongings along with your wristbands. You have 3 minutes to decide. The three men were left dumbfounded by Moo Moo's words. Surrendering all their resources would spell their doom. It is worth noting that this serves as a subtle foreshadowing, with relevant plot developments in the subsequent chapters. For those eager to critique, please proceed directly to Chapter 490. As for their survival, it was not within Moo Moo's realm of consideration. To spare their lives was already the greatest mercy he could extend. Yet, their ensuing journey would surely be fraught with hardship. The leader among them, the green-haired roosterhead, knelt in despair, pleading, "Great One, spare us. If we surrender everything, how can we survive? It will be better for you to end our lives." "Very well. I shall grant your wish and eliminate you three," Moo Moo replied, drawing his sword, intrigued by such an unusual request. It would certainly simplify matters, sparing him the need for further discourse and allowing him to refine the wristbands, bringing closure to the situation. Wait, that is not what I meant," the green-haired man exclaimed in haste as he saw Moo Moo brandishing his sword. "What I meant was, could you please spare half of our resources? We still need to eat. When you previously sought resources from me, did you consider my plight? Did you expect me to risk my life for you?" Moo Moo regarded the three men with a bemused expression, stating, "You have 30 seconds left to ponder your decision. Should you fail to respond, you shall meet the same fate as this sword." With a swift motion, Moo Moo brought his sword down, severing the roosterhead's iron sword in two. The implication was unmistakable. Should these three entertain any treacherous thoughts, Moo Moo would not hesitate to execute them without remorse. The three men were left in a state of utter shock. One stroke to shatter a sword. This must be the might of the Great One. Just moments ago, they had contemplated robbing him, a notion now rendered absurd. Witnessing Moo Moo's ferocious demeanor, they felt as though they were courting disaster. In truth, these three nonconformists were merely bullies preying on the weak. They were utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. "Time is up," Moo Moo announced. "What have you decided? Of course, you may also choose the alternative path of resistance, which would lead to your demise, yielding the same outcome as your second option. Regardless of your choice, I remain indifferent." "Nonsense. What do you care about a resource grab?" Lemao silently cursed within, cursing his luck. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. As we exchanged glances, realizing there was no room for negotiation, Lemao lowered his head, surrendering the supplies and pleading for the formidable figure to spare them. Yes, please let us off." The other two hastily bowed their heads in agreement. Preserving one's life was paramount. Better to endure than to perish. "Well," Moo Moo nodded in satisfaction, instructing them to present their runic base and vessels for inspection. "Damn it, your actions are driving me to despair." Lemao cursed inwardly once more. He had initially thought that surrendering a few items would suffice to placate Moo Moo, but he was taken aback by the demand for an inspection. Though reluctant, they understood that strength dictated all, and the three complied, revealing their runic base and vessels. They had contemplated resistance, yet they were acutely aware of their limitations. To survive, they must learn to bow to the powerful. Despite the odds of 3 against 1, they recognized their utter lack of success. Observing Moo Moo's audacious demeanor, they dare not make a move. Additionally, they had recently heard rumors on the regional channel about players who had dared to confront the mighty, only to meet a grim fate. It was best to avoid provoking such formidable figures. As Moo Moo entered the trio's runic base, he methodically extracted all the contents, absorbing them into his own base, and proceeded to the vessel, retrieving the supplies and stowing them in his backpack. It seemed that the three on this island were not faring particularly well. Though the total resources were substantial, they were meager when divided among three. Their runic base resembled a dilapidated stone house, and their vessels were merely low-grade wooden boats, clearly unable to be upgraded due to poverty. With limited resources on the island, it was no wonder they struggled to thrive. Nevertheless, forming teams had become a prevailing trend, as many players had begun to encounter one another and join forces. 4 solitary efforts were insufficient to conquer the formidable island creatures. Rarely could one, like Moo Moo, hoard all the resources alone. From the intelligence Moo Moo had gathered, 2 individuals seemed likely to be lone wolves, Bay-Urgeless and Tang-Mighting. The Hudake he had just encountered could also be considered one, albeit her solitary approach appeared distinct from others. Having scavenged all the resources, Moo Moo nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, it amounted to the equivalent of 2 or 3 silver treasure chests. He addressed them, stating, "I am not a heartless individual, nor do I intend to eradicate you completely. Thus, I have left some of your belongings untouched." "Really? Thank you." "Great one. Thank you," Lu Mao exclaimed, leading the others in a fervent display of gratitude. "No need to thank me," Mu Mu replied, waving his hand. "After all, I have no use for sand and such. I have also left you a hoe. You may use it to gather resources on other islands." Mu Mu spoke the truth. The trio had dug up far too much earth, which would only occupy space in his base. It was wiser to leave it for them, a favor in passing. Upon hearing Mu Mu's words, the green-haired individual found himself momentarily speechless. Should he express gratitude, or perhaps more gratitude, or simply gratitude? Mu Mu was evidently intent on making them suffer. The trio had lost all value in his eyes, and observing their bewildered expressions, Mu Mu remarked, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Despite having offended him, their sincere attitude in admitting their mistakes warranted leniency. "Yes, yes, we shall take our leave at once." The three nonconformists hastily rose and scurried towards their vessel. "Wait," Mu Mu interjected. "What further instructions do you have, esteemed one?" Green Hair turned back, a smile plastered on his face, yet it appeared more akin to a grimace than joy. "You three are to journey to the island in the west." Mu Mu brandished his hunting bow, stating, "Should I discover that you dare to deviate from this course, I shall end your lives." On the western island, there resided wooden treasure chests containing provisions. However, the island was home to 3 stench bears, creatures that, while not lethal, relished in capturing and tormenting male beings, particularly humans or primates. They derived immense pleasure from their torturous games. Mu Mu discreetly examined the information regarding the stench bears, hermaphroditic creatures, robust like bears, known for their penchant for capturing and toying with males. Their bodies emitted an offensive odor, and they possessed no legs, only 4 arms, each equipped with a single long, thick finger. The danger level was assessed at 38, rendering the trio ill-equipped to contend with such formidable adversaries. He hoped they would find joy on the western island, fortified by the presence of sustenance, ensuring they would not perish from hunger. Perfect. Each stench bear corresponded neatly with one of the 3 newcomers. There was another significant reason for directing them westward. Mu Mu feared they might opt for the northwestern route, which was rich in resources that he intended to pursue next. It would be unfortunate were these 3 rascals to seize them first. The trio remained oblivious to Mu Mu's reasoning behind their assignment to the western island, but they dared not question him further, complying obediently. Observing the hunting bow in Mu Mu's hands, which seemed anything but ornamental, they surmised its formidable power. Without hesitation, they hastily boarded their vessel and paddled towards the west. Mu Mu watched as they followed his directive, disappearing into the mist, and only then did he contentedly stow away his hunting bow. After all, they could not alter their course midway. There was no chance of them reaching another destination. "Good luck to you." Mu Mu grinned wickedly. He settled down to review his resources, taking stock of his supplies. This time, he had struck it rich. Meanwhile, on the western island, the trio of nonconformists disembarked in a frenzy, frequently glancing back in fear that Mu Mu might change his mind and pursue them. The green-haired rooster head cursed vehemently. "Damn it. I told you too long ago not to be so arrogant while engaging in thievery. What if we encountered a formidable character and found ourselves back to square one? But you wouldn't listen. Look where we are now, having hit a brick wall. Boss, we can't be blamed for this." The yellow-haired individual protested, feeling wronged. "Wasn't this your idea?" "Nonsense," the rooster head retorted furiously. "Was it not you two who instigated this, along with you?" The rooster-headed figure pointed at the red-haired one and exclaimed, "How can you speak so rudely and arrogantly to the boss? Are you just waiting to be beaten?" The leader replied, "I had no idea he was the boss. I merely thought he was an ordinary person." "You've blinded your eyes," the green-haired one retorted. "Next time you encounter other players, ascertain their identities before attempting to rob them. At the very least, we survived. Boss, should we not first consider what to eat tonight? I am on the verge of starvation." The 3 of them, while shifting blame and incessantly complaining, felt fortunate to be alive after the robbery. They ventured toward the center of the island, hoping to discover something useful. Suddenly, amidst the bushes in the forest, a wooden treasure chest caught their attention. The yellow-haired one's eyes brightened as he ran over, exclaiming, "Boss, there's a treasure chest. A valuable find. Step aside, let me handle it." The green-haired one also noticed the wooden chest and rushed over to open it. A plethora of bread and milk was revealed. Wow, food. So much bread. They rejoiced, realizing they wouldn't have to worry about meals for several days. Thanks to Mu Dalao for guiding us toward this fortune, the leader remarked. Could this be a fortunate twist of fate? As the three discussed their good fortune, they eagerly began to devour the food from the chest. However, just as they took their first bites, a tail suddenly descended from above, wrapping around the green-haired one and lifting him into the air. Big brother. Boss. His two companions screamed, watching helplessly as the leader was hoisted into the trees. With his mouth still stuffed with bread, the green-haired one found himself suspended in terror. Facing a grotesque creature, oozing saliva and emitting an unbearable stench, it clutched its own body with both hands. What are you doing? The green-haired one shouted, terrified. Don't come near me. I assure you, I'm not tasty. The foul-smelling bear grinned lewdly, saliva dripping from its mouth, and it excitedly extended its 4 fingers to toy with the green-haired one's body. No, please stop. It hurts. Mother, I was wrong. I promise to be a good person from now on. The green-haired one cried out in agony, his screams echoing through the air. Then, the foul-smelling bear seized the green-haired one and dashed toward the cave. Help me. Save me. His anguished cries faded into the woods. The remaining 2 nonconformists were left in stunned silence, horrified by the brutal scene they had witnessed. Although they had not experienced it firsthand, they could feel the leader's excruciating pain. Cough, cough. Where do you think they have gone? One asked, perhaps to engage in a profound discussion on philosophical matters. The other replied, their bodies tensing involuntarily. Fortunately, that monster did not choose us. Indeed, just thinking about it is terrifying. The boss is likely lost to us. We should make haste. This place is no longer safe. We have failed our brother, but it is beyond our power. You are right. It is not that we do not wish to save him. It is simply that we have nothing to offer in his rescue. This food will sustain us for a considerable time. The 2 swiftly stowed the milk and bread in their base, preparing to flee. Just then, 2 more foul-smelling bears suddenly burst forth from the bushes ahead. Oh no! Both individuals cried out simultaneously, exchanging a fleeting glance before dashing away. However, the Hu Cho Xiong, agile and nimble as a monkey, swiftly closed the distance, tackling the pair to the ground. Oh my goodness! Please spare me, it hurts! Their anguished cries reverberated through the jungle. Chapter 57. Shooting Spiders. Setting caves ablaze, Moo conducted a simple inventory and discovered the following resources on the 3 individuals. 10 units of wood, 5 iron blocks, 11 copper blocks, 1 silver block, 8 stones, 1 water emblem, 1 fire emblem, 1 earth emblem, 1 wind emblem, 1 wood emblem, 1 light emblem, 1 shape emblem, 2 souls, 5 cream breads, 10 spicy strips, 3 fresh beef, 5 fresh lamb, 2 quality pork belly, 3 liters of milk, 1,000 milliliters of water, 2 bottles of shampoo, 1 bottle of body wash, 1 bottle of Thai Bao SOD honey cream, 1 exquisite beauty kit, 1 perfect hairdressing scissors, 1 perfect curling iron, 1 standing makeup mirror, 1 pair of ordinary men's bamboo slippers, size 44, 1 pair of ordinary women's bamboo slippers, size 38, 20 units of red herb, 20 units of green herb, 20 units of yellow herb, 1 cookie tree seed, 1 vitality tree seed. It was remarkable how bountiful these 3 individuals were, akin to a mobile resource depot, a walking ATM. The abundance of emblems on their persons suggested that these were not merely acquired through legitimate means. They were likely extorted from other players or obtained through nefarious deeds. Lacking the skills for cultivation, they had not planted the seeds. The cookie tree seed could yield cookies, while the purpose of the vitality tree seed remained a mystery. The system provided no relevant information and indicated that planting was not an option. For now, they would be stored away. As for the other items, it seemed they had raided a barber shop. The tools were quite comprehensive, perfectly suited to rectify his disheveled hairstyle. The descriptions of the red, green, and yellow herbs indicated they could be used to extract pigments. However, Moo had not yet mastered the necessary techniques. Likely due to the scrolls being learned and subsequently lost by one of the individuals, rendering them unattainable even through lethal means. The shape emblem was a novel encounter, and its effects remained unknown. Closing the system interface, Moo ascended toward the mountain summit. He was in no rush to incubate the beast egg. As a spider lurked within the cave, It would be prudent to eliminate this threat before proceeding with the incubation. At the summit, he discovered only a wooden treasure chest, devoid of any additional resources. Approaching it, he noted, wooden treasure chest, the lowest tier of treasure chests on the island, typically yielding minor surprises, though certain dangers may lurk within. The contents of this wooden treasure chest include some everyday items, with no apparent danger. He opened the wooden treasure chest. System notification, wooden treasure, chest 1, system notification. Intermediate flint 1, system notification. 1,000 milliliters of medical alcohol 1, system notification. 10-meter roll of gauze 1, system notification. Quality laxative 1, system notification. Laxative seal, a piece of flint, and a collection of medical supplies were revealed. System notification. The wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 5 units of wood. Would you like to proceed with the decomposition? Moo Moo chose to decompose the wooden treasure chest and examined the resulting products. The uses of medical alcohol and gauze are exceedingly apparent. The superior laxative possesses the capability to induce diarrhea in any small to medium-sized organism within a brief span of time and can be utilized up to 10 times. This includes humans, though it proves ineffective on larger animals, as their digestive systems are more robust, necessitating a more potent formulation. Moving forward, the stop diarrhea remedy swiftly cures any organism's diarrhea and can also be employed 10 times. These 2 products serve as a spear and a shield, respectively. Suddenly, Moo Moo was struck by a thought. What would be the outcome of consuming both the superior laxative and the stop diarrhea remedy together? To use one's own spear against one's own shield conjured a tantalizing notion. For those lacking food, it could serve as a means to stave off hunger, although Moo Moo was disinclined to experiment with their combined effects. Next, he examined the flint. The mid-tier flint, commonly used on the islands, allows for rapid ignition and can be utilized 10 times. Quite satisfactory. Moo Moo felt a profound sense of contentment with the items discovered in the wooden treasure chest. The time had come for the exhilarating challenge of the cave, exterminating spiders. However, the maternal spider was not an easy foe. At this moment, the sun hung low in the west, and Moo Moo had to devise a strategy to eliminate the spider before nightfall. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits when it emerged under the cover of darkness. The illustrated guide indicated that spiders had an aversion to fire. Why not employ fire to incinerate the spider? Moo Moo approached the cave entrance, seeking a concealed vantage point for observation. He dared not approach too closely, fearing that a thread of white silk might suddenly ensnare him and drag him into the depths of the cave, rendering him nothing more than a meal for the spider. Yet, the cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Moo Moo adjusted his crystal lamp to focus its beam into the cave, but could discern little. The maternal spider's lair was deep, eluding his sight. He could only illuminate the interior, faintly revealing a dense network of white webs, intricately woven but concealing the great spider and, even more so, the smaller ones. Shooting or ambushing was out of the question. An incendiary approach was essential. After a moment of contemplation, Moo Moo retrieved his hunting bow. He took an arrow, tore a piece of gauze, wrapped it around the arrowhead, and saturated the gauze with medical alcohol, thus crafting a makeshift fire arrow. Following suit, he prepared a total of 20 such arrows. This level of potency should suffice. He mused to himself. Using the flint, he ignited the alcohol, and with a whoosh, flames erupted from the arrowhead. Moo Moo gripped his hunting bow and positioned himself at the cave entrance, aiming with determination. Whoosh! The fire arrow soared forth. The gauze-wrapped arrow differed significantly from ordinary ones, altering both its force and trajectory. Fortunately, the cave entrance was spacious, and although Moo Moo's shot was somewhat off-target, the arrow still penetrated the cave's mouth. A small flame flickered to life on the ground before gradually extinguishing. Had it failed to ignite any flammable material? Moo Moo frowned. The arrow lay abandoned on the ground, surrounded by what seemed like nothingness. Undeterred, he drew closer to the cave entrance and, with resolve, released several more arrows in quick succession, yet none produced a significant spark. This cannot continue. While embers can ignite one another, the alcohol will soon be depleted. Moo Moo decided to take out a piece of wood, disassembling it into numerous small blocks, which he then bound to the rockets. If the finer ones were ineffective, he would resort to sturdier materials. Whoosh! A thick arrow was shot into the cave, landing on the spider web. which instantly ignited into a blazing inferno. This proved to be advantageous. Moo Moo rejoiced. Although the flames from the wooden blocks were not as fierce as those of alcohol, they burned with greater longevity. Moo Moo ignited several more rockets, launching them into the cave from various angles. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, transforming the cavern into a sea of fire. The spider webs ignited in clusters, and at that moment, a series of chirps and squeaks echoed from within the cave, accompanied by rustling sounds from above. It was evident that the mother spider could no longer endure this onslaught. The hunting bow was switched to a spread mode, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Moo Moo's firepower was overwhelming. The cave could scarcely withstand such intensity. In the depths of the cave, the mother spider emitted agonizing wails. Its web had formed a dense tapestry throughout the cavern, and the flames ruthlessly consumed these strands, spreading from one to another. The mother spider scuttled between the webs, but soon found itself encircled by flames, with little room to escape. The entrance to the cave was shrouded in thick smoke as Moo Moo peered inside, noticing many untouched areas. Perhaps the cave was too deep, extending below sea level, prompting the mother spider to flee deeper into its lair. It was time to intensify the flames, Moo Moo pondered. Shooting arrows had become ineffective, as visibility was severely compromised. He released the Katy dog, taking a small stick, wrapping one end in cloth, and soaking it in alcohol before inserting it into the dog's mouth. "Katy, hold this." The Katy dog obediently grasped the stick. "Charge in. Avoid engaging the large spider, and use this stick to ignite its web. Once it catches fire, make your escape, and do not let its webs ensnare you. Stay safe and ignite all flammable areas inside. Then come back out." The Katy dog, swift as the wind, entered the cave, while the mother spider was preoccupied with its own peril, rendering it unlikely to pose a threat. Nodding in understanding, the Katy dog plunged into the cave. Like a mobile source of fire, the stick ignited the spider webs in all directions, quickly sealing off all escape routes for the mother spider and ensnaring it. With its fire-evading capabilities, the flames posed no threat to the Katy dog. The mother spider shrieked in agony, already fraught with irritation from the searing heat. And upon seeing something dart into its domain, it became furiously enraged, swiftly launching silk towards the Katy dog. However, midway through its attack, the spider silk was incinerated by the intense flames, significantly diminishing its force, allowing the Katy dog to nimbly evade the assault. Some strands of spider silk were ignited midair, with flames racing along them towards the mother spider. The cave was devoid of any intact webs, and Kadi Go completed its task, escaping. The cavern had transformed into a natural oven, with Moo Moo intermittently tossing wood inside to stoke the flames. After approximately an hour, Moo Moo was astonished by how long this material could burn. As night fell, the cave glowed with a fiery red light, reminiscent of animated depictions of treasure-laden lairs shimmering with golden brilliance. After several minutes, the flames extinguished, leaving the interior entirely scorched. Moo Moo entered with a crystal lamp, discovering that both the ceiling and floor were shrouded in darkness, marked by numerous charred remnants. Evidently, some vegetation within the cave had also been ignited. Although it was somewhat regretful, Moo Moo felt no sorrow, for without the fire, such a formidable entity would have been nearly impossible to conquer. Venturing deeper into the cave, Moo Moo stumbled upon the corpse of the mother spider. Its legs had been completely incinerated, and its body had shriveled considerably, reduced to a mere desiccated husk. System notification. Soul 2. System notification. Charred spider 1. The charred spider can be disassembled, and Moo Moo opted to do so. System notification. Charred mother spider meat 1. System notification. Mother spider blood 200 milliliters. System notification. Mother spider fangs 2. After the fire, little blood remained within the spider's body. And Moo Moo examined the items one by one. Charred mother spider meat. A spider that has been consumed by flames, crispy on the outside and tender within. It contains a green spider essence, but rest assured, the fire has rendered it non-toxic and safe for consumption. Current satiation index, 3 stars. Overall rating, 31. Upon reading the description of the green essence, Moo Moo felt an involuntary shiver. Crispy on the outside and tender within was tolerable, but the notion of it bursting with essence was quite unsettling, its texture likely akin to deep-fried ice cream. This delicacy surely would not be palatable, and Moo Moo decided to sell it at the trading market. Mother spider blood, Drinkable spider blood, generally non-toxic, though it appears somewhat unclean, potentially leading to gastrointestinal distress after consumption. Mother spider fangs, a unique material that can be embedded in weapons, offering a chance to paralyze opponents upon attack. The blood seemed of little use, but the fangs were indeed valuable. Moo Moo proceeded further into the depths of the cave, discovering a silver treasure chest. It was coated with ashes from the fire, yet remained undamaged. Silver chest, currently warm to the touch. It is advised to wait before opening. Moo Moo was not in haste, patiently waiting until the chest was safe to open. System notification, silver, chest 1, system notification, emblem of the mud horse 1, system notification, emblem of the sharp blade 1, system notification, emblem of speed 1, system notification, emblem of taste 1, system notification, emblem of defense 1, system notification, perfect multi-purpose pot manufacturing blueprint 1, 5 emblems, and 1 manufacturing blueprint. This journey has yielded substantial rewards, yet the multi-functional pot appears somewhat lackluster. The emblem of earth and the emblem of taste seem rather enigmatic in their purpose. Moo Moo opened the manufacturing blueprint for inspection. The sketch of the multi-functional pot resembles a thick pancake, capped with a stick. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon closer examination, he realized with a mix of disbelief that it resembled nothing more than a frying pan. Where then lies its multifunctionality? Nonetheless, possessing this pot would at least facilitate cooking. The perfect multifunctional pot manufacturing blueprint claims to be indestructible and durable. With it, one can effortlessly prepare delectable dishes, defend oneself, or even wield it as a weapon. Truly an indispensable companion at home. Moo Moo opted to learn this recipe. To synthesize the perfect multifunctional pot, he would require 1 emblem of earth, 1 emblem of taste for iron blocks, 3 stones, 1 copper block, and 1 piece of wood. With the materials at hand, Moo Moo chose to proceed with the manufacturing. The system announced, perfect multifunctional pot successfully crafted. A graphite-colored frying pan materialized in Moo Moo's grasp. The handle was wooden, and the surface of the pot was smooth, composed of a material that felt akin to a blend of iron and stone. It bore some weight, yet felt manageable to hold, possibly due to the enhancement of his current strength or perhaps a mechanism of the system. After all, Moo Moo had discovered that in this realm, whether crafting, retrieving objects, or decorating, exerting great force was unnecessary. However, this multifunctional pot required a heating device for independent use. Moo Moo temporarily stored the pot in his survival base. Although hunger gnawed at him, he had more pressing matters to attend to, the hatching of a beast egg. Chapter 59. The clumsy divine beast. Moo Moo stepped outside the cave and found a level spot, unbuttoned his shirt, and cradled the beast egg against his chest. A refreshing breeze stirred, and the evening air on the island felt somewhat chilly, causing Moo Moo to shiver. A warm sensation emanated from the eggshell, which shimmered with golden patterns. Suddenly, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the shell splintered along its lines, revealing a pink creature resembling a hippopotamus or a brown bear. The system chimed. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched the pet Day-Day Beast. Day-Day Beast, a sluggish, lazy, and self-centered pet. It leads a life of idleness by the sea and rivers. While it occasionally displays a keen gaze, it quickly reverts to a stupor. This may be due to its brain being stimulated by the accumulated Galar cardamom inside, leading to fleeting flashes of brilliance, which are soon forgotten. It often lies by the water's edge, its tail submerged, pondering its existence, and will evolve if its tail is bitten by a large tongue shell. A foolishly charming little hippopotamus. This was Moo Moo's definition. Yet, why did it appear so dim-witted? Moreover, it was not particularly affectionate, a stark contrast to the Katy dog. At the moment of hatching, the Day-Day Beast seemed indifferent to Moo Moo. It brushed him aside and leisurely ambled along the beach toward the sea, subsequently submerging its tail in the water. What on earth are you doing, buddy? Moo Moo exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. The Day-Day tilted its head, gazing at the hippopotamus with a bewildered expression, its mind filled with questions. As your master, I stand here alongside your future close comrade and partner. Could you perhaps communicate with us before you play with your tail? Moo Moo said with a sigh. The Day-Day lazily yawned and glanced at both of them without responding. Similarly, when it looked at Moo Moo and Katagu, its gaze seemed to suggest they were fools. All right, you've won, Moo Moo said, speechless, as he opened the pet panel to examine the attributes of this Day-Day, intending to devise a strategy for dealing with it. Data shall, name, named, type, water, egg group, ocean initial affection, 35, status, healthy evolution condition, bitten by a dash of BI on the tail, skills, telekinesis, petrification, iron head, water gun, special skill, fishing with its tail, special attribute, extremely forgetful, it possessed a notable array of skills, seemingly more powerful than Katago, though it remained uncertain whether they would be useful. Moo clicked to view the skills. Telekinesis emits sound waves that disrupt the target's movement speed or trajectory. Applicable to living beings, humans, or inanimate objects, with a trigger probability of 10. Petrification releases a powerful brainwave that interferes with the target's consciousness, immobilizing them for a duration of 10 seconds, with a trigger probability of 5. Water gun stores seawater within its body and then sprays it towards the target with its mouth. Iron head delivers a fierce impact with its head or claws. The Data Show's bones and skin are remarkably tough, capable of resisting most physical attacks. Indeed, it was formidable. Both petrification and telekinesis could be deemed miraculous abilities, albeit reliant on trigger probability. In other words, the Data Show would only unleash them based on its mood, rendering them beyond Mumu's control. In most practical scenarios, this unpredictability might prove less significant. After all, luck played a role, and Mumu would refrain from employing such a gamble unless absolutely necessary. However, at times, it could serve as a surprise tactic. What about the special skill? Mumu continued to read. Fishing with its tail. The Data Show will fish with its tail based on its mood, typically. The fish caught are solely for its consumption and will not be shared with others. Extremely forgetful. Its thought process is quite simplistic, often forgetting many important and trivial matters, even struggling to recall its own identity. This species appeared to offer little utility to Mumu, save for its endearing qualities. Yet, frustratingly, even its charm seemed indifferent to him. Only the iron head skill appeared promising, perhaps serving as a human shield. Mumu pondered a name for the Data Show, observing its oblivious demeanor. From now on, I shall call you Day. The Data Show lazily glanced at Mumu, offering no reply, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say he could call it whatever he pleased. Mumu approached and stroked the Data Show's skin, hoping to establish a rapport. Yet, the Data Show lay on the ground, unresponsive, allowing the caress without any reaction. Passive, neither resisting nor accepting, it was a true marvel. Mumu mused. Perhaps such creatures ought to exist within the confines of a pokeball. However, in consideration of the physical and mental well-being of his pet, Mumu temporarily relinquished this notion. After all, the divine beast currently exuded an aura that made it rather difficult to approach, and he needed to cultivate a deeper bond with it. Mumu turned over the Data Show, revealing that it was indeed a male. Lacking any particular thoughts, it flipped back over after Mumu released it, inserting its tail into the water. There was nothing he could do about it. Just then, Mumu's stomach growled, prompting him to seek something to eat and to experiment with the culinary capabilities of his multifunctional pot. He activated the rune base and said, Day, we are going to prepare a meal. Would you like to join us? The Data Show shook its head and continued resting on the ground. What level of lethargy must an animal possess to be disinterested even in food? In contrast, the Katago nearby displayed an expression of excitement and anticipation. Disregarding the Data Show, Mumu entered the base. The multifunctional pot had been prepared, yet it required a heating furnace. He retrieved the blueprint for the perfect heating furnace and selected it for study. The blueprint read, Perfect heating furnace. The surface of the furnace body can generate high temperatures, heating any vessel within a range of 0 to 800 degrees. Adding 2 pieces of wood allows it to operate for 1 hour, while adding 1 soul permits operation for 8 hours. The materials were sufficient, yet the manufacturing page appeared gray. Upon opening the construction function to investigate, Mumu discovered that creating the heating furnace necessitated first crafting a stove. The heating furnace was, in fact, an upgraded version of the stove, which could be constructed using the inherent building functionality of the rune base. Craft the stove, Mumu murmured. The system prompted, clay 5, sand 10, stone 3. Following this, another prompt indicated, stove construction successful. Mumu designated the kitchen as the location for the stove, and in the rune base, a rudimentary stove constructed from earth emerged, reminiscent of the traditional stoves used for communal cooking in his childhood village, albeit appearing rather rudimentary. Simultaneously, The option to create the perfect heating furnace illuminated on the manufacturing page. The perfect heating furnace could now be crafted. He selected to forge the perfect heating furnace. A golden light enveloped the stove, and a half-human height furnace, built of stone, replaced the stove beside the kitchen window. The furnace possessed an exceedingly vintage appearance, adorned with stones of varying shapes piled around it. The door was made of iron, and upon opening it, Mumu could add wood inside or directly through the system interface. The top of the furnace featured a remarkably flat, smooth, square surface, from which several circles radiated outward from the center. A small wooden lever with markings was affixed to the front of the furnace top to regulate the temperature. Chapter 60. The Sizzling Aroma. Recipes delicious beyond measure. The furnace conveyed a delightful ambience, evoking a sense of nostalgia akin to the communal cooking of rural life, yet with a far more refined design. Mumu inserted 2 pieces of wood, turned the lever, and activated the switch, causing steam to immediately rise from the furnace. The results were impressive. The temperature rose swiftly, and the device was remarkably user-friendly. Mumu discovered recipes within the system panel, allowing him to explore the delectable dishes he could prepare. Thus far, the options available to him were rather limited. In light of the scarcity of vegetables, Mumu opted for meat-centric dishes. He filtered the ingredients and selected to prepare gan bien tout au long. Contrary to what the name suggests, it was, in fact, dry-fried crocodile meat. The method of preparation materialized before him. Gan bien tout au long. Simplified version: 500 g of shield-kissed ancient crocodile meat, 100 g of shield-kissed ancient crocodile skin, 250 g of premium pork belly, 15 g of salt, 20 milliliters of exquisite flavor, 10 g of sugar, 10 g of chili powder, and 10 g of cumin powder. Combine all ingredients in a frying pan and cook at 350 degrees for 5 minutes before serving. The recipes were categorized into 4 levels: simplified, intermediate, complex, and gourmet. The simplified version was tailored for the early stages of survival games, suitable for situations where resources were scarce and food was insufficient. It lacked the allure of color, fragrance, and flavor, resulting in a coarse texture. The intermediate and complex versions were meant for the mid to late stages, when sufficient ingredients had been amassed and production capabilities improved, allowing for more exquisite culinary creations. The gourmet version was reserved for the later stages, where an abundance of materials and diverse options enabled the creation of a variety of delectable dishes. Given Mumu's current circumstances, he could only resort to the simplified recipe. Lacking oil, he substituted pork belly to enhance the aroma. The dry frying method inherently required little oil, allowing the natural flavors of the crocodile to emerge perfectly. Following the instructions, Mumu meticulously prepared the ingredients, placed them in the pan, ignited the flame, and casually stirred the mixture. After 5 minutes, the gan bien tout au long was ready. A rich aroma wafted through the air, and Mumu could not resist taking a bite. Heavens, this is absolutely delicious. Is this really just made with the simplified ingredients? How exquisite must the gourmet version be? Mumu felt as though every taste bud in his mouth had been awakened, with an array of flavors, savory, fragrant, salty, and sweet, delighting his palate. He had merely sautéed the ingredients a few times and added no excessive seasonings. How could something so delectable emerge from such simplicity? Perhaps the enchantment of his taste buds played a role, he pondered. He had no time to dwell on it, as he immediately resumed devouring the dish. This flavor surpassed his own barbecue by a considerable margin. The cannibals, enticed by the aroma, circled around Mumu, leaping eagerly for a taste and barking incessantly. "You want to eat this badly, huh?" Mumu, no longer tempted, tossed a few slices of meat to cannibals. Just as these two were indulging in their feast, a large pink figure squeezed through the doorway, opened its mouth, and emitted a sound akin to a whimper, raising its paw to indicate its desire for food. It seemed this creature had followed the scent. Mumu scratched his head. "Dai. Did T say you weren't hungry? I haven't T prepare any food for you." However, the words he uttered seemed to fall on deaf ears. Dai Show remained obstinately at the entrance, repeatedly gesturing with its paw toward its mouth, embodying a stubborn resolve to not leave without a meal. Alas, what can I do with you? As a pet he had nurtured, he felt compelled, despite his reluctance, to satisfy its cravings. With a resigned sigh, Mumu turned around and prepared 3 more servings. The Data Shao has quite an insatiable appetite. A single serving is simply insufficient. Naturally, Mumu and Kadi also found themselves unsated. The trio, comprising one person and two creatures, gathered in the kitchen, indulging in a lavish feast. During this time, Moo Moo prepared 3 crabs. Burp. With a satisfied belch, Moo Moo reveled in the fullness of his stomach, overwhelmed by joy to the extent that he remained enveloped in happiness. Meanwhile, Data Shao patted its belly and strolled towards the door. "Hey, big brother, are you leaving just like that?" Moo Moo pondered, perplexed. "I prepared such a delightful meal for you, and you can't even muster a thank you? At least Ka D knows to kneel and show appreciation beside me." Data Shao turned back, its expression one of utter confusion as it regarded Moo Moo. It seemed Moo Moo could decipher something from its gaze. After all, having hatched it himself, a profound resonance had developed between them. "Who am I? Where am I? What have I just done? Why am I in this room? Oh, never mind. I'm off to dip my tail in the water." Perhaps this creature had forgotten that it had just enjoyed a hearty meal here. Truly, it was quite forgetful. Nevertheless, as long as it was happy, Moo Moo saw no reason to hold a grudge against the pet. He retrieved the pet ball and encapsulated Data Shao within. It would be safer to let it rest inside tonight. Ah, how kind of me. After tidying up, Moo Moo continued with his daily preparations, gathering water and cultivating his shellfish fields. Upon entering his farm, he noted that the fragrant rice had flourished remarkably. Many green grains had already sprouted on the branches. However, they were not yet ripe enough for consumption. In a couple of days, he would be able to enjoy the delightful aroma of freshly harvested rice. Moo Moo returned indoors, settled into his sleeping bag, and accessed the system panel to check information. Entering the chat channel, he observed that after a day had passed, the population in the regional channel had diminished further, as many players had encountered one another and were exchanging information. Some were able to coexist peacefully, others formed teams to advance, while some have been robbed of resources by other players and met their demise. At this moment, many voices in the chat group emerged, urging everyone to refrain from internal conflict. "Brothers, in the future, let us raise our hands together and hold our weapons above our heads whenever we see our own kind. Shall we? We should strive for peace. Let us unite against the external threats posed by the treacherous island creatures, rather than fight amongst ourselves and vie for resources." Agreed. Unity is the key to survival in this world. Some proposed, while a small fraction responded, and many chose silence. Moo Moo could only conclude that their notions were exceedingly naive. Throughout history, societies have always esteemed the strong. The principle of the survival of the fittest is a fundamental law of nature. It is only the weak who desperately call for peace, while the strong constantly contemplate how to seize the assets of others. Based on the conversations within the group, it appeared that most survivors had explored fewer than 10 islands, with only a few having ventured beyond that. In contrast, he had astonishingly reached the 25th island, far ahead of the rest. Moreover, among these players, the majority had paired off to face the risks posed by the islands together. Moo Moo exited the chat channel and entered the trading channel to see what treasures might be unveiled that evening. As he perused the listings, one particular message caught his eye. Seller, Bay Air Gully C18281, trade items. Perfect doghouse blueprint, perfect pet bath blueprint. Requirements, 2000 G of any meat. 500 milliliters of water. Trading rules. If water resources are insufficient, an equivalent amount of beast blood may suffice. Stock. 1. Seller's note. Give your beloved pet a warm home. Come and claim it, esteemed players. Huh? Has he found an old acquaintance? Chapter 61. Digging for soil to build a doghouse. 2 blueprints require such an abundance of meat and water. Moo Moo shook his head. Bay Air Gully C's appetite had grown insatiable. How shameless. Furthermore, he was peddling items of little practical use. Although they were 2 perfect blueprints, they were not intended for human use. If they were 2 perfect weapon blueprints, that would be a different matter. Even tools for the bays could fetch a handsome price. Yet these items were meant for dogs? Given the current economic conditions, how many people could afford to keep a dog? Not to mention having a customized pet bath. It was utterly extravagant. It was likely that few individuals worldwide possessed such means. These 2 items had languished on the trading platform for quite some time, completely unnoticed. To outsiders, only someone deranged would consider trading food for such items. However, Moo Moo was different. He had a pressing need. He was no longer willing to share a bed with Kadigo. It was unsanitary, unsafe, and unclean. Without proper safety measures, it was always cramped. It was high time to find a new home. Moo certainly did not mind exchanging these resources for something beneficial to himself. Fortunately, Bay Air Sea's trading requirements did not specify the type of meat, allowing for considerable flexibility. Any meat would suffice. Moo's gaze was drawn to the charred mother spider. One spider contained approximately 1,800 g of meat, and adding a small piece of low-grade meat would perfectly meet the 2,000 g requirement. As for the water, 200 milliliters of spider blood combined with 300 milliliters of water would yield the necessary 500 milliliters. Though consuming spider blood might cause digestive issues, it was not entirely undrinkable. A small quantity should suffice. Thus, he could obtain the items he needed at a minimal cost. After all, Moo would never consider eating spider. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. He opened the trading channel, meticulously prepared his items, selected to trade under Bay Air CS listings, and offered the spider meat along with a small amount of bulldog meat, spider blood, and water. System notification. Trade successful for the perfect doghouse blueprint and perfect pet bath blueprint. The two blueprints appeared in Moo's hands. He began to learn the doghouse blueprint. Opening the crafting page, he examined the synthesis formula. Moo focused primarily on understanding how to construct the doghouse, with the pet bath not being an immediate concern. The perfect doghouse: wood 16510, stone 4310, sand 2520, fire emblem 21, water emblem 41, light emblem 21, earth emblem 01. Moo exclaimed, "How outrageous! A mere doghouse requires 4 types of emblems? It is more extravagant than the mansion I reside in. Is this a joke? Do you take me for a wealthy individual?" He then considered crafting it. "What? I cannot craft it. I am missing an earth emblem. Then I shall procure one from the trading market before crafting." Seller: Moo 18076. Trading item: 800 milliliters water. Requirement: 1 earth emblem. Stock: 5. Seller's message: last wave of benefits for today. First come, first served. Moo currently possessed an ample supply of water. Thus he intended to exchange several for future use. Yet, he remained uncertain if he could acquire that many, as emblems were a scarce resource, and the yield of earth emblems seemed particularly low. The market price had risen somewhat, prompting Moo to increase his offer, utilizing 800 milliliters of water. As soon as the trading information was released, it sparked fervent discussions in the regional channel. It was no longer a novelty that Moo had water. What intrigued everyone was how he had amassed such a quantity, exchanging 800 milliliters of water for 1 emblem, with a stock of 5, indicated that Moo must possess at least 4,000 milliliters of water. Subtracting the amount reserved for his own consumption, this was remarkable. "Look, Lao is selling water again. You can shout all you want. It won't help you now, not a single emblem in hand. Can anyone tell me how to obtain an earth emblem? Perhaps if you consume more earth, it might just appear." Wow, Moo is actually seeking 5 emblems. That amounts to 4,000 milliliters of water. It's making others parched with envy. I think you're longing for water from elsewhere. Hey, has anyone found water? Share the secrets. Is it possible that Lao has discovered an underground river? Countless messages flooded in, accompanied by a multitude of private messages. Moo had no time to respond. His sole focus was on acquiring the earth emblem, and he was not open to negotiations. Those capable of trading would naturally proceed, while he disregarded everyone else. The sand on the ship was running low. Moo realized that he had been mining other resources for the past few days, neglecting the collection of sand. Since sand was abundant, it had slipped his mind to gather it. "I must go mine for sand," Moo contemplated. He hefted his hoe and exited the rune base. On this island, there were mountains and caves, and the sand resources were plentiful. Katy Dog, unable to remain idle, persistently followed at his side. "Let's get to work." The host swung down. System notification. Sand 1, system notification. Sand 1, system notification. Sand 1. Moo began excavating at the mountain's base, and in a short span of time, he collected 100 units of sand. To his astonishment, he realized he had removed a third of the mountain cave's top. "Is this mountain diggable?" Moo thought as he moved to the other side and commenced digging downward from the mountain peak. On the mountain, there exists not only sandy soil, but also an abundance of stones. Moo cautiously adjusted his direction while tirelessly excavating. He had to remain vigilant of his position. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead him to inadvertently breach the mountain's surface and tumble into the cavern below. Gradually, a small opening appeared at the summit. And under Moo Moo's relentless toil, the entrance widened, transforming into a considerable pit. The entire cavern lay exposed beneath the moonlight. Due to Moo Moo's excessive extraction, it could no longer be merely termed a cave. Perhaps it ought to be referred to as a basin. The chilly, damp air surged forth from within, permeating the entire island. Moo Moo could not help but shiver. After a brief while, the entire hill was hollowed out, and before Moo Moo lay a vast, profound pit. Indeed, this cavern was situated below sea level. No wonder the habitat of the mother spider was so humid. Its lair was remarkably deep. Moo Moo had collected a total of 350 units of sandy soil and 100 units of stone. This should suffice for the time being. Any more, and it would likely overwhelm his boat and base. Upon accessing the trading platform, Moo Moo discovered that 2 units of the Earth emblem had been traded, leaving 3 still available for exchange. The doghouse could now be constructed. Chapter 62. Unexpected Harvest. Enjoying fresh milk, he accessed the crafting page and selected the doghouse. Construct doghouse. The system prompted 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, 20 units of sandy soil, 1 fire emblem, 1 water emblem, 1 light emblem, 1 earth emblem. The system confirmed. The construction of the perfect doghouse has been successfully completed. Please select a location for the doghouse. An option appeared before Moo Moo, indicating where the doghouse could be placed. He could position it in the living room or the yard. Without a second thought, Moo Moo chose to place the doghouse at the entrance of the yard. It was inconceivable to have it in the living room due to shedding fur and odors. Moo Moo wished to relish moments of solitude. How could he allow a dog to intrude upon his joy? Keeping it indoors would utterly negate the purpose and significance of the doghouse. Who could predict whether it would disturb him at night, or whether it would inadvertently step on his milk in the morning? The dog should be a guardian of the home. Placing in the yard would not only maximize benefits, but also alleviate many of his troubles. In the event of an ambush by players or creatures at night, the Katy dog could provide protection. A square-top doghouse materialized at the entrance of the yard. At the sight of the doghouse, Moo Moo finally recognized its opulence. The doghouse was remarkably spacious, featuring solid wood flooring and a height of 1.8 meters, designed in a loft structure. Within 1/3 of the space on the left side of the hall, a small elevated platform was created, accessible via a nearby staircase. Naturally, the Katy dog could also leap up from the side. Both levels boasted windows, with the second floor offering an even broader view. The hall on the first floor contained not only a small windmill-like toy, but also a wooden ball for the dog's amusement. In the corner on the right, there was a restroom with a food bowl at the entrance. The restroom is equipped with automatic cleaning and disinfection functions, allowing waste to be directly disposed of outside the premises, ensuring the safety, hygiene, and odorlessness of the doghouse. It exudes an air of sophistication and elegance. After crawling in through the entrance and surveying the surroundings, Moo Moo could not help but exclaim in awe. Even a dog now resides in such a splendid abode. The space could comfortably accommodate 2 adults lying flat. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the warmth and comfort within the doghouse, with fresh air circulating and the climate seemingly adjusting automatically to the weather changes. This was the result of the emblem's power, consuming 4 of his runes, which was not in vain. The room was also well lit, as even during the night, the moonlight and starlight filtered through the roof beautifully. This was the effect of the emblem of light. Moo Moo was confident that under such conditions, it could easily serve as a rune base for certain players. Reclining comfortably on the solid wooden floor, blue text appeared before him. The perfect doghouse, a paradise for pets, a sanctuary for rest, the ultimate choice for enclosure. Here, you will find a comfortable temperature, suitable humidity and environment for your dog's growth, alleviating restlessness, guarding food, and temper issues, while enhancing loyalty to you, along with various toys to stimulate your beloved dog's intellect. Residential instructions. Other beings may reside here besides canine species. For each night, a canine resides. Their ability attributes increase by 1. The potential to enhance ability attributes was an unexpected boon that Moo Moo found quite satisfying. After all, the Katy dog was a combat unit for him, and the stronger it became, the more advantageous it would be in confronting the creatures of the island. Thus, spending so many resources to construct this abode was indeed worthwhile. Katy, you shall stay here tonight. Do not crowd me. Moo Moo commanded. Woof. The Katy dog barked with displeasure, its expression somewhat agitated, clearly feeling abandoned and expressing its dissatisfaction with a series of howls. Woof woof. However, dissatisfaction was futile. Protests were in vain. Tonight, you must reside here, and from now on, you shall live here every day. Mumu remained unyielding. It was amusing. He had invested heavily in this creation, and it could not merely become a decorative piece. After stating this, Mumu crawled out of the doghouse, disregarding the Kadi dog-esque feelings, and walked straight back to his two-story building, closing the door behind him to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening the next morning, Mumu felt a surge of joy and vitality. This sleep had been extraordinarily refreshing. There were no other distractions, no other dogs to disturb his peace. What bliss! Mumu stretched lazily and stepped into the yard. The Kadi dog was peacefully slumbering in its mansion. Clearly, it had rested well the previous night. Although Mumu had vaguely heard barking during the early hours, the Kadi dog had settled down once it became familiar with its new surroundings. Mumu paid no mind to the Kadi dog and instead took out the seafood from the rice paddy, boiling it to enjoy. Previously, without a heating stove, he had only consumed it raw, but now that conditions had improved, he naturally sought to indulge in better fare. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and tidying up, Mumu opened the trading channel and discovered that the transaction had been successfully completed. He had acquired 3 more 2G Wenzhang. Today, he should be able to enjoy some fresh milk. Approaching the cow, he gently patted its heavy, snow-white back and felt quite satisfied, distinctly sensing the liquid within. He retrieved a container and placed it underneath, applying pressure. System notification: 100 milliliters fresh milk acquired. Fresh milk, nutrient-rich milk produced by island cows. Consumption promotes growth and development, replenishes calcium, and enhances bone strength. Naturally sterile, it requires no disinfection or heating and can be consumed directly. For those who prefer it warm, heat to below 70 degrees Celsius to avoid damaging the protein and altering its flavor and nutrition. This milk was distinct from ordinary packaged milk. It possessed remarkable qualities. Mumu lifted the stone bowl and drank the milk in one go. It was delightful, a subtle sweetness, pure yet not cloying, still warm from the cow's body, requiring no heating at all. This was far superior to the packaged varieties found in supermarkets. The only drawback was its limited quantity, if only there were more. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Kati Go also awakened. In truth, it had been awake for some time, simply reluctant to leave its cozy nest, perhaps sulking or simply too comfortable to venture out. It might have been a combination of both. The common trick of certain magical creatures, verbally refusing, yet enjoying the perks of comfort. Mumu tossed some bones towards Kati Go, coaxing it out of its lair, and it happily scampered out to gnaw on the bones. Mumu then took out a pet ball and released the hippopotamus within. Having spent the night in the ball, it surely did not require feeding. He brought it out for some fresh air and a chance to experience the world, as it couldn't remain cooped up inside the ball indefinitely. After storing away the rune base, Mumu released the fishing boat, bringing both Kati Go and Dai Dai Show aboard. Just as he prepared to set sail, a private message popped up. Chapter 63. Is one apology enough? Belglercy 18281. Good morning, my dear Mr. Mu. May I inquire if you are awake? Mumu had set up the chat system to allow players who had recently traded or engaged in multiple transactions to send private messages for smoother communication. With such an early greeting, could it be that there was another fine item for trade? Mumu promptly replied, not up early to venture forth? Should I be lazing about the base instead? Pray tell, my esteemed Mr. Bay, how may I assist you? He responded in a rather awkward tone, striving for a coherent translation. Belglercy 18281. My friend, the roasted spider you sold me yesterday was absolutely divine. With each bite, it released a splash of green liquid. And then you had me drink what might lead to a stomach upset. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Mumu shrugged. It was not his fault that the other party had not set trading conditions, after all. Mumu 18076. My conscience is entirely untroubled. Belglercy 18281. Mumu 18076. Your failure to establish trading conditions is of no concern to me. My transactions fully satisfy your requirements. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Buyer Girals 18281. While you may say that, the taste of that spider was indeed quite unpleasant. Mumu 18076. Oh, I apologize. I assumed you could consume anything. Buyer Girals 18281. Oh my goodness, is a mere apology sufficient? Mumu 18076. What more do you desire? Having something to eat is already fortunate. What does it matter if it is unpalatable? Given that I am willing to pay a premium for that doghouse and pet bathing area, I am already extending you a favor. Otherwise, to whom would you sell it? Constructing that doghouse cost me a considerable number of emblems. Does your conscience not ache? Buyer Girals 18281. So, you are suggesting it is still my fault? Mumu 1876. Indeed. Remember, next time you have any food preferences, please set your conditions. Experiencing a stomach upset is trivial. If you were to go 3 days and nights without food, you would gladly consume a pile of dog food from the ground. Buyer Girals 18281. Mumu 18076. How about this? Should you have desirable trading items in the future, do not hesitate to contact me privately, and I will offer you some discounts for loyal customers. Buyer Girals 18281. I appreciate it. Mumu 18076. No need for thanks. Buyer Girals 18281. I currently feel as though my appetite has diminished significantly. Shouldn't the esteemed individual offer me some appetizing compensation? Oh, so you're seeking food now. Mumu pondered for a moment before replying. I have a large rat that has been soaked in gastric acid, if Mr. Buyer requires it. I can offer it for exchange. Buyer Girals 18281. OMG, are you certain that thing is edible? You want to deceive me again, will you? Mumu 1876. Trust me. It is delicious. I will also provide you with a piece of roasted meat, albeit slightly charred, yet remains fit for consumption. I will charge you the price for an old friend. Merely 2 emblems. Buyer Girals 18281. Is it truly delectable? Mumu 18076. Just tell me if you want it. Half a minute later. System notification. Corroded giant rodent 1. Charred roasted meat 1. System notification. Thunder emblem 2. After concluding the transaction with Buyer Girals, Mumu directly proceeded to the 26th island in the northwest. The fishing boat was quite spacious, allowing Mumu and Katie go to rest within the cabin, while the data show remained outside, sitting on the edge of the boat, continuing to immerse its tail in the sea. Does this creature harbor some misunderstanding regarding its tail? Mumu approached to greet it. Data show, did you sleep well last night? How is the outside world? Is the air fresh? And do you have anything to communicate to me? The data show gazed at Mumu with a perplexed expression, opened its mouth, and pointed. It was asking for food. Mumu understood immediately. He retrieved a piece of wolf meat and tossed it over. The data show began to eat, its expression radiating delight. I say, aside from eating, can you contribute anything of value? Mumu earnestly advised. Is there no practical utility you can provide? Could you not demonstrate some of your worth? As the words fell, the data show flicked its tail, and with a splash, it unexpectedly pulled a fish from the depths of the sea. Incredible, fishing, Mumu exclaimed in delight. This creature indeed had its merits. Its tail was truly a divine artifact, able to attract such a sizable fish. This skill was remarkable. Although the data show lay prostrate, Mumu could distinctly sense an air of aloof disdain in its gaze. Just as Mumu intended to approach and examine the fish, he witnessed the data show open its mouth and swallow the fish whole. Mumu was taken aback. You consumed it just like that? With such prowess in fishing, don't you consider sharing some of your catch with us? Splash! Another fish was swiftly pulled from the sea, only to be devoured by the data show. It seemed he was oblivious to the concept of sharing. Mumu felt somewhat helpless. However, this was advantageous in a way. It saved him the cost of feeding a beast. If it could sustain itself, that would be quite commendable. The journey to the island was relatively lengthy, taking an hour. Yet this was with the assistance of a fishing boat's acceleration. Had he been aboard a rickety vessel in its initial state, Mumu would never have contemplated venturing here. Upon arriving at the island, he discovered an iron treasure chest and 3 Diodishuwa. The Diodishuwa should pose no significant challenge. But Mumu was primarily focused on the iron treasure chest. Based on the current circumstances, he had yet to encounter a higher-tier chest, and rare and special resources could only be obtained through the luck of the iron chest. Mumu first opened the bestiary to examine the characteristics of the Diodishuwa. Diodishuwa, a small amphibious creature, swift in movement, typically residing on sandy beaches and rarely submerging in water. It enjoys burrowing and can navigate effortlessly through the soil, often camouflaging itself with yellow sand to launch a lethal attack when unsuspecting. Its mouth contains sharp teeth capable of shredding tough skin and gnawing through stones, while its tongue is coated with potent venom that can render any creature it touches feeble and powerless. Abilities: burrowing, camouflage, venom, weakness, physically fragile, low defense. Danger level: 41. Surprisingly, this diminutive creature possessed a danger level exceeding that of many large beasts. Moo Moo pondered this as he clicked to view its skills. Burrowing: can swiftly dive underground or emerge from it with ease. Camouflage: covers itself with sand, disguising as a sand pile, lurking on the beach undetected. Venom: the tongue ejects venom from its mouth. Any creature touched by it will immediately become weak and limp. These 3 skills could be used in conjunction. And although the Jiu Shu Wa had low defense, its ability to ambush from hiding could inflict significant damage. No wonder its danger level was so high. This creature was akin to an assassin. Moo Moo instructed the Data Shao to remain at the shore while he led the Katy dog towards the island. This divine beast moved sluggishly, making it unnecessary for this battle. Moreover, it appeared that the Data Shao had no intention of following Moo Moo and the others into the island. It continued to repeat its signature actions, finding more enjoyment in plunging its tail into the water than in adventuring on the island. As Moo Moo ventured forth, he soon beheld numerous sand mounds of varying sizes upon the island. Each mound bore a unique shape, sculpted by the whims of nature, and within them lay the elusive Zhuangdi Shu Wa, concealed from sight. Chapter 64. The search for Zhuangdi Shu Wa. Moo Moo guided his faithful Kati Go along the sandy shore. For an ordinary player, the Zhuangdi Shu Wa would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. However, Moo Moo felt little trepidation. With a modicum of vigilance, he could easily navigate the challenge. With the aid of hints, he could discern the creature's location clearly, allowing him to remain vigilant against ambushes and ultimately triumph. Indeed, as he reached the heart of the island, a golden-hued prompt appeared before him. At 3 o'clock, 5 meters distant, a Zhuangdi Shu Wa lurks within that sand mound. It is exceedingly cunning and poised to strike. Silently, Moo Moo drew forth his bronze sword, refraining from hastily attacking the Zhuangdi Shu Wa. This creature was known for its swift movements and adept burrowing capabilities. Should he inadvertently frighten it away, causing it to burrow underground, it would complicate matters. Luring the enemy into the open was the key to a decisive victory. Unbeknownst to the Zhuangdi Shu Wa, it was already discovered. It lay hidden in the sand, ever poised for a covert strike. At 5 o'clock, 7 meters away, another Zhuangdi Shu Wa is concealed within a sand mound. Beware of its sudden assault. There was yet another one. According to the prompt, 3 should be present, yet he had only uncovered 2. Katigo evidently sensed something amiss. Its ears perked up in alertness as it let out a low growl. Kati, remain calm. Act as if nothing is amiss, and let us proceed with caution. Moo Moo advised. Understanding his command, Kati-Go managed to quell its restless spirit. With a proud demeanor, it walked alongside Moo Moo, feigning ignorance while its keen sense of smell had already identified the general locations of the 2 creatures. Cunningly, Moo Moo circumvented the 2 Zhuangdi Shu Wa, delving deeper into the sands, where he spotted an iron treasure chest partially buried. His gaze fixated on the chest, he strode purposefully towards it. Simultaneously, he heard the faint rustle of movement behind him. The 2 Zhuangdi Shu Wa had stirred. Cloaked in sand, they stealthily advanced towards Moo Moo, their beady eyes peering through the grains, observing the unfolding events. Just as Moo Moo casually glanced back, they abruptly halted their advance. Asmirg graced Moo Moo's lips. The 2 Zhuangdi Shu Wa drawn nearer. From a golden prompt, he could distinctly ascertain the locations of the 2 mounts, each harboring a Zhuangdi Shu Wa merely 5 meters away. Feigning ignorance, Moo Moo turned away once more. The soft rustling continued behind him, growing ever closer. While Kati-Go stood attentive, its ears pricked in concentration. Moo Moo pretended to engage with the treasure chest, at which point, suddenly, something darted forth behind him. In a swift motion, Moo Moo spun around, brandishing his sword with a wicked grin. To attempt a sneak attack on me? You are sorely mistaken. The Zhuangdi Shu Wa, startled and alarmed, recognized the imminent danger, yet it was too late. It could only extend its tongue from its mouth, darting towards Moo Moo's skin like a piercing arrow. With a resounding croak, a blood-red, supple tongue unfurled from the mouth of the drilling mouse frog, nearly a meter in length, rapidly straightening and seemingly elongating further. Such an extensive and agile tongue. Moo let out a cold snicker. Encountering me, you are indeed unfortunate. Sever. Moo sidestepped the drilling mouse frog's assault, swiftly wielding his bronze sword. With a swift slash, the frog's tongue was cleaved in two. The drilling mouse frog emitted a sorrowful croak, severely weakened, its body plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Moo would not grant it a chance to escape. As its body hung in midair, he thrust his sword forward, piercing through its form. Croak. This was its final utterance in this world. System notification. Sol 1, another drilling mouse frog leapt into the air, just as it ascended halfway. Without the opportunity to extend its tongue, Moo charged forth, cleaving its body in two. System notification. Sol 1, both repugnant frogs lay lifeless, leaving only one remaining, whose location Moo had yet to discern. Ignoring it for the moment, he proceeded to dissect the two he had slain, acquiring 600 milliliters of drilling mouse frog blood and 4 pieces of drilling mouse frog meat. No bones or skin. Moo opted to inspect the acquired ingredients. Drilling mouse frog blood. Toxic frog blood loses its toxicity when cooked, making it safe for consumption. Poor flavor, lacking nutrition, may cause diarrhea upon ingestion. Drilling mouse frog meat includes bones and skin, sour and astringent in taste, non-toxic yet unpalatable, devoid of nutrition. When braised with chili, it becomes more palatable. Though it may still induce diarrhea, it is marginally consumable. There was nothing of value. It turned out the bones and skin were intact with the meat, thus not separated. Regrettably, lacking chili, he could not prepare it as a braised dish. Observing its lack of nutrition and poor taste, he resolved to sell it instead. Moo decided to toss the frog blood and meat to those in need when he had the opportunity, as he felt no affinity for such crawling amphibians. With no immediate dangers around, Moo approached the treasure chest. Iron treasure chest. A chest forged from pure iron, containing items of unknown properties. The contents of this chest remain a mystery, posing no immediate danger. However, beneath it lies a drilling mouse frog, overly confident in its burrowing skills. Having inadvertently trapped its head between the rocks and the chest, unable to free itself. Should you attempt to move the chest, be wary of a sudden attack from the drilling mouse frog. That explains the missing frog. It was stuck beneath the chest. Moo found it both amusing and exasperating. Who instilled such misplaced confidence in it? Yet, how should he proceed to open it? Moving the chest would free the drilling mouse frog. It could either flee, launch an attack, or perhaps escape and then ambush him. Regardless of the outcome, none were preferable for Moo. Perhaps he should first clear some soil. He pondered. After all, this drilling mouse frog could not escape for the time being, so Moo need not worry excessively. He sheathed his bronze sword and, taking out a hoe, began to excavate around the chest. First, the treasure chest must be transformed into an isolated island. Soon, a vast pit was excavated around the chest, leaving it and the sand beneath it standing solitary in the center. Thus, the burrowing mouse frog found escape impossible. Should it manage to extricate itself, it could only dig downward. However, Moo would never grant it the opportunity to flee. Carefully, he sifted through the sand while searching for the mouse frog's position. Before long, as he peeled away the outer layer of sand, a portion of its rear became visible, revealing the burrowing mouse frog trapped between the chest and the stones. Realizing that its backside was exposed to the elements, the creature writhed desperately, but alas, it was its head that was ensnared, rendering it incapable of escape. With a bit more effort, Moo unearthed most of its body and, targeting its rear, struck it directly with his hoe. Given the frailty of this creature, the hoe should prove effective. With a piercing cry, the burrowing mouse frog met its demise. System notification. Sol 1, Chapter 65. Crafting clothing. Constructing a pet bathhouse with all 3 burrowing mouse frogs dealt with, Moo obtained some bones and flesh, yet he had no intention of consuming them. The mere thought of eating a frog or a mouse, particularly one that was a hybrid of both, sent shivers down his spine. Times had changed. He no longer needed to subject himself to such distasteful fare. Moo retrieved the iron treasure chest and opened it to examine its contents. System notification. Iron treasure, chest 1. System notification. Basic strength scroll 1. System notification. Green crystals 3. System notification. Ordinary fabric, cotton, system notification. Polyester thread 30, system notification. Ordinary casual, wear blueprint 1. Quite a bounty, including green crystals and a scroll. Moo inspected the green crystals, which were translucent and radiated a verdant glow. Commonly used in the crafting of agility-related items. Green typically serves to enhance movement and reaction speed. At that moment, Moo recalled that his rune base possessed a damaged agility wristband in need of repair, and the green crystals would come in handy for this purpose. He resolved to proceed with the restoration. Accessing the crafting page, he selected the repair option and designated the damaged agility wristband. System notification. Speed emblem 1, soul 1. Silver 1, green crystals 2. System notification. Beginner agility wristband repair successful. A supple wristband materialized in Moo's hand. He donned it on his right wrist, feeling his body grow considerably lighter. It was a remarkable item, ensuring that he would not be outpaced in future battles. Turning his attention to the other items, he noted the blueprint for crafting. With thread and fabric at his disposal, he might be able to create some new garments. The attire he currently wore had long since grown worn, and the ability to craft clothing would facilitate easier changes. He began to study the crafting blueprint. As the blueprint vanished from his grasp, Moo opened the crafting page and discovered that the casual wear crafting process differed from other products. Upon selecting casual wear, he found additional sub-options to choose from. Not only could he select the size and style of the garment, but he could also specify male or female designs. Moo has currently unlocked a total of 6 casual tops, comprising 3 for men and 3 for women. Additionally, he possesses 6 pairs of casual trousers, equally divided between 3 for men and 3 for women. Without any particular preferences, Moo finds the women's options unnecessary for the time being and directly opts to explore the men's selection. The clothing manufacturing page features virtual preview images. Once a style is chosen, the system suggests color combinations, which can also be adjusted according to personal taste, with the results automatically displayed. For instance, regarding the first item, titled Island Opening Commemorative Edition 01 Men's Spring and Autumn Color-Blocked Stylish Loose Casual Workwear Jacket, the default materials consist of 2 yellow fabrics, 1 narwhal skin, and 1 polyester thread. Moo may alter the fabric color to green or substitute the narwhal skin with bulldog leather. If he replaces it with a similar or identical shade of leather, the visual difference will be minimal, primarily reflecting disparities in durability and insulation, which pertain to the attributes of the leather. Upon changing the materials, an effect display image is automatically generated, allowing for a one-click fitting, showcasing the virtual avatar along with the fitting results. Moo perceives himself as lacking the talent for fashion design, perhaps due to preconceived notions. Despite the simplicity of the design, after altering the colors, he finds it less aesthetically pleasing than the default version. Thus, he decides to proceed with the system's suggested design, initially crafting 2 sets of clothes and trousers for experimentation. The system notifications indicate yellow fabric, cotton 4, narwhal skin 2, polyester thread 2, and blue fabric, cotton 6. The trousers, primarily composed of fabric, require only half a portion of leather for 1 pair, perfectly utilizing 1 whole piece for 2 pairs. The 2 sets of clothing emerge in the runic base. The descriptions read, Island Opening Commemorative Jacket, windproof and warm, naturally fitted. An excellent companion for outdoor adventures and home travels, and Island Opening Commemorative Trousers, durable and wear-resistant, lightweight and comfortable, dirt-resistant and slip-resistant, a great partner for island exploration. Both the garments are commendable, featuring trendy designs, superior quality, and a delightful texture, far surpassing the tattered outfit he is currently wearing. Moo does not rush to change his attire. It is not due to reluctance, but rather a desire to take a shower first. He feels too dirty, making it inappropriate to don new clothes. However, there are no hot springs nearby, and he is uncertain when he will have the opportunity to bathe again. Washing with seawater is ineffective, as the high salt content would compromise comfort when wearing clothes, while using collected fresh water would be wasteful. He ponders the idea that it would be splendid if there were a bathroom within the runic base. Moo considers that a shower would conserve water, yet he lacks the relevant manufacturing blueprint. He recalls a certain item, the perfect pet bathhouse blueprint he exchanged from Bay Air Galicia. This item is intended for pets, but he wonders if it could be adapted for human use as well. He resolves to test this theory. After all, the island's pets are quite large, and if he crouches down, he would be nearly the same size. First, he decides to learn the manufacturing blueprint, as learning incurs no cost. Upon studying the perfect pet bathhouse blueprint, Moo Moo silently contemplates. The system notification indicated the successful learning of the design for the perfect pet bathhouse. Moo Moo accessed the crafting page to observe the requirements. The specification for the perfect pet bathhouse included sandy soil 3555, wood 12520, stone 13320, iron ingots 3510, copper ingots 555, glass 44, water emblems 31, fire emblems 11, light emblems 11, and wind emblems 11. Once again, 4 types of emblems were required alongside glass. Has it truly become such a luxury to construct a bathhouse for pets? No wonder Bay Air Gulisi sold this contraption to himself. It seems like a scheme to deceive. It appears I have been too lenient. In the future, I might consider exchanging low-level food items with him. Currently, all conditions are met, and I have just enough glass for remaining to proceed with the crafting. Selecting the pet bathhouse, I confirmed the creation. The system then notified sandy soil 5, wood 20, stone 20, iron ingots 10, copper ingots 5, glass 4, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, light emblem 1, wind emblem 1. Success. The perfect pet bathhouse has been crafted. The system prompted me to select a location for the bathhouse, much like a doghouse. It could be placed indoors or outdoors. After careful consideration, Moo Moo decided to position it indoors. The indoor environment is undoubtedly superior, cleaner and more convenient for bathing pets. Presently, the indoor space is vast, with many rooms unoccupied, whereas the outdoor area is limited and must accommodate a farm and pasture, making it unsuitable for excessive occupation. More importantly, this is a bathing apparatus. I also intend to use it temporarily. Should other players witness me bathing outdoors, utilizing a pet bathhouse, it would be quite embarrassing for someone of my stature. Chapter 66. Luxurious Pet Pampering. Moo Moo installed the pet bathhouse in the bathroom. With a separation of wet and dry areas, this seemed the most appropriate placement. Furthermore, given the expansive area of Moo Moo's mansion, accommodating 2 bathtubs in the bathroom posed no issue. Standing at a height similar to that of a person, a structure resembling a steam room appeared before him. The primary structure of the bathhouse is made of wood, divided into 2 interconnected compartments, one side paved with stone. It features a glass door and windows, providing excellent light transparency. Upon entering the bathhouse, Moo Moo felt a gentle warmth. The addition of emblem effects proved beneficial. The perfect pet bathhouse, the premier choice for maintaining hygiene and ensuring the health of your beloved pet. The bathhouse encompasses various functionalities. After bathing, pet's health can improve by 1. By adding 1 soul, it can operate for 36 hours, with or without fresh water. The bathhouse also possesses functionality to enhance health, making it a worthwhile investment. However, it requires the addition of souls. Moo Moo clicked to explore the differences. The bathhouse can accommodate fresh water, which includes, but is not limited to, drinking water, spring water, and rainwater. It features a self-purification function, meeting bathing standards. By adding 1 soul, it can provide 6 hours of bathing. In the absence of fresh water, seawater must be utilized. The purification function within the bathhouse can eliminate salt and impurities from seawater, albeit at a higher energy cost, allowing for 3 hours of bathing with the addition of 1 soul. Moreover, the bathwater is not potable. Consumption can lead to diarrhea, and excessive intake may result in poisoning. Understanding this, Moo Moo nodded. Currently, he lacks sufficient fresh water, thus utilizing seawater seemed appropriate. Typically, a single bath takes over 30 minutes, meaning that this 1 soul could only afford 5 or 6 baths. If infrequent washing suffices, it could be considered worthwhile. Let us examine the features. Moo Moo accessed the pet bathing system's control panel. Lo and behold, there were numerous functions. They were categorized into automatic wash, manual wash, dry wash, disinfection, brightness, sauna, and drying. The concepts of disinfection and drying were straightforward, while brightness pertained to adjusting the lighting within the bathing area. Moo Moo primarily focused on the distinctions between automatic and manual washing. Automatic wash. This feature scans the pet's species and automatically cleans it based on its characteristics. Requiring no manual intervention. The shower jets from all angles within the bathing area ensure thorough cleansing without missing any spots. After washing, it automatically dries the pet. The entire process takes approximately 20 to 50 minutes, varying by pet type. If the pet cannot be exposed to water, a dry wash utilizing sand and air is available. Manual wash. This allows for free control over the water's angle, direction, volume, and duration, providing complete freedom to wash as one pleases. Additionally, one can freely add pet bath liquids, fur conditioners, and other products to enhance the bathing experience, ensuring the health of beloved pets. The features were quite comprehensive. Mumu nodded in agreement. It appeared that this device could also be used by humans. Why not test on a dog first? Laking bathing supplies. Mumu decided that merely being able to wash it would suffice. As for the day-to-day show, such a creature could be disregarded, being aquatic. It constantly dives into the sea, making washing it a futile waste of water resources. He would consider that later. Mumu retrieved the last item from the iron chest and subsequently dismantled it. Beginner Strength Scroll. Upon absorption, it allows for the condensation of a strength symbol within any living being, significantly enhancing its strength and muscle resistance to impact. Absorbing the Beginner Strength Scroll. The target of absorption is myself. The Strength Scroll transformed into a gray essence that entered Mumu's chest, accentuating his defined abdominal muscles. Now visibly sculpted into 8 distinct blocks. Mumu stepped into the courtyard and summoned Cuddy Go. Cuddy, it's bath time. Let's try out this new bathing device. Woof, woof. Upon reaching the doorway of the bathing area, Cuddy was visibly alarmed, instinctively resisting the approach. It retreated repeatedly, its expression fraught with anxiety. As if pleading with Mumu, no please. I don't want to use this contraption. However, Mumu was not one to indulge such whims. He firmly grasped Cuddy by the scruff of its neck and tossed it inside, closing the door behind him. He infused one soul and activated the automatic washing feature. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, powerful jets of water erupted from all sides of the bathing area, striking Cuddy with force. The dog shuddered and immediately began to wail from within. Hey, is it really that exaggerated? Must it be so torturous? Mumu scoffed from outside the bathing area. I see you are merely putting on an act. Mumu gazed through the glass window, observing as Cuddy Go, with its eyes closed and brow furrowed, appeared as a drenched creature, its fur hanging limply. The dog trembled incessantly, seemingly resisting the instinctual aversion to bathing. Subsequently, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased, transitioning to a localized spray for cleansing. The water jetted from various angles. After approximately 20 minutes, the washing concluded, leading to the drying phase. Warm air enveloped Cuddy Go, prompting yet another struggle. It is a universal truth that no pet delights in being dried. This was indeed the case. The sensation appeared far from pleasant. Yet, it was unavoidable, given the abundance of its fur. While humans can dry themselves, cats and dogs cannot. Once the drying was complete, the entire bathing process had taken 35 minutes. Indeed, it was considerably cleaner, exuding a subtle scent reminiscent of milk, with the foul odor entirely vanished. Excellent. Cuddy Go cast a glance at Mumu, uttering not a word, and proudly strode away. Perhaps at that moment, its emotions were rather complex. Upon reflection, Mumu considered that this contraption could also serve his needs, resolving to employ the manual wash feature. The automated water jets were rather forceful and somewhat intimidating. Moreover, he was not a pet, and was uncertain of the outcome post-selection. Mumu disrobed, retrieved the body wash and shampoo, and ventured inside. The items he had scavenged from 3 unconventional sources proved to be exceedingly useful. Choosing the manual wash option, Mumu murmured as he activated the pet bathing panel, selecting the water angle and temperature. A warm stream cascaded down, offering him unparalleled comfort. This is what life should be. The water flow here surpassed that of the public baths he typically frequented, and the temperature adjustments were remarkably convenient, eliminating the vexation of fluctuating temperatures. Crucially, the flow rate was also adjustable. If he desired a rapid rinse on a specific area, he could increase the water jet speed, achieving a massaging effect. The only drawback was its height. Mumu had to bend and crouch to enter, restricted to either lying or sitting within. Fortunately, he was alone. Were he to be seen by others, the bathing posture would indeed be quite undignified. After finishing his bath, Mumu ascended to the adjacent stone room, indulging in a sauna, followed by a steam bath. How delightful it was! Even pets could live with such refinement. Moo Moo marveled at the situation. Regrettably having enjoyed it first, he reclined on the stones for a while, until he was nearly dry, before emerging, toweling off and donning the newly crafted attire. Clean, neat, and comfortable. Once adorned in the new garments, he instantly lost interest in his initial set of clothing. Not only was it dirty, but it had also been torn in several places during the rough usage. However, discarding it felt wasteful. If dismantled, he would only obtain a small amount of fabric. After a brief contemplation, Moo Moo decided it would be better to sell it. Surely, there were many in need of clothing. Chapter 67. Secondhand Clothes for Emblems. Are there any merfolk? He opened the trading channel. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Item for sale, secondhand sportswear. Request. Want any emblem? Stock. Seller's message. Male, size XXL. Minor damages do not affect wearability. Special price, only this one set available. A single outfit exchanges for a rune. Truly the behavior of unscrupulous merchants. However, Moo Moo remains indifferent, for the market dictates the price. In the early stages of the game, even a bottle of water could be traded for a badge. Now, many players must have tattered clothing, perhaps even unwearable. Would they prefer to go bare? Or those unable to upgrade their bases, shivering in their dilapidated huts at night? Acquiring a piece of clothing is certainly a boon. As soon as Moo Moo donned his outfit, it promptly became a hot topic in the chat channel. Wow, even the big shots are selling clothes now. Is he planning to run around naked? Hey, are you foolish? Have you considered why the big shot can sell clothes? Selling clothes equates to running around naked? That merely suggests the big shot is in great shape and can forego outerwear, perhaps only wearing undergarments? Just be quiet. You two imbeciles. He has likely learned to craft clothing. What? The big shot can craft clothes now? That's astonishing. Just the other day, a monkey from the island stole my pants, and I couldn't retrieve them. I have nothing left to wear. Brother, you should elaborate on why only your pants were stolen. I sense a story here. Indeed, I have monkeys here. Why were my pants stolen? Well, I think your focus should be on the big shot's clothing. A second-hand tracksuit demands a rune. Doesn't that seem a tad exorbitant? Damn it, if you dislike it, you need not purchase. That is not a fair assessment. I concur with the previous viewpoint. The big shot possesses so many resources. He ought to consider us weaker players and lower the prices. Exactly, big shot. You're becoming increasingly exploitative. Merely a piece of clothing, and yet it costs a rune. Moo Moo was well prepared for the complaints of the crowd, yet he was unfazed. Many believed they could manage without clothing, but food was essential. Clothing is not a necessity, although its cost far exceeds that of a bottle of water at this moment. The crowd feels it is inferior to water. However, in the hands of those in dire need, its value undoubtedly surpasses that of water. Indeed, despite the myriad of complaints in the chat channel, within 2 minutes, Moo Moo's tracksuit was snatched away. Subsequently, it was listed again in the trading channel. Sought after for food. A third-hand tracksuit exchanged for food and water, highest bidder wins. Damn those second-hand dealers. Moo Moo cursed vehemently, though he grumbled inwardly. It no longer concerned him. After all, he had secured the rune he desired, having just obtained a shadow rune. Perhaps the buyer, unaware of its worth, deemed it more fitting to trade for food. A shadow rune? Quite intriguing. This was Moo Moo's first encounter with such an item. In his hand, it appeared as a dark mass. Though it felt metallic and revealed rough engravings under touch, its surface remained obscured. It seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. Yet when he reached out, the dark mist dissipated. What a remarkable item! Moo Moo felt a flicker of excitement, although he was unaware of its uses. Trading a second-hand outfit for something of this caliber was undoubtedly advantageous. After finishing his bath and selling his goods, Moo Moo felt rejuvenated. It had been 2 to 3 hours since breakfast, and he sensed a pang of hunger. He took out a piece of alligator meat and cooked it alongside instant noodles. This method was convenient. There was no need for lavish meals every day. After feeding his 2 pets a bit, he set off towards the next island. To the north, one would encounter a marine vortex, which would transport you to unknown waters, resulting in the loss of half your supplies. The southwestern island is abundant with flora, where one might discover some useful items. The western island contains wooden treasure chests, but is fraught with unpleasant odors. Caution is advised. Despite some believing that the air in the west is fresh, the eastern island is merely a rocky outcrop. It is graced by a mermaid. Her melodious singing is enchanting, but one must be wary of being beguiled. Hidden within her bosom is a trove of treasures. You may choose to slay her for the bounty or engage in trade. Should you opt for the former, be prepared for her likely escape, and tread carefully to avoid the wrath of the merfolk. In the northeast, there lies a copper chest and some fruit. Aside from a northern island, the other locations bear minimal danger and are abundant in resources. Mumu scanned his surroundings. The southwestern region promised valuable items, although there were no treasure chests. The plans could still prove advantageous. The north held a copper chest and fruit. What the east? Mumu recalled the mermaid's hint. Merfolk? Beautiful mermaids, those half-human, half-fish beings? He squinted, envisioning the mermaid in his mind. An image unconsciously formed in his thoughts. Was it like this? No, what was he thinking? Mumu scorned himself momentarily before shifting his perspective. Perhaps it ought to be like this. Her eyes like green beans, her nose resembling garlic, her sharp little teeth, quite adorable. He hoped that when he arrived, the weather would not be too dark, allowing him to behold her clearly. Lost in his reverie, Mumu eventually opened his eyes and resolved to head towards the eastern island, hoping for fortune. The hints suggested she possessed valuable items. Perhaps he could barter for rare resources from the mermaid. Moreover, he could finally resolve his long-standing curiosity about the proper approach to mermaids. Would the Marine Life Compendium contain information on them? Mumu opened the Marine Life Encyclopedia and found a listing for mermaids. However, on the last page of the compendium, there was no relevant information about them, leaving him with only a fragmentary volume, currently limited to low-level creatures. It appeared that mermaids had ascended into the realm of high-level marine beings, thus rendering his existing knowledge inadequate. This realization also hinted to him that he was on the verge of departing from the domain of low-level creatures, advancing towards higher echelons. Mumu gathered his belongings and boarded his vessel, setting sail towards the east. The journey was lengthy, and the weather grew increasingly ominous. Strong winds swept across the sea, and dense clouds amassed overhead, blocking the sunlight. Before long, the sky darkened completely, as black as night, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars from above. The atmosphere became charged with trepidation. The fishing boat began to sway violently as the tumultuous waves surged across the sea. A deluge of seawater lashed against the small vessel, with some even breaching its sides. Katagu had long sought refuge in the cabin, and even the data shell, which had been lazily perched on the boat's edge, could no longer endure the tempest and joined him indoors. Darkness engulfed the sky, shrouding the world in an oppressive gloom. At that moment, Mumu's mood sank to an all-time low. This was peculiar. The prompt had not indicated any impending storms or threats of torrential rain. Was there an unforeseen mishap? Chapter 68. A deal with the mermaid. The fishing boat lurched and careened into the eye of the storm. At this point, the ocean was devoid of any light, and the vessel swayed even more violently. Mumu retrieved the crystal lamp and illuminated a faint glow. Regret washed over him, as it was now too late to turn back. Once at sea, returning was impossible. He grasped the helm tightly, striving to maintain the boat's course and navigate steadily through the tempest. Amidst the storm, a hauntingly beautiful melody emerged. The song, both enchanting and melancholic, captivated Mumu, evoking a deep yearning within him, penetrating through the layers of wind and rain. Crystal clear in his ears, the mermaid was ahead. Mumu immediately felt invigorated. At last, amid the tumult, the fishing boat reached a reef and came to a halt. Before him lay only a few scattered stones, closely positioned. In total, they measured merely 2 or 3 square meters, with the largest standing over half a meter tall at the center, resembling a stone bench upon which sat a creature that was half human, half fish. It possessed a cerulean fishtail and golden hair, facing away from Mumu, revealing skin as flawless as jade, its silhouette exuding grace and beauty. From its smooth, alabaster back, it was evident that the mermaid wore no upper garment. Should it turn around now, Mumu's heart raced with anticipation. The image would be nothing short of breathtaking. The mermaid propped herself against the rock, her tail cascading languidly over a nearby low reef, and her melodious voice filled the air. The sounds were incomprehensible, likely not of any earthly language, reminiscent of a soprano's ethereal notes or the enchanting calls of dolphins, perhaps even echoing the haunting tones of Vedas. "Hello," Mumu called out from the bow of the boat, his voice cutting through her song. Though it was rather impolite, he felt compelled to complete his task swiftly, for the growing storm posed a threat to his very life. He had not come to simply listen to the mermaid's serenade. The melody halted abruptly. The exquisite figure slowly turned toward him. It was turning, it was turning. Mumu's heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. This was his first encounter with a genuine mermaid. Would something romantic unfold in this moment? The mermaid's visage materialized before him. She had azure eyes, a striking countenance, a strong jawline, pronounced features, and a distinctly Western appearance. Her chest was flat, and beneath her nose lay a sensual tuft of facial hair. Mumu was taken aback. Was it a male? He thought to himself, I did not wish to uncover that. This is indeed a mermaid. And are there male mermaids as well? Surely there must be. Otherwise, how would they propagate their lineage? However, why did I have to encounter one? There is certainly a psychological disparity. Upon seeing Mumu, the mermaid before him displayed a visage of astonishment and wariness, cautiously scrutinizing him. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Mumu politely greeted once more. The expression of the mermaid turned grave. It regarded Mumu with a sudden ferocity, revealing a set of sharp fangs and emitting a piercing shriek from its throat. A dissonant melody filled the air, prompting Mumu to hastily cover his ears to prevent the intense sound waves from shattering his eardrums. Even so, he was forced to retreat a few steps, while the Katy dog, barking frantically, scurried to the side. It was not fear that drove it away, but rather that in the face of such a high-decibel roar, the Katy dog's attempts at intimidation were utterly ineffective. Mumu tightly shut his eyes, feeling as though his brain might burst, as if his very soul was about to be expelled by that roar. What on earth is he trying to do? Mumu cursed inwardly. I greeted him politely. Surely he cannot comprehend Huaxia language. He must not understand. Please stop. My head is pounding. Mumu shook his head vigorously. Just then, the mermaid's voice abruptly ceased. It stopped. Mumu cautiously turned his head, discovering the mermaid frozen in place, its face awash with incredulity. What is happening? Mumu glanced around and noticed the Daytai beast disdainfully wagging its tail in the direction of the mermaid. Mumu understood. The Daytai beast could no longer tolerate the mermaid's cries and had unleashed its special ability. You may compare sound waves with me, but I shall surpass you with my psychic prowess. Let's see who fears whom. This hippopotamus is indeed quite useful. The mermaid finally quieted down, prompting Mumu to extend his hands and say, Brother, do not be afraid. We mean no harm. I bear no weapons. The mermaid shook its head, producing a coarse, guttural sound from its throat. Alas, it turns out that the mermaid's normal voice is like this. When singing, it is celestial, but in conversation, it resembles a burly man. Unfortunately, Mumu could not comprehend what it was saying, and it appeared that the mermaid did not understand Mumu's words either, creating a significant barrier to communication. Mumu, I wish to exchange something with you. Mermaid, ugh, blub blub. Damn it. Mumu looked down and asked, Katy, can you understand its speech? As fellow island beasts, if pets could communicate, at least they could serve as half a translator. The Katy dog shook its head, indicating helplessness. What about you, Daytai? After asking, Mumu felt his question was unnecessary. Communicating with this divine beast was already challenging enough. How could it possibly converse with a mermaid? However, to Mumu's surprise, the Daytai beast actually growled a few times at the mermaid, receiving a response in return. Subsequently, the Daytai beast dipped its tail in the seawater and drew a symbol of balance on the rock between the two, then pointed it out to Mumu. What? They can actually communicate? Perhaps this is the form of communication between elevated beings, or rather, between esteemed aquatic creatures. The drawing of a balance may signify a mutual agreement for trade. However, what could I possibly offer in return? Mumu contemplated that perhaps he should present something not found in the ocean, something that would truly captivate the merman's attention, allowing him to procure valuable items in exchange. As Mumu sifted through the inventory of materials, he retrieved a magnificent tail feather from a fire-tailed giant hawk. It was an enormous and exquisite plume, its purpose unknown, yet it possessed an undeniable beauty that would surely be absent from the depths of the sea. As an aesthetic-loving mermaid, he would likely appreciate it. Indeed, upon seeing the feather, the merman's face illuminated with excitement and anticipation, his mouth slightly agape as he pointed at the feather. Would it be permissible to exchange this for something in return? Mumu inquired cautiously. The dull-wit beast continued its dialogue with the merman, occasionally using its tail to sketch peculiar symbols. Subsequently, the merman retrieved a small golden plaque from the pouch adorning his chest and placed it upon the stone before them. Chapter 69. The Emblem of the Martial Soul. Earning favor, Moo lowered his gaze to examine the metallic plaque. It radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of gold but surpassing it in luster. A golden halo shimmered upon its surface. As he grasped the golden plaque, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Emblem of the Martial Soul. An embedded emblem that can be affixed to any combat-type rune artifact, doubling its potency. Installation is flexible, but removal requires a certified appraiser. Inwardly, Moo marveled at this extraordinary item. It served as an enhancement for weaponry, advantageous in that it did not necessitate the collection of materials for synthesis. Applicable to any weapon. The need for a certified appraiser for removal piqued his curiosity. What precisely was an appraiser? He had yet to encounter one. Nevertheless, this item should be retained for future use. When he came across formidable weaponry, affixing it would render its power astonishing. To exchange a seemingly inconsequential bird's tail for such a remarkable item was a considerable profit. Moo presented the fire-tailed giant hawk's feather, which the merman joyfully accepted, eagerly toying with it in his hands. The trade was successful. System notification. Emblem of the Martial Soul, X1. Moo mused that this creature must possess a wealth of valuable items. A single trade felt rather insufficient. Observing the merman's demeanor, he sensed a diminishing wariness towards him. Should he entertain the notion of a sudden strike, or perhaps administer a sedative? However, there was also the possibility of a failed ambush, leading to a forced termination of their transaction and potentially inciting the merman's wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Moo dismissed the idea of treachery. Establishing a relationship founded on trust and goodwill was paramount. In fairy tales, those who acted on greed typically met with unfortunate ends, particularly when facing a being from such narratives. Moo continued, "My friend, I possess numerous fine items. Shall we proceed with further trading?" The dull-wit beast gestured animatedly for a while before using its tail to draw a table upon the rock, marking several squares atop it to symbolize goods. Then pointed towards the cabin. Moo looked up at the merman, who gave a slight nod. "Ah, understood." The essence of this mermaid's message is that trade is permissible, but one must present valuable goods that pique her interest. Moo hastily opened the system's inventory and began to sift through its contents. Truth be told, he was uncertain about the mermaid's sensitivities or preferences, unaware of what might captivate her. Thus, he laid out everything he deemed unnecessary from the base, or items he speculated the mermaid might appreciate, on the rocky surface before him. This included meat, blood, fruits, snacks, laxatives, shampoo, and hair clippers. In short, aside from weapons, emblems, and rune tools, Moo displayed everything else he could muster. He was not averse to the mermaid taking all of his food, for he could procure more. However, he doubted she possessed such a voracious appetite. Strangely, the mermaid appeared rather disinterested in the food, pushing most of the edibles aside, signaling Moo to reclaim them. Yet, she did extract 2 packets of spicy strips and a durian from the assortment. To his astonishment, the mermaid had a taste for such delicacies. She tore open a packet of spicy strips, sampled one, and her face reflected a peculiar expression that was indecipherable between agony and ecstasy. Nonetheless, Moo could distinctly feel that the flavor enchanted her. Indeed, though her expression hinted at discomfort, she swiftly took another, savored it, and nodded in satisfaction, producing a blue crystal emblem from her pouch and tossing it to Moo. Catching it, Moo examined it in the palm of his hand. The crystal glimmered with a cerulean hue, transparent and radiant, its surface etched with intricate patterns and symbols. System notification, Oceanic Emblem 1. Oceanic Emblem. An embedded type of emblem that can be affixed to your rune base or vessel, shielding it from oceanic storms. The more you embed, the greater the effect. Moo stood in astonishment. What a delightful surprise. To exchange 2 packets of spicy strips for such a remarkable item. One could only wonder if the mermaid had an excess of emblems or felt no need for such a trinket. As Moo pondered this, he noticed the mermaid continuing to rummage through her pouch, producing a handful of oceanic emblems. He swallowed hard and turned to his companion, Dai, saying, Dai, please inquire of the mermaid if she could part with those oceanic emblems. If she has no use for them, I have plenty of spicy strips to offer. After a lengthy exchange with the mermaid, Dai sketched a stomach and mouth on the stone, conveying to Moo that while she indeed possessed many of those emblems, Consuming too many spicy strips would not bode well for her stomach, thus preventing an exchange. He then drew a shell symbol, perhaps representing currency within the ocean. The oceanic emblems were the most affordable currency in the sea, and he believed that giving too many would leave Moo Moo at a disadvantage. Moo Moo, however, did not perceive himself as disadvantaged. Gazing at the bountiful collection of oceanic emblems, he felt a pang in his heart. Yet, he refrained from pressing the mermaid for further exchanges, being mindful of her temperament. Excess often breeds backlash. Having already gained significantly, he resolved to let future transactions unfold organically, grounded in mutual recognition and respect. At long last, the mermaid retrieved 2 transparent orbs from her pouch and tossed them to Moo Moo as a trade for the durian, while also gesturing towards the Dai Dai show. Moo Moo accepted them with curiosity. Deep-sea fish liver oil capsules. Nutritional capsules extracted from the oils of various deep-sea fish, designed for pets to significantly enhance their abilities. Her implication was clear. They were meant for the Dai Dai show. Gratitude welled within him for having served as a translator for so long. This time, without the Dai Dai show needing to speak, Moo Moo understood her intentions. However, he was reluctant to give both capsules to the Dai Dai show. With precisely 2 available, he contemplated sharing one with Kadigo, considering the Dai Dai show's minimal utility in battle, as it only occasionally proved useful when its nerves were sufficiently relaxed. There was no rush to feed the pets. He decided to postpone that until they reached the next island. Yet, the Dai Dai show had already begun to drool, evidently having caught a whiff of the fishy aroma and believing the capsules to be quite delectable. Next, the mermaid rummaged for quite some time, finding nothing that particularly captivated her interest. From the household goods section, she extracted a bottle of shampoo, her eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. The mermaid embraced the shampoo and planted a kiss upon it, as if to say, "Brother, I have finally found you." Before rummaging through her belly pouch and producing 6 metallic tokens, which she tossed to Moo Moo. Upon inspection, he discovered 2 fire emblems, 2 wind emblems, and 2 water emblems. It seemed her household was dedicated to the sale of emblems. "Brother, do you fancy shampoo? I still have half a bottle." Moo Moo had hesitated to present the used item earlier. He intended to inquire if the mermaid had anything else to trade, but found her diving back into the ocean with the durian and shampoo. Concurrently, a shell inscribed with symbols was hurled from the water, landing upon the deck of the fishing boat. System notification: Ocean Integrity Trading Token 1. Ocean Integrity Trading Token. A shell from the merfolk, bestowed only upon trustworthy humans with whom they have traded. Possessing this token engenders complete trust from other merfolk. The more integrity tokens one possesses, the higher the merfolk's favorability towards them. Truly a lavish fish. Moo Moo marveled at the receding splashes of water. Chapter 70. Does one need a reason to kill? Warning: a greater tempest, torrential rain, and tsunami will arrive in 5 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. A golden notification appeared before him. Moo Moo hastily gathered all his belongings and departed from the reef in haste. Although several rocks had contributed to his nautical experience, he felt this venture had not been in vain. Gazing at the tumultuous sea, he extracted the newly acquired emblems and chanted, "Embed the ocean emblem upon the vessel." With a hammer in hand, he struck the hull a few times, and the blue ocean emblem vanished, reappearing on the side of the fishing boat. In an instant, the vessel stabilized significantly, yet it still swayed amidst the storm. Clearly, one emblem was insufficient. Should he encounter additional merfolk in the future, he must devise a means to obtain more. He only wondered whether the tastes of other merfolk would be as adorably foolish as this one. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and a torrential downpour ensued. Freshwater, an abundance of fresh water. Regrettably, there was no way to collect it. The hull swayed violently as the rain intensified. Venturing outside to gather rainwater would be tantamount to courting death. Should one tumble into the sea, it would spell certain doom, an unequivocal end. Furthermore, the prospect of placing vessels on the deck to collect water is utterly implausible. Let us not forget that those tools would likely be swallowed by the ocean, and the surging seawater surrounding would swiftly contaminate any freshwater gathered. Thus, the 2 creatures and their companion could only seek refuge within the confines of the cabin. After a tumultuous hour of navigation, the fishing vessel finally emerged from the tempest's grasp. The ominous clouds above dissipated, the sea calmed, and the warm sunlight cascaded down, enveloping all in a comforting embrace. The ship docked at a remote island, where Mumu basked in the sunlight, experiencing a profound sense of having survived a calamity. Upon disembarking from the fishing vessel, Mumu felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. He expelled the remnants of last night's meal. Beside him, Kadigo similarly heaved, casting aside a puddle of sour liquid. Only the dainty beast remained unperturbed, observing them with an indifferent demeanor. Truly impressive, Mumu thought as he patted his chest and rose from the ground. Aquatic creatures are indeed different from their terrestrial counterparts. Mumu quenched his thirst with some water and ventured deeper into the island. Though his stomach was empty, he felt no inclination to eat. As he walked, Mumu soon noticed something amiss. Why was this island so barren? The prompt had indicated that there were treasures and trees here, which is why he had chosen this location for exploration. Yet upon arrival, he found nothing. The previous prompt had failed to warn him of the impending storm, leading him to drink seawater. Now, it presented him with an empty island. Could it be that the prompts were malfunctioning? He hesitated to ponder this further and continued toward the opposite side of the island. Upon reaching the other side, Mumu discerned the presence of a creature on the island. As he approached, he realized it was a person lounging leisurely on the ground and sipping juice. Their expression one of utter enjoyment. How splendid it must be to enjoy such a simple pleasure amidst such a chaotic environment. He himself was not afforded such luxuries. Could this individual be a native of the island? Yet, the prompt had explicitly failed to mention such a detail. Perhaps the prompts required recalibration. Mumu approached the individual, and as he discerned the person's features, his expression turned icy. It was you. Mumu's brows knitted tightly, his eyes glinting with hostility. Do you know me? The man exclaimed, springing to his feet and brushing himself off, visibly surprised. I do not, Mumu replied, shaking his head, but you are deserving of death. In an instant, a bronze sword appeared in Mumu's grasp. No, what do you mean? The man said, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm, as he too revealed a bronze sword in his right hand, mirroring Mumu's own. Impressive, you possess one of these too? Mumu sneered, advancing toward the man. I advise you against any foolishness, the man retorted, gripping his sword with a fierce intensity. I am not one to be trifled with. Let us each take our own path and not obstruct one another. Oh, is that so? Mumu replied, unyielding, I beg to differ. I believe today is your day of reckoning. Thief! Bandit! The man shouted in anger. Do you intend to commit murder and theft? Are you not afraid I will expose you in the regional channel? Mumu shook his head helplessly, embodying the essence of a regional overlord who was always looked up to. Did he truly believe that his exposure was insufficient? Furthermore, I must inform you that at this moment, my sole desire is to take a life. The looting of goods is merely a secondary consideration. Upon finishing his words, Mumu ceased any further discussion, his figure flashing as he appeared before the man, brandishing his sword to strike. The sound of crisp metal clashing reverberated through the air. Mumu remained unscathed, while the man's sword flew from his grasp, his hands trembling from the impact. This exemplified the disparity in power and speed. Mumu raised his sword, its tip now poised at the man's throat. Thud! Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the man immediately fell to his knees, desperately pleading. Great Lord, spare my life. I stumbled upon 2 treasure chests on this island, but I had no inkling that you would come to explore as well. How about I return the treasure chest to you? Mumu shook his head. Ridiculous. Do you think I am killing you for the treasure? Let me clarify. I have no interest in the treasure. My only intention is to end your life. The man trembled in fear, a dampness spreading in his trousers as he stammered. Why? You must at least provide me with a reason before you take my life. Mumu fixed him with a piercing gaze, his eyes glistening with disdain. Does one require a reason to kill another? Must one? Is it necessary? Must it be so? Is it not? The man stammered, his confusion evident. Mumu coldly retorted. To kill others, perhaps one needs a reason. However, to kill you, no justification is required. With a swift motion, his sword pierced the man's neck. The man could utter no more words, his eyes widening in shock as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his eyes forever unclosed in death. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person, Mumu remarked disdainfully, sheathing his sword and retrieving the man's weapon and bracelet. The man, until his last breath, could not comprehend the reason for his demise. Only Moo Moo understood. For this individual was a fraudster. His visage resided on Moo Moo's blacklist, a nuisance who had incessantly bombarded him with various system notifications. Even within the world and regional channels, his presence was noted, causing Moo Moo to find him intolerable and ultimately block him. Their communications ceased, and neither could view the other's messages anymore. Perhaps this occurred in the early stages of the game, and the man had long since forgotten Moo Moo. Yet Moo Moo remembered vividly. It appeared he had thrived, deceiving many to amass resources, leisurely sipping juice instead of embarking on adventures. Tragically, however, he crossed paths with Moo Moo. The latter harbored an intense disdain for fraudsters. Having chosen this path for survival, one must pay the corresponding price. The reason for his execution was unequivocal. A fraudster must meet their end. Chapter 71. A truly bountiful encounter. Moo Moo activated the fraudster's bracelet, opting for refinement. A peculiar glow flickered, and a new pattern emerged on the bracelet. Moo Moo touched the bracelet, accessing the ruined base and the ship, inspecting his spoils. Remarkably, the resources were plentiful. The fraudster's existence was evidently far superior to that of others. The ruined base had undergone an upgrade, transforming into a modest dwelling filled to the brim with supplies. Huaji Wenzhang, Guangji Wenzhang, Fengji Wenzhang. Moo Moo meticulously counted. There were indeed 8 Guang Wenzhang. However, they were all fundamental emblems, lacking any extraordinary characteristics, which was still quite satisfactory. Some ropes discarded in a corner of the base captured Moo Moo's attention. There were 5 units of hemp rope and 20 units of nylon rope. This was a valuable find. With it, I could fabricate a fishing net. The fishing boat could be enhanced with a net, but unfortunately, Moo Moo lacked nylon rope. Now that I possessed this material, I could catch a few fish during each voyage. Yet, 5 units of hemp rope were insufficient. Moo Moo first accessed the crafting interface and used the agave fiber to produce some additional hemp rope. Then, he opened the game panel, selected the fishing boat, and clicked to add the fishing net. System prompt: nylon rope 10, hemp rope 10. A small fishing net appeared on the fishing boat. Small fishing net. When at sea, it can randomly catch fish based on the time spent, with a maximum of 30 fish. After retracting the net, Moo Moo's gaze shifted to food. This deceiver had constructed a wooden rack, neatly displaying an array of food and various living supplies. Bread, sausage, milk drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. These resources from the early game filled an entire cabinet. Goodness, there's quite a bounty here. Moo Moo was certain that these resources were not obtained from treasure chests. Judging by their batch, they were identical to those available at the game's launch. Moo Moo found it somewhat peculiar. Despite the initial supplies being abundant at the game's start, why were so many still lacking food? Now the reason was clear. A substantial portion had likely flowed into the deceiver's pockets. It seemed this profession had considerable market potential. Since these gains were illicit, should he do a good deed and return them to the victims? Moo Moo shook his head, quickly dismissing that notion. Impossible. They ought to be confiscated. Turning them over to the higher authorities was the rightful course of action. After all, he was a big shot in the district, merely acting as a custodian. However, there was so much food that he found it difficult to consume it all. Moo Moo decided to sell some. Bread, sausage, water, sausage, 8 treasure porridge, milk. Typically, he grouped 3 items together, mixing them based on his intuition, striving for a balanced variety to ensure sustenance and hydration while seeking emblems or crafting blueprints. Of course, Moo Moo was discerning about the blueprints he accepted. He specifically set trading conditions, requiring mutual communication and confirmation before completing any transaction, to prevent being deceived. He had no interest in inappropriate crafting blueprints, such as summer homework, winter homework, advanced mathematics, or English level 4 and 6 examinations, or mock tests for the high school entrance examination. He would not accept any of these. Unless packaged in 100, he would trade them for a bottle of water, which could serve as toilet paper. After tossing the items into the trading market, Moo Moo organized the remaining supplies and opted to absorb the sub-base. The house before him vanished, a beam of light sweeping through his base, and the runic base transformed once more. The yard in front had expanded significantly, yet the overall size of the base had changed little. Was it merely the yard that was absorbed? Moo Moo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he stepped into the rune base, only to discover the unexpected addition of a basement. It turned out that the extra space had been ingeniously placed underground. The basement was quite impressive, serving well as a storage room. Upon entering, Moo found the atmosphere serene. The area spanned approximately 30 square meters, with robust walls that offered excellent sound insulation. This secluded space was suitable for various activities, such as seeking refuge during perilous times. Moo was thoroughly pleased as he departed the base to inspect the newly refined vessels. The ship was laden with resources, stones, timber, sand, iron blocks, each in considerable quantities, along with a few rare items, including 2 blue crystals. He opted to absorb the sub-vessel, thereby acquiring a substantial bounty. What a delightful windfall! A genuine stroke of fortune. A smile graced Moo's face, as it became evident that the rewards from plundering in the later stages of the game far surpassed those in the early phases. Perhaps the hints were accurate, and no bugs had manifested. After gathering the resources, Moo reflected. The island indeed contained abundant materials, as indicated. Yet his hour of sailing had allowed others to seize the opportunity before him. Thus, the hints could not be deemed entirely infallible. They were subject to human and other variables. One must not overly rely on them, but maintain a keen awareness. They may not unveil all lurking dangers, Moo pondered. Rather than hastily proceeding to the next island, he opted to rest within the base. He decided to nourish himself before embarking on the next leg of his journey. Summoning his companions, Katie Dog and Day Show, he retrieved 2 fish liver oil capsules, placing one into each of their mouths. Upon consuming the capsules, an extraordinary gleam ignited in the pet's eyes. Though their physiques remained unchanged, their demeanor was markedly transformed. Even Day Show no longer appeared as foolish as before. Admittedly, their appearance had its shortcomings, but in terms of temperament, they had matured significantly over the years. Moo then ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal, while the chat channel buzzed with fervent activity. Moo Lao is selling goods again. This time, he has water and food. What incredible value! I need a manufacturing blueprint. But alas, I do not possess one. What should I do? I have a perfect diaper manufacturing blueprint. I wonder if the boss would be interested. Why has the boss suddenly acquired so much food? Bread, milk, there's such a variety. Perhaps he stumbled upon a resource warehouse. What do you think? Could it be that the boss went plundering? Just a casual thought for amusement. Please don't take it seriously. Boss, don't be angry. I'm merely jesting. Moo paid little heed to the public screen's chatter, tending to his own affairs while primarily focusing on the private chat channel. Of course, he would respond if he spotted anything of value. After posting several food items, he was immediately inundated with thousands of private messages. Moo swiftly set keywords to filter out a portion and subsequently organize the useful information for responses. The number of individuals possessing emblems has significantly increased, and Moo has successfully acquired over a dozen through trading. In Chapter 72, titled Auction of the Bronze Sword, he examines the lizardman. Moo feels an urge for a sumptuous feast today, primarily because he has just expelled everything from his stomach and is now ravenously hungry. Additionally, the Day beast performed admirably during the dialogue with the mermaids, prompting Moo to consider rewarding it. He kindles a fire, retrieves the long-forgotten barbecue grill, and prepares to roast the meat of the unicorn walrus, crocodile, and crocodile skin. He shares the feast with Wong and Day. Even the most foolish and adorable species have their vulnerabilities. Delicious food is one of them. Moo checks the trading platform. Today's transaction limit has been reached, preventing him from posting new trades, although he can still initiate an auction. He takes out the bronze sword he scavenged and decides to sell it, as he already possesses one and has no use for the surplus. Given its quality, it is likely that many would seek such an item. After all, it is an invaluable asset against the creatures of the island. Possessing it would greatly enhance the odds of survival during adventures. Moo also has the capability to forge bronze swords, which require the blade emblem, silver ingots, iron ingots, and copper ingots. Since this is an auction, the starting price must exceed the cost, as he deserves to receive a reasonable fee for his craftsmanship. Although this particular sword was acquired for free, should the auction yield favorable results, he might contemplate crafting a few more. With this thought in mind, Moo opens the auction and composes a listing. Seller, Moo 18076. Auction. Auction item. Perfect bronze sword. Starting price. 10 copper ingots, 2 blade emblems, 2 iron ingots, 2 silver ingots. Bidding. Auction rules. Starting price 10 copper ingots, 2 blade emblems, 2 iron ingots. Each bid increases by 1 silver ingots. Buy it now price. 2 blade emblems, 20 silver ingots. Notes, if copper and iron are lacking, 3 units of silver can be exchanged. Auction duration, 1 day. Seller's message, an incredibly sharp sword, personally tested and deemed highly effective, a treasure for conquering the creatures of the island. Moo is not in want of copper and iron, but his primary concern lies with the blade emblems and silver, both of which are challenging to acquire. If he could exchange 1 bronze sword for 2 blade emblems and some silver, he would be able to utilize those resources to forge 2 more swords, and then trade them again, ensuring a continuous cycle of prosperity. Of course, this is the most ideal scenario, as he is not the only one capable of wielding sword-making techniques in the island realm, and acquiring blade emblems is no easy feat as anticipated. Once the auction item was posted, a flurry of comments ensued. Wow, a perfect bronze sword. Is Moo really willing to part with such a fine item? The real question is, can you afford it? 2 blade emblems are required, and I've only found 1 so far, uncertain of its purpose. Indeed, the price is steep. I have copper and iron but lack silver. I'm out. Surely, items used by Master must perform exceptionally. Otherwise, it's difficult to comprehend how he amassed such resources. Is there anyone who doesn't need blade emblems? I am buying. Prices are negotiable. Act swiftly. I'm purchasing silver ingots. Those without silver should contact me immediately. In the realm of speculation, opinions vary widely. Some individuals remain hesitant. Others lament the high prices, while a few exhibit eagerness to engage. Yet, Moo remains indifferent. His aspirations do not lie with those who cannot afford to participate. The weak will forever voice their grievances. What truly matters is the emergence of capable individuals. After a brief interlude, Moo noticed that bids had begun to materialize, albeit with significantly diminished fervor compared to the initial auction's fervency. It was not a matter of disinterest or lack of desire. Rather, the number of individuals able to assemble 2 emblems of the dual blades was limited. To acquire them, exchanges among participants were necessary. After a lengthy wait, only 2 bidders had emerged, raising the silver ingot bid to 2. Moo was unperturbed. As long as there were buyers, any additional profit was a boon. After satisfying his hunger, Moo indulged in a midday slumber, awakening to find the sun descending toward the horizon. There were still 2 opportunities for maritime ventures today, and he was poised to set sail for the next island. Embarking southward, one would encounter a maritime hurricane, resulting in a loss of 1/3 of supplies. In the southwestern isle, a few spotted salamanders guarded a wooden treasure chest. The northern isle housed a copper chest alongside various flora. In the northeastern isle, a cave inhabited by lizard folk engaged in a mysterious ritual under the cloak of night, presenting an opportunity for an ambush. One might either vanquish the lizard folk and claim their amassed treasures or meet a grim fate. The western isle offered fresh water and a few charming island hares. Moo gazed at the prompts, lost in contemplation. Indeed, the effect of the emblem of the ocean remained somewhat limited. Previously, warnings regarding hurricanes indicated a loss of half of 1 supplies. Now, with the emblem, the loss had decreased to 1/3. If he could acquire additional ocean emblems, perhaps he could navigate risks with ease. If prudence were to guide him, the northern isle presented a commendable option. The southwestern spotted salamanders, being low-tier creatures, were easily vanquished. Yet Moo found himself disinterested in both the wooden chest and these creatures. As for the lizard folk in the northeast, what manner of race were they? Intelligent beings? According to the prompts, he should have a chance to defeat them, and such a species would undoubtedly possess valuable treasures. Moo was a man unafraid of risk, contemplating an expedition to the northeast. As the adage goes, those with great skill possess great courage. Fortune favors the bold. First, he would consult the compendium for information regarding the lizard folk. Lizard folk, a gregarious, low-level intelligent species, evolved from the lizards of the isle. They have mastered bipedal locomotion, resulting in skin degeneration. They dwell in cold burrows, offering prayers and sacrifices at sunset, indulging in feasting post-ritual. They excel in trap setting and employ rudimentary tools. Abilities, weapon usage weakness, fragile skin danger level. 41. This species did not appear particularly perilous. Moo pondered that, in comparison to other island creatures, their only advantage lay in their ability to wield weapons. However, the acquisition of such skills often comes at the cost of diminished mobility and strength. This distinction between the primate and humanity is quite evident. However, whether this situation applies to the lizardmen remains uncertain. The appearance of the lizardmen is exceedingly grotesque. Their bodies are enveloped in a dark green skin, adorned with a row of deep crimson fins along their backs. Their teeth, relatively orderly, somewhat resemble those of a venomous creature, while their elongated tongues add to their peculiar demeanor. Intriguingly, their lower halves are clad in what seems to be superhero-like undergarments made of an unknown material, with their tails protruding outward. This is the image depicted in the illustrated guide. They wield short spears, their arms appear frail and weak, and they possess a natural hunch, resembling a crooked figure. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be low-tier lizardmen. If one remains cautious of their traps and weaponry on the island, they should be easily vanquished. Moo Moo pondered this thoughtfully, considering the significant enhancements in his speed and strength. What ritual could the lizardmen be undertaking? It sounds enigmatic, since it is a ceremony. All lizardmen should be present. Moo Moo felt a measure of confidence in defeating them, yet he was uncertain of their numbers. If they were not many, he could manage with ease. If they were in a group, perhaps he could secure a multitude of souls. With this thought in mind, Moo Moo resolved to head northeast and confront the lizardmen. Chapter 73. The Strange Ritual and Captives. As Moo Moo arrived at the northeastern isle, dusk was settling in. The sun had nearly dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. This time, the fishing net had only yielded 2 fish. Moo Moo extracted the fish from the net and stored them in the runic base. Hunghua fish. Its surface is bright red, with a gentle temperament and no aggression. It resides in the ocean, feeding on small creatures. The flesh is tender and delicious, albeit bony. It can be cultivated, though you lack the means for cultivation. Current hunger index, 2 stars, overall score, 30. Moo Moo stowed away the fishing boat and returned the Day-Day beast to its pet egg, then proceeded forward with the Katy dog. The Day-Day beast was unlikely to be of any use in this battle. Its size could hinder them and make them more conspicuous. Before him lay a patch of towering weeds. Moo Moo moved cautiously, ever vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any lizardmen that might suddenly emerge from the underbrush. The bronze sword was firmly in his grip. At the slightest disturbance, he would not hesitate to strike down his foe. There is a trap net hidden in the grass ahead. If you accidentally trigger it, you will be immediately suspended in the air. A golden prompt appeared. Following the direction indicated, Moo Moo indeed discerned the concealed mechanism ahead. A rope intertwined with vines camouflaged itself, winding its way up to the treetop. Below, a large net lay concealed in the grass. Stepping upon it would cause it to tighten instantly, ensnaring the victim aloft. How perilous it was! He was fortunate for the warning. Moo Moo deftly circumvented the trap, severing the rope and disabling the mechanism before continuing onward. There is a deep pit in the side grass. Falling in will teach you what it means to be caught like a turtle in a jar. Turtle! Moo Moo! He navigated around the deep pit. As Moo Moo traversed the path, he encountered 6 or 7 mechanical traps, all of which he either dismantled or evaded under the guidance of the prompts. Ultimately, he arrived near a clearing from which strange sounds emanated. Cautiously, Moo Moo crouched down to observe, crawling forward while Katy Go mimicked his movements in a similar manner. In the distance, flickering lights danced, accompanied by an unusual cacophony. Gradually approaching through the underbrush, Moo Moo discerned a gathering of individuals, specifically a congregation of lizard folk, brandishing torches as they encircled a wooden platform, engaging in a rhythmic dance. This platform rose to the height of their necks, its dimensions akin to that of a hospital bed. Beneath the platform, rudimentary wooden supports upheld a mound of desiccated weeds. Reclining atop these weeds lay a woman, her limbs bound by ropes, adorned with an array of wildflowers. The lizard folk formed a circle around her, moving rhythmically, their voices chanting uniformly as if engaged in a pre-ritual prayer. Axi-ba, 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 Axi-ba resonated in deep, sonorous tones from their throats, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. What were they doing? Moo Moo wondered, were they planning to consume that woman? Yet, the distance rendered her features indistinct, and her elevated position obscured her identity. Was she a woman from the island or a player who had been robbed? Her attire was exceedingly revealing, barely concealing her form. Had it not been for the wildflowers, Moo Moo would have nearly perceived her entire body. Moo Moo pondered, was this the manner in which the lizard folk dined? Did they feast upon humans or flowers? Could this indeed be the legendary female entity X? After a moment, the dance concluded. Two lizard folk approached the woman with bamboo tubes, pouring water over her while using their claws to scrub her body with leaves. "Release me! Do not touch me, you repulsive beasts!" The woman screamed, struggling and twisting her body, yet her limbs remained firmly restrained, rendering her attempts futile. To Moo Moo's astonishment, she was indeed alive. This suggested she was likely a player who had inadvertently strayed onto this island. There was a slight chance she could be the daughter of a local fisherman. But thus far, Moo Moo had never heard of any fishermen existing independently in this island realm, leading him to deem that possibility exceedingly slim. The lizard folk paid no heed to the woman's cries, continuing their repetitive motions. Once they had cleansed her, they gathered more wildflowers to scatter around her, initiating an even grander display of dance and celebration. Asiba! 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 The volume escalated, the tempo quickened, culminating in an exuberant cheer. Just then, a colossal lizard folk burst forth from a nearby cave, its size and limbs boasting double the strength of its weaker counterparts. Its form was a tapestry of powerful muscles, with arms robust, while those of the other lizard folk appeared akin to mere twigs. Was this the chieftain of the lizard folk? Moo Moo flipped through his compendium, but found no relevant information. The leader of the lizardmen descended upon the elevated platform where a woman was bound, fervently brandishing its fists and striking its own chest. It incessantly twisted and tugged at its neck, its eyes glinting with avarice as saliva dripped from its grotesque teeth onto the woman's face. "Get away! You beast, go away!" the woman cried, struggling and cursing. Yet, the lizardman was utterly oblivious to her words. "Axiba!" the leader bellowed, then forcefully swiped its tail towards the sky, tearing through the foliage. This is not good, Moo Moo thought, alarmed. If this continued, the woman could be in grave danger. Undoubtedly, this lizardman was the leader of its kind. Once it was dealt with, the others should pose little challenge. Moo Moo swiftly drew his hunting bow and loosed an arrow towards the lizardman atop the platform. Asiba! The lizardman leader, in a fit of excitement, had opened its gaping maw and extended its long, supple tongue towards the woman's cheek. At that critical moment, a muffled thud echoed as an arrow pierced the lizardman leader's chest. Its form staggered, yet before it could collapse, two more arrows struck true. The lizardman leader's eyes widened in shock as it tilted and fell to one side, prompting the other lizardmen to shriek in panic. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated through the jungle, piercing the eardrums like a primal force. "Release that girl." Immediately, Moo Moo sprang forth from the underbrush, his bronze sword gleaming with a menacing glint. Chapter 74. The Lizardman's Treasure, the Essence Pill. With a thud, the lizardman leader plummeted from the platform to the ground, struggling to remove the arrows embedded in its tough skin. Clearly, its hide was resilient. The arrows had not delivered a swift demise, but had nonetheless severely weakened it. Moo Moo, unwilling to grant it a moment's respite, charged forward, disrupting the lizardman's formation, and before the massive lizardman, he severed its head with a single stroke. The lizardman leader lay slain. 3 souls. Moo Moo marveled, astonished by the acquisition. However, he quickly shifted his focus, anxiously surveying his surroundings. The other lizardmen had gripped their spears tightly, emitting furious sounds. "Asiba! Asiba!" they shouted, brandishing their weapons, communicating in a frenzy. The leader's demise incited their rage, while Moo Moo's sudden appearance left them in disarray, hesitant to advance. They waved their torches and shook their spears, a display of bluster. Moo Moo counted. There were 10 lizardmen present. They did not seem particularly formidable. Their weapons were exceptionally crude, evidently lacking in power. Confronting these lizardmen should pose no significant challenge. With a swift motion, Moo Moo lunged towards one lizardman, delivering a decisive blow that felled it instantly. The remaining lizardmen, struck with terror, abandoned their torches and spears and fled into the cave. The speed of the lizardmen is exceedingly swift, making it nearly impossible for the average player to keep pace. However, with the enhancements provided by the scroll and the bracelet, Moo Moo easily caught up and swiftly pursued 2 of them. The Katy dog also lunged forward, quickly positioning itself before the lizardman, knocking one down and severing its throat. With fervor, Moo Moo darted about, striking at every lizardman he encountered, swiftly reducing them to disarray. Having dispatched the majority himself, while the Katy dog accounted for 3, all 10 of the small lizardmen lay slain, yielding 10 souls. Moo Moo disassembled the lizardmen, acquiring an abundance of hides, bones, blood, and meat. Upon inspecting the meat and blood, he found them not only devoid of any utility, but also exceedingly unpalatable. The flesh of the large lizardman was even more bitter. While it bore no toxicity, its taste was repugnant. Moo Moo felt a wave of nausea at the sight of such ingredients. He resolved to package this batch of food for sale, pondering that perhaps some players, on the brink of starvation, might find it useful. 3 units of blood and 3 of meat composed a set, which he listed in the trading market. Although the taste was dreadful, the quantity was substantial. Having dealt with the lizardmen, Moo Moo made his way towards the cave, the lair of the lizardmen, where he anticipated discovering some treasures. "I will set you free shortly," he said without casting a glance at the woman bound to the wooden platform. The cave was vast and serpentine, and upon entering, the light completely vanished, leaving only the illumination of crystal lamps. Fortunately, Moo Moo's vision was enhanced in the darkness, requiring only a semblance of light to discern distant objects. The cave was rife with traps, including falling stones and poisoned arrows, which would trigger upon contact. Moo Moo cautiously navigated around them and reached the innermost part, where the space suddenly opened up. In the center lay an object reminiscent of a grand bed, presumably the chief's resting place. Beside the bed were 2 enormous chests. Lizardman's treasure chest contains treasures collected by the lizardmen. This is a lizardman's treasure chest, yet they guard their riches jealously. The chest is rigged with deadly poison dart traps. If you wish to open it, you must proceed with caution. Attempting to open it from the front will surely lead to a grim fate. With 1 blue and 1 golden hint, Moo Moo, lacking a key, opted to cleave them open, despite the warning of danger. They were likely fearful of intruders stealing their treasures, hence the hidden traps. Moo Moo approached from the side, raised his bronze sword, and swiftly severed the lock of the chest, then cautiously opened it from the rear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poisoned arrows shot forth, striking the opposing rock face. Indeed, had he opened it from the front, he may have found an arrow lodged in his forehead or chest. Utilizing the same method, he opened the second chest, dismantling all the traps within, revealing a plethora of riches before him. System notification: Gold coin X1. System notification: Silver coin X1. 1 chest was filled with gold and silver, while the other contained numerous special items. 5 blue crystals, 2 purple crystals, 1 attribute stone, and 1 advancement stone. All were valuable items, though regrettably devoid of emblems. At the bottom of the chest lay a blueprint, which caught Moo Moo's attention. He opened it to examine further. Bafang Deku A103 Shuyu Kangbei 02, a fragmented treasure map, depicting the terrain and resource locations of the nearby waters. Another treasure map. Moo Moo carefully stored the map and retrieved the last item from the treasure chest. It was a round, brown orb, exuding a pungent scent reminiscent of blood and traditional Chinese medicine, resembling a pill. Jinky Wan, a pill that replenishes blood and enhances vitality. Crafted from beast blood and medicinal herbs, any creature can consume it, resulting in a significant boost in capabilities. However, excessive nourishment carries risks, and caution is advised. One may consume a maximum of 1 pill every 10 days. This is a remarkable item. Moo Moo held the pill in the palm of his hand. Both humans and beasts can ingest it. The lizardman leader likely gained his strength from consuming such a substance. Regrettably, there was only 1. He dismissed the notion of a 10-day restriction, reasoning that since it merely augments attributes, he would take it himself first. He was unafraid of enhancement. The more, the better. Moo Moo opened his mouth and swallowed the Jinky Wan. A bitter, metallic taste instantly filled his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, sliding down his throat toward his stomach, leaving a fleeting sweetness in its wake. However, a raspiness soon enveloped his throat, the sweetness transforming into a burning sensation, causing Moo Moo to collapse to the ground. 1 hand clutching his throat while the other braced against the floor, his body trembling in agony. The pill was toxic. Moo Moo felt his cells rapidly expanding and engorging with blood, his body temperature rising as countless droplets seeped from his capillaries, as if ready to burst. His skin turning a vivid crimson. At that moment, Moo Moo's face burned with heat. He sensed an immense potential and energy surging through his joints and muscles. He struggled to maintain his composure, unable to move even a fraction. Moments later, the pain receded like a receding tide, his body returning to its normal color, leaving only beads of sweat the size of mung beans. He gasped for air, rising from the ground. His legs felt numb, and his body continued to tremble involuntarily. Yet he could distinctly perceive that his physical capabilities had surpassed their previous limits. Indeed, only one pill could be consumed. Mumu wiped the sweat from his brow. If there had been a second pill, his body would likely have been unable to withstand such tremendous energy in a short span of time. He then searched the vicinity thoroughly, ensuring that he collected everything salvageable, confirming no items were left behind before departing the cave. Chapter 75. Rescue and exchange of goods. The night had completely descended, yet outside the cave, the torches of the lizardmen flickered with life. Although the mysterious ritual had been interrupted by Mumu, the scene appeared quite chaotic, yet still bore a semblance of a village bonfire. Mumu circled the island once more, gathering stones, timber, and other resources from the ground before returning to the elevated platform, gazing at the woman above. She was clad in only the thinnest of garments, which had even been torn by beasts. Adorning her head was a crown woven from grass, strikingly beautiful. It was uncertain whether she had donned it herself or if it had been placed there by the lizardmen. Mumu could not help but swallow hard. As the light illuminated her face, Mumu recognized her features. It was you. With a furrowed brow, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a coincidence." The beauty lay upon the platform, struggling earnestly. "What are you looking at? Hurry and let me down." How could it be that I encounter you again? Mumu nonchalantly hung the crystal chandelier on a nearby pillar, adding, "You truly are an unrelenting spirit." "Haha," Hudako responded, slightly embarrassed. "I don't know. Perhaps I've simply lost my way." "Lost your way? To the lair of the lizardmen?" Mumu abruptly drew his long sword from his bosom, aiming it at her. "Did I not say that if I find you following me again, you shall learn the meaning of a severe consequence?" His tone was chilling. "What are you doing?" Hudako exclaimed in alarm. "Big brother, please do not misunderstand me. Let's talk this over calmly. Do not resort to violence. I was not following you. I happened upon this place by chance. Besides, when I arrived, you were nowhere to be seen on the island. Clearly, I arrived first. How could you say I was following you?" Mumu pondered for a moment. Her argument held merit, and he sheathed his sword. After all, this woman had been abducted first. In just a few days, we have crossed paths twice. We truly are fated. Mumu jested. "Indeed, so why won't you let me down?" Hudako implored with tearful eyes, attempting to morally guilt him. "I can let you down," Mumu replied, not wishing to torment her. "However, since I have saved you, we must discuss some terms. Do we not? Even a small act of kindness deserves a significant recompense, let alone a life-saving one. What does the esteemed one desire?" Hudako asked, feeling quite helpless. As a beauty of her stature, she still had her pride. After being rejected by Mumu previously, she suspected something was amiss with him. Of course, the terms he sought would not align with her hopes. It was likely not a request for companionship, but rather a demand for wealth. Indeed, she soon heard Mumu shamelessly declare, "Do you have anything of value on you? Hand it over for me to inspect. Of course, I shall not take it without offering something in return. I can exchange food for it. I have some, but not much." Hudako replied, her expression tinged with bitterness. Cursing the unscrupulous merchant. As a lesser figure, how could she possibly possess more valuable items than Mumu, who had come to rummage through her belongings? "Open your rune base," Mumu commanded. Reluctantly, Hudako muttered the incantation, and a stone chamber appeared beside them, having undergone upgrades. In this moment, she was like a fish on the chopping block. Unable to resist, Mumu stepped inside and surveyed the contents. Indeed, there were not many good items, several emblems, a meager supply of food, and an array of women's clothing. However, the garments were rather scant, clearly part of a treasure chest set. Mumu felt no attachment to the clothing. He selected the mist emblem and the sand sculpture emblem. Having never encountered these two types, and thus considering them valuable, there was no need to loot common emblems like the fire emblem, as he already possessed plenty. He would leave some opportunities for others. "I shall take these two emblems," Mumu stated, displaying the mist emblem and the sand sculpture emblem to Hudako. Hudako let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were not the water, fire, or earth emblems. It is merely a pair of emblems, the purpose of which remains unknown to both parties. Thus their impact is negligible. As long as you are happy, my friend, Hudake remarked, tilting his head. Indeed. As I mentioned, this is a transaction, so I shall not take it for free. What do you seek? Water, food, or clothing? Is it truly an exchange? Hudake was taken aback by Moo Moo's kindness. After pondering for a moment, he said, May I have that bow of yours? When that monster confronted me earlier, you pierced it with a single arrow. Your arrows must possess significant power. Of course. Moo Moo nodded. Could you part with it? Hudake sighed. My feeble bow cannot even slay these creatures. No. Moo Moo shook his head, finding it rather humorous. Bows also require emblems for synthesis. If I were to accept 2 and then relinquish 2, would that not be akin to playing for free? However, I noticed you possess relevant materials in your base. Moo Moo altered his approach. I can craft one for you at cost, free of charge. Moo Moo had seen the Feng Ji, Winds Hang, and noted that other materials were also readily available. It seemed that Hudake had yet to master the art of crafting a hunting bow. Is that true? Hudake's eyes sparkled with excitement. I keep my word. Moo Moo entered her rune base, and upon his return, he held a fine hunting bow in his hands. I have also crafted arrows for you. This bow requires souls to function. I have made you 100 arrows, which should serve you for quite some time. Should you find yourself in need of more arrows in the future, you may come to me for custom orders, though I will charge a nominal fee for materials and labor. Thank you, Brother Moo, Hudake exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Now, do you have any other needs? Naturally, having crafted the bow and arrows, the terms of our exchange ought to be adjusted. Then I shall request food. I have ample water, Hudake said, her cheeks flushed. Very well. Moo Moo retrieved a piece of beef dog meat and 2 pieces of burrowing frog meat, tossing them into her base. The beef dog meat is for you, while the burrowing frog meat is a gift. That particular item is unappetizing, so an extra piece matters little. Once the transaction was complete, Moo Moo inquired, Could you enlighten me about today's happenings? Furthermore, from which direction did you arrive? Naturally, Moo Moo had no intention of exploring the island Hudake had investigated. Though there were hints, he felt it prudent to verify. I came from the north. There is some water on that island which I discovered, but there is little of value otherwise. Hudake, having surmised Moo Moo's intention, continued, However, there is a low cave on that island, requiring one to bend down to enter. I heard strange noises within and, feeling frightened, did not dare venture inside. Moo Moo nodded. Hudake continued, Then I arrived at this island. I arrived at noon, and upon entering, I was ensnared by a large net. At that moment, several monsters rushed over, binding me in a cave, where I encountered that terrifying creature. Hudake hesitated, seemingly still shaken. I was utterly terrified. They confined me in the cave, and during that time, I managed to escape and drew my bow to shoot at it. Not only did I fail to slay it, but that monster appeared completely unscathed, after which they captured me once more. So, it is, your broken bow is indeed of no use. Moo Moo shook his head. His own weapon was exquisite, yet it failed to slay the largest lizardman in a single shot. To vanquish it, one would require a flawless weapon. The power of Hudaku's little broken bow is hardly worth mentioning. Then came this evening. They kept chanting something about Axiba, dancing around me, making me feel as though I were to be offered as a living sacrifice. It was utterly terrifying. Thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, would they have devoured me? That monstrous creature was practically drooling at the sight of me. Hudaku's eyes were filled with trepidation, still haunted by the experience. Perhaps, or perhaps not. After all, one cannot fully comprehend the customs of the lizardmen. Moo Moo hesitated to draw any conclusions. He scrutinized Hudaku and continued, Perhaps they have ulterior motives regarding you. Would they go through such elaborate rituals merely to consume a person? What ulterior motives? Hudaku felt an inkling of dread. Moo Moo examined Hudaku, who lay on the platform, and let out a cold laugh. Then I dare not speak freely. How could the lizardman harbor ill intentions towards someone dressed like this in a survival situation? Feeling that he had gathered sufficient intelligence, Moo Moo declared, Very well. I can set you down now. Moo Moo produced a tactical knife and severed the ropes binding Hudaku. Furthermore, I can exchange information with you. I hail from the southwest, and that island has become devoid of resources. If you wish to avoid squandering a maritime opportunity, it would be wise to explore elsewhere. A friendly reminder is warranted. Some information can be mutually beneficial. Thank you, Brother Moo. Hudaku expressed her gratitude, tears welling in her eyes. Then, as per our usual practice, I shall set off first. You must not follow me. Mumu emphasized. Auhigt, agauda que reagir agreed. Through their two encounters, she had begun to understand some of Mumu's traits and methods. Mumu approached the shoreline, releasing the fishing boat, and gazed at the surrounding islands. Chapter 76. Discovery of the Compass. Nighttime assault. The southeastern island is teeming with reptiles. Those with a fear of densely populated areas should proceed with caution. On the southwestern island, other players are taking a rest. On the southeastern island, a couple is practicing fencing. The western island poses no danger. If you excavate the ground, you may find unexpected surprises. The northern island has already been visited by other survivors who have taken the resources, but the caves there remain unexplored, inhabited by a swarm of ghastly-faced bats, as well as a silver treasure chest. It seems that Hudaku did not deceive herself. Mumu opened the compendium to check the basic information on the ghastly-faced bats. These creatures prefer to live in groups, typically residing together in bands of at least 400 to 500 individuals. Danger level, 56. Fortunately, Hudaku did not enter the cave, otherwise her demise would have been certain. Mumu also abandoned the idea of venturing there. Although there is a silver treasure chest, he felt no inclination towards bats. While he might manage alone, the sheer number of opponents would be overwhelming. The moment he stepped inside, a swarm of bats would descend upon him. Even now, he would struggle to prevail. The western island, however, seemed a promising choice, devoid of danger and ripe for excavation. Are the surrounding resources plentiful? Mumu once again unfurled the treasure map, for with a map in hand, one must naturally seek to maximize the benefits. He discovered that to the south of the western island lay a sacred altar. What is this sacred altar? Mumu pondered. Perplexed, the map, separated by an island, hinted at an inability to perceive the altar's functions. Nevertheless, it sounded like a place steeped in mystery, worthy of exploration. An adventurous spirit would not overlook such an enticing locale. Thus, Mumu resolved to forsake the silver treasure chest and journey to the western island. The distance was not great, and with the speed of the fishing vessel, he arrived in a mere 7 or 8 minutes. The ground was abundant with fresh and moist soil, which appeared promising. He wondered if it could be collected. Mumu took out his hoe and commenced digging into the earth. System notification. Fertile soil 1. System notification. Fertile soil 1. System notification. Fertile soil 1. Indeed. It could be collected, and in considerable quantity. Fertile soil. Enhanced soil that can be used to increase soil fertility and yield, suitable for farms or planting pots. This was a rather valuable find. He had already cultivated a good number of crops in his farm and might consider replacing the soil during the next harvest. Mumu continued to excavate, ultimately gathering 20 units of this soil. This should suffice for quite some time. The prompt suggested there might be surprises. Surely, there must be more than just this. Mumu, armed with his hoe, began to search the vicinity. The island was not extensive. A stroll around its perimeter would take about 10 minutes. There appeared to be no extraordinary resources on the island, indicating that in order to unearth valuable items, he must dig deeper. The excavation prompts were plentiful. Mumu began to scrape at the beach. He tirelessly sought, discarding any useless sand he encountered. Halfway through his efforts, a sudden sound emanated from beneath his feet, as if he had touched upon something. Bending down, Mumu brushed aside the sand, revealing an ancient artifact. Its surface was crafted from bronze, featuring a spoon-like pointer adorned with various scales and annotations. Heavy fog, light rain, sandstorms, and strong winds, all indicators of weather conditions. Weather compass allows one to foresee weather changes and understand the climatic situation of surrounding seas. This was indeed a remarkable item, highly useful both at sea and on the island. The compass consisted of 3 concentric rings, which could be rotated and adjusted. The outermost layer displayed the weather. The middle layer indicated direction, and the innermost layer represented time. By rotating the middle layer, one could examine the weather for each direction, and by adjusting the innermost layer, one could inquire about weather changes for the next 3 days in that direction. The weather varied across different regions of the island. With good fortune, one might encounter rain while seeking water. With ill fate, one could be struck by a cold front, leaving one frozen. However, as the game had only just commenced, the climate was generally quite favorable. In the future, adverse weather might be encountered, making this artifact invaluable. Holding the compass, Moo Moo surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the nearby islands were forecasted to experience sunny weather in the coming days, save for the direction of the altar, which warned of impending heavy rain tomorrow. And that was precisely the direction Moo Moo intended to pursue. What a remarkable coincidence it is. Moo Moo pondered the potential repercussions of the torrential rain. If the danger quotient for maritime navigation remains low, it would hardly pose an issue, especially since his vessel has undergone upgrades and possesses the oceanic emblem. Generally, minor swells would not trouble him. Upon reaching the island, the worst he might encounter would be a drenching from the rain, and if it becomes unbearable, he can always retreat to the rune base. There is little cause for concern. Unable to proceed today, Moo Moo settled in and activated the rune base. The freshly dispatched lizardman meat had already seen considerable sales, with a plethora of banter filling the channel. Brothers, what is lizardman meat? Have we truly descended to the point of cannibalism? Are you blind? That is a lizardman, not a human. Are you foolish enough to think they are akin to us? They evolved from lizards, not frogs. I find it hard to believe that this would be palatable. The ratings are rather low. Having something to eat is better than nothing. You concern yourself with taste. I find it quite satisfactory. It is abundant and affordable. You wouldn't believe it, but starve for 3 days, and even if presented with dung, you devour it with gusto. Damn it, I'm currently enjoying lizardman meat. You above, keep your comments to yourself. I also think it's worth trying. It's filling and can sustain one for an entire day. I'm diving in too. I'm on the brink of starvation. Finally, some food. Oh my, the flavor. Oh my, oh my. Although the banter was plentiful, Moo Moo was unfazed, even secretly amused. Having food is a blessing. Why set such lofty expectations? The flesh had garnered him a substantial amount of resources, including some cloth, which would enable him to craft additional garments in the future. Alternatively, he could create clothing to sell on the platform. Moo Moo released the Day-Day beast. It could roam freely as long as it did not wander off, while the Coddy dog remained in its kennel, parting ways amicably. Quite satisfactory. In the dead of night, the rune base was incredibly comfortable. Moo Moo was in the midst of slumber when suddenly, the sound of barking and various rustling noises outside roused him. Was there trouble? This was his first experience with an anomaly in the dead of night. He hastily donned his clothes and grasped his bronze sword as he ventured outside. The Coddy dog stood in the courtyard, barking furiously. Moo Moo surveyed the surroundings. Beneath the moonlight, he spotted several shadowy figures on the roof, near the door, and in the corners of the courtyard, all cloaked in darkness. Chapter 77. The Nighttime Intruders. Moo Moo furrowed his brow, noting that the silhouettes were not particularly large, akin to wildcats, measuring merely half the size of the Coddy dog. He could not discern their appearance, not due to poor vision, but because the invaders were entirely shrouded in dark fur, rendering their forms indistinguishable, appearing merely as two eyes embedded in the shadows of the night. So many song, Zyobeo. Moo Moo discreetly sheathed his bronze sword and drew forth his hunting bow. A golden prompt appeared. You have been ambushed by pirate rats. Slaying them will ensure the safety of your farm and pasture. Pirate rats? What manner of species is this? Moo Moo opened the compendium to investigate. The Haiji Shu, a creature dwelling between land and sea, is an adept swimmer, a nimble runner, and a skilled diver, capable of swiftly traversing both realms. They possess a penchant for pilfering crops from the islands and raiding free-range poultry, even daring to gnaw on the flesh of large livestock. Typically, they only venture ashore at night, often in groups of 45. Abilities: high-speed movement, diving weaknesses, gluttony, fragile exterior, danger level. 29. Amphibious in nature. It becomes evident why there is an increase of these rodents in the yard. They have set their sights on the cultivated farm and the cows in the shed, which are now noticeably agitated. A band of thieves. Moo Moo silently cursed. If they were to affect the milk yield, would they take responsibility? Nevertheless, these rodents are not easily dispatched. Their speed surpasses even that of the Coddy Go, instilling a sense of audacity as they lie in wait. Even the Coddy Go can only attempt to intimidate them with barks, to no avail. Moreover, should they find themselves in peril, they could swiftly retreat to the sea, resembling a multifunctional mobile combat unit. After a moment of contemplation, Moo Moo realized that to overcome them, he must leverage the advantage of altitude to eliminate these thieves. He retrieved a rocket backpack, and a flying apparatus materialized behind him. Strapping it on, Moo Moo soared into the sky, bringing several Haiji Shu into his line of fire. This is much simpler. I wonder how far you think you can flee. The Haichi Shu's vulnerability lies in their fragile exterior, making them easy prey for his hunting bow. As Moo Moo hovered in the air, the positions of the Haichi Shu became clear. One was perched on the rooftop, preparing to ambush his cow. Another was concealed behind the doghouse, poised to seize his fragrant rice tree. Outside the yard, a Haichi Shu was ready to signal its companions. In a fleeting moment, Moo Moo grasped the situation entirely. Initially, the Haichi Shu had been perplexed by the sight of a person wielding a bronze sword at the entrance, contemplating their next move. Now, to their astonishment, the individual had taken to the skies. It was indeed an opportune moment for theft. The Haichi Shu on the rooftop charged forward, ready to pounce on the cow. However, just as it exerted its hind legs to leap, a whistling sound filled the air. Thwack! An arrow pierced the body of the Haichi Shu. With a painful shriek, the creature fell from the rooftop, meeting its demise upon impact. System notification. Soul 1. Even slaying this creature yields a soul. This is an unexpected boon. The remaining Haichi Shu were struck with panic, scattering in a frenzy, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events that had claimed one of their own. One particularly audacious Haichi Shu dashed towards the rice tree, intent on completing its theft before fleeing. A fool's errand. Moo Moo unleashed another arrow, and the thieving Haichi Shu met its end. The remaining pirate mice were thrown into utter chaos, abandoning their intent to pilfer and instead seeking to flee for their lives. They scattered in various directions away from their base. However, Moo Moo was not inclined to grant them an opportunity for escape. Activating his acceleration mode, he pursued them relentlessly. Arrows flew swiftly. Some missed their targets, prompting Moo Moo to knock additional arrows. Although the rodents were fast, animals typically exhibit a propensity for running in straight lines when fleeing, a characteristic especially pronounced in swifter species. This peculiarity afforded Moo Moo ample opportunity to hunt them down. Adjusting his hunting bow to a 3-shot mode, he anticipated their movements and effortlessly struck their bodies. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched all 6 pirate mice, acquiring a total of 6 souls. Moo Moo instructed Katy Dog to retrieve the remains of the pirate mice. Upon dismembering the corpses, he obtained a substantial quantity of blood and flesh. While the blood lacked significant nutritional value, it was potable. According to the descriptions, the meat of the pirate mice possessed a rather peculiar flavor, suitable for staving off hunger. The mere thought of consuming rat meat sent shivers down Moo Moo's spine. Its unusual taste implied neither exquisite nor repulsive qualities. Rather, it was a matter of personal preference. After all, Moo Moo had heard of various culinary traditions that incorporated rodents into their dishes, a notion that was quite distasteful to him. Although he had never tasted it, he had no intention of indulging in such fare. Instead, he resolved to leave it for those in need, as there might indeed be individuals willing to partake. The 6 mice were categorized into 6 sets and listed on the trading platform. Seller, Moo Moo 18076. Trade item, 2 pirate mouse meat, 800 milliliters pirate mouse blood. Requirement, 2 any emblems. Stock, 6. Seller's note. Freshly slaughtered, safe, and non-toxic. Free of plague. The quantity of pirate mouse meat obtained was relatively small, and the price for this modest amount of flesh and blood, requiring 2 emblems, was indeed steep. Despite the late hour, Moo Moo's listings attracted considerable attention from the online community. Those still awake began to flood the chat with excitement, igniting a lively discussion. What is going on? Has the great moon not rested yet? Is he still grinding monsters at this late hour? Such diligence. What kind of meat is this? It looks like rat meat. I wonder if it's any good. Heavens, can anyone truly enjoy this delicacy? I think I might give it a try. The taste from the sea could differ from that on land. With both blood and flesh, it could fill one's belly for a day. Sea rats are still rats. Oh, such delicate folks. Allow me to be the first to sample this delicacy. Despite the somewhat steep pricing, there were indeed buyers. After approximately half an hour, all 6 sets of pirate mice were sold, netting Moo Moo 12 emblems. Yet, despite acquiring souls and emblems, Moo Moo felt no joy. A troubling thought crossed his mind, the possibility of an invasion of the rune base. Today, it was merely the weak pirate mice, but in the future, he might encounter formidable foes. Therefore, it was imperative to bolster the defensive measures of the base. Moo Moo opened the survival base panel to explore the available defensive enhancements. Chapter 78, Constructing the Barrier and Arriving at the Sacred Altar Base Defense Facilities, 5. The types of defenses that an ordinary rune base can incorporate are rather limited. Traps, snares, fences, alarms, and mechanisms are among them. Fences can be added freely, while others necessitate technological mastery. Presently, I possess no technological advancements and can only add fences. Moreover, alarms are temporarily unnecessary, as Katagu can serve a similar function. Mumu clicked on the fence to explore its details. Ordinary fence, 1 sand, 1 iron, 5 thorny vines. Fence attributes, barbed surface, capable of withstanding attacks from feeble island creatures. The construction page presented a simulation of the fence, reminiscent of ancient rudimentary barriers, and displayed its simulated security effects on the base. 1 unit of fence requires 1 sand, 1 iron ingot, and 5 thorny vines, while encircling the entire rune base necessitates 10 units. Fortunately, I possess ample materials, having previously gathered a considerable amount of thorny vines. I opted to build a fence, specifying a quantity of 10, and confirmed the construction. System notification, 5 sand, 5 iron ingots, 50 thorny vines. System notification, construction of 10 fences successful. Mumu promptly selected a placement location on the base simulation map, and a row of formidable barriers materialized outside the rune base. The fence, composed of thorny vine strips, was adorned with sharp spikes. Security had significantly improved. At least now, there was no longer dread of thieves pilfering provisions at night, allowing for a peaceful slumber. After positioning the fence, Mumu returned to the rune base. Upon awakening the following morning, the sky was rather overcast. An eerie undercurrent stirred in the air, yet no rain fell, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. After a simple breakfast of seafood, milk, and bread, Mumu noted that the dairy cow produced 100 milliliters of milk each morning, sufficient for basic needs. However, the yield had diminished the previous night, dropping to 70 milliliters. Evidently affected by the pirate rats, the quantity was somewhat insufficient, leaving a tinge of disappointment. Mumu ventured into the courtyard and discovered that the Xiaomai tree had matured, laden with fruit that had split open to reveal the white fragrant rice within. A harvesting prompt appeared in the island farm. Mumu plucked a fruit to examine it. Xiaomai tree fruit contains nutrient-rich fragrant rice, edible when cooked or steamed, boasting significant nutritional value and a delightful taste. The fruit was roughly the size of cantaloupe, encased in a hard shell with several noticeable cracks. Mumu fashioned a wooden bucket, held a Xiaomai tree fruit above it, and with a firm twist, the white fragrant rice spilled forth into the bucket. Each fruit yielded approximately half a pound of fragrant rice, and the tree bore a total of 6 fruits, amounting to 3 pounds. Mumu felt exhilarated, for from this day forth, rice would grace the table. After harvesting the fruits, Mumu set forth towards the southern island in search of the sacred altar. Though the sky was overcast, the rain ultimately did not descend, nor were there any ominous warnings, allowing Mumu to drive with ease. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Mumu arrived at the southern isle. As the mist dissipated, an ancient edifice emerged before him, evoking a profound sense of solemnity. The island, albeit modest in size, was entirely dominated by the altar. The altar resembled a temple, with a long staircase leading up to its entrance. Ascending the stairs, Mumu reached the temple's doorway, where he beheld 2 peculiar statues. These sculptures, hewn from stone, bore the upper bodies of men and the lower bodies of horses, brandishing weapons in their hands. Their forms and postures were exquisitely crafted, appearing remarkably lifelike. Stone, perhaps? Mumu quietly retrieved his hoe, contemplating whether it might be possible to take a piece. After careful consideration, he returned the hoe to its place. This was the altar. Excavating in such a sacred location seemed ill-advised. Should he inadvertently provoke divine wrath and awaken these statues, his fate would be dire indeed. Behind the statues stood several grand stone columns, reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture. Upon entering the altar, Mumu observed the surrounding walls adorned with various carvings. Some depicted scenes of ancient human hunts, while others illustrated battles between gods and men. Flanking the temple were an array of massive stone vessels, alongside corridors of flowing water and floor beads. Yet, the water within had long since dried up, leaving the once flowing corridors barren. At the very center of the altar was a vast water basin, now parched and layered with dust. Suddenly, blue inscriptions materialized before him. Water altar, a mysterious temple. A site of blessings offered by the ancestors of the isle. Illuminate it, and you shall receive the blessings of your forebears. A golden-hued notification appeared, stating, Ancient altar. When water flows through the corridor, it collects in the central basin, illuminating the altar. Note: only fresh water may be used to illuminate the altar. Understanding the necessity of water for the water altar, Moo felt enlightened by the prompt. Fortunately, he had received this guidance. Otherwise, others might have remained oblivious to the altar's purpose. Moo circled the altar, noting that the basin was quite deep and substantial in capacity. Filling it would likely require several tons of water. The meager supply he had would be utterly insufficient, and seawater was not an option. This posed quite the challenge. Perhaps a modest amount of water would suffice to illuminate it? Moo took 50 milliliters of water and poured it into the basin, only to see it vanish quickly, akin to a drop in the ocean. Clearly, this would not suffice. Moo began to explore the temple. Surely, there must be other methods. Otherwise, how would the ancestors of the isle have offered their prayers? He pondered how they could have transported such vast quantities of water over long distances. Stepping outside the temple, Moo gazed at the increasingly gloomy sky. A thought struck him: weather. Perhaps they utilized the weather to induce precipitation. This altar might have been a site of blessings during rain, not meant for use at other times. Moo produced his weather compass to check the conditions. In approximately 10 minutes, this place would experience a heavy downpour. Now, one must only devise a means to channel the impending rainwater into the temple. Surely, there must exist some convenient apparatus or mechanism. Moo embarked on his search, first circling the temple, yet finding nothing of note. He then activated the system panel and crafted a ladder, ascending to the temple's summit. There, a square skylight revealed itself at the apex. Temple skylight. When opened during rain, it can collect water for the temple. This is it. Moo exerted his strength to displace the stone slab atop the skylight, unveiling a lengthy passageway before him. Chapter 79. The Holy Altar of Flowing Water. Bestowed with blessings, the skylight's corridor descended directly into the temple below, while the entire skylight rose high around. Resembling a natural funnel, Moo peered over the skylight's edge, observing the pavilions and terraces below that could accommodate flowing water. Should rain fall, the water could cascade in from here. Descending from the rooftop, Moo followed the trajectory of the passageway into the temple. From within, the corridor resembled a stone column, making it difficult to distinguish it as a conduit for water. Beneath the passageway, an opening directed water outside. This area required modification, or else it would fail to serve its purpose of gathering water. After meticulous observation, Moo pondered to himself. He retrieved 2 units of timber, crafting a pipe that connected the lower opening to the entire waterway corridor, thus completing the task. Perfect. A sense of satisfaction welled within him. Now, he needed only to wait for the arrival of the rain. Moo did not forget to fashion several water buckets, placing them outside the temple. Although the rainwater was far from pristine, laden with dust, it was still fresh water, and Moo believed many would be willing to drink it. A bout of diarrhea was a trivial concern compared to the risk of dehydration. Glancing at the weather compass, only 3 minutes remained. Thunder rumbled ominously. Moments later, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The compass proved remarkably accurate. Moo sheltered within the temple, witnessing the increasingly tempestuous weather outside. Streaks of lightning illuminated the sky, while the rain intensified. The deluge struck the ground with a cacophony of sound. Simultaneously, within the temple's stone path, the sound of flowing water echoed, as torrents of rain surged through the passageway toward the corridor. In an instant, the waterway corridor became a lively spectacle. The corridor cascaded in tiers, with water flowing from higher to lower levels, each section connecting seamlessly. The air was filled with the soothing sound of rushing water, and before him, numerous miniature waterfalls appeared. Ultimately, they converged into the central pool of the holy altar. The accumulation of rainwater rose swiftly, soon surpassing the bottom's level. Indeed, this was the intended use, facilitating water retrieval significantly. Would it rain elsewhere? Moo opened the chat channel to check. The global channel remained silent, yet the regional channel burst forth with numerous messages. Wow, it's raining. It's raining. Praise the heavens for the precipitation. I kneel in gratitude. After so many days of waiting, the rain has finally come. I shall survive. I see hope. Mother, did you see? It is raining today. Where? Where is it raining? Why is it clear and sunny here? Indeed. It is not raining over here either. What is going on? Are you all trying to deceive us? Perhaps these few individuals are so parched that they are hallucinating. We are not deceiving you. There is indeed rain. Who desires rainwater? I can sell it right now. Oh dear, I almost forgot I could collect rainwater. I shall craft a few wooden barrels for that purpose. Is it really rain? I'm in tears. Why isn't it raining here? I am utterly envious. Ha ha. Such is the way of fate. Quickly tell me in which direction. I shall head there immediately. A group of people is engaged in this discussion. Some are boastful, while others are frustrated. It seems that rain is not universal. Those experiencing rainfall are immensely joyful, while those who are not can only feel envy and resentment. Opening the trading channel, I discover that indeed someone is selling rainwater, albeit in limited quantity and at a lamentably high price. Clearly, many are unprepared with vessels to collect water, and the materials required to create such vessels are insufficient. Meanwhile, the global channel has also begun to buzz with conversation. I just saw someone selling rainwater. It seems a certain area has experienced rainfall. I am uncertain, perhaps so, but it is not raining here. It appears this is the first rainfall in the entire island world, or more accurately, the first rainfall on land. Previously, Moo had experienced rain at sea, which was quite different from the current situation. After a while, the water in the pool had reached half its capacity, and Moo seemed to hear a strange sound. Though there was no one around, he perceived a melodic voice, a vague yet solemn song that transcended the flowing waters, drawing nearer to his ears, enveloping him in a resonant sound akin to a grand bell. This melody resembled a prayer in a cathedral, solemn and majestic. However, he could not discern if it was an illusion or reality. After a moment, the water in the pool had filled to the brim, spilling through a small opening in all directions. Suddenly, the entire altar illuminated, a beam of intense light shooting skyward. It pierced through the thick, dark clouds. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, dispelling the rain, restoring clarity to the weather. System notification, congratulations. You have activated the flowing water altar and received the blessing of the ancestors. Water. The blessing of water? What does that mean? Moo opened the game panel and noticed an additional flowing water symbol in his personal status information, resembling the emblem of water. Blessing of the ancestors. Daily water production is doubled. Immune to attacks from water-based creatures. Crop growth speed increased by 50. Swimming speed in water increased by 50 and unaffected by ocean storms or whirlpools. Blessing valid for 3 days. Incredible. Moo could not help but exclaim. This is a buff granted by the ancestors. The benefits are abundant. At the very least, his water supply will double over the next 2 days. Opening the chat channel, he found many discussing how the rain had ceased. The duration of the entire rainfall was brief, lasting no more than 10 minutes. Some individuals had scarcely gathered any rainwater before the downpour ceased. They vented their frustrations within the chat channel, leaving one to ponder whether their grievances were genuine or merely a facade of envy towards others. Moo gazed into the water of the pond, contemplating the immense weight of the rainwater. Could it be transported? He retrieved a bucket, poised to scoop up some water for experimentation. A golden prompt materialized before him. The sacred water cannot be taken away. Otherwise, the blessings of the ancestors will vanish, and one shall incur the curse of misfortune. It seemed unfeasible, and Moo promptly abandoned that notion. Fortunately, he had previously crafted numerous buckets and collected ample rainwater outside, which he had stored in the runic base. As he prepared to depart the island, the golden prompt appeared once more. Please return the stone slab on the terrace to its original position. This will enhance your acquisition of the ancestors' blessings. Indeed. He almost overlooked that detail. Moo retrieved a ladder and ascended. It was essential to return displaced items to their rightful places, adhering to the most fundamental etiquette, especially in such a solemn and reverent space, as it was a mark of respect towards the ancestors. Chapter 80. Traversing the Vortex, the mysterious land with the stone slab restored. Moo felt a nagging unease and circled the temple for a thorough inspection, wielding a hoe and scouting for anything that could be taken. Even water was prohibited here, making it unlikely that other items were available. He leaned over the pond's edge and noticed that the water level had lowered slightly, the surface gradually descending. He understood the implication. Perhaps the flow of water represented the duration of blessings. At this rate, the water would likely be depleted in about 3 days, marking the end of the blessings. Moo Moo decided not to linger and set off for the next island. The northern island is barren. It bears only the inscription of other adventurers. What is today's small goal? On the northeastern island, there are numerous island-themed comics. Heading southeast, you will encounter a marine vortex that will lead you to a mysterious, unknown sea. With the blessings of your ancestors, you will not lose any resources. Danger. The southern island is facing a tsunami. On the southwestern island, there are countless ants that enjoy burrowing into human nostrils and ears. To the northwest, there are 3 wooden treasure chests. Such promising islands were few and far between, and Moo Moo began to hesitate. The treasure chests to the northwest were plentiful, yet the allure of wooden chests was rather minimal. The thought of the ants in the southwest sent shivers down his spine. Surely, they could not be man-eating ants? Moo Moo surveyed his surroundings and pondered the southeast direction. A mysterious, unknown sea? What awaited him there? With the blessing enhancing his abilities, he felt unafraid of the vortex's effects. Perhaps it was worth a visit. Yet, uncertainties regarding potential dangers loomed large. It was a predicament. Moo Moo found himself in a quandary. He produced the treasure map for examination and discovered that the surrounding waters did not teem with abundant resources, and many had likely been explored by other players. His encounter with Hudaku was indicative of a pressing concern. Additionally, the chatter in the channel regarding sightings of rain suggested that those individuals were in close proximity. Upon reaching the next island, if there are no resources in the vicinity, one finds oneself in a rather precarious situation. Moo Moo hesitated on the beach for quite some time before ultimately deciding to venture southeast. What unexpected discoveries might await him in the mysterious, uncharted waters? After all, encounters with oceanic whirlpools have been few and far between, and the next time he may encounter one, he might not possess any blessings to aid him. Thus, he resolved that now was the optimal moment to explore the oceanic whirlpool. Surely, the whirlpool would not be simple. Moo Moo contemplated, and with a sense of daring, he decided to take a gamble. He boarded a fishing boat and set sail towards the southeast. The fishing vessel sped swiftly through the sea, and with the blessings enhancing its speed, it was evident that they were moving much faster. After a brief period of sailing, he soon spotted a formidable whirlpool in the waters ahead. The whirlpool's expanse was vast. Initially, it appeared as a mere small spot, but as he approached, its dimensions expanded significantly. It resembled a tornado within the water, incessantly drawing in surrounding seawater and marine life. The Dede beast, engrossed in fishing at the boat's edge, quickly retreated to the cabin upon seeing the whirlpool, evidently sensing the gravity of the situation without Moo Moo needing to issue a command. As they neared the whirlpool, it felt as though they were being drawn in by the water, and the boat's speed escalated. Through the cabin, Moo Moo observed that the whirlpool's diameter was at least 100 meters, with their small craft resembling a mere leaf adrift in the currents. Then, they rapidly glided towards the center of the whirlpool, the velocity increasing at an alarming rate. The fishing boat was now engulfed by the whirlpool. Before him lay no more flat surfaces, only layers of swirling seawater, as Moo Moo slid downwards with the water, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the whirlpool. He felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, and with the closing of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Moo Moo awoke, the fishing boat had already reached shore, moored beside a forest. Had they arrived? He slowly rose, expelling a pool of sour liquid, still plagued by lingering nausea and a throbbing headache. After he retched, the nearby Kati dog and Dede beast also succumbed to nausea. Even divine beasts could not withstand such turmoil. It seemed the oceanic whirlpool was indeed formidable. Where is this place? Moo Moo disembarked from the fishing vessel with his 2 divine companions. The scenery here differed greatly from the previous island he had encountered. No longer shrouded in mist, the horizon unveiled an endless expanse of ocean, accompanied by the sounds of seagulls. Beside him was a wooden dock, perfectly accommodating the fishing boat, as if it had been intentionally constructed for his arrival. Moo Moo stowed away the fishing vessel and proceeded forward, seemingly stepping into a primordial forest. Towering trees stood tall and straight, densely intertwined with the sky, their tops hidden from view. The foliage was lush, with vines clinging to some trunks. The grass underfoot was not particularly tall, but formed a vibrant green carpet, adorned with numerous mushrooms and wildflowers, where butterflies flitted about. Moo Moo refrained from hastily drawing out his hoe for gathering. He resolved to first ascertain the situation before acting. After all, he was still unfamiliar with this place, and it might well be a perilous maritime domain or a forbidden zone. As he ventured not too far, he soon beheld a winding path, upon which he treaded forward, leading him to a quaint wooden cottage. Is there someone inside? Moo pondered, his curiosity piqued. It did not resemble a Survivor-esque ruined base. The cottage bore a more antiquated appearance, akin to the charming abodes found in fairy tales. It could either shelter a benevolent elder or a witch. Encountering any character would depend entirely on fate. Perhaps this forest was indeed their domain. Approaching the door, Moo knocked gently. "Hellos? Anyone there?" "I happened to pass by." To his astonishment, the door creaked open on its own. How sophisticated! Peering inside, he hesitated to step further, for the room was utterly vacant. The automatic door was indeed perplexing. If he entered, would he find himself trapped within? One enigma. Why was there no one present? Moo muttered to himself. Suddenly, a crisp cough resonated from below. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a diminutive figure standing beneath his waist, a little dwarf. How embarrassing! I thought the door opened by itself. This dwarf had long, wavy hair, a pronounced nose that resembled a bumblebee's sting, and prominent cheekbones that clustered his features together. Only a single dwarf. No Snow White in sight. Moo stepped back a few paces, attempting to align his gaze with the dwarfess, rather than straining to look up. The dwarf appeared to be a middle-aged gentleman, though his age remained a mystery. After all, in this island world, he could very well be hundreds or even thousands of years old. Having inadvertently trespassed into another's territory, Moo was uncertain whether the stranger was friend or foe, and what temperament he might possess, whether amiable and gentle or irritable and fierce. Polite once more, Moo introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Moo. May I inquire if this is?" Chapter 81. The Dwarf's Bargain. Enchanted Cookies. The dwarf emitted an indistinct sound from his lips. What a peculiar utterance! It resembled the speech of a mermaid. Moo was unable to comprehend. Has even the dwarf ceased to speak human language? He glanced at his companion, the Day beast, whose intentions were unmistakably conveyed through its gaze. The Day beast gestured with its tail, engaging in animated communication with the little dwarf, their exchange appearing quite lively. After a brief moment, they ceased their chatter. Moo inquired, "What were you two discussing?" The Day beast shook its head, indicating that it could not understand the dwarf's speech. Unable to comprehend, yet having gestured for so long, this posed a challenge. Despite the language barrier, they had no choice but to forge ahead with their communication. However, the dwarf's countenance seemed exceedingly kind, far from that of a fearsome creature, which greatly reassured Moo. The dwarf affectionately patted the head of the Day beast, clearly intrigued by this divine creature, despite the lack of verbal understanding. The dwarf then gestured invitingly, beckoning the three unusual beings to enter the cottage. This gesture was clear enough for Moo to interpret, and with newfound courage, he stepped inside. The abode of the diminutive being was modest in size, yet its height was comparable to that of an ordinary room, albeit slightly lower. The walls were adorned with an array of heavy tools and weaponry. Some resembled blacksmith's hammers, others were akin to spades for digging, and some appeared to be bows and arrows intended for hunting beasts. Moo soon discerned that this little figure seemed to be a weaponsmith or perhaps a traditional artisan akin to those one might encounter online. The door was crafted at such a height to facilitate the ingress and egress of materials. One side of the room was lined with an assortment of swords, among which Moo recognized one, an exquisite bronze sword. There were a total of 10. What a wealthy little being! In the corner, 7 spades were piled up, seemingly of a far superior quality than his own. The diminutive smith gestured for Moo to wait, rummaging through his tattered pouch to procure a filthy biscuit. Was this to be offered in exchange? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Moo's eyes. The little being did not directly hand him the biscuit, but instead held it, shaking it as though soliciting alms. What trickery was this? Yet, what could a mere broken biscuit possibly yield? Moo cursed inwardly, wondering if the little being believed him to be one of those low-tier, naked players devoid of sustenance. Unsure of the little one's intentions, he decided to probe further. He produced a piece of meat, to which the little being shook his head. Did he scorn the meat? Perhaps he simply lacked hunger. Next, he presented half a bottle of shampoo and a durian, both of which were also met with disinterest. It seemed the little being's taste diverged greatly from those of a mermaid. Clearly, shampoo was not universally effective for every flamboyant hairstyle. "Come on," It's merely a biscuit, Moo Moo thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet the little being continued to extend his hand. What more could he desire for a single biscuit? Perhaps he held an interest in this item? Gritting his teeth, Moo Moo finally retrieved a crest from his backpack and offered it. He felt a pang in his heart. Yet he was eager to ascertain the little one's preferences before proceeding with any further actions, whether it be exchange or conquest. Indeed, the little being's eyes gleamed with a verdant light as he regarded the crest, nodding in approval. He weighed it in his palm, then tucked it into his tattered pouch. Extending his hand once more, Moo Moo cursed the merchant in his mind. He felt an overwhelming impulse to slay the little being with a single stroke, thereby acquiring a bounty of weapons. However, given his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he opted to endure the pain and retrieved yet another crest to offer. He aimed to continue testing the waters and win the little one's favor, intent on turning the tables at the opportune moment. The little being nodded, accepting the crest and weighing it again in his hand before extending his hand yet again, signaling for Moo Moo to continue. "Where's my knife?" Moo Moo mused, realizing it seemed to have been reclaimed by himself. Yet he still possessed a sword. Glancing back, he noted the little being had a dozen swords hanging on the wall. Resolving himself, Moo Moo produced another crest. The diminutive figure continued to tuck the item into his pocket, repeatedly performing the same action. After a series of over 10 repetitions, a satisfied smile finally graced his face as he handed the biscuit to Moo Moo. Indeed, he wished to exchange with me. A mere biscuit deceived me out of more than a dozen emblems. Does he truly consider me a gullible fool? Furthermore, the biscuit was covered in dust, with corners that appeared to be moldy, suggesting it was far from a legitimate delicacy. Upon receiving the biscuit, blue text materialized before Moo Moo. Translation: biscuit, a biscuit from the world of islands. Consuming it enables communication with most civilized island creatures. Following this was a golden-hued prompt, a seemingly unclean, non-toxic biscuit with only 1 day left before expiration. It must be consumed promptly to avoid spoilage. Moo Moo mused, a near-expired food item, and I was duped out of more than a dozen emblems. However, the introduction states that it allows for mutual understanding. Frowning, Moo Moo reluctantly swallowed the biscuit. It was indeed unpalatable, hard and dry, evidently having been stored for an extended period, with most of its moisture long evaporated. A stringency lingered in his mouth, as if he had consumed something moldy. A single bite released a multitude of crumbs. His throat felt quite uncomfortable. He took out some water and gulped it down several times before managing to force the biscuit down. Moo Moo rubbed his throat, exclaiming, "This wretched thing nearly cost me my life." Simultaneously, he heard a long sigh from across the way. "Finally sold. Huh? Can I understand speech now?" Moo Moo's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that miraculous? Wait, what did you just say about finally selling? "Oh, it's nothing, just a catchphrase, pay it no mind." The small figure replied with a smile. At last, a blue explanation emerged before him. Friendly island dwarf, a weapon appraiser from the world of islands. Known for their exceptionally good temperament and friendliness, typically avoiding conflicts with humans or other island creatures. However, be cautious in your dealings with them, as they are exceedingly greedy and enjoy swindling wealth from you. It seemed he had already fallen victim to deception. This warning appeared rather belated. Nevertheless, there were no longer any barriers to communication. Moo Moo maintained a semblance of politeness, saying, "I apologize for the interruption. As a newcomer, I may have caused you some inconvenience. I hope I did not create any misunderstandings due to our previous language barriers." "No worries, I'm used to it." The dwarf shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't mind. In fact, I could understand you all along." "Moo Moo, you understood all along, yet you pretended to be foolish in front of me. If you could understand, why give me the biscuit?" Moo Moo was utterly perplexed. "Because this biscuit was nearing expiration, I meant that only after you consumed it could I comprehend you. Congratulations. You have now mastered our dwarven tongue. Do you believe my explanation? I believe you're deceiving me. Forget it, after all. More than a dozen emblems have already been swindled from me, leaving me with no further retort." Chapter 82. The honest merchant Abu observing Moo Moo's somewhat despondent expression. The diminutive figure continued, "Do not be disheartened, young one. Every outsider entering our dwarf village must consume a translation biscuit to communicate effectively with us. Furthermore, when you encounter other extraordinary beings, such as mermaids, centaurs, and minotaurs, you will possess the ability to converse with them as well." "What? There are centaurs and minotaurs too?" Moo Moo could scarcely fathom the existence of such peculiar species in this world. Ah, my apologies for rambling. The dwarf hastily corrected himself, returning to the matter at hand. Exchanging merely 8 emblems for a translation biscuit is quite a bargain. Not everyone is afforded such a favorable rate. With a sarcastic chuckle, Moo Moo retorted, I suppose everyone who visits you learns a lesson the hard way. Yet, he quickly realized, wait a moment, if I recall correctly, you just asked me for 16 emblems. Did I? The dwarf furrowed his brow. My apologies, young one. Perhaps my age has clouded my memory. I distinctly remember asking for only 8 emblems. Who is this distinctly you speak of? Moo Moo cautiously inquired. Could you return the other 8 emblems to me? I believe you may have misunderstood my meaning. The dwarf shook his head. If I only recall 8, then we have conducted a transaction for 8. The other 8 are beyond my recollection. How could I possibly return them? Should I demand you regurgitate my biscuit? Whatever makes you happy. Moo Moo shot him a disdainful glare. Such a logical reasoning. Moo Moo expressed his dissatisfaction. But the biscuit you just gave me is nearly expired. Oh, dear young one, why fret so much? As long as it is still effective. That is what matters. It is not yet expired, is it? At worst, you might experience a bit of an upset stomach. Moo Moo retorted. It seems the one at risk of an upset stomach is not me. Ignoring Moo Moo's discontent, the dwarf continued. Let me tell you, the process of crafting such biscuits is exceedingly intricate. Our dwarf clan is proficient in multiple languages. We encode these languages and scripts into the biscuit, enabling the higher beings of this world to communicate effectively. Do you not perceive the value and significance of this biscuit? It is a lamentable waste to discard even one. So, this is your justification for selling me near-expired food? Moo Moo felt an urge to unleash a tirade, but suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, wait, did you just say you're proficient in multiple languages? Does that mean you can speak Jizuwayu as well? Of course. The dwarf replied with pride. Otherwise, how could we create such a universal translation biscuit? Then why did you not communicate with me in Jizuwayu earlier? Well, the dwarf instinctively tugged at his collar. Let's discuss the next topic, young one. What brings you to seek us? Who knows why I am here? Moo Moo fought bitterly. I was drawn into this vortex and swindled out of several emblems. I initially believed I was on a treasure quest, only to stumble upon a con artist. At that moment, Moo Moo's spirits were exceedingly low. The only solace he could find lay in the mastery of several foreign languages. Moo Moo surveyed his surroundings, contemplated for a moment, and slowly articulated, I have strayed from the path, swept here by a whirlpool. There is no particular objective. I merely wish to see if there are any resources to collect or perhaps trade some items. Ah, I see. The little dwarf replied with a glint of cunning in his eyes. I have many fine goods here. Would you care to trade with me? No. Moo Moo resolutely shook his head. You deceived me once. Do you think I will fall for it a second time? In truth, Moo Moo was quite eager to exchange with the dwarf, as there might be treasures to unearth in this peculiar place. After all, this was not a conventional island world. It differed significantly from his previous realm, and it was likely that unique items could be found here. However, he could not concede to the dwarf too hastily, lest he find himself ensnared once more. Displaying too much eagerness might lead him into the dwarf's trap, resulting in a repetition of the earlier predicament. Indeed, upon hearing Moo Moo's words, the dwarf's face lit up with enthusiasm as he said, Young man, there's no need to rush to conclusions. I truly possess an array of splendid items. Splendid items? Moo Moo feigned hesitation. How can one discern whether they are genuinely valuable? Might they be outdated biscuits? Absolutely not. The dwarf asserted with conviction. Those nearly expired biscuits are down to the last piece, as the rest have been sold out. What I present now are new products. With that, he opened a drawer and revealed a box overflowing with cookies. The previous varieties were rather unpalatable and monotonous. The batch you just sampled was produced 5 years ago. The cookies have since been revamped, with flavors customizable according to individual preferences. The dwarf pointed out several cookies to Moo Moo. For instance, this one is strawberry flavored, this one is banana flavored, and here's some unusual flavors, such as snot and earwax. Recently, we launched a combo pack that includes flavors like saliva and wax drippings, which have become quite popular among the younger clientele. What do you say, young man? Would you like to purchase some to share with your friends? Thank you, but I must decline, Moo Moo replied, shaking his head. 8 emblems for a single piece is beyond my means. The dwarf, unhurried, responded, I mentioned earlier that you needn't be so hasty. As a valued returning customer, I can offer you a discount. How much of discount? Moo inquired. The dwarf pondered briefly and replied, only one emblem. What? By that logic, I have been duped out of 15. Moo suppressed the urge to confront the dwarf. One emblem is still quite costly, you know. Besides, I have already sampled them. What use is there in acquiring so many? This reasoning seemed to carry some weight. The dwarf shook his head, returned a box of cookies to its place, and murmured, I never expected you to deem a box of cookies worth one emblem too expensive. Business has become increasingly challenging these days. Moo, feeling somewhat short of breath, queried, May I step outside for some fresh air? I find myself feeling rather stifled. I shall return shortly to discuss the trade. Shall we not converse a while longer? The dwarf asked. No, Moo asserted. The dwarf, a professional companion, here to regale you with the legendary tales of the dwarf tribe. Moo, I wish to be alone. Very well. The dwarf nodded reluctantly. Moo felt that lingering in this place would undoubtedly lead him to trouble. He decided to wander around first, hoping to gain a better understanding of this world before contemplating any transactions. At the very least, he would not remain as bewildered as before. He left the quaint wooden cabin and ventured deeper into the forest. Behind him, the dwarf waved his hand with tears in his eyes, calling out to Moo, Do visit us often, young man. Remember my name, Abu, the esteemed appraiser of the dwarf village. Fair and reasonable prices, a trustworthy merchant for all. Chapter 83. The Village of Copper Stench, kin of the Katy dog. Moo could no longer hear the latter part of the dwarf's words. He could only recall what the little dwarf had claimed to be. An appraiser? It sounded like a most distinguished profession, one he would inquire further about. Behind the cabin lay a long, winding path that seemed to lead into the heart of the forest. Moo walked along the path, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of wildflowers. Butterflies flitted gracefully by, and the scenery was utterly enchanting. He refrained from taking out his hoe to gather anything, for this was neither a natural sea nor an island. It appeared to be the territory of the dwarfs. Haphazard collection would likely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. However, should he discover anything worth taking, he would not hesitate. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. He noticed numerous houses surrounding him, resembling a gathering place for dwarfs. Indeed, there were many dwarfs here. Moo quickly concluded that this was a dwarf tribe, or perhaps a dwarf village. Although the height of their dwellings was modest, some were quite spacious. It seemed that the dwarf he had encountered earlier, Abu, was more akin to a gatekeeper of the village. He had ventured far from the village's center, taking him a good 10 minutes to reach this spot. The dwarfs within the village were engaged in various forms of labor, casting a glance at Moo without much reaction, as if his presence was an everyday occurrence. Some bored dwarfs were walking their dogs, or even grooming their pets. The Katy dogs appeared animated, and even Moo found himself silently amazed, for there were so many Katy here. Each was vibrant and glossy, akin to the one beside him. Seeing so many of its kind for the first time, the Katy dog was exceedingly excited, barking and greeting them, but alas, not a single one. Oh no, not a single dog acknowledged it. Clearly, these Katy dogs were accustomed to mingling with one another and had little interest in the sudden arrival of a newcomer. Moo approached a wooden house and beheld an elderly dwarf leisurely offering a cookie to a dog, her face adorned with a kind smile. What a delightful feast! Moo could not help but exclaim internally. Even the dogs here enjoyed cookies. Wait, something seemed amiss. Moo hurried a few steps to stand before the elderly lady. The benevolent dwarf grandmother appeared to be a kind-hearted old lady, approachable and amiable in conversation. However, it is essential to remain cautious, for greed is a common trait among dwarves, and one must be wary of her attempts to swindle wealth. What a village reeking of copper! Moo gazed at the prompt and with great caution inquired, Grandmother, may I ask what you are feeding it? He pointed to the Katy dog in her hands. Translation: biscuits. The dwarf grandmother assessed Moo with a puzzled expression. Does her dog wish to partake as well? Upon saying this, she produced another piece and placed it into the mouth of Moo's Katy dog. The dog drooled, ravenously chewed for a moment, and then swallowed the biscuit. Moo felt somewhat overwhelmed. Grandmother, feeding it such things, wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? Wasteful? Nonsense. The old woman chuckled. This is merely dog food. You must be new here if you do not recognize it. Moo lamented the absence of a suitable weapon in his grasp. So, the dogs here consume translation biscuits? His worldview was beginning to shatter. Naturally, dwarves had no need for such sustenance. It was specifically developed for pets or livestock. After a considerable pause to digest the situation, Mumu timidly asked, "Why must pets consume translation biscuits?" The dwarf grandmother stretched her limbs and yawned before responding. In ancient times, our dwarf ancestors traversed the world, engaging in trade with various species. Gradually, they became fluent in all languages, a spirit and culture that have been passed down through generations, becoming intrinsic to our very essence. Thus, dwarves are born with a proficiency in multiple languages. However, as history unfolded, we realized a critical issue. While dwarves could comprehend language, beasts could not. Mumu sensed an underlying insult in her words. The dwarf grandmother continued, "Pets and beasts struggle to communicate effectively with our kind, so we invented these biscuits, allowing them to understand the dwarven tongue upon consumption. Over time, this evolved into what is now considered dog food." She then tugged at Mumu's dog. "Your companion appears to be several generations advanced. Its linguistic capabilities should have evolved, enabling it to communicate effectively with you without the need for biscuits." Now it made sense. Mumu finally understood that the dwarf named Abu had fed him a piece of dog food. The dwarf grandmother casually offered another biscuit to her pet dog. Pets truly enjoy this, and we dwarves have developed a variety of flavors based on pet preferences. For instance, there are strawberry and banana flavors. Moreover, if your dog is rather unique, we even offer customized flavors like snot and earwax. Recently, we've introduced new combo packages, including flavors such as drool and wax drippings, which are quite popular among the younger dogs. What do you say, young man? Would you like to purchase some to take home for your dog to try? Mumu found her words somewhat familiar. He shook his head. "No, thank you. I really don't need any. Very inexpensive." The dwarf grandmother extended her 5 fingers. "Offering you a fair price, 5 boxes for a single emblem." Indeed, it was quite reasonable. Mumu clenched his fist, feeling his heart bleed. Inside, 1 emblem could purchase 5 boxes of goods, yet he had spent 16 emblems outside to acquire just 1. Through this experience, Mumu grasped a profound truth. When visiting a tourist area, one should refrain from purchasing souvenirs at the very first shop encountered, as they are exorbitantly priced and often deceptive. By venturing further beyond the tourist zone, one might discover items that are both excellent and affordable. The elderly lady, noticing Mumu's apparent interest, continued, "This product is quite remarkable. It promotes the healthy growth of pet dogs and caters to their unique and rich taste buds. For instance, my dog enjoys the flavor of earwax, while the piece I just fed your dog had a taste reminiscent of saliva. These flavors, I dare say, can hardly be found in any other food aside from the translation biscuits. Is there a flavor resembling excrement?" Mumu inquired. "There's indeed. If you wish, I can search for it," the elderly lady responded, beginning to rummage through her wares. Wait. I was merely asking," Mumu hastily interjected. He was indeed tempted. 1 emblem was not a significant expense, especially considering he would receive 5 boxes. Even if he purchased them as a reserve dog food for Kati, it seemed quite worthwhile, and surely other players might find them useful as well. After much contemplation, he finally produced an emblem and handed it to the dwarf grandmother, saying, "Then I shall buy 5 boxes. Thank you for sharing so much information with me. It would feel rather wasteful not to make a purchase." The dwarf grandmother joyfully accepted the emblem and went to retrieve the biscuits. "Wait, let her choose." Mumu pointed to Kati. Naturally, when buying dog food for his pet, he should select her preferred flavors. Kati, drooling, approached and sniffed for long, while before finally selecting 5 flavors of biscuits. Upon inspection, Mumu noted they included fried chicken, sushi, sashimi, stockings, and minstrel flavors. Quite the refined taste. Mumu accepted the biscuits and led Kati away from the grandmother. He intended to explore the area further, immersing himself in the local customs. After traversing the village, Mumu came upon an open space. On either side of the clearing, numerous dwarves were present, either seated, squatting, or standing, each with a coarse cloth before them, laden with a variety of goods. Occasionally, one could hear calls for attention, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a market. Ahead, another dwarf was selecting items from a bamboo basket. The first merchant at the entrance, upon noticing Mumu walking his dog, eagerly exclaimed, "Young man, need some dog food? Today's special, 10 boxes for 1 emblem." Alas, what a hasty decision. Chapter 84. What if it turns into a negotiation? Moo no longer felt inclined to purchase dog food, even if it was a great deal. He did not require that much. His focus shifted to other products. This was the market of the dwarf village, and thus the prices should be fair and reasonable. With careful discernment, he could likely unearth some treasures. Through their recent conversation, he grasped that the emblems served as the universal currency in the dwarf village. Although he had been swindled out of 17 emblems, he still possessed some stock. The emblem could be exchanged or mined upon leaving the village, but the items contained within were likely unattainable in the outside world. Moo perused the market stalls, where all the little dwarfs exhibited immense enthusiasm, which could be generously described as hospitality. However, Moo suspected that they merely regarded him as an outsider, making him an easy target for deception. The ocean's whirlpools often manifested, indicating that he was not the only one to have visited this place, which perhaps accounted for their calm demeanor towards strangers. Wandering through the market, Moo observed an array of peculiar items for sale, yet none seemed particularly useful to him. Some merchants attempted to peddle height-enhancing pills, claiming they could increase stature. Moo decisively declined, thinking to himself, am I a fool? Just look at the dwarf's own height to deduce the ineffectiveness of such products. Others were marketing pet training tools, such as small chains and whips, asserting their efficacy for the Kati dog. While he could somewhat comprehend the chains and whips, he found the purpose of a plastic ball baffling. The Kati dog was already quite obedient, and Moo had no desire to resort to force. Even stranger were items like dining aids, automatic drinking robots, automatic blanket covering devices, and food amplifiers, truly unheard of, with designs that were exceedingly whimsical. Moo dare not utilize such things. Eventually, he stumbled upon something of value at one stall: blue crystals. With these, he could enhance his water collection device, significantly improving its water-generating capacity. Uncle, how much for the blue crystals? Moo inquired. The dwarf elder shot him a glance and eagerly replied, an outsider? We dwarfs are known for our hospitality, so I'll offer you a special price of 10 emblems. Moo furrowed his brow. While blue crystals could indeed enhance water production, 10 emblems for one was steep, though potentially worth it in the outside world, as he could quickly generate a substantial amount of water to recoup his investment. However, drawing from his previous experiences, Moo felt that such a high price was unwarranted. He shook his head, feigning dissatisfaction, and deliberately walked away. Observing this, the dwarf elder promptly approached, kindly stating, young man, don't go. If you have needs, we can sit down and discuss them at length. Moo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Uncle, I find your sincerity lacking. You asked for 10 emblems right off the bat. Do you really think I'm a gullible fool? With that, he continued to walk away. The dwarf elder, growing impatient, exclaimed, stop right there. Do you know what haggling is? How about you make a counteroffer? Moo appeared troubled. You opened with 10 emblems. How can I respond to that? How about you offer 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals? If you want to sell, sell. If not, then so be it. Moo let out a disdainful snort and turned to leave, convinced that the dwarf would not accept such a price. The disparity between 10 emblems for 1 blue crystal and 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals was rather outrageous. He planned to return later to negotiate and obtain the blue crystals at a more favorable price. Stop right there, the dwarf bellowed. 1 emblem for 10 blue crystals. Is it? I'll take it. Wrap it up for me. Moo was taken aback, wondering if he had perhaps offered too much. The transaction was completed, and 10 blue crystals were now in his possession. Suddenly, Moo pondered whether he could procure goods on the spot. By placing valuable items on the trading platform, he could exchange them for emblems from other players, and then use those emblems to purchase more goods here. This venture would undoubtedly yield a profit. With this thought in mind, Moo eagerly opened the trading channel, but his enthusiasm quickly waned. Regardless of whether he accessed the chat channel or the trading platform, the game interface displayed a single line. Mysterious forbidden area. This function is unavailable. No wonder the world was so quiet since arriving in this village. He had not received any information. Both chatting and trading were prohibited, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the resources he currently possessed for exchanges. He needed to retain some emblems for future use and could not afford to trade too many. Reflecting on the fact that he had been swindled out of 16 emblems earlier left him feeling quite pained. After scouring the trading market, Moo gradually grasped the trading dynamics of the dwarf village. He concluded that while the dwarfs were not malicious and were quite amiable, their trading practices were rather unscrupulous, as they were exceedingly fond of wealth, and their pricing often lacked transparency. Engaging in negotiations with them allowed for unrestrained bargaining. They would not take offense. Whether or not they sold was secondary, but a gradual discussion could lead to a successful transaction. After some haggling, Moo indeed acquired several useful items. Dwarf rice wine, 20L, a unique beverage with a rich flavor, which has a slight chance of awakening certain potentials within the drinker. Miracle recovery pill, 20 pieces, instantly restores energy after weakness and enhances status to 200, can only be consumed post-weakness. Taming rope, has a certain probability of increasing a pet or beast's favorability towards you. Evasion pendant, 18 chance to evade normal attacks. Mystical honey pot, after adding materials, it can attract nearby insects. As his emblems dwindled, Moo decided to halt his shopping. Some items he purchased might not be immediately useful, but he found their functions intriguing and deemed it wise to acquire them for potential future needs. Excuse me, I would like to inquire about something. After completing his purchases at the last stall, Moo engaged in casual conversation with the dwarf vendor. Go ahead, young man. The dwarf replied warmly, displaying a hospitable demeanor that encouraged dialogue. Do you know Abu? The fellow at the east end of the village. Oh, that one. The dwarf matron nodded. He is quite the celebrity in our dwarf village. Everyone knows him. Moo inquired further, what does he do? And why doesn't he live with you all? It's quite a trek from his place to the tribe, she explained. Well, one might say he has had his share of misfortune. He tends to make mistakes when under the influence. The dwarf matron remarked that he was an appraiser, the most esteemed appraiser in the dwarf village. Regrettably, fate had conspired against him, having committed a grave error. He was punished by the Lord to oversee the forbidden grounds of the dwarf village, never to set foot in the village again. Oh, momonotret. He was not intrigued by the nature of a booze transgression, but rather curious about two matters. First, what precisely constitutes an appraiser? Second, where the forbidden grounds of the dwarf village are located and the reason for their prohibition. Chapter 85. The appraiser Moo inquired. Could you elaborate on what an appraiser does? The dwarf matron was somewhat taken aback by Moo's question. Had the dwarven race fallen to such a state that outsiders were unaware of such a renowned profession? She replied thoughtfully. The role of an appraiser is to evaluate weapons and tools crafted from or associated with sigils. Such a profession exists? Moo pondered, secretly astonished. Isn't it merely about discerning authenticity? He struggled to grasp the significance of appraisal. No, young man, you are gravely mistaken. The dwarf matron shook her head. The appraisal here does not merely refer to verifying authenticity. Do you know that in this world, there exist numerous tools forged with sigils? Some are sealed and require the appraiser's expertise for proper utilization. Others may be damaged and need appraisal for restoration. Certain weapons may exhibit inferior qualities, but appraisal can elevate their rank. Special sigils can only be removed through an appraiser's intervention. Thus, this profession holds great importance. Although we dwarves do not manufacture weapons or rune tools, we are in fact the greatest civilizational facilitators in this world. Our existence allows sigils to realize their utmost potential, enabling the mystical powers bestowed by sigils to be transmitted throughout this realm. I see, Moo thought, somewhat enlightened yet still perplexed. In any case, it was undeniably impressive. His curiosity about this profession deepened, and he asked, what is this Uncle Abu like? Oh, he is quite decent, not a bad person. The dwarf matron replied with a hint of resignation. He was once a highly respected figure, albeit with a rather peculiar temperament. Ever since his mistake, we have been forbidden from associating with him. He is likely quite aged now. I have heard that his mind is not as sharp as it once was. It is said that he enjoys tricking visitors with nearly expired dog food in exchange for their sigils, and there are always fools who fall for it. At this point, the dwarf matron chuckled. Young man, you certainly would not be so gullible, would you? You strike me as an astute individual. Just think of those who would trade a sigil for a piece of dog food. How foolish could they be? You are right, that could never be me. Moo hastily replied, feeling somewhat disconcerted. The dwarf matron was sharing a joke, yet Moo found it far from amusing, even feeling a touch of anger. From his interactions within the dwarf village, he gleaned considerable information about the dwarves. At the very least, he now understood that despite their stature, their strength was formidable. Their ancestors' ability to navigate the world attested to their exceptional combat prowess. He knew he must not act recklessly here. Moo had also discreetly inquired about Abu's transgression, but the dwarves were reticent to disclose any details. Having grasped the general information, Moo resolved to seek out the individual named Abu for a conversation, perhaps even requesting his assistance in appraising a weapon to enhance its quality. His humble abode was replete with an array of weapons, and, should the price be reasonable, he might consider acquiring one. According to the words of the dwarf matron, any weapon appraised by him would undoubtedly possess extraordinary power. However, it was also true that this fellow had swindled him out of 16 emblems, and Moo felt compelled to demand an explanation. Moo regarded the dwarven race as magnificent, albeit seemingly antiquated. They had ensconced themselves on this island, seemingly oblivious to the monumental changes that had transpired in the outside world. Leading his two pets, he exited the dwarven village and arrived at the doorstep of the cabin. He pushed the door open and found Abu reclining in an old rocking chair, eyes closed in a state of languor. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes and sprang to his feet, warmly inquiring, "Young man, you have returned. Do you still desire biscuits?" "No, thank you," Moo replied, shaking his head. "I must take my leave and bid you farewell." "Leaving so soon?" Abu's expression fell, a hint of reluctance evident. He had lived here in solitude for quite some time, feeling lonely and bored. It was a rare occasion for someone who could converse and had wealth to visit, only for them to depart so swiftly. "Indeed, I am in a hurry," Moo responded. "Additionally, I possess a perfect bronze sword. Could you assist me in appraising it?" He approached the matter with a sense of tentative hope. "Bring forth the sword," Abu exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the mention of appraisal. Adorning his spectacles, he grasped a magnifying glass and a hammer before taking the bronze sword from Moo's hands. Despite his propensity for deceit, he approached his work with unwavering diligence. This was his innate talent, the greatest value he could offer to this world, or perhaps the most profound significance of his existence. Born from his meticulous nature and love for his craft, Abu scrutinized the bronze sword for an extended period, employing the magnifying glass to examine every intricate detail of the blade's surface, lightly touching it with his fingers and occasionally tapping it with a hammer. Finally, he raised his gaze, revealing an expression of profound disappointment. "Young man, I must be frank. There is no need for appraisal of this sword." "Why is that?" Moo replied, taken aback. He had anticipated that, given Abu's notorious business acumen, even if the appraisal were not feasible, he would still attempt to extort a fee from him. He had mentally prepared himself for being taken advantage of, yet this old man had outright refused. "Because its grade is far too low," Abu shook his head. "This wretched sword pales in comparison to those I've hanging on my wall." He gestured behind him. "Those are relics from others. Appraising this would merely squander your emblems and appraisal stones. I advise you to take it back." "Oh, very well." Moo conceded without further ado, stowing the bronze sword away. He had anticipated such an outcome, understanding that he had only recently entered this game world and that acquiring exceptional equipment immediately was an unrealistic expectation. Such trivial items might not capture the attention of this legendary appraiser. As expected, Moo heard Abu continue, "If you're truly eager for an appraisal, you may find any appraiser in the town. They can assist you there, and their prices are quite reasonable." Ultimately, this Abu possesses a certain principle in his professional conduct. Deceiving himself with his insignia is one matter, yet his attitude towards work is entirely different. Since there is no necessity for authentication, Moo has no intention of squandering resources and time. "I shall not trouble you further. I am on my way now." Moo arrived at the threshold of the quaint wooden cabin. By the way, it seems he recalled something and turned his head to say, "I have purchased some items in the village. Could you assist me in discerning their utility?" With that, Moo produced a jar of rice wine and placed it upon the table. Acquired from the dwarf market, it is said to be exceptionally delightful. However, I have yet to taste it and am unaware of its flavor. Wine. The moment Abu laid eyes upon the jar of rice wine, his gaze became utterly fixated, as it emanated an enchanting green glow.